World of Immortals Chapter 309 to Chapter 343. Within 3,000 miles, black lotuses danced in the sky, stirring up a strong windstorm between heaven and earth. It was as if heavenly blades were cutting through the void, causing the vast ocean to surge. The Taoist's hair was disheveled as he stood high up in the sky. The waves around him were deafening like thunder, rushing into the sky. The white clouds dispersed in an instant. He stood in the middle of the waves like a boulder, like a towering mountain, unmoving. In a one-on-one fight, no one can defeat me. Goddess Xianxia's eyes shot out a cold light that was as dazzling as two bolts of lightning. Her lotus robe fluttered in the wind as she stepped on the 12th grade lotus platform and rushed into the sky. The four swords were simple and unadorned. Their brilliance was restrained, but the formless murderous aura rushed into the sky. The swords flew out like four silver dragons, sweeping across the Taoist's body. There is no invincible person. The Taoist was extremely calm. His eyes were fierce, and his whole body seemed to be filled with a vicious aura. His hair was messy, and the wheel in his left hand flickered with a misty black light, making a buzzing sound as it crashed into the sky. Dang, 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 four vibrating sounds rang out at almost the same time. The Taoist held the wheel in his hand and drew a mysterious trajectory in the sky, blocking the four swords one after another. A shockwave of energy erupted between the two experts, and both of them retreated 1,000 feet. The space cracked, and a series of terrifying cracks that were more than 100 feet wide spread out for hundreds of miles. Huge trenches were formed in the raging sea below, and the waves surged into the sky. Such destructive power made the minds of the cultivators on the surrounding islands tremble. This was a shock that originated from their souls. You are not my match. You can replace me now. Goddess Xianxia was incomparably cold, and her phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent. You are too conceited. The Taoist's face was calm, but the light in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. He took a step forward, and the horsetail whisk in his right hand swept across Goddess Xianxia's waist. The wheel in his left hand left his hand, and a misty light flashed as it spun and slashed at Goddess Xianxia's neck. Goddess Xianxia stood motionless in the sky, and her mind moved. A sword soared up and slashed at the iron horsetail whisk, while the other sword pierced through the sky and slashed at the jet-black treasure wheel. Two swords completely blocked Taoist Jiayin's two treasures, but Jiayin was calm and composed. Not only did he not retreat. Instead, he strode forward in the void, and with every step he took, he disappeared into thin air. He was traversing through space, heading straight for the goddess of Green Lotus. Azure Lotus sneered. It was even more impossible for him to retreat. The 12th grade lotus platform was shining brightly. A layer of milky white light enveloped her whole body. He dashed over quickly. The other two swords stabbed Taoist Jiayin's chest. The other pierced his lower abdomen. It was incomparably fierce and sharp. As they approached, the sword gleam appeared. 3,000 li away. Suddenly, a spatial rift 3,000 kilometers long appeared. Taoist Jiayin's footwork was like a dream. Like duckweed in a raging sea. Indestructible and indestructible. It moved with the waves. He was actually able to move freely between the two terrifying swords. He was like a phantom. The war sword slash cannot destroy. It was too late. The sword chi rampaged for 3,000 miles. The cold light illuminated the vast sea. It's always you who has tens of thousands of treasures. But in front of the receiving world, everything is illusory. There was a loud rumbling sound. Taoist Jiayin stretched out a huge palm. The earthen yellow hand was as sickly as his skin. But it was extremely fierce. He grabbed at the goddess of Green Lotus. The sword soared into the sky. It slashed at the huge hand. At the same time, the goddess of Green Lotus's eyes shot out two rays of cold light. The 12th grade lotus platform left her feet. It spun slowly. Then I'll destroy this space. Restore order. Azure Lotus's voice was cold. At this moment, the world shook. The raging sea rolled. Misty primordial energy spread out. The entire space was torn apart. Then, it was frozen again. Taoist Jiayin's figure reappeared. Two swords sent the Dharma wheel and the iron horsetail whisk flying. The other two swords swept towards Jiayin's body. You can destroy it once. Can you destroy it countless times? Taoist Jiayin shouted. His body emitted specks of light, and his body slowly faded. Once again, he almost returned to nothingness. There are countless dimensional spaces in the great world. It's not an exaggeration to call it the 3,000 Buddhist kingdoms and the 10,000 fiend lands. Try destroying them all. Taoist Jiayin's voice gradually turned cold. He turned into nothingness and merged with heaven and earth. However, his killing aura was extremely powerful. It was as if he had moved 100,000 mountains over and stood in the sky. The vast energy fluctuations made many cultivators in the sea feel like they were going to collapse. Even the half-martial ancestor watching the battle from behind was shocked. Taoist Jiayin was a mighty figure from the primordial era. Apart from Laozi and a few others, ordinary half-martial ancestors would probably find it difficult to compete with him. The goddess of green lotus's eyes flashed with cold lightning as she scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the stars in the sky appeared. Meteors streaked across the sky. Taoist Jiayin's killing aura rose to the extreme, causing the stars to be in chaos. He struck out a palm from nothingness, instantly shattering 800 miles of the sea. The vast ocean below was evaporated in an instant, and the bottom of the ocean was exposed, collapsing toward the center of the earth. The goddess of green lotus was like a green bamboo in a storm. The 12-stage lotus platform spun and emitted millions of rays of light. The four swords crushed layers of space and protected her side, resisting the destructive power. Even so, her forehead was still swept by an illusory palm. A lock of her hair was turned into ashes, and drops of blood splashed down from her forehead. The beautiful red color dyed her cheeks, giving her a different kind of beauty. However, as the killing aura in her eyes condensed into two beams of light and swept out, the whole world seemed to have lost its color. The different kind of beauty had already turned into a peerless killing aura. Taoist Jiayin, I want you to pay 30,000 souls for my 3 drops of blood. I will cut off your head. Her voice was extremely cold. The world seemed to freeze. All other sounds disappeared, leaving only her terrifying cold voice. In the next moment, the goddess of green lotus disappeared. Only the dimensional space continued to shatter, and the sounds of intense battle came from the void. She used the 4 swords to open the way, destroying layers of space. She used the 12-stage lotus platform to restore order. The green lotus leaf in her hand swept through the Taoist Jiayin's thousands of incarnations. The billions of incarnations was one of the great abilities of the Taoist Jiayin, but at this moment, over 100 incarnations were destroyed. Wherever the goddess of green lotus's angry sword went, everything would be destroyed. 3,000 Buddhist lands. The Taoist Jiayin shouted. 3,000 pure lands of bliss appeared and overlapped. Each space had a Taoist Jiayin overseeing it, and they surrounded the goddess of green lotus. The evil Taoist with disheveled hair was also really angry. His iron horsetail whisk and dermic wheel attacked, and the destructive giant hand kept slapping out. He wanted to crush the goddess of green lotus in this chaotic space. Once the green lotus appears, who can compete with her? The few drops of blood on the goddess of green lotus's forehead and cheeks were particularly eye-catching. It was incomparably sad and beautiful, making her look abnormally powerful at this moment. It was as if she had been possessed by the primordial ancestor of war. Her phoenix eyes were filled with power, and nothing could stop the sharpness of her sword. It was unstoppable. The 3,000 Buddhist lands were continuously destroyed. The Taoist Jiayin's 3,000 incarnations were really killed. After that, the goddess of green lotus struck out a green jade lotus leaf and slashed at the Taoist Jiayin's head, wanting to take off his head. In the primordial era, the Taoist Jiayin rarely met a worthy opponent, even among the half-step ancestors. At this moment, his incarnations were continuously destroyed, so he was naturally really angry. He shouted, 10,000 layers of demonic lands. Tens of thousands of layers of demonic lands appeared. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and blood-colored lightning streaked across the sky. This was the real existence of tens of thousands of layers of demonic lands. They folded and crisscrossed, engulfing the goddess of green lotus. The Taoist Jiayin's hair was even more disheveled. His real body stepped in, wanting to fight the goddess of Green Lotus to the death. This was an intense battle. Both sides were furious, but the outsiders could no longer see the battle inside. They could only feel the terrifying fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. If it wasn't for the 10 half-step ancestors sealing this area, thousands of miles of sea would have been completely destroyed, and countless celestial islands would no longer exist. The battle was fierce. It lasted for half a day. When a fierce roar sounded, everything ended. Tens of thousands of layers of demonic earth space collapsed. The disheveled Taoist of Guidance's chest was pierced by a sword. Blood flowed, dyeing his tattered robe red. His 6 Zhang true body trembled. The battle sword retreated. The Taoist Jiayin roared, and his body collapsed. The power of the battle sword could be imagined. The goddess of Green Lotus sneered. She knew that it was impossible to kill the Taoist Jiayin so easily, but she undoubtedly injured a peerless expert. Yes, there were only a few half-step ancestors like the Taoist Jiayin in the cultivation world. Beyond everyone's imagination, the Taoist Jiayin reappeared in the same place the moment he collapsed. His new body didn't seem dispirited. On the contrary, it was abnormally full of energy. The Grandmaster of Heaven's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself, Destiny Twins' magical ability. The other half-step ancestors were also incomparably shocked. If the Buddha and the Taoist Jiayin were one, then, how powerful would their battle prowess be? Perhaps even the top 3 below the ancestor gods like Laozi would have to change positions. What's so scary about the Destiny Twins? You and the Baldy can come at me together. The goddess of Green Lotus frowned. Her eyes were incomparably cold and filled with strong self-confidence. He is him, and I am me. Today's defeat is a defeat. The Taoist Jiayin left with large strides and retreated to the distant sky. Just at this time, a white light rushed over from the horizon. The snow-white little critter came to look for Xiaochen. It crossed the space and landed on Xiaochen's shoulder. Didn't I tell you to stay with Oxman and the others? This place is very dangerous. Xiaochen lightly knocked on it. Squeak, Kiki murmured in a low voice and began to look at the goddess of Green Lotus. Xiaochen was moved, and he no longer scolded it. I'll fight you. At this time, the Grandmaster of Heaven took a step forward. This time, the Buddha didn't step forward at the same time. Since the Taoist Jiayin was defeated, then it was also considered his defeat. If the two of them didn't work together, he didn't have the confidence to defeat the goddess of Green Lotus. The Grandmaster of Heaven's infamy had spread far and wide. He dared to challenge an ancestor god. Even the people in the other world knew about it. The immortal execution formation above his head emitted streaks of chaotic radiance. The immortal execution, immortal slaying, immortal trapping, and immortal ending swords trembled slightly. The sword light flickered and revealed its murderous intent. And a bronze shield was revolving around him unceasingly. It was overflowing with an ancient aura. Even his own chaotic sword chi couldn't get close to the ancient shield. One could imagine how astonishing its defensive power was. I've heard of your infamy, but you are still no match for me. The goddess of Green Lotus pushed the 4 swords away with her divine sense and said coldly, even with the formation, it can't hide the fact that the 4 immortal execution swords are inferior products. The power of a sword can't be made up for with external objects. The Grandmaster of Heaven didn't get angry. He was as calm as an ancient well. He said, a sword can't represent everything. But when one's battle intent reaches the pinnacle, even a supreme treasure will be unrivaled. Haha, the goddess of Green Lotus laughed heartily and said, who in this world knows the sword better than me? Plus, you have a supreme treasure with you. How are you going to fight me? There's no point in talking anymore. I'll chop off your head to prove it. 2 dazzling beams of light shot out from the Grandmaster of Heaven's eyes. He decided to lay down a supreme killing formation. Tong Tian stepped forward. The immortal slaughtering sword shot out a chaotic sword energy. It went straight for Goddess Qing Lian's head. Hesitation was not his style. Ruthlessness and decisiveness were the true qualities of the sect master of Jia school. The 12th grade lotus platform was glowing brightly. Beams of holy light shot out. It was like flowing chalcedony. He absorbed all of the chaotic sword chi. The 12th grade lotus platform shook violently. The surrounding space was constantly collapsing. But in the end, the sword energy was smelted. Just like that, the shocking attack of the immortal slaughtering sword was neutralized. Goddess Green Lotus calmed down. But other places were not as calm and tranquil. The immortal slaughtering sword's sword light streaked across the sky. It illuminated 1,000 miles of the sea. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the seawater to roll back into the sky. If it weren't for the other half-martial ancestors obstructing him, he would have died. He might destroy thousands of immortal islands with a single sword strike. That's all. Azure Lotus sneered mockingly. Sect leader Tong Tian was not angry. The formation above his head shone with rays of clear light. Immortal slaying, immortal ending, and immortal trapping, the four swords moved in unison. The immortal slaying killing array was set up. Boundless chaotic light bloomed. A misty fog shrouded the sky. It engulfed Goddess Azure Lotus. The killing immortal sword formation was known as one of the strongest 5 slaughtering formations among the half-martial ancestors of the immortal realm. Its might was unimaginable. Even though Goddess Green Lotus was full of confidence. The moment he stepped into the formation, his expression changed. Misty chaotic energy shrouded the surroundings. Even the heaven I couldn't see through it. Boundless killing intent filled the sky. The cold pierced the bone. Green Lotus, leave your head behind. Sect leader Tong Tian walked out of a sword gate. The immortal execution sword hanging above the sword's gate released a bright ray of light. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Goddess Green Lotus was shocked. This power seemed to be comparable to a battle sword. She hurriedly took out a sword. Facing the celestial slaying sword. Chaotic sword chi collided in all directions. The space was annihilated. However, the 4 swords gates were still around. The Xianxia sword retreated. The killing array was still trapping her inside. Tong Tian, come out and fight. Goddess Green Lotus shouted. The killing array is me. I am a killing array. You are facing me. Tong Tian's voice was extremely cold. The celestial extinguishing sword and the immortal slaughtering sword vibrated together. The chaotic sword ray tore open a spatial tunnel. 2 swords of light shattered time and space. He charged toward Goddess Green Lotus. Sword chi soared into the sky. Even though there was a killing array isolating it. Even from thousands of miles away, one could feel the bone-piercing chill in the air above the sea. That terrifying light that pierced through the clouds. Normal Xianxia would feel fear just looking at it a few times. The sword radiance was as thick as a mountain. It towered into the clouds. How could they resist such a formation? In the peerless killing array, sect leader Tong Tian calmly activated the sword array. The celestial slashing sword and the celestial slaughtering sword were incomparably sharp and dazzling like the sun. The sword array was incomparably dazzling. Chi, Goddess Green Lotus kept waving her sword. He resisted the sword chi from the 2 swords gates. The clanging sound lingered on. This greatly surprised her. Tong Tian's 4 swords were definitely not comparable to the battle sword. However, there was an additional formation diagram. However, its power had increased exponentially. If it was used with her 4 swords. What kind of terrifying scene would that be? Kill. The sect master of Jia School, who was known for his ferocity, did not manage to hurt the Azure Lotus goddess 3 times in a row. This time, the 4 gates of the sword array moved at the same time. Immortal trapping, immortal slaying, immortal slashing, and immortal slaying, the 4 swords vibrated at the same time. In an instant. The misty chaotic sword chi enveloped the entire killing array. Tens of thousands of sword shadows charged forward. The space was annihilated. Only the 4 swords gates were left in the black hole. The terrifying energy destroyed everything. The surrounding sea had all disappeared. He was swallowed by the black hole. Laozi, the primordial lord of origin, the Buddha, and the others quickly took action. It cut off that space. Otherwise, the destructive power would flatten an entire area. Goddess Qinglian was in a sorry state. Her hair was messy. His clothes were torn in several places by the sword chi. Her snow-white skin was exposed. The long black hair around his neck was also cut off by the sword chi. It almost cut his skin. The black hole disappeared. The void was extremely silent. The primal chaos energy was tumbling. Goddess Azure Lotus's face was livid. He shouted, "Tong Tian, you have made me understand true anger. I'm going to make you pay a heavy price." The 12-grade lotus platform quickly disintegrated. Huge, sparkling and translucent lotus petals danced in the sword formation. The 4 swords sank into it. Then, they surged like a resplendent rain of swords. The power of the swords was unimaginable. Coupled with the 12-grade lotus platform that had turned into lotus petals, it was indestructible. It shook the immortal slaying sword sect. The Grandmaster of Heaven ignored the sword gate that was about to be broken. He held the ancient bronze shield and charged towards the Azure Lotus Goddess. He formed a sword seal with his hand. He waved it forward. The dazzling light beam split open. It went straight for the Azure Lotus's heart. Humph. The Azure Lotus Goddess snorted coldly. The green jade lotus leaf in her hand vibrated. It shattered the sword chi. It turned into rays of green light that swept towards the Grandmaster of Heaven. The sect master of Jia School waved his sleeve. Monstrous demonic flame surged. The empty space completely collapsed. It blocked the green jade lotus leaf. However, his sleeve was cut into pieces. Half of his arm was revealed. That made the Grandmaster of Heaven furious. The ancient bronze shield in his other hand blocked in front of him. Waves of light burst out. He went straight for the Azure Lotus Goddess. Bang! The ancient bronze shield and the green lotus leaves collided head-on. Both of them retreated. Their hair was messy. Dazzling light shot out from his eyes. A lotus flower mark on the Azure Lotus Goddess's forehead shot out a bolt of cold lightning. It pierced through the Grandmaster of Heaven's hair bun. It made his hair disheveled. Grandmaster of Heaven, you're not my match. You can even put down your pride and use such methods. I'll definitely cut off your head today. The Grandmaster of Heaven was furious. The ancient bronze shield was smashed out. The space was destroyed. The ancient bronze shield turned into the size of a mountain. It pressed down. It fixed the Azure Lotus Goddess below. It made it difficult for her to escape. Endless brilliance swept down. In the distance, the 10 half-ancestors kept attacking. Because the battle between the Grandmaster of Heaven and the Azure Lotus Goddess was too intense, the spatial black hole kept bursting out. If it was allowed to expand, it would probably destroy countless living beings. Even so, many islands within thousands of kilometers of the sea were shattered. Countless cultivators nearby died. The Azure Lotus Goddess screamed. Her eyes flashed with cold lightning. Her hair stood on end. Her phoenix-like eyes were filled with killing intent. A few green jade lotus leaves condensed into a jasper saber. It slashed upward. It sent the ancient bronze shield flying. It even slashed through the sky. From afar, a green beam of light shot across the sky. The sky within thousands of kilometers was shattered. The terrifying energy shook the entire overseas island. At the same time, the 12-grade lotus platform and the 4 swords shattered a sword gate. They destroyed a corner of the killing array. The Azure Lotus Goddess's hair flew in the wind. She charged over. She slashed with the sword. She defended with the lotus platform. She swept with the jasper saber. She quickly rushed out of the Grandmaster of Heaven's killing array. Then, she attacked the other 3 sword gates. Humph! The Grandmaster of Heaven snorted. He rolled up his sleeves. He put away the 4 swords. Then, he pointed at the array map. The treasure map spinning above his head quickly turned into 4 beams of light. They rushed into the 4 swords. Primordial killing field. The Grandmaster of Heaven shouted. At this moment, not only the Azure Lotus Goddess, even the 10 half-martial ancestors watching the battle were astonished. A primordial aura erupted. In an instant, primitive mountain ranges appeared in the sky. Sword mountains towered into the clouds. Chaotic killing intent surged on the terrifying blood-colored land. Legend had it. The Grandmaster of Heaven had always wanted to improve the immortal vanquishing sword array. He wanted to transform it into a peerless array that could trap an ancestor god. This was an incomplete primordial killing field. It was a further manifestation of the immortal vanquishing sword array. The primordial land reappeared in the sky. The four swords fused with the array map. The azure lotus goddess was trapped inside. The Grandmaster of Heaven flew in as well. The peerless killing intent soared into the sky. It broke through the starry sky. It was such a terrifying array. The murderous aura was so strong. Even an ancestor god would frown when he saw it. The azure lotus goddess was stunned. The terrifying killing array was like an eternal starry sky. The energy fluctuations it emitted were vast. It seemed as though it could crush everything inside. She rampaged inside. But the entire world was a killing field. The primordial land emitted a desolate aura. The huge mountains released chaotic sword chi. This place was like a furnace of heaven and earth. Humans, gods, and demons would not be spared if they entered. It had to be said. The Grandmaster of Heaven was a genius. In order to challenge the ancestor god, he had put in a lot of effort. Even though this was still an incomplete array. But one could already see some clues. It was indeed a peerless array. Chi, a sword aura as thick as a mountain swept over. The azure lotus goddess could not dodge in time. She was sent flying. Even though she had the protection of the 12th grade lotus platform. She was not injured. But she was in a sorry state. There were 49 towering mountains in front of her. The sky was filled with sword chi. She was sent flying again. Her hair was messy. Her face was pale. The azure lotus goddess suffered a few heavy blows. However, she was shocked to discover she was surrounded by primitive mountain ranges. Chaotic sword chi soared into the sky. She had no place to dodge. In the end, she did the opposite. She landed on the vast land. But she immediately realized how wrong she was. The vast blood-colored land was filled with chaotic sword chi. She touched it slightly. It pierced through the starry sky. It was like a world-destroying array. The azure lotus goddess was finally injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She was swept towards the sky by the sword chi. But at this moment, realization dawned on her. This incomplete primordial killing field had a fatal flaw. She grasped the skeleton of the 4 dragon veins in the primordial world. It must be where the 4 ferocious swords combined with the array diagram. The primordial killing field was still a half-finished product. She tried to sense it with her heart. He could dig out a fatal weakness. Grandmaster of Heaven, your primordial killing field is finished. The azure lotus goddess let out a long roar. Her black hair flew in the air. She swooped down. She used the lotus platform to resist the chaotic sword aura that was as thick as a mountain. Then, she struck the 4 swords down. 4 bolts of lightning tore the sky of the primordial world. They entered the 4 dragon veins below. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The 4 mountain ranges collapsed at the same time. Then, the primordial world began to collapse. The Grandmaster of Heaven spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. The 4 ferocious swords floated around him. The array diagram appeared. It was fixed in the sky. Grandmaster of Heaven, give me your life. The primordial killing field completely collapsed. 2 terrifying rays of light shone in the eyes of the azure lotus goddess. She rushed toward the Grandmaster of Heaven. The 4 swords sealed off the 4 directions. The jasper saber in her hand slashed forward. The 12th grade lotus platform broke into bright lotus petals and slashed out. There was no defense. She attacked with all her might. It had to be said. The azure lotus goddess's combat power was unparalleled. Even though she was a woman, her strength was beyond imagination. She was indeed the most difficult woman to provoke in the cultivation world. She fought against the Grandmaster of Heaven. The 2 of them kept shattering the world. After tens of thousands of times of collision, she took a step forward. The Grandmaster of Heaven took 2 steps back. Within 3,000 miles of the sea, Except for those immortal islands that were protected by the 10 half-ancestors. The sea completely dried up. It turned into mist and rushed into the sky. It caused heavy rain in the 9 regions. The moment the destructive attack stopped, the bottom of the ocean was penetrated to the center of the earth. If it weren't for the 10 half-ancestors, everything would have been restored. The human world would have suffered heavy losses. The Grandmaster of Heaven snorted coldly. He left in a huff. Although there was no real winner or loser. But he took 2 more steps back. It made him feel ashamed. Xiaochen frowned. The Azure Lotus Goddess was extraordinarily powerful. Even Sect Master Tong Tian, whose ferocious reputation was spread far and wide, was defeated. The half-ancestors cared about their reputation. They didn't want to attack her alone. It wouldn't be good if this went on. Yayaya's big eyes, which were full of spirit, kept blinking. She stared at the 4 swords of the Azure Lotus Goddess. She whispered in Xiaochen's ear. Xuanti laughed. He had never been on good terms with the Grandmaster of Heaven. For years ago, when they fought for the ancestor god's treasure in the Yuchao Heavenly Palace, the Grandmaster of Heaven took the limelight. Now he regained control of the lost 7-colored sword. He was about to establish his might. He strode out. Xuanti held the wondrous tree of 7 treasures in his left hand. He held the 7-colored sword in his right hand. He stepped into the arena. Facing the Azure Lotus Goddess. I don't want to fight with you. You have a sword. I have a 7-colored sword. Why don't we fight 4 times? Let's see who is stronger. What do you think? That's what I want. The Azure Lotus Goddess didn't want to fight. The 4 swords lined up in front of her. She shouted, "Kill!" The sword tore through heaven and earth. The light rushed into the starry sky. It was as if the sea was rolling back the 9 heavens. It was as if billions of stars had converged to form a river and fallen to the human world. The 4 swords slashed out one after another. They turned into layers of light screens. They collided with the 7-colored sword. The dozens of islands within a radius of 3,000 kilometers that were not protected by the half-ancestor were reduced to powder on the spot. They turned into ashes. The 2 powerhouses attacked with all their might. Their combat power was unimaginable. Daoist Xuanti took 3 steps back. He felt that he had lost all face. He didn't say a word. He was sent flying. Hee, the Azure Lotus Goddess sneered. Even though there were more glorious achievements in the cultivation world. However, she had defeated 3 ancestors in a row. Her heart was still filled with a sense of accomplishment. The Black Tortoise Patriarch and Chi Yu from the Pure Land took a step forward. They were ready to attack. However, at this moment, he appeared out of thin air in front of him. He blocked their path. Then, his shadow gradually faded away. He appeared in front of the Azure Lotus Goddess. Are you Li Dan? He was calm. It was like an ancient stone statue standing there. He nodded his head silently. The Azure Lotus Goddess sneered and said, "If you lose, I'll see who can stop me." He didn't say anything. He tapped with his hand. A ray of clear light streaked toward the Azure Lotus Goddess's face. Clang, the Azure Lotus Goddess slashed with a sword. It actually produced a deafening sound. She was shocked. He didn't use any Dharma treasures at this moment. His Dharma powers were extremely powerful. Humph. She snorted coldly. The 4 swords and the 12th grade lotus platform moved at the same time. The jasper saber formed by the green jade lotus leaf was sent flying. He was trying to defeat him. Li Dan only used a taiji painting to block many Dharma treasures. There were attacks and defenses. He wasn't at a disadvantage. Moreover, he activated the power of the world. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Every move he made represented the laws and order of heaven and earth. The cultivation level of the Great Elder shocked the Azure Lotus Goddess. She recalled the rumors. Li Dan was known as one of the strongest cultivators below the ancestor god in the world of Immortals. The Azure Lotus Goddess let out a long roar. She decided to use her strongest combat power. At this moment, the lotus platform disintegrated. It turned into a jade-white battle armor. It was draped over her perfect body. She held the jasper saber in her hand. She commanded the 4 swords. They surrounded and attacked him again. Seeing this, he pushed the purple gold crown backward. 3 old Taoists appeared. One Taoist's purple chi soared to the sky. Another Taoist's black and yellow chi transformed into the primordial world. The third Taoist's chaotic aura shook the sky. He turned into the 3 pure ones. He immediately stunned the azure lotus goddess. The Taoist with the purple aura soaring 3,000 miles into the sky wore a crown of 9 clouds on his head and a red robe with white cranes. He held a long sword in his hand and shouted, "I am Taoist Xianxia." A Taoist wearing a crown of rui and a light yellow robe with a Ganoderma rui in his hand shouted, "I am Xianxia Taoist." The Taoist with the aura of primordial chaos shook the heavens. He wore a 9 heavens crown and an 8 treasures longevity purple cloud robe. He held a fan with dragon whiskers and shouted, "I am Taoist Tai Ching." The 3 old Taoists were surrounded by thousands of rays of multicolored light. They shone brilliantly and dazzlingly. Their swords, jade rui, and dragon beard fans shattered the space. Jade flowers floated in the sky, white lotuses grew everywhere, and divine light sprinkled down like rain. All 3 of them actually possessed the strength of a half-martial ancestor. At this moment, it seemed as if 4 half-martial ancestors were fighting the Azure Lotus Maiden, and it instantly caused her to feel like she was in an extremely sorry state. The phoenix hairpin on her head had been sliced in half, causing her jet black hair to hang loosely down her back like a waterfall. "Li Dan, you, goddess Green Lotus," shouted angrily. 4 battle swords fell down like the Milky Way, stirring up a strong wind and blocking the 4 old Taoists. Laozi was as silent as a dead tree. He did not say a word from beginning to end. He controlled the Tai Chi diagram to sweep out, colliding with the jasper saber several times, making thunderous sounds. Bang! The Tai Chi diagram fiercely hit Goddess Green Lotus's back, causing her to spit out blood and fly thousands of feet away. Shang Qing, Yu Qing, and Tai Qing Taoists followed closely behind and chased after her. This was the first time Goddess Green Lotus suffered a big loss since the start of the battle. She did not hurt the enemy at all, but she was injured. The half-ancestor who was watching the battle secretly sighed. Laozi was indeed one of the strongest half-ancestor below the ancestor god. Goddess Green Lotus was furious. She swept the jasper saber in her hand in all directions, and the 4 battle swords formed a 4 symbols formation, trying to trap Laozi. The sea within 3,000 miles was in turmoil. The battle swords rushed out of the encirclement, cutting off the essence of heaven and earth in all directions, trapping Laozi and the 3 Taoists in the center. Thousands of sword auras swept across, completely annihilating everything in the formation. However, when the ferocious attack came to a halt, Goddess Green Lotus was shocked to find the Tai Chi diagram shone brightly. It was still indestructible. It was fixed in the air. Figures flashed. Laozi and the 3 Taoists appeared. The 4 beasts formation was unable to harm Li Gui in the slightest. The fierce battle began again. Laozi and the 3 Taoists surrounded Goddess Qinglian. There was a loud dang sound. A Taoist struck Goddess Green Lotus with his sword. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the lotus platform's battle armor, he would have died. She might have been chopped into 2. It was obvious. "I'm more skilled than you." Boundless magic power. However, Goddess Qinglian was also extremely terrifying. She was fighting against 4 half-martial ancestors. 3 pure ones in one breath. Let's see how long you can last. Goddess Green Lotus's eyes were filled with killing intent. He glared at Laozi. The moment the 3 pure ones dissipated would be the moment she launched a fierce counterattack. Although he said that. But Goddess Qinglian was very sad. In the following moments, she successively suffered 5 swords, 3 rui scepters, and 2 dragon whisker fans. All of them were hit hard on their bodies. At the same time, Laozi used the Taiji diagram to block her jasper saber. He pulled out an iron crutch. It struck her soft ribs. The Azure Lotus goddess was enraged. She gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. I'll kill you. She screamed. Her black hair was dancing in the wind. She decided to set up the 6-combination exterminating sword array. That was the earth-killing array that she had comprehended in recent years. She usually wouldn't use it easily. She would kill anyone she saw. Today, the 11 half-martial ancestors had besieged her, and it would be very difficult for her to escape. She originally wanted to use this array to play a role at a critical moment, but she didn't expect that the current situation would be very difficult. She set up the array in advance. 4 battle swords stood in 4 directions, and the jasper saber rushed down. The lotus armor on her body fell off and turned into lotus petals, which were as sharp as sabers and fixed on the top. It was sealed, trapping Laozi and the 3 Taoists inside. Goddess Green Lotus's body floated up like smoke, and finally merged into the 6-combination exterminating sword array and disappeared. Li Dan, I'm going to kill you. Goddess Green Lotus's voice was so cold that her voice echoed throughout the entire 6-combination exterminating formation. The half-martial ancestors outside were shocked. Laozi was equivalent to 4 half-martial ancestors in a short period of time, but he was still trapped in this array. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying Goddess Green Lotus was. Laozi and the 3 Taoists stood motionless in the array like fossils, waiting to see what would happen. Wipe out the 6-combination. Although Goddess Green Lotus was a woman, she had the momentum of an emperor. Her vast voice rumbled like thunder in the 9 heavens. There were hundreds of millions of sword radiances in the 6-combination. This was really an array. Only someone like Goddess Green Lotus could comprehend and refine it. Laozi and the 3 Taoists sent out bright lights to block, but they were still penetrated by hundreds of thousands of sword radiances. Among the 3 Taoists, Taoist Yu Qing was instantly killed. What a terrifying killing array! Although Yu Qing was only transformed by Laozi's clear qi, he had the strength of a half-martial ancestor for a short period of time. It was shocking that he was killed just like that. Hee, Goddess Green Lotus sneered and continued to operate the 6-combination exterminating sword array. The sword radiances soared into the sky. A small star in the distant sky was directly pierced by a huge sword radiance and swept down. The terrifying destructive power was beyond imagination. The 10 half-martial ancestors hurriedly reinforced the seal. Otherwise, all the earthly immortal islands in this sea area would definitely be turned into dust, and the casualties would be innumerable. In the destructive killing array, hundreds of millions of sword radiances were attacking. Taoist Xianxia was killed and turned into a clear qi that dissipated between heaven and earth. Only Laozi and Taoist Tai Ching were left. However, the crowd also noticed that Laozi had done it deliberately. He abandoned the 2 Taoists and rushed to the side of a battle sword, trying to remove a door in the 6-combination exterminating sword array. Li Dan, your efforts are in vain. Goddess Green Lotus sneered. In the hundreds of millions of sword radiances, she was safe and sound. She appeared in front of Laozi out of thin air and slashed down with a phoenix hairpin. Clang! Taoist Tai Ching stepped forward and knocked away the phoenix hairpin. At the same time, he wielded the dragon whisker fan and sent Goddess Green Lotus flying. Such an unreserved attack reduced his defense to the lowest level. In an instant, he was destroyed by hundreds of millions of sword radiances and turned into a clear qi that dissipated between heaven and earth. However, he had bought enough time for Laozi. Laozi successfully removed a battle sword and wanted to put it into the Tai Chi diagram. However, he found that the grade of the battle sword was too high. Under the control of Goddess Green Lotus consciousness, it was impossible to put it in. For the first time, Laozi, who was as calm as an ancient well, showed a shocked expression. He endured a few sword radiances and forcibly erased a spiritual imprint on the battle sword. Then, he held the battle sword and attacked the 6-combination exterminating sword array. Goddess Green Lotus was furious. With a long roar, the sword array shrank and squeezed toward Laozi, trying to disintegrate him. Moreover, the battle sword that Laozi had taken away also began to backfire. The remnant Green Lotus mark on it was difficult to erase. Laozi was helpless. Suddenly, he had an idea and struck the battle sword out of the 6-combination exterminating sword array. It was in the direction of Xiaochen. Xiaochen and Ku had been paying attention to this peak battle. They saw a sword radiance rushing out. They immediately felt a familiar aura. That was a battle sword. Without thinking, he carried the snow-white little critter and soared into the sky. He shouted, "Open the lost paradise." The snow-white little critter squeaked and instantly opened the divine garden that could make even half a martial ancestor's expression change. The battle sword radiance flashed. It disappeared into the divine garden. At this very moment, Goddess Green Lotus' mind was shaken. She felt it immediately. She was about to lose a battle sword. Sure enough, in the next instant, she felt very disappointed. It was as if a part of her life had been taken away. She knew that the battle sword had changed owners. She had completely lost it. No matter how she tried to summon it, she could not contact it anymore. The subtle connection between her and the battle sword had been cut off. Xiao and the snow-white little critter quickly left the battlefield and retreated to a safe area. The few martial ancestors saw everything clearly. They all had different expressions, but none of them said anything. After this unforeseen event, Goddess Green Lotus' mind was in a mess. Laozi's Tai Chi diagram slapped her 3 times in the 6 combination exterminating sword array. She vomited blood and almost lost the sword array. Seeing that Laozi was about to take the second battle sword, she could no longer endure it. She manifested beside the battle sword and engaged in a fierce battle with Laozi. Hundreds of millions of sword lights swept across, and the murderous aura soared. Laozi's pressure immediately increased. Although the Tai Chi diagram blocked most of the sword lights, a few sword chi still pierced through his body. Blood kept flowing out. But at the same time, Laozi's walking stick also ruthlessly smashed on Goddess Green Lotus' shoulder, causing her to vomit 3 mouthfuls of blood. The Tai Chi diagram flicked, and the second battle sword flew up. Goddess Green Lotus was startled. She jumped out of the formation and blocked the sword, retrieving it. However, the 6 combination sword array was broken. Laozi almost took the other 2 swords. Goddess Green Lotus let out a long sigh helplessly. She put away the 3 swords, the Jasper Saber, and the 12th stage Lotus platform. She stood in the sky and stared at Laozi coldly without saying a word. "You've lost." Only now did Laozi say these 3 words. "I'm not convinced. Even if you took the sword, you can't take it away. You borrowed the power of others to keep one of my swords. You've lost in the end. Originally, I could have sealed it in my body." Laozi was a man of few words. That was the truth. It was just that Laozi didn't want to sacrifice part of his cultivation. Everyone present instantly understood. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Figures flashed. Primordial Lord of Origin, Xuanti, Black Tortoise, Tong Tian, Sun Wu, Zhuangzhou, Tai Hao, Buddha, Jian, and Qi Yu. Since the winner of the battle had been decided, there had to be an explanation. When Goddess Green Lotus was surrounded, she knew that it would be very difficult to get rid of them today. "Everyone, I'll go and save my good disciple first." The supreme sky pagoda above Tai Hao's head opened a space tunnel and entered that dimensional space. Xiaochen flew over and looked at Goddess Green Lotus's body. He should be sad, but at this moment, he didn't feel too sad. It was as if he had really lost half of his heart. He asked calmly, "This is Ruoshui's body, but what about her soul?" Goddess Green Lotus snorted coldly. She never expected that the guy she had once ignored would put up such a big formation to deal with her. She smiled coldly and said, "I killed her." "You killed her?" "I completely crushed that soul. Even after 100 reincarnations and 10,000 years of waiting, it was useless. I erased all traces of her from this world." Haha. At this point, she started laughing loudly, looking at Xiaochen with a trace of joy. Xiaochen felt empty in his heart. He didn't know whether it was sorrow or numbness. With an incomplete soul, it was impossible for him to feel every bit of the past. That feeling was incomplete. Is this the greatest pain? I should be sad, but I can't. Xiaochen felt very desolate. This kind of silent loneliness was even more unbearable than heart-wrenching pain. Just at this moment, Tai Hao rescued the unconscious Qing Qing. He said to Xiaochen, "Qing Qing is fine. However, she doesn't have the soul of Ruoshui that you mentioned." She really completely vanished. Xiaochen stood numbly in the air. After a long time, 2 beams of cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. He asked, is there a soul sealed in Goddess Green Lotus's body? Xiaochen was still somewhat unwilling to give up, so he asked the surrounding half-ancestors. Qiyu shook his head and said, no. Why is it like this? Xiaochen reared his head back and roared. Then, he turned around and faced the many half-ancestors. He asked, is it possible to force Goddess Green Lotus's soul out? Haha, the Azure Lotus Maiden laughed loudly and looked at Xiaochen coldly. Then, she said, this is even harder than killing me. They can shatter this body and severely injure me. However, if they want to keep this body and drag me out, they will need an ancestor god to come personally. Seniors, please restrain her. Xiaochen was truly enraged now. He picked up Kiki and said, open the lost paradise and subdue her. The little snow-white beast jumped onto Xiaochen's shoulder and quickly opened the lost paradise. A magnificent world appeared. It was like a dream, far surpassing the immortal realm. A sword froze in the air. The nightmare of a half-ancestor, the Azure Lotus Maiden had sensed the existence of the lost paradise the moment she lost the sword. At this moment, she was even clearer about it. She shouted, Heaven's Death Bridge, appear, the sound was deafening. An ancient stone bridge tore through space and came out of that dimension, pressing down on the many half-ancestors. Boom, a loud sound rang out, and the 11 half-ancestors all took 10-odd steps back. One could imagine how extraordinary this bridge was. Aside from Taihao, the expressions of the half-ancestors who saw the death bridge for the first time all changed. However, they immediately did their best to seal the space, not wanting the Azure Lotus Maiden to escape. Withdraw! Xiaochen shouted. Little Kiki did not care about the consequences. She opened the lost paradise and tried to swallow the descending stone bridge. The little snow-white beast found it somewhat strenuous and panted. The lost paradise only absorbed a small part of the death bridge. The Azure Lotus Maiden looked at little Kiki, and her expression finally changed. Unexpectedly, Kiki stopped one end of the death bridge. No one understood the extraordinariness of this bridge better than she did. This gave her an ominous premonition. It seemed like her ultimate technique was going to fail soon. I want to ask again. Did you really erase Ruoshui's soul imprint? If you open a path for me, I can return Ruoshui to you, the Azure Lotus Maiden said. Xiaochen completely gave up. What could he use to pay back? She just wanted to escape. The 11 half-ancestors pressed forward together, not giving the Azure Lotus Maiden any chance to escape. The Azure Lotus Maiden was infuriated. One end of the death bridge was fixed in the lost paradise and could not move at all. She provoked, you might not know the origin of this bridge, but you will definitely be interested in one of its functions. That is, it can open a path to the great desolate realm. This news was shocking. Xiaochen was startled, fearing that these half-ancestors would attack Kiki. However, from the looks of it, the 11 half-ancestors were very calm and continued pressing forward. Perhaps, he would never know that a girl called Ruoshui once appeared in his life. The half-ancestors did not show any mercy, they all attacked with their full power. Xiaochen's perplexed heart slowly became resolute, he gradually regained his sense of self. Xiaochen looked on blankly as the figure on the death bridge crumbled. After that, his eyes became blurry and sparkling and translucent liquid flowed down unceasingly. Xiaochen had never had such a difficult choice before. This was a painful and difficult choice. He became incomparably silent. He thought for a long time in silence. The instant Kiki released the Heaven Death Bridge, the bridge burst out with an overwhelming energy fluctuation. It actually forced the 11 half-ancestors back. But soon after, they rushed over again and surrounded her. Little Kiki strenuously held one end of the death bridge in place, preventing the Azure Lotus from activating the bridge. That is, kill. After doing all this, Xiaochen stabbed the sword into the lost paradise. He never thought that he would have such a tired day. He said to Kiki powerlessly, put down the stone bridge. Let's go. Brandishing the butcher's knife at the body of the person he once loved, seeing Xiaochen in high spirits again, the happiest person was Kiki. The little thing hugged the yin with ginseng fruit and ate happily, she was no longer sleeping like before. When Xiaochen returned to the cultivation world, one news after another bombarded him. The surrounding half-ancestors had very sharp gazes. Seeing that he did not damage the main body of the stone bridge, they did not say anything. After being used to appreciating spring flowers and autumn moons, entering the battlefield filled with surging killing chi gave one a different feeling. After staying in the bustling city for a long time, the desolate desert had a different kind of experience. After getting used to seeing the gurgling brook, watching the roar of the sea gave one a kind of comprehension. After seeing Xiaochen at the village entrance, Shan Wushan laughed foolishly. The Azure Lotus Maiden laughed loudly. Now that things had reached this point, it was impossible for the half-ancestors to let the Azure Lotus escape. Even if it was for the Heaven Death Bridge, they could not stop here. In the following 3 months, Xiaochen did not go to look for Lawrence, Yizhen, or the others. He did not even take a step out of his house. He was at a loss. He felt like he had lost his direction. It was as if he had no goal to strive for. He was like a lone boat in the ocean. Even a half-martial ancestor's expression changed. Even a single diagram on the heaven-reaching death bridge, after experiencing endless years, could become so powerful. This bridge was truly formidable. After staying in seclusion at home for 3 months, Xiaochen suddenly arrived at the crowded downtown area. This immediately caused his quiet heart to tremble a few times. It went from being extremely quiet to extremely excited. In that short instant, Xiaochen suddenly gained some comprehension. Stillness and movement were so distinct at this moment. From one environment to another, even one's mentality changed in an instant. "You're so cruel," this deepened Xiaochen's comprehension. Unknowingly, he underwent a journey of tempering his heart. It was a wordless ending. It was unforgettable even when he broke through the void. After several life and death tribulations, he finally welcomed the day of return, but in the end, it was just a dream. It was shattered and everything turned into nothingness. It doesn't matter if I'm heartless or determined, I still have to walk my path. I've decided to start anew. Chiyu sent a voice projection, "If there's anything, look for me at Changyang Mountain. Soon, I'll go there to rescue a friend." She had already lost in a one-on-one duel. Now was the time to demand an explanation. As a half-martial ancestor, everyone was very decisive. They would attack when they needed to, killing without even frowning. What should I do? Xiaochen wanted to become stronger. He wanted to soar to the top and look down on all the other mountains. This was his goal. With the eightfold extreme speed, Xiaochen traveled the eastern sea in the morning and the western border in the evening. He crossed the desert and entered the savannah. In the following 2 short months, his mental state underwent a true transformation. He flew to Old Man Taihao's side and took one last look at Qing Qing, who was still sleeping peacefully. Then, he turned into a beam of light and rushed into the distance with Ku. Xiaochen had not cultivated for the past few months, but his cultivation had increased rapidly. His mental state was improving, and his cultivation realm was also changing. He actually entered the 6th heaven of Zhoufu. It was becoming more and more blurry. He really was about to forget it again. That figure gradually drifted further and further away from his heart, about to disappear. A very important woman in his life had disappeared. He had already forgotten what she looked like, but he still had to go on. Why did he let his mental state remain at the moment when he lost her? She had already disappeared. There was no point in blaming himself. He still needed to move forward. Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Qing Lian's despairing expression, but why did that expression look so much like Ruo Shui? She no longer had the strong attitude of a heavenly daughter. Disappointment, desolation, blurriness, all these emotions were intertwined together. That beautiful face was so heartbreaking. His heart immediately ached. Why did it turn out like this? The moment he shouted, he felt like he was going to collapse. A heartless person? He actually made such a decision. He felt like his liver and intestines were being torn apart. He felt very uncomfortable. His whole body was filled with surging power. Xiaochen's martial body had improved by another level. Although the spiritual energy in the 9 provinces was scarce, pure martial artists completely dug out their own strength. They did not need the spiritual energy of the outside world to affect Xiaochen. Who can sing all the way in life? Kundi pointed the 7-colored sword at Qing Lian, but he faced Xiaochen and asked calmly, "Do you want to kill her or not?" This was very cruel to Xiaochen. Goddess Qinglian must not be left alive. If she was let go, there would be endless disasters. But, what about Ruoshui's body? Was it going to be destroyed because of this? Then there would be no trace left in the world. Primordial Lord transmitted his voice coldly, if Goddess Qinglian's people come to seek revenge, we will naturally resist. From now on, we do not owe each other anything. The karma is over. Squeak, it was an insult and a blasphemy to let her body disappear just like that for Qinglian to use. Xiaochen roared and made a painful decision. His messy hair flew in the air. He closed his eyes. The corners of his eyes were moist, and tears slid down his face. Even the things that Chen Feng had told him about in the past were being crushed by a mysterious force and would no longer exist. Sect leader Tong Tian raised his 4 swords and pointed them at Goddess Qinglian. The swords were extremely cold, shining with cold light, waiting for him to make a decision. If it wasn't for the violent movements of the hazy rain clouds, how could there be a 7-colored rainbow hanging high up in the sky? If it wasn't for the dim sunset, how could there be the vigorous rebirth of the morning glow? If it wasn't for the gloomy valley of life, how could it serve as a foil to the lofty state of mind that overlooked all the small mountains? Kill. In the end, it was just an empty dream. In the end, it was all for naught. Sect leader Tong Tian and Daoist Kundi also nodded in agreement. Xiaochen did not respond. He flew all the way to the 9 prefectures. This is the original body of Goddess Qinglian? All the bits and pieces of the past had completely disappeared from his heart. This was really an ironic and cruel ending. It was impossible to even recall the past. It had become an extravagant hope. When Xiaochen's parents saw this, they felt anxious in their hearts. They could feel Xiaochen's disappointment. Even though he was forcing himself to smile every day, the hearts of a mother and son were connected. How could they not feel that kind of bitter smile, even the memories were gone? However, that kind of feeling of loss and sorrow was forever imprinted in his heart. This was a kind of terrifying torture. Xiaochen's state of mind was slowly undergoing a transformation. He felt as if the clouds had parted and he could see the sun. Boom, 3 swords stabbed into the stone bridge. They were motionless. The few half-ancestors did not pull them out. They all fell into silence after flying to the stone bridge. The dragon kings fought everywhere and dyed the sea red. Back then, all the young dragon kings of the Dragon Island appeared in the human world. With the support of their respective major powers, they fought in the human world to compete for the ancestral dragon's chi and the position of the ancestral dragon. Thinking of this, he let out a sorrowful song. It was a wordless sorrow. He did not even have the right to recall. The half-ancestors of the cultivation world, such as Yu the Great and his descendants, descended to the human world. There were constant conflicts with Xuanti, primordial lord of origin, Tong Tian, and the others. However, they did not start a real war. They were now recruiting disciples and had signs of spreading their teachings in the human world. His parents forcefully pushed him out of the house. His childhood playmates Dazhou, Xiaohu, Erbing, Xiaocai, Baldi, and the others dragged him to the county town to visit the temple fair. Everything would be different if he changed his perspective and mentality and re-examined the past. This was a difficult problem. Haha, this was his greatest realization. Goddess Qinglian stared at Xiaochen. She said so. Tong Tian, whose ominous name shook the 4 realms, was the first to make a move. He raised his 4 ominous swords and slashed forward at the same time. Daoist Xuanti followed closely behind. The 7-colored ominous sword radiance blossomed and slashed down. Primordial Lord of Origin held the ancient staff and tore the space apart. He had the urge to cry, and his tears silently rolled down his cheeks. The half-ancestors made their moves. Xiaochen's heart trembled. He saw a hazy figure beside the lotus carving. Desolation, helplessness, sadness, despair, loneliness, confusion, that was the carving of Ruoshui's body. It was a carving that could break one's heart. The little critter also could not bear it anymore. Although the lost paradise was extraordinary, its master had wasted too much of his time in the past few years. His cultivation did not improve, so it was difficult to keep the stone bridge. I want to keep Ruoshui's body, this was a great era. Martial, incantation, soul, and chi would reappear in the world sooner or later. He could not avoid it. He could only forge ahead. Xiaochen put Ruoshui's carving into the lost paradise. His heart trembled when he saw the resentment and despair in her eyes. Ruoshui was no longer there. Only a shell of flesh remained. What was the point of keeping it? Kill Goddess Qinglian. Only then could he give Ruoshui an explanation. He sacrificed the life of Goddess Qinglian to Ruoshui, go home. At this moment, Xiaochen only had one thought. He wanted to return to his hometown, to that warm home. Someone let out a startled cry. There was a vivid carving of a lotus on the dead bridge. It was as if it was really growing there. Blurry. That figure gradually became blurry in his heart. Xiaochen was horrified to discover that the momentary memory was quickly disappearing. It was impossible to feel the past again. The little critter gently grabbed a lock of Xiaochen's long hair and looked at him worriedly. A woman in his life had already gone with the wind. Although there was a faint sorrow, he no longer immersed himself in the past. He felt that there were no shackles in his heart now. There was nothing that could stop him from advancing to the extreme martial realm. Primordial Lord, Tong Tian, Xuanti, Qi Yu, and the others pressed forward together. The Azure Lotus Goddess's expression finally changed. She knew that these people wanted to eliminate her. Ruoshui's figure finally disappeared from his heart. However, he still felt an indescribable grief. In the end, he only knew that he had lost a very important person. However, he had already forgotten who it was. Perhaps that mysterious power helped him to erase that woman's figure on its own. It was also for him to continue advancing. That was because it was difficult for the magic treasures of the half-ancestors to leave such a heavy mark on the stone bridge. Qi Yu shook the Chongyang mountain forcefully. He wanted to rescue an ancient war god that had been sealed for countless years. However, he failed several times. To kill or not to kill, next to the carving, he erected a stone tablet and engraved the word Ruoshui. Even if his memory would no longer exist in the future, he would also know the name of this woman. It's only a shell, what's the use of keeping it? In the following month, he was often dragged out by his childhood friends. They went fishing in the Yellow River, went hunting in the wilderness, trekked in the distant desert, and went to the 100 Herb Hall to listen to books. Without the memory of that woman, he felt bitter. It was a wordless end, the most merciless end. However, that kind of bitter and lonely feeling was forever branded in his heart. Xiaochen didn't want to fight for this bridge. First, he didn't have the strength to fight for it. Second, he didn't have the heart to fight for it. The grief was left behind forever. He felt that the whole world had turned gloomy. He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. The half-ancestors shouted in unison. Their murderous aura shattered the sky. Even the stars in the outer sky started to tremble. Originally, there was no carving on the heavenly death bridge. However, there was an additional carving of a lotus flower at this moment. He was dispirited and fell into a powerless state. He once had a dream. For her sake, he trained bitterly in the world of immortals. Finally, he returned to the mortal world. However, his soul was shattered. He used a merciless method to forcefully erase that figure from his heart. Now, he recalled the past in an instant. Although he didn't sing a sad song, his heart was greatly grieved. This was Xiaochen's last wish. Ruoshui's spiritual sense had already been thoroughly crushed. He didn't have too many delusions anymore. The ripples spread everywhere. Goddess Qinglian's figure dissipated. All the half-ancestors surrounded the stone bridge. No one cared about this stone bridge that could open the way to the great desolate heavenly realm. On the ancient stone bridge, it was brimming with the vicissitudes of time. The scratches made by swords, and halberds were clear and real. One could imagine that countless years ago, there were peerless experts who fought on the bridge. They shouldn't be, at the level of half-ancestor. At this moment, the whole mortal world started to be in turmoil. Why was it like this? Why would her figure be imprinted on the heavenly death bridge? It was heaven's will. Could it be that she didn't want him to forget? Xiaochen's heart trembled. He grabbed the sword that was fixed in the lost paradise. Trembling, he arrived in front of the carving and calmed his mind. He dug out the carving of that woman. Primordial Lord of Origin also nodded and said, "If I leave my physical body, I won't be able to kill Qing Lian. Become stronger? Become the strongest?" He suddenly lost that kind of motivation. When Xiao Chen's parents saw him return, they were incomparably happy. When a child wandered outside, the elderly were the most worried. Moreover, Xiao Chen had been missing for 8 years. There was a long period of silence. He had this kind of calculation. Where should he go from now on? He is a stone carving on the heavenly death bridge? The younger generation of the cultivation world and the world of immortals were always in conflict. From the 9 prefectures to overseas, they were constantly competing. There were signs of a competition for the number 1 emperor of the younger generation. Departing on the heavenly death bridge, Xiao Chen would feel grief in this life. The Tongtian sect leader snorted coldly. Xiao Chen's heart was desolate. His complexion was haggard. It seemed like he had aged 100 years in an instant. When Xiao Chen completely forgot about Rua Shui, he left the ancestor dragon village with Cuckoo. It was like he experienced a new life. His confused past was completely erased, and he stepped into the cultivation world once more. Yeah, Kiki traversed through space and ran a race with Xiao Chen excitedly. Xiao Chen executed the 8-fold extreme speed and moved as fast as lightning. However, he discovered that he was unable to shake off the little critter. A white light that looked like a bizarre meteor was chasing after him from behind. Little thing, so fast, Xiao Chen smiled and pinched its nose. The snow-white little critter grumbled in dissatisfaction. Then, it hugged a cinnabar fruit and started to chew on it happily. Clang, the sound of swords clashing came from afar, and there was even a mighty energy fluctuation coming over. This place was not far from the head of the 5 great mountains, Mount Tai. It was a famous and important place in the 9 prefectures. Xiao Chen and Kiki quickly flew forward. The undulating mountain range was verdant and emerald, but even East Peak, a famous mountain in the world, was lacking in spiritual energy. 6 silhouettes were engaged in a chaotic battle. Both sides were equally matched, and it was hard to tell who would come out on top. On one side were the cultivators, and on the other side were the cultivators of the world of immortals. Flying swords and magic treasures crisscrossed as both sides fought fiercely. Up ahead, more shouts could be heard. Looking ahead, one could see many figures. There were many groups of people fighting near Mount Tai, and all of them were young figures. What was going on? Why were there so many people fighting? Xiao Chen and Kiki were like outsiders. He flew up to Mount Tai of East Peak. The battle above was even more intense. Blood dyed the sky red. Cultivator magic treasures danced in the sky. The divine ability laws illuminated the summit. At the top of Mount Tai, blood mist filled the air. Xiao Chen felt incredibly shocked. He didn't expect the battle to be so fierce. If it wasn't for the fact that the people of the world of immortals were to be brought into the human world, he was afraid that the cultivators of the 9 prefectures would not be able to keep the cultivators in check. Chi! A ray of sword light rushed over. It headed straight for Xiao Chen's head. Ku grumbled in dissatisfaction. The 7-colored divine light swept out. Clang! The flying sword shattered. In the distance, a figure coughed up blood. He almost fell from the sky. It was as if it did not expect the man and beast to be so powerful. Several figures rushed forward together. They quickly surrounded Xiao Chen and Kiki. Xiao Chen quickly executed the 8-fold art. He disappeared into thin air. He hid in another direction to watch the battle. He didn't want to act rashly. There were many groups fighting on Mount Tai. There were people everywhere. Suddenly, he saw someone familiar. Samo. One of the experts from the 10 great religions of the Roman Empire in the immortal world was currently holding an ancient scripture in his hand and chanting. The sky was filled with resplendent starlight. 18 blue energy stars the size of houses fell from the sky like meteors, directly shattering the magical treasures of the 3 cultivators who were surrounding him. His body disintegrated. Haha. Brother Xiao, come and help. The people of the cultivation world are too arrogant. They actually want to seize Mount Tai. Samo saw Xiaochen and the snow-white little critter. "Why are you here?" I cried. "I went to the west, but I didn't expect it to be so bitter cold. The seal there was even worse than the 9 prefectures. I had no choice but to come back." Samo sent another 2 cultivators flying. He arrived before Xiaochen. He said, "I heard that the 9 states are about to be unsealed, and the people of the cultivation world are beginning to seize the Spirit Mountain." Similar battles were taking place all over the famous mountains and great rivers. However, the older generation hasn't shown up yet. Right now, it's all the younger generation fighting. I see. There are indeed troublesome people in the cultivation world. They are not easy to deal with. I almost died a few days ago. Samo seemed to have a lingering fear. Xiaochen saw a familiar figure again. The great sunflower was blooming, the golden petals illuminated half of the mountain peak. A figure was moving like lightning. Even the flying swords were not as fast as him. He charged unhindered and broke a few flying swords. He even beheaded a few cultivators. Isn't that Fairsky? Xiaochen didn't expect his demonic arts to have reached the great success stage after not seeing him for a long time. Needless to say, Xiaochen knew that he practiced the legendary demonic arts Sunflower Treasured Book. His figure was as fast as a ghost, and his sword chi was as bright as a rainbow. Heavenly Wheel. A loud shout diverted Xiaochen's attention. He saw Chuxingquang, the controller of the rare divine ability, the Destiny Twins. It was a great divine ability that had the same origin as Buddha. Even though he had suffered several defeats, his future was limitless. His opponent used a 5-elemental flag to shatter the good one who was holding the heavenly wheel. However, the evil one wielded the Grim Reaper's scythe and broke in. He shattered the 5-elemental flag and beheaded his opponent. He even destroyed the nascent soul that wanted to soar into the sky. A lot of old friends have come to the mortal world. Xiaochen sighed. Swish, not far away, a graceful beauty unfolded the undying divine wings and soared into the sky. Her spotlessly white jade-like hands looked as if they were carved out of mutton fat jade. The undying seal was extremely marvelous. Like an antelope hanging its horn, it was untraceable. It easily broke through the defense of 2 cultivators, broke through their golden drum, and struck them down from the mountain summit. This girl was precisely that Yan Qingqing. With the help of the undying patriarch, she severed the connection with Xiaochen and used herself as a cauldron. Today, she finally mastered the obliterate demon absolute deity. Her power advanced by leaps and bounds. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. The beauty was as graceful as a jade butterfly dancing in the sky. Yan Qingqing was graceful and agile. She also saw Xiaochen when she turned around. She seemed a little surprised, but she quickly turned her head back and began to look for her next opponent. The cultivators were indeed very powerful. Xiaochen saw Samo, Fairsky, Chu Hang, and Yan Qingqing defeating their opponents in a row. However, he also saw many young experts from the immortal world fall at the summit of Mount Tai. The battle was merciless. Blood splattered everywhere. Both sides suffered countless casualties, but it was not a one-sided battle. Samo said, "Recently, Mount Tai has been the main battlefield. However, the other famed mountains are also engaged in fierce battles. Many old friends are scattered all over the place. Rumor has it that the cultivators want to set up a life-and-death arena with us. Both sides will send out their strongest experts to fight." Woo! Just at this time, a muffled roar transmitted from the distant sky. It seemed like an ancient giant beast was approaching. A vigorous power that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas surged over. Looking from afar, 2 huge warships could be seen flying in the sky. Samo knitted his brows and said, "Their experts are here." That was a huge warship unique to the cultivators. It was a supersized magic treasure that overflowed with colorful lights. Piercing through the clouds and breaking through the mist, the 2 warships quickly approached. Both warships were hundreds of meters long, and the energy fluctuations were extremely intense. "Stop!" On the first warship, a man shouted loudly. At the same time, a sword light descended from the clouds like a flying immortal. The huge sword light directly sent many practitioners flying. It was a very arrogant sword strike. It wanted to flatten the summit of Mount Tai. It immediately angered many people. Mount Tai was the leader of the 5 sacred mountains. It was a symbol of the mortal world. How could they allow him to be so impudent? However, the few practitioners that rushed over were all smashed into pieces. Blood sprayed everywhere. Their mutilated bodies fell down. It was impossible for them to shake that huge sword light. Just at this time, a bloody light burst forth. Countless demonic figures appeared. A headless angel, a severed arm demon, and a sparkling and translucent, index finger-long scarlet flying dagger smashed the void and collided with the sword light. The direct descendant of Little Li Flying Dagger, the invincible blade, made his move. That scarlet flying dagger was Li Xuanhuan's blade of benevolence. Because it was stained with the blood of countless demonic gods, it became a murderous blade. It could be said to be indestructible. The sword light shattered. The huge warship in the sky shook for a while. The young man on the warship sneered, "Interesting." While they were talking, the 2 warships descended. The vast fluctuation forced everyone to retreat. There were many practitioners on the warships. The young man in blue was the first to descend. He shouted, "Didn't we already agree? Why did the experts from both sides start fighting?" A man with a scar on his face and a pair of eagle eyes stepped forward fearlessly. He shouted, "That's what I want to ask you. Why did you invade Mount Tai for no reason?" Xiaochen was stunned. Wasn't this Bosch, the royal descendant of the Shang dynasty's capital? That infamous Baldi. It seemed like the major clans of the 5 hegemons had also sent some seeds to the human world. Mount Tai doesn't belong to the cultivation world. It doesn't seem to belong to your world of immortals either. The young man in blue sneered. Bosch said coldly, "Our ancestors' roots are in the human world. Now that we are back, it's like returning to our homeland. Unlike you people who invade without reason." The young man in blue laughed heartily and said, "What a joke. Our ancestor Yu the Great and his descendants also came from the human world. Now that we are back, it can be said that we are returning to our homeland. Actually, there's no point in talking too much. In the end, we still have to fight. Strength speaks louder. There's still some time before the arena deathmatch, but the King Conferral battle has already started in various famous mountains and great rivers. Why don't we compete for a few kings today? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The people of the world of immortals were very angry. The young man in blue laughed and said, "There's no need for too many people to participate. It's enough for each of us to send a few people. I will definitely be on the list." "Good." When the Absolute Blade heard this, he took a step forward and confronted the young man in blue in the sky. At this time, several experts from the cultivation side came to the front of the young man in blue and lined up side by side with him. What made Xiaochen deeply surprised was that he saw a familiar person. A pale man in purple clothes descended from the second warship. It was actually the #1 expert of Shu Mountain's younger generation, Deng Yu. Wasn't he suppressed in the Clear Sky Pagoda? Xiaochen immediately understood. It must be Tai Hao who let him out. "Brother Deng, there's no need for you to make a move. You should go and rest first," the young man in blue said. "No worries. With the help of the ancestral master, I have already recovered." The Absolute Blade stepped forward. Samo, Yan Qingqing, Firsky, and Chu Hengquang also stepped forward in the sky. "Has the world of immortals declined? With just the few of you?" The young man in blue sneered. He stood together with Deng Yu, looking down on the world with disdain. "It's still better than the mortal world. In this vast 9 provinces, there's not even one person who can fight." Deng Yu's voice was very soft and slow, but it clearly spread throughout Mount Tai. All the cultivators heard it. However, no one said anything. Aside from Xiaochen, there was really no practitioner from the mortal world here. Squeak. Kiki muttered angrily. Its intelligence was very high. It knew that this was Xiaochen's hometown, so it also became dissatisfied. Deng Yu inadvertently swept his gaze over and immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning. Although Xiaochen's appearance was different from last time, his aura was definitely the same. This time, Xiaochen was using his original appearance and did not hide his aura. "It's you?" He was startled and angry. "It's me." Xiaochen hugged Kiki and pinched its ears, causing the little critter to squeak a few times. He looked very calm as he looked at Deng Yu indifferently. I'm going to kill you. Deng Yu hated Xiaochen to the core. As the #1 youth expert of Mount Shu, the unexpected defeat last time had become a sore point in his heart. If not for the help of the elders, he would have been completely crippled by Xiaochen. You want to fight with me? But you said just now that no one in the mortal world can fight. You want to fight with an ordinary practitioner like me? These words were simply a slap to Deng Yu's face. No matter what, he was defeated by Xiaochen last time. The young man in blue at the side stopped Deng Yu and said, "You and I are both the strongest young heroes of the cultivation world. Don't lower yourself to the same level as the practitioners of the mortal world. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings, there will naturally be someone to deal with him." Haha, Xiaochen did not say anything and laughed loudly. Deng Yu's face turned red. He felt that Xiaochen was mocking him. He immediately turned incomparably cold and said, "Previously, you relied on the Clear Sky Pagoda to defeat me. After losing the Clear Sky Pagoda, how can you be a match for me with your true abilities? I will take your life within 20 moves." There were many figures at the summit of Mount Tai. There were countless practitioners. Everyone was shocked. Xiaochen actually defeated Deng Yu, who was known as one of the strongest young heroes of the cultivation world. Everyone revealed an expression of disbelief. Deng Yu gradually calmed down. He knew that he had lost his composure just now. But his anger was still hard to quell. He was almost crippled by someone whose realm was lower than his. He was as angry as he could be. Whoosh! He unfolded it in the wind. A 5-element flag appeared in Deng Yu's hand. The clouds surged. The big flag stirred up a strong wind. His purple robe was fluttering in the wind. He stared at Xiaochen. He said, "Let's fight again. I'll let you understand the true meaning of the invincibility of cultivators." This kind of aura was not something an ordinary person could have. Once he advanced into a fighting state, Deng Yu completely calmed down. As one of the 10 strongest young heroes in the cultivation world, he had a cultivation talent that ordinary people could not imagine. Your cultivation has declined. Xiaochen stood in the air and stared at Deng Yu. Last time, he severely injured the other party's physical body and shattered the other party's nascent soul. Thinking about it, even if he was saved by the sect. But it also caused his cultivation to suddenly decline. The 9th firmament of nascent soul is enough to kill you. Deng Yu's voice was very cold. If he wanted to recover to the tribulation fire realm, he was afraid that it would be hopeless in a short period of time. All of this was thanks to Xiaochen. The surrounding people were very surprised. The so-called 9th firmament of nascent soul was the 9th firmament of sky riding. With such a cultivation base, in the younger generation of the world of immortals, perhaps very few people could reach it. The cultivation world was indeed terrifying. Squeak, squeak, Ku was very dissatisfied. Without waiting for Xiaochen to say anything, it rushed over first. It floated there angrily. It looked like a lion cub but also like a tiger cub. Its whole body was as white as jade. No one in the cultivation world knew its origin. They all felt very surprised. Deng Yu shouted coldly, "Evil creature, get out of the way." The 5-element flag unfolded. The strong wind was vast and mighty. A cold light condensed and formed. It hit Ku. The little beast didn't care. His little claws swiped lightly. A screen of light appeared. It blocked the sword-shaped light blade. Then, he pulled with all his might. The sword of light shattered. The colorful curtain of light shrouded forward. He went straight for Deng Yu. Deng Yu was quite surprised. At the same time, he was very angry. He was actually blocked by a small beast. And he attacked. It was truly a loss of face. Soul-breaking arrow! Deng Yu shouted. The moment the flag of 5 elements swayed, 10,000 arrows shot out at once. It flew towards the snow-white little critter. Every arrow emitted a dim light. Waves of baleful qi circulated. It specialized in destroying people's souls. It immediately shattered the light screen that was enveloping it. Annihilate 1,000 army. Deng Yu shouted again. Countless arrows tore through the void. It was as if he had been summoned from another world. It drowned the space where the little critter was. Just when Deng Yu thought Ku was going to die, the little beast muttered. He quickly opened up a space. Countless arrows flashing with cold light seemed to be attracted. All of them were devoured. The little thing was safe and sound. Xiao. It traveled through space. It instantly arrived in front of Deng Yu. It wanted to keep him in the lost paradise. Deng Yu had an excellent talent for fighting. Although he didn't know the origin of the lost paradise. But he sensed danger immediately. The flag of 5 elements swayed again and again. The 5 elements escape technique was used to avoid the lost paradise. Swish, the colorful light streaked across the sky. The little critter waved its little claws. Deng Yu was the first to be hit. He flew backward for a few dozen feet. Although he was strong, it didn't hurt him. But he was still drenched in cold sweat. He looked at the little critter in surprise. What kind of little critter was this? If it was a little stronger, he would definitely die with a grievance. Many people in the world of Immortals had seen Ku. They weren't surprised that it had such a performance. It just shocked many people in the world of cultivation. Ku, come back. Xiaochen called the little critter. He didn't want the little critter to show off its ability. It wouldn't do it any good. The little critter flew back lazily. It held a shiny knotweed and began to gnaw on it with relish. This made Deng Yu's side quite speechless. Xiaochen took out the sword from the lost paradise. He held it in his hand. He strode forward in the void. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Mount Tai alive this time. His voice was very calm. But in the ears of many practitioners, it was a little cold. With just you? Deng Yu's sword-like eyebrows immediately stood up. With just my 6th celestial layer Zephyr realm. Xiaochen pointed the sword at the sky. There's nothing to say. A battle of life and death. This kind of enemy could only end everything with a battle of life and death. It was impossible to resolve the enmity. All the practitioners retreated at the same time. It left enough space for the two to fight. Everyone in the world of cultivation knew how powerful and terrifying Deng Yu was. And Xiaochen's name was like thunder piercing the ears of everyone in the world of Immortals. The person who dared to brandish the butcher's knife at a half-step ancestor was definitely a character. The sword was glowing with a faint luster. The sword chi was flickering. However, there was no powerful energy fluctuation. At present, it could only be regarded as an invincible divine weapon. And it was difficult to bring out its terrifying power. Woo, it was like the cry of a ghost in the abyss. A black flying sword was shot out by Deng Yu. The surrounding ghostly figures were everywhere. It slashed towards Xiaochen. That's the legendary Netherworld sword. Someone among the onlookers cried out in surprise. This was a demonic weapon of the world of cultivation. It was refined from countless souls by a demonic cultivator. After the demonic cultivators were exterminated by Shushan, this sword was also taken away. The Netherworld domain descended. It was a real domain. It pressed forward. It wanted to trap Xiaochen. It wanted to devour tens of thousands of ghosts. Xiaochen was not afraid at all. The space crack slash was immediately launched. After mastering the spatial divine ability, this kind of domain almost lost its effect on him. Crack! The black Netherworld domain shattered. The jet black iron sword rushed over. He welcomed it with 8-fold extreme speed. The sword in his hand slashed down diagonally. Clang! The jet black Netherworld sword broke in the air. The ghostly figures that filled the sky disappeared. The bright universe reappeared. Everyone was gobsmacked. They didn't expect a demonic weapon to be destroyed just like that. Although the sword couldn't bring out its terrifying power, its hardness and sharpness were unparalleled in the world. Deng Yu let out a cold snort. The 5-element flag unfolded. It made a fluttering sound. The astral wind in the sky was like a knife. Another 4 Deng Yu appeared holding a big flag. They surrounded Xiaochen. The clouds surged. The sky was hazy. People couldn't see what was going on. Incarnation? Some practitioners immediately cried out in surprise. However, there were a little too many incarnations. It's all thanks to you. Let me divide it into 5 parts. If I can achieve great success one day, I still have to thank you. 5 Dangyus said the same thing from 5 different directions. Xiaochen wasn't afraid. The other party was no longer a realm higher than him. And it was just the 3rd celestial layer. This was no longer an insurmountable gap for him. He had already experienced many cross-realm battles. Even if you have millions of incarnations, I will kill you all the same. Water drowns the world. Dangyu, who was holding the blue flag, shouted. The watery mist filled the sky. A blue ray of light swept towards Xiaochen. This was the extreme true water. If he was submerged by it, even if he was made of steel, he would be completely decayed. He would turn into dust. The blue flag was overflowing with colorful lights. It was so blue that it enchanted people. As if it was carved out of blue diamond. Wherever it went, thousands of soldiers would retreat. Even the people in the distant sky couldn't help but retreat again. They were afraid of being splashed by the extreme true water. Xiaochen shook the telepathic sword wave. It tore open a void. It led the endless blue light mist in. Then, the sword wave swept towards the blue flag. Boom! Boundless blue mist permeated the air. It blocked the sword wave. The blue flag shook repeatedly. It emitted a monstrous power. It shook the surroundings. This made Xiaochen's body tremble violently. If it wasn't for his extremely strong martial body, he would have been shattered by the blue flag. He didn't hesitate. He raised the hand of heaven. He struck out forcefully. With a loud bang, it hit the misty blue mist. The world shook. The aqua-blue flag was sent flying backward. The flag fluttered. It tore open a long crack in the space. Dangyu was taken aback by this. After all, he was 3 celestial layers higher than Xiaochen. Under the premise that he could control the magic treasures of the 5 elements, Xiaochen could actually take it head-on with his body. This made him deeply feel the terror of the martial body. The 2 Dangyas holding the Inferno flag and the Earth flag rushed up one after another. They went straight for Xiaochen in the air. The Inferno flag unfolded. The sky shook and the earth shook. The red light shone. What swept out was the Yin fire. It couldn't be extinguished. Even an immortal would lose part of his power if he was touched by it. He displayed his spatial magical ability. Xiaochen sealed the space with a blue light curtain. He blocked the Yin fire. He blocked the surging terrifying power. Then, he used his sword. He used his divine power to repel Dangyu holding the Inferno flag. Boom! It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Dangyu holding the Earth flag rushed over. The big flag covered the sky and the sun. It swept out a misty yellow light. This was the essence of yellow soil. It could fill the sea and destroy the river. If a person was sealed inside, he instantly turned into dust. Xiaochen dodged it with the 8-fold extreme speed. Then, he used the bursting Sanzhou. The void seemed to crack. Cracks appeared on the glittering jade wall. It collapsed with a bang. The sky was full of energy beams. The storm raged in all directions. It made people unable to look straight at the shattered void. The vast fluctuation swept through the peak of Mount Tai. After so many years, Xiaochen displayed the 4 major Sanzhou again. The power was far stronger than before. The Earth flag was directly sent flying. Swish, swish, a figure flashed. Dangyu, who was holding the greenwood flag and the golden-red flag, rushed over. The big flag waved. The entire world began to tremble. The greenwood flag fluttered in the wind. The misty green air swept towards Xiaochen. It seemed like it could corrode everything. A little bit of it flowed out. It touched the peak of Mount Tai. It immediately made that place deathly silent. All the breath of life disappeared. At the same time, a glaring golden light blossomed. The golden flag descended mightily. The terrifying sharpness tore the sky apart. The Mount Tai below seemed like it was about to collapse. The two big flags crossed each other and cut toward Xianxia. They were about to destroy it. The chaotic stance, God Slayer, and demon suppression of the four major Sanzhou were used one after another. Xianxia faced this kind of opponent. He didn't dare to hold back at all. He used his full strength in every attack. Boom, 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 3 Sanzhou attacks pierced through the sky. It guided the vast energy fluctuation of the greenwood flag and the golden flag into the dimensional space. But even so, the void was also crumbling unceasingly. It formed a destructive berserk. Mount Tai below and the surrounding mountains were shaking even more violently. Swish, 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 the figure flashed continuously. 5 Dangyu appeared in 5 directions. The aquamarine flag, the raging flame flag, the earth flag, the greenwood flag, and the golden flag fluttered in the wind. Clatter, clatter. The void shattered along with it. The 5 big flags blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They covered this space. They trapped Xianxia there. A fierce battle broke out. The violent fluctuation in the sky spread in all directions. Everyone retreated again and again. They looked at that place in shock from afar. The 5 elements flag flipped. It could be said that the sky was shaking and the earth was shaking. It seemed like they wanted to turn the world around. The aquamarine light screen, the misty greenwood chi, the deep golden light, the surging extremine flame, and the vast earth radiance. 5 different kinds of energy were surging. They crushed heaven and earth. They annihilated the space. There was actually a misty chaotic aura circulating in the sky. It could be imagined how terrifying the battlefield was. The 2 great experts were locked in a fierce battle. From time to time, Xianxia and Dang Yu's figures could be seen dashing in the energy turbulence. This was an evenly matched battle. Although Dang Yu had just obtained the 5 elements flag, Xianxia also had an unusually wide variety of combat skills. Its might was unparalleled. The two fought fiercely for half an hour, but there was still no clear winner. Dang Yu couldn't bear it. After all, he was 3 celestial layers higher than Xianxia. Moreover, he was extremely talented in combat. However, he was countered by Xiaoqian's various unique skills. In particular, the 8-fold extreme speed made him feel helpless. He almost crushed Xiaoqian under the 5 elements flag several times. However, he escaped with his extreme speed. In the end, he laid out the 5 elements formation. The sky was filled with endless clouds and mist. Everyone felt a wave of majestic energy erupt from within. It was as if a huge monster was awakening. There seemed to be a primordial divine power from ancient times breaking through time and space. The moment the 5 elements formation was laid out, the raging fire in half of the sky seemed to rush up to the 9 heavens. The sea of fire surged. It covered the sky and covered the earth. In the opposite direction, a boundless ocean suddenly appeared high up in the sky. It was a land of water that made one's heart palpitate. There was also the rolling of the earth. It appeared in the 3rd direction. It formed a huge desert. Then, boundless green divine light soared into the sky. The primordial forest appeared high in the sky. Green trees stood in great numbers. The golden light was dazzling. Crimson gold divine weapons came one after another. It soared into the sky. The aqua blue flag, the raging fire flag, the earth flag, the greenwood flag, and the pure gold flag fluttered at the same time. They were separated into 5 different worlds. It began to shake. The heavens fell and the earth split. The astral winds were even more terrifying than Skyblade. A terrifying force swept toward Xiaoqian, who was in the middle. Seeing that his opponent had used his ultimate killing technique, Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock. Xiaoqian also started to counterattack with his full power. For the first time, the 8-fold worlds was revealed in the mortal world. 8 illusory worlds appeared around Xiaoqian. It was like a reincarnation cycle. It spun wildly outwards. 8 overlapping spaces. The 8 phases rotated. Heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, and lake moved simultaneously. The sky was high and lofty. The earth is thick and heavy. The water was like the ocean. The fire phase burned the 9 heavens in rage. The lightning image split the sky. The mountain form shook the heavens. The wind tore through the dimensional space. The lake was as vast as the netherworld, the 8 phases rotated. Destroy the 5 elements formation, the eightfold divine ability was unleashed. Everyone was shocked. It was not as simple as the 8 symbols rotation. Heaven and earth intersect in peace. Rays of yin and yang qi burst forth. Fire element, water element, wind element, fused together. It exuded a misty chaotic energy. The eightfold worlds could completely restrain the ancient formation condensed by the 5 elements banners. Because they countered each other. It hastened Deng Yu's defeat. The eightfold realms defined the 5 elements. Xiaoqian flew rapidly in this chaotic sky. He began to destroy the array flags of the 5 elements array. His figure was like a rainbow. The sword's edge soared to the sky. He waved his sword. The blue flag was cut in half. There was a loud rumbling sound. It was as if the sky and earth were collapsing. The water boundary of the 5 realms was destroyed. In the water realm, Deng Yu let out a loud cry and rushed out of the formation. Without any delay. Xiaoqian's body was like starlight. They charged into the middle earth of the 5 realms. The hand of heaven was raised. He shattered the hood of flag with a single palm strike. But Deng Yu had already rushed out 1 step ahead. When they rushed into the fire world of the 5 worlds, Xiaoqian used the spatial Ren chop to shatter the raging flame flag. The 3rd world was destroyed. Deng Yu, who was in this world, did not manage to escape in time. The yin-yang qi formed by the intersection of Xiaoqian's heavenly phase and earthly phase sealed it. The battle sword radiated a cold light. Xiaoqian raised his hand and swung his sword. A blood-red light soared into the sky. Deng Yu's head was chopped off. The nascent soul that rushed out was crushed by his sword. In that case, Xiaoqian charged into the metal realm and wood realm of the 5 realms. The scarlet gold flag and the green wood flag were cut in half. Deng Yu of the wood world was also killed by him. Everyone around Mount Tai was shocked. Eightfold great destruction of the 5 worlds. Everyone was shocked. The people from the cultivation world, in particular, were in disbelief. The eightfold divine ability was so powerful that Xiaoqian actually defeated Deng Yu, one of the 10 strongest heroes of the younger generation. After Xiaoqian broke through the 5 realms, he went straight for Deng Yu, who had merged the 3 nascent souls into one. He didn't want to give his opponent any chance. This time, he must not let the enemy have the chance to revive. Deng Yu's heart was like dead ashes. He was actually defeated like this. It was hard to find a worthy opponent in the younger generation of the cultivation world. He was injured twice in the human world. It filled him with a sense of failure. Clang! Xiaoqian's hand of heaven shattered a flying sword. It was the blue-clothed man who saved the dazed Deng Yu. Brother Deng, retreat quickly. Don't be discouraged. Because your cultivation has declined. You were defeated today. When you recover to your peak in the future, let's see who can compete with you in the human world. That blue-clothed man seemed to have a lot of magic treasures. He struck out a large area to stop Xiaoqian. Deng Yu woke up from his dream. He quickly retreated. I will kill you today. No one can stop me. Xiaoqian made up his mind to eliminate Deng Yu. His voice was incomparably cold. At the same time, the saber radiance blossomed between his fingers. He rushed towards the blue-clothed man. Yan Qingqing's dress fluttered in the wind. She also rushed forward. Sunflowers bloomed around Fairski. Murderous aura sword. He held a thin rapier in his hand. He flew up to the sky. The snow-white little Kiki also rushed over through the space. The lost paradise opened. All the magic treasures of the cultivators were taken away. Even so, many cultivators also rushed over. They didn't want Deng Yu, one of the strongest, to die here. Especially the experts of Shu Mountain sect, they swarmed over. They wanted to save Deng Yu's life. Those who block me will die. Xiaoqian shouted. The telepathic sword wave vibrated out. This was a destructive circle of death. Pft, pft, pft. cultivators were smashed in the air. Not even a single bone was left. Only the blood mist was drifting. A large area of the cultivators' magic treasures was destroyed. A bloody path was opened by Xianxia with a telepathic sword wave. The surrounding sky was dyed red by the blood. "Dang you, you can't escape." Xianxia chased after him with the sword in his hand. The blue-clothed man was blocked by the invincible sword. He scattered a handful of purple gold sand. It immediately caused a strong wind in the sky. He wanted to cover Dang Yu's escape. As a result, little Kiki grumbled in dissatisfaction. The lost paradise swept across the sky. It collected all of them. It arrived in an instant. Xianxia quickly caught up with Dang Yu. Whoosh, they split into 3 parts. The 3 nascent souls wanted to escape separately. Xianxia ignored the other 2 nascent souls. He first caught up with the person in the middle. He raised the hand of God. He shattered it with one palm. When he turned around, many cultivators rushed over. They wanted to stop him from chasing after them. At this moment, Xianxia didn't show any mercy. He used his spatial divine ability. In an instant, the sky was sealed. Then, he used the space crack. Blood light burst out. More than 10 people in the sky were torn in half. Xianxia was like a god of death. Immediately, many cultivators were shocked. Most of them didn't dare to stop him. The 8-fold extreme speed was extremely fast. He caught up with the other Dang Yu in the west of Mount Tai. The sword swept across. The man who had 1/5 of Dang Yu's strength was cut in half. His nascent soul was destroyed. Xianxia returned to the peak of Mount Tai. The telepathic sword wave and the space crack were used together. Immediately, the cultivators in front of him were torn apart. The magic treasures were destroyed. Blood mist filled the air. Squeak, squeak, the snow-white little beast opened the lost paradise. It released a human figure. It seemed to be a little reluctant. It turned its head away. The last nascent soul was actually caught by the little beast. Now was not the time to be merciful. Xianxia raised his hand and swung his sword. A head dripping with blood flew into the air. The nascent soul was even shattered by him. Xianxia could be said to be on a killing spree. He killed the 5 neonate, Dang Yu, and many people who tried to stop him. Blood dyed the summit of Mount Tai red. No one dared to make a move anymore. At the same time, Fierski, Yan Qingqing, Chu Hangquang, Bosch, and the others were also engaged in a fierce battle. They killed a few powerful cultivators. All of this was because Xianxia had killed Dang Yu, one of the 10 strongest heroes of the immortal cultivators. This had dealt a huge blow to many of the immortal cultivators, causing them to be afraid of battle. At this time, the man in blue and the invincible blade were in a mysterious state. The 2 of them stood motionless in the air like 2 fossils. The blue-clothed man was in the tribulation fire realm, which was also the so-called nirvana realm. At this moment, his cultivation could not be considered to be at its peak, but it was not at its lowest either. Otherwise, how would he dare to come out to fight? His strong spiritual sense told him that the person in front of him who was holding the blood-red flying knife was extremely dangerous. It would be fine if he didn't make a move, but if he did, it would be earth-shattering. He didn't have the confidence to dodge that earth-shattering attack. In addition, there was another reason why the man in blue did not want to make a move. Samo held an ancient book in his hand and watched coldly from the side. A faintly discernible sharp breath had already locked onto him. With 2 great experts by his side, he became even more cautious. The same was true for the invincible blade. It had not moved at all. In terms of absolute power, he was no match for the blue-robed man in front of him. The blue-robed man gave him a strong sense of oppression. If he made a move, it would definitely be a devastating attack like a storm. He held the blade of the benevolent between his fingers, trying to find a flaw and strike at the critical moment. Yaya, Kiki and Xiaochen were close to each other. The surrounding cultivators immediately took a step back. The man in blue sighed. Initially, he was ready to attack the invincible blade and had also prepared a plan to deal with Samo. However, when he saw the powerhouse who killed Dang Yu arrive, he knew that he could only retreat today. At this moment, he was the only one on the cultivation world's side who could fight. The other experts could no longer block the divine arts practitioners of lifelong world. The signs of defeat had already appeared. The fog was heavy, and 3 huge purple-gold shields blocked in front of him, protecting the man in blue tightly. He retreated decisively, and in an instant, he was 1,000 feet away from the invincible blade. My name is Xianxia. Next time we fight to the death. He looked at the invincible blade and Samo, then he looked at the nearby Xiaochen. Then, without looking back, he rushed onto a warship, waved his hand, and led everyone away. The defeated soldiers instantly went far away like the tide. The people of the lifelong realm didn't give chase. He let them leave. There were many corpses on Mount Dai. The bloody mist lingered on the mountain peak. It proved that everything that happened just now was not an illusion. Chi-chi, a cold light burst out from the corpses and shot towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not even turn his head around. He used the moon-back style to block the attack. Clang! The rain of swords was shattered. Meanwhile, 5 figures soared into the sky. Each of them used their cultivator magic treasures. He charged towards Xiaochen. They wanted to ambush him. Xiaochen remained expressionless. It was as if he was a cold bystander. Until a streak of cold light approached him. Only then did he start to move. The 8-fold extreme speed was like a dream. It was hard to fathom its trajectory. He disappeared into thin air. Then, it appeared in another direction. The sword in his hand slashed downwards. A cultivator was cut in half at the shoulder on the spot. Half of the body flew dozens of meters away with a large amount of blood before falling from the sky. Xiaochen was merciless. He arrived in front of another cultivator like a streak of demonic light. He swept his sword horizontally. A head dripping with blood soared high into the sky along with a streak of bloody light. The headless corpse fell down. Immediately after, he arrived in front of another cultivator like an illusory flower. The sword pierced straight into that cultivator's chest. Bang! This cultivator's body was torn into pieces by the powerful force. Xiaochen's extreme speed was terrifying. It made people feel as if he was a demon. It made the enemy's hand numb. He suddenly appeared in front of the other 2 cultivators. With a swing of his sword, one of the cultivators' head flew off. The mutilated corpse fell down from the summit of Mount Tai. The other cultivator's body was chopped in half, leaving behind a large amount of bloody mist. All of this happened in an instant. Many people couldn't even see it clearly because the speed was too fast. Xiaochen's attack was cold and decisive. It was the simplest attack, but it achieved the most terrifying effect. This was an extremely terrifying killing technique. Many practitioners of the lifelong realm felt a little afraid. They saw the disparity between them. They were afraid of this kind of terrifying killing technique. Many people didn't dare to come down the mountain. Neat and tidy. Samo clapped his hands and exclaimed in admiration, "Brother Zhao's power is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid it won't be long before he transforms again." The invincible blade was indifferent and calm, just like the blade in his hand. He said, "There will always be people who will leave their peers. Everyone has their own different path." Although these 2 might not necessarily be ranked within the top 10 of the mainland of Immortals, they were still the strongest experts of the 2 overlord nations. Their insight and mental state were not something the average practitioners of the same generation could compare with. Xiaochen didn't say anything. Both of them had fought before, but everything had changed now. It was impossible for them to have a life-and-death battle now. When the invincible blade looked at Xiaochen, his battle intent was not concealed at all. He said, "I hope to find an opportunity to exchange pointers with you again." Xiaochen shook his head and said, "Are you afraid of not having a worthy opponent if you want to break through the realm? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future?" After the invincible blade finished speaking, he descended towards the summit of Mount Tai. Chu Hengquang and Bosch nodded towards Xiaochen. They began to gather the remaining practitioners to check on the casualties. Firsky was still as beautiful as before. That's right, although he was a man, his appearance was even more beautiful than a woman's. His body was tall and slender, his complexion was like a pink jade, and his eyes were wandering about. After seeing Xiaochen, he didn't retreat, but he seemed very quiet. Xiaochen looked at him calmly and said, "After the incident, I knew you were just putting on an act that night in the Celestial City. With your cultivation at that time, you couldn't have hurt me at all." Firsky was very quiet. After a long time, he said, "I want to ask you to let my sister go." Xiaochen didn't reply. Instead, he asked about another matter. "Did you practice the Sunflower Treasured Book?" "Yes." Firsky revealed a rarely seen excited expression as he said, "It's the demonic sunflower scripture, not the self-mutilated scripture of the mortal world." Squeak. Squeak. Kiki revealed a doubtful expression. It seemed like she was asking about the difference between the demonic scripture and the self-mutilated scripture. "Haha, not far away," Samo laughed heartily and said, "Back then, there was an elder high whose name shook the entire immortal realm. It was said that he cultivated the Sunflower Treasured Book. Now, the High Clan finally has a successor." Firsky's face flushed red as he glared at Xiaochen. "You must be joking." "Haha." Samo laughed heartily as he landed on the peak of Mount Tai. Firsky looked at Xiaochen. Then, he looked at Yan Qingqing who was not far away. He remained silent and descended as well. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "After several years, you look even more elegant than before. How can I compare to you?" He brandished his butcher's knife at a dozen or so half-ancestors, and he even brought half of the experts of the immortal realm into the human world. Yan Qingqing was elegant and otherworldly. After mastering the obliterate demon absolute god, her appearance and temperament became even more alluring. She was like a beautiful jade sculpture. "Are you mocking me? But it's better than I thought. I thought you would draw your sword against me." "Yeah," the little beast mumbled in a daze, as if it was asking why. "I really want to, but I'm not your opponent." Speaking until here, Yan Qingqing's beautiful face gradually fluctuated. She had an emotional expression as she said, "Remember this, one day, I will definitely beat you up." "Is that so? You don't want to kill me anymore?" "Humph." Yan Qingqing let out a cold snort. "Yan Yan. Yan Yan. Yan Yan. Qingqing," a stuttering voice resounded from Mount Tai. The vulgar Crisis laughed mischievously as he waved his hand at Yan Qingqing and Xiaochen. He had just arrived here with a white-clothed middle-aged man. "Go to hell, you vulgar bastard." Yan Qingqing hated Crisis to the bone. She didn't have a good impression of him even in the immortal realm. However, she and Xiaochen were flying downwards. Kiki immediately stared at that white-clothed middle-aged man and revealed an incomparably doubtful expression. Although this white-clothed man was rather handsome, his peach blossom eyes destroyed a lot of his beauty. He stared at Yan Qingqing from top to bottom, from left to right, and from top to bottom. Yeah, Kiki revealed an excited expression as she looked at the white-clothed man. At the same time, Xiaochen also knew his identity. It was that white-shelled little tortoise. When the ancestral dragon of the previous generation died on the Dragon Island, it manifested its true form. "Greetings, Senior." Cough, the white-clothed middle-aged man withdrew his frivolous attitude and said solemnly, "No need to be so polite. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. I originally wanted to look for you, but I didn't expect to meet you here." "What's the matter, Senior?" Xiaochen didn't dare to look down on this peach blossom-eyed man. This was definitely a dragon king. Even if he hadn't fully recovered yet, he might not be too far away. "Speaking of which, I am really indebted to you guys. I don't know how to repay your kindness. I want to teach that tough little dragon a lesson, what do you think?" I was just about to look for him. Since Senior is interested, it is naturally his fortune. Xiaochen didn't have anything to worry about if a dragon king who had obtained the horn of the ancestral dragon came to teach it a lesson. This way, the tough little dragon would also have a backer. For the past few months, the little dragon kings had been fighting non-stop. Their blood dyed the Eastern Sea red. Every little dragon king had the protection of a major power in the dark. During this period of time, if the tough little dragon didn't receive the help of the people from the Pure Land, it might have already been in danger. After knowing all this, Xiaochen was even more in agreement. Xiao. Xiaochen, you are the host, you have to bring us around the human world." Crisis winked at Xiao Chen and transmitted his voice secretly, I am creating an opportunity for you and little sister Yin. Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head. He didn't know why this guy would walk together with the peach blossom-eyed Dragon King. In the following period of time, Xiao Chen brought them around the vicinity of Mount Tai and explained the relevant illusions. Why you? Don't be like a blockhead. I am creating an opportunity for you. Crisis was very enthusiastic as he said. However, the vulgar man also confessed later on. He wanted to follow Yan Qingqing's path and get to know some fairies. You shouldn't meddle in this kind of matter. Xiao Chen patted his shoulder. After spending a few days with his old friends at Mount Tai, Xiao Chen went to the Eastern Sea with Crisis and the rest. They met the tough little dragon smoothly and happily gathered for a few days. After that, the peach blossom-eyed Dragon King brought it away. Out of Xiao Chen's expectation, the vulgar man, Crisis, seemed to hit it off very well with that Dragon King. He actually followed along. What? That vulgar man is on good terms with the Dragon King? Oxman shook his huge bull head, he didn't quite believe it. Xiao Chen found Oxman, Lawrence, Yizhen and the rest on an immortal island overseas. Many elders from the Pure Land had come to the mortal world. They established a new Pure Land here. Xiao Chen didn't get to see Qingqing. She was brought away by Tai Hao and the old ancestor of the Black Tortoise. It was said that they were going to the secret realm to pass on the supreme mysterious method to her. We also need to put in more effort in cultivation. Otherwise, we will be eliminated in the turbulent era. Lawrence sighed with sorrow. Oxman suggested, let's go to the 9 provinces. The King Conferral battle is taking place at every famous mountain and great river there. In the future, there will be a life and death battle between the 2 worlds. We should also go there to be conferred the title of king and raise our cultivation in the fierce battle. The 3 of them were fighting a bloody battle in the Eastern Sea. The elders from the Pure Land were protecting them in secret. They couldn't help much, but this made them feel even more urgent. They could clearly feel the cruelty of the competition. Xiao Chen agreed to their suggestion, but he wanted to watch from the sidelines. He didn't want to make a move for no reason. You want to go into seclusion? Yizhen looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Yes, I have already experienced a lot of battles. I want to calm down now and properly comprehend it. How long are you going to go into seclusion? Maybe a few months, maybe a few years, maybe 100 years away from the mortal world. Xiao Chen really wanted to consolidate his mysterious method. 6-sided heavenly steel ancient method, martial imprint, divine ability, he needed to properly comprehend it. What a pity. Now is the time where the wind and clouds gather, why are you leaving at this time? Oxman said regretfully. You guys also shouldn't fight endlessly for the sake of breaking through. There are countless paths for a cultivator, you have to try to break through in many ways. Just like this, the few of them returned to the 9 provinces. The flames of war spread everywhere. The cultivators and the experts of the world of immortals were fighting endlessly. Fortunately, they were still at the probing stage. The older generation hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Some of the younger generation's names had already shaken the world. The top experts of the same generation, Fang Tianqi, Zhao Chongyang, Xue Wu, all of them were already conferred the title of king. The 10 strongest young heroes of the cultivation world have actually reached the Nirvana realm. After receiving this news, Oxman's expression was grave as he muttered to himself, so scary. The news of you killing Deng Yu actually didn't spread. Lawrence looked at Xiao Chen. Otherwise, you would also be conferred the title of king. That's even better. Anyway, I'm going to go into closed-door training, lest trouble comes looking for me. Xiao Chen didn't care. He was already indifferent to fame. The news will spread sooner or later. You are now a king of darkness. Xiao Chen brought them to familiarize themselves with the famous mountains of the 9 provinces. On this day, they arrived at Mount Wui. Xiao Chen met Chen Fang again here. This made him feel relieved. He finally knew that Chen Fang was safe and sound. At this moment, he was still with Fairy Qingyun and the others. Xiao Chen, do you have any news of Ruoshui? Seeing him asking so excitedly, Xiao Chen was silent for a while. He tried hard to recall and gradually, a bit of memory appeared in his mind. After that, Kiki opened the lost paradise. When Chen Feng saw the lifelike stone carving, he saw the mournful, resentful, and sorrowful expression. He couldn't help but ask Xiaochen about it. "Ruoshui, how is she? Where is she?" Xiaochen remained silent. He didn't know what to say. "You bastard, don't tell me you forgot everything in the past again?" Chen Feng grabbed Xiaochen's collar with all his might. "Squeak, squeak," Cook called out in a soft voice. Xiaochen understood. As if it was a lifetime ago, he sighed and said, "Ruoshui is no longer here." "Ruoshui is no longer here?" Chen Feng lost his composure and shouted, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by no longer here?" He grabbed Xiaochen with all his might. "She is no longer in this world." "How is this possible?" Chen Feng felt as if he was struck by lightning. He slowly let go of Xiaochen's collar and stood there stiffly like a stone tablet. After a long time, he finally came to his senses and cried loudly, "How could this be? Who harmed Ruoshui? Who harmed Ruoshui?" He knelt in front of the stone carving and cried bitterly. It was clear that he was very emotional. Why? Why is the heavens so cruel? I would rather die for her, Xiaochen asked himself in his heart. Why am I feeling less pain than him? Why don't I feel anything? I only feel a little touched by the fact of a story. I don't feel anything else. Could it be that I'm really so cold-blooded that I'm almost numb? Is it really because I'm an incomplete soul? And a part of it is sealed in the world of immortals. Ruoshui, if I can get your life back, I'm willing to die right now. Chen Feng burst into tears. As a man, he was so sorrowful. Everyone present could feel his deep emotions. Fairy Qingyan tried to console him, but Xiaochen couldn't say anything. He felt that he was far inferior to Chen Feng. Ruoshui made a mistake by choosing me. I should have left with you first. Xiaochen helped Chen Feng up. Isn't that Chen Feng? Not far away, 5 or 6 young men and women walked over from the mountains. One of them smiled and said, "Why are you so sorrowful?" Hearing the voice, Chen Feng suppressed his sorrow and slowly turned around. He said, "So it's the former Tanhua Wu, known as the third most powerful person in the 9 prefectures." The leader of the group, the Tanhua Wu, was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He looked casual and elegant, but his peach blossom eyes weren't very attractive. He frivolously pulled a charming woman to his side and said, "Brother Chen, you must come to our wedding." Chen Feng put away his sorrowful expression and glanced at them without saying anything. When Xiaochen left the human world, he had heard of this Tanhua Wu, but he had never met him or fought with him. He only knew that he was unrestrained and very romantic. Now, it seemed like he had some grudges with Chen Feng. He. You are still brooding over it. Anyway, you have someone else in your heart, and you don't have any feelings for Sister Lan. Why don't you help us? Speaking up to this point, the third flower scholar stopped and lustfully pulled the gorgeous woman beside him into his arms. The charming woman frivolously smiled. She didn't have any intention of rejecting him. I can break off the engagement with her. It's up to you. Chen Feng said indifferently. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. He had just learned that the woman he loved had passed away, so he didn't feel anything for the woman in front of him. Xiaochen quickly understood what was going on. That woman turned out to be Chen Feng's fiancée. Although Chen Feng didn't like her, it was a marriage arranged by his parents. However, such a thing actually happened in front of him. It was fine if the other party had an affair, but she actually dared to provoke him in front of him. It was obvious that she was looking for trouble. Don't you think this is very tacky and excessive? Xiaochen took a step forward and faced the Tanhua Wu. Friend, who are you? This is their private matter. The people next to the Tanhua Wu blocked Xiaochen and said with a smile, "You are an outsider, why are you getting involved? Even if you want to stir up trouble, you have to weigh your own strength. The young master of the Jade Tripod Manor is not someone you can afford to offend." Jade Tripod Manor? Fairy Qingyan said in surprise, is it the first sect in the land of 9 prefectures to embrace the cultivation world? So what? As the saying goes, people strive for higher things, but water flows down. The people at the side defended the Tanhua Wu. Xiaochen directly ignored them. He turned around and said to Chen Feng, "What are your plans for the future?" "I want to go overseas with Fairy Qingyun and the others." "I don't want to come back." Chen Feng's expression was a little stiff. "Fairy Qingyun, please take care of this friend of mine." Xiaochen bowed to Fairy Qingyun seriously and said, "I will visit you one day." Following this, he gestured to Fairy Qingyun to let them leave first. Fairy Qingyun nodded and said, "See you later." She knew that Xiaochen was going to settle all the grudges of the past for his friend. As expected, just as they turned around, the provocation from the Tanhua Wu's side stopped abruptly. A few screams were heard, and a few waves of blood soared into the sky. Xiaochen directly used the spatial fissure to sever the bodies of those people, leaving only the woman alive. "I don't know the details of you and Chen Feng, but you were his fiancé. I won't kill you. When Chen Feng comes back one day, he will settle it himself." After Chen Feng went overseas, Xiaochen's heart had completely calmed down. He bid farewell to Yizhen, Lawrence, and Oxman and wanted to go into closed-door cultivation. When he was traveling along the Yellow River, he felt that there was another person he should meet. Maybe he should go to Changyang Mountain to see Qiyu. The yellow water was surging. After the ancestral dragon's soul rushed into the sea, the Yellow River didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Xiaochen went up along the Yellow River. He didn't stop when he passed by his house. He went straight to the west. Changyang Mountain was located in the west of Jiuzhou. As time went by, it had been renamed Chouqi Mountain. According to legend, it was the birthplace of the Flame Emperor in ancient times. It was just a mountain away from the birthplace of the Yellow Emperor. It could be said that this place was very extraordinary. It was related to many big shots. Although the continuous ancient mountain range wasn't high, however, it emanated a vast aura of desolation and ancientness. It was as if the source of the vast divine land was hidden here. A primitive mountain range stood majestically. Although it was only 1,000 or 2,000 meters high, it was majestic. It made people feel awe. They needed to look up to it. After Xiaochen came to this mountain range, he immediately felt an aura that was completely different from the other regions of Jiuzhou. A magnificent ancient divine mountain was shaped like a crouching goat. Its head was facing the east. Its tail was facing the west earth. It stood there quietly. He didn't know why. The moment he saw it, Xiaochen felt that it was like a living thing. It seemed to be a sealed ancient beast. "You are here." Xiaochen walked to the front of the huge mountain. He saw Qiyu standing with his hands behind his back. He was looking up at Changyang Mountain and frowning. Now Qiyu had already recovered to his peak state. He gave people a heavy feeling like a mountain. "There's no progress?" Xiaochen asked. Qiyu shook his head and said, "The power of the seal is 10 times stronger than it was back then. It can't be shaken." This made Xiaochen quite surprised. As time went by, any seal should be getting weaker and weaker. How could this place be the complete opposite? Who sealed this place? Yellow Emperor Shanyuan. Qiyu answered calmly. "It's him." Xiaochen was extremely surprised. Is Great Emperor Shanyuan really that powerful? The ancient seal still can't be broken? He couldn't help but be surprised. Even though the Yellow Emperor was already close to the Ancestor God realm in ancient times, he was still far from reaching the Ancestor God realm. However, Qiyu was also a half-martial ancestor. The gap shouldn't be that big. They shouldn't be helpless against his seal. After that, Xiaochen guessed who exactly was sealed here. He was even more shocked. That person was very famous in the 9 states. It could be said to be a household name. This is no longer the power of the Yellow Emperor's seal. It has been replaced by another mysterious and majestic power. Qiyu looked up at Changyang Mountain from the foot of the mountain. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. How could this be? Did someone else impose an even stronger seal on it? This caused Xiaochen to reveal a confused expression. But there was nothing he could do to help. His understanding of the ancient times was limited. He yawned in boredom. Then, it made some gestures. He whispered that it was a big wild goat. Giant wild goat. I have some recollection of it. Qiyu, who was pacing at the foot of the mountain, suddenly stopped. He had gone through countless transformations. The bodies changed one after another. If not for the Yellow Emperor's reminder, he wouldn't be able to remember anything. He couldn't help but say, "Looks like I need to find a half-martial ancestor to ask about the origin of this mountain." With that, he broke through space. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen circled around the Changyang mountain. He found that this mountain was really extraordinary. There was a mysterious and terrifying power gently rippling. It couldn't move at all. Qiyu had only left for a day. When he returned, he had a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, "Legend has it that this mountain was formed from the body of a powerful person from the uncivilized era." Xiaochen sized up Changyang mountain again. The more he looked, the more he felt that it was really a huge goat lying down. Legend has it that it was one of the top 12 from the uncivilized era. Wei goat? That's right. One of the top 12 from the uncivilized era. Zishu, Qinyu, Yinhu, Mao Tu, Qianlong, Si. Shi, Wu Ma, Wei goat, Shen monkey, Yu Ji, Su Go, and Haizhu once shook the world for countless years. In terms of strength, these experts could most likely contend with ancestral gods. Xiaochen was indeed stunned. The 12 zodiac animals and the heavenly stems and earthly branches actually had such a background. He couldn't help but be shocked. Although he knew their background, Qiyu still couldn't do anything. He shook Changyang mountain forcefully. He couldn't break it at all. Even his iron spear blade was bent. It was hard to split this mountain. Xiaochen took out that sword. But it was still useless. Even someone as strong as Qiyu couldn't unleash the terrifying power contained in the sword. It could only be regarded as a hard piece of iron in his hands. Xiaochen didn't leave. He began to cultivate near Changyang mountain. He hoped to see Qiyu break the seal. He wanted to meet that legendary figure. "Uncle Qiyu, we are here, Uncle Qiyu, don't blame us. We forgot to give you something. Father asked us to bring it." Half a month later, two cheerful little Lolas appeared on Changyang mountain like two fairies. They were laughing and chatting. They seemed to be having a lot of fun. Facing these two beautiful and exquisite porcelain dolls, Qiyu couldn't do anything. He asked, "What do you want to give me?" "Shan sword." Speaking of this, the two little girls opened the space. They took out a golden sword that radiated brilliance. They said, "Father said, there is a sword hole on Changyang mountain. It can be broken with this sword." Xiaochen opened his eyes. He woke up from his meditation. He flew up to the sky. He came near. Kiki saw the two little girls. He had a headache. He turned into a white light. He ran away like a wisp of smoke. "Don't run," the two little girls didn't disturb Xiaochen this time. They directly chased after the little critters. Qiyu stroked the Shan sword. He sighed, after the calamity of the Dragon Island. He was knocked down from the peak state of the ancestor god. Now he has reached this state again. I'm afraid he won't be far from the ancestor god realm. The treasure cultivated by the half-ancestor's life would advance along with the cultivation of the half-ancestor. Qiyu could feel the power and terror of the Shan sword. Qiyu and Xiaochen moved at the same time. Sure enough, they found a sword hole halfway up Changyang mountain. Qiyu held the Shan sword. He stabbed it in. The golden divine light soared into the sky. It was out of Qiyu and Xiaochen's expectation. Then, blood spurted out of the sword hole. Although it was a light mist, it looked like blood was flowing. "It's alive?" Qiyu was shocked. He muttered to himself, "I see." The sealing power of the Shan sword awakened its vitality. It gradually showed signs of recovery. After merging with the Shan sword, it slowly grew stronger and awakened. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding mountains began to shake at this moment. Countless huge rocks soared into the sky. Looking from afar, it was as if an endless meteor shower was streaking across the sky. This was just the beginning. The Changyang mountain was in turmoil. It was as if a tsunami had occurred. The nearby mountains were crushed immediately. It was like a pile of sand. It turned into nothingness in an instant under the tide. In the midst of the loud rumbling, the surrounding mountains rose steeply from the ground. They were torn into pieces by a majestic force. Then they crashed into the sky. It was like a volcanic eruption. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everything around Xianxia Mountain was destroyed. The vast primitive mountain range collapsed rapidly. The endless mountains were crushed, except for Xianxia Mountain. The surrounding area had turned into a golden desert. The mountains within a 500-mile radius were destroyed. The Xianxia Mountain, which was covered in bloody light, slowly split open from the sword hole. A series of black lightning bolts struck down. Thunder came one after another. Xianxia Mountain was split in half. It's not an ancestor god. Even after death, his body still possesses such power. Qiyu sighed. Xianxia Mountain was split open. Blood-colored light filled the air. It was no different from a real blood mist. Xingtian, what are you waiting for? Qiyu shouted. Inside Xianxia Mountain. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted, shaking the entire land. Monstrous energy waves soared into the sky. Even the stars in the sky shook. At this moment, the land of the 9 prefectures seemed to be shaking. All the cultivators felt it. Many old people knew that an unimaginable expert had awakened. Boom! Xianxia Mountain shook. Endless divine light shot into the sky. It communicated with the billions of starlight in the universe. A head flew into the sky. It was baptized by the endless stars in the vast starry sky. Countless beams of starlight sprinkled down. At the same time, they sprinkled on Xingtian's severed head. It was a man with an overbearing heroic spirit. Although his eyes were closed. However, his heroic spirit, which could swallow the mountains and rivers, could be seen at a glance. It was the kind that could control the world. A peerless figure who reigned supreme. Xingtian waved his sword. His fierce spirit was always there. This was the war god of the 9 prefectures. An unparalleled hero who was disrespectful to the heavens and earth in ancient times and could compete with the great emperor Xianyuan who was close to the ancestor god realm. The billions of starlight condensed into endless brilliance. It reconstructed his body. A stalwart man slowly manifested. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened. 2 beams of light that made the stars and moon lose their color bloomed. Xingtian was full of heroism. His body was preserved in the peak state of a youth. But his eyes seemed extremely deep. His eyes revealed a wise light. There was no trace of the madness that had been sealed for countless years. He appeared very calm. He turned his stalwart body. He nodded at Qiyu. He said, "We finally meet again." Xiaochen watched silently. He was filled with respect. Xingtian was the war god of this land. Such a figure would probably break through to the ancestor god realm sooner or later. Xingtian's messy hair fluttered. He looked up and let out a long roar. The rolling sound waves instantly spread for thousands of miles. Then he frowned and said, "The spiritual energy in this land has dried up. Too many things have happened over the countless years." Qiyu sighed softly. "I feel dozens of powerful divine senses spying on me." Xingtian swept his gaze in all directions. He revealed a cold smile. "They are from the world of Immortals and the world of Cultivation. Currently, they are indulging their disciples to seize the spiritual mountain in the human world." Qiyu explained. In Xiaochen's impression, Qiyu was already strong enough. He could be said to be a man among men. But in comparison, Xingtian was even stronger. Looking down on the world. Who else but me? He was the kind of person who ignored the heavens. Xingtian's tone was calm. But his voice was extremely powerful. He said, "What kind of place do they think the human world is? Let them scram back to where they came from." Qiyu shook his head. He said, "Half of them achieved their Tao from the mortal world. Their roots are in the human world. Their hearts have returned to the human world. They can stay. If their hearts are in another world. If they want to seize the human world, I will personally send them back." Xingtian's words were powerful. Chiyu's hair fluttered. He also said in a deep voice, "All right. Let's gather our old friends. Then we will join forces to fight against the world." Humph. A cold snort came from the distant sky. Xianxia and Chiyu looked towards the east at the same time. Xianxia's body had already condensed from starlight. He shook violently. Billions of starlight shattered. He disappeared. He took a step forward. He approached Xiaochen. He stared at him. He said, "I cultivate combat power. In your body. I feel the same power." Then he stepped on the void. He walked towards the east with large strides. His voice spread for thousands of miles. He said, "Today, I, Xing Tian, will kill half of the ancestors to establish the power of the human world." After Xing Tian escaped, he swore that he would kill a half-martial ancestor to establish his might. That tall and straight figure was as majestic as a mountain in the void. His aura was so majestic that it made people feel fear. He walked towards the east step by step, and with every step he took, he would travel more than 100 miles. Such a profound technique made people exclaim in admiration. Chiyu's hair fluttered in the wind. Just like the primordial devil mountain, he appeared unreachable. He also walked towards the east. The two ancient giants looked down on the world, showing disdain for the mortals. The formless aura they exuded was intimidating, making people shiver in fear. Xiaochen used the eightfold extreme speed to keep up with their slow pace. They were going to kill someone. No, they were going to kill a half-step ancestor. Their wills were resolute, definitely not joking around. They really were going to do something that would shock the world, only, they didn't know who they were going to kill. After just a few dozen steps, Xing Tian arrived at the shore of the East Sea and stepped into the sea above the vast sky. The emergence of Xing Tian caused the winds and clouds to move in all directions. All the experts felt the powerful fluctuation when he awakened, and many practitioners rushed to the East Sea. The blue waves surged into the heavens, and the clouds dispersed, cleansing the blue sky. The Xianxia from overseas were all alarmed. Because Xing Tian's killing intent was not concealed, the thousands of islands all felt a cold chill. Although it was still midsummer, everyone could feel the bleakness of autumn and the bitter cold of winter. Far away, many cultivators stood on the horizon and kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to take a step closer and could only use all kinds of magical powers to peep. Right in front of them was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s. He carried two long swords on his back and stood in the air. His eyes emitted a sharp light that was as sharp as swords. He stood there quietly, making it hard for people to guess his depth. He blocked Xing Tiandi's path. Or rather, he knew that Xing Tian had come for him. He had appeared in advance and waited here. Martial artist Xing Tian. Xing Tian didn't have much to say. He had already said what he wanted to say. He was here to kill the half-ancestor who had invaded the human world. My name has long since been erased. People call him Sword Master. The young man who was as quiet as an abyss replied calmly. The Xianxia in the distance exclaimed in shock. Who was the Sword Master? He was the founder of Shu Mountain. He had never been to the human world before. However, his Dao techniques had already flowed into the human world. The name of the swordsman of Mount Shu in the human realm spread throughout the world. She had obtained a portion of his Dao technique inheritance. Among them, the long-browed ancestor and the others were once influential figures of a certain era. The entire Shu Mountain sect had entered the cultivation world. Naturally, he joined the Sword Master. It was one of the largest sects in the cultivation world. He was very famous. This time, it was for some purpose. The cultivation world wanted to dominate the human world. As the invincible half-ancestral land's green lotus was the first to cross over. Then, Yu the Great, his descendants, and the Sword Master followed closely behind. One after another, they descended upon the human world. You want to kill me? The Sword Master carried two swords on his back and his eyes were cold. Xing Tian's aura was oppressive, like a majestic mountain. He said in a deep voice, "The 9 states is my ancestral land. You have fought here endlessly and disturbed my rivers and mountains. You should be executed." His voice was so loud that it shook the blue sea and blue sky. The vast ocean rolled backward. The archipelago trembled, and the sound reverberated for thousands of miles. Even though the human world has been in decline for a long time. When Xiaochen heard about a supreme expert appearing, his blood surged. He felt that this Xianxia was worthy of being called the war god of the human world. His aura and power could surpass the sun and moon and suppress the mountains and rivers. Among the Swordmaster's followers, there were naturally some who were not convinced. They shouted angrily from afar, "Xianxia, you have only just broken free. Why don't you find a place to cultivate in seclusion and act so insolently? Be careful of inviting a fatal disaster." Xianxia ignored those comments. In front of such a powerful expert, those people were like ants. Even if their shouts were as loud as thunder, it would not affect his heart. However, some people really didn't know the depth of the situation. Seeing that Xianxia was indifferent, they thought that he already had a taboo in his heart. They shouted even more impudently, "The declined human world is not completely your territory. Xianxia, don't be arrogant. You alone can't stop us." Xianxia was as calm as an ancient well. However, he slowly raised his right hand and lightly pointed forward. A green light swept towards the distant sky. 2 rays of cold lightning shot out from the Swordmaster's eyes. He formed a sword art and shot out a sword ray to block that green light. Otherwise, the disciples in the distant sky would definitely be annihilated. Chi, chi. The sword ray and the green light clashed, creating a tearing sound. 2 black holes appeared in the sky, and then the 2 light rays disappeared at the same time. Xianxia's expression was calm. He took a step forward in the sky above the sea. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Swordmaster. He punched out, causing the wind and clouds to move in all directions. The heaven and earth instantly lost their color. Millions of clouds rolled over from the clear sky. Thunder rumbled and thunder rumbled. Such power was unfathomable. With a single punch, it caused a huge change in the weather. The huge energy fluctuation even summoned the wind and clouds in the distant horizon to the dark blue sky. The Swordmaster took out a sword from his back. He didn't use his divine sense to control the sword like ordinary cultivators. Instead, he held it in his hand to block. Dang! The fist and the sword clashed. Millions of rays of light burst forth. It was even more dazzling than lightning. The cultivators in the distant sky couldn't open their eyes. The endless clouds in the sky were instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Such a method was truly admirable. With just a wave of his hand, he could command the heaven and earth. The wind and clouds changed, creating a myriad of phenomena. The moment they clashed, they passed by each other. The 2 experts exchanged positions. Xianxia's back was facing the Swordmaster. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed out a finger. A green light burst forth and tore into the distance. "Xianxia, you," the Swordmaster shouted in shock. The sword in his hand slashed down. The sword ray was as thick as a mountain. He wanted to chase after Xianxia. Xianxia sneered and didn't even turn around as his left hand slashed diagonally backwards, and it was like a mountain was shaking. His left arm that swung out was extremely heavy, causing a shapeless force to emanate out and obstruct the enormous sword light, and it was like a mountain had cut off a surging river. Screams of fear came from the distant sky. However, they suddenly stopped. The green light from Xianxia's finger swept across the sky. The cultivators who humiliated the human world were instantly turned into a mist of blood. Seeing the bodies of the people beside them being crushed, the disciples of Shu Mountain kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to make a sound. The ancient war god of the human world was so mighty that everyone felt a chill run down their spine. The biting cold killing intent shook all directions. Xianxia faced the Swordmaster as if he was looking at an ordinary person. It was as if he was not a half-step ancestor at all. His imposing figure flashed. As he waved his hands, a faint light screen enveloped 100 miles of sea area. That place seemed to be isolated, but it could still be seen by the outside world. That is the martial world. The battlefield of martial artists. Xianxia is a martial artist. Someone cried out in surprise. It was very obvious that Xianxia didn't want to destroy the 1,000 miles of sea area. At their level of cultivation, they could easily destroy the world. The human world was what he wanted to protect, so he couldn't allow it to be destroyed excessively. Xiaoqing used the octatic extreme speed and arrived near the light screen. He activated the celestial eye. He wanted to see everything inside with his own eyes. Xianxia was a martial artist. This kind of battle was too important for him. Perhaps, he would be able to see through many unfathomable martial problems from it. The cultivators in the sea area all gathered here. They all wanted to see the glory of the ancient war god. Qiyu stood quietly in the sky and scanned the surroundings. He was paying attention to the movements of the other half-step ancestral lands. In the light screen, the sword master pulled out his two swords. He didn't have the slightest bit of confidence when facing this legendary powerful figure. He sneered, "Are you really going to fight to the death?" Xianxia was calm and collected. He took a step forward and answered him with his actions. His right leg swept across the sword master's waist. The power was like a huge desolate mountain that crossed time and space to suppress him. The powerful force field was incomparable. The sword master was shocked. The two swords in his hands were overflowing with light and released thousands of multicolored lights. He crossed them and thrust them out, wanting to cut off Xianxia's right leg. However, even though the two swords were half-step ancestor treasures, when they came in contact with Xianxia's right leg, they gave off a clang sound. They couldn't move it. Xianxia's power was powerful. His right leg was as heavy as a mountain. He forcefully broke the two swords and forced the sword master back. He stood firmly and was as calm as an abyss. His aura was oppressive. Then, he took another step forward and pressed forward. The sword master loosened his hands and allowed the two swords to slash forward. He controlled them with his divine sense. At the same time, his body shone brightly and a battle armor appeared on his body. Even his head was covered. The nascent soul in his body was also wearing a layer of nascent soul armor. Blood light rushed into the sky and a spear appeared in his hand. He strode forward to face Xianxia. Xianxia's might and aura were unimaginable. Although he didn't have a giant axe in his hand, he could still fight with his bare hands. It was like when the martial ancestor reappeared in the world. The two swords were forced back by his hands and they were forced to the front of the sword master who was holding the spear. Dang! A melodious vibrating sound spread out for thousands of miles, and it was as deafening as a thunderclap that struck down from the heavens. Xianxia used a single hand to cut off the tip of a sword. Then, he continued to attack. Left fist and right palm, he continued to hack at that treasured sword. Cracking sounds could be heard. The half-martial ancestor's treasured sword was destroyed and shattered. It looked like sparkling and translucent ice crystals blossoming, and also like fireworks exploding. Outside the huge light screen, everyone was incomparably horrified. Xianxia actually destroyed a half-ancestral treasure with his bare hands. Such combat prowess was truly heaven-defying. Hand of heaven, Xiaoqian's eyes were like lightning as he watched without blinking. Those scenes were clearly imprinted in his mind. Xianxia actually cultivated the martial body. He practiced the hand of heaven to such a horrifying level. With such might, why did he need to refine a magic treasure? Just cultivating the martial body was enough. The sword master was furious. The other sword tore through heaven and earth. It carried a destructive peak half-ancestral energy wave as it swept towards Xianxia. At the same time, he thrust the spear in his hand at Xianxia's chest. The divine armor around him gave off a piercing radiance. He was like a demonic god, his might pressing down on the world. Xianxia had the strength to pick up mountains and an unparalleled aura. He shook the sky with one hand and firmly locked the other sword in place. It was like he was breaking rotten wood. He shattered the descending sword piece by piece, thoroughly crushing it. Meanwhile, his other hand accurately blocked the incoming divine spear. His palm was like a rainbow, clashing continuously with the divine spear. Within 50 kilometers of the martial world, divine light soared into the sky. Killing chi spread out. This place turned into a land of destruction. The sword master's divine spear was not an ordinary treasure. It was not destroyed by Xianxia. After the sword master was at a disadvantage, he sent out a sky full of magic treasures. They looked like colorful clouds lingering in the sky. However, very soon, killing intent appeared. A destructive storm erupted. Countless magic treasures appeared. Any one of them would make ordinary immortal cultivators jealous. However, at this moment, they were like a boundless rain of light, wreaking havoc within a 50-kilometer radius. In the terrifying light, everyone could not see the figures of the two experts. However, they all knew that their battle had reached a crucial moment. As expected, after a while, the sky full of magic treasures shattered. A tall figure with disheveled hair soared into the sky. 9 hands of heaven, in addition to various mysterious martial arts that outsiders could not understand, shattered the magic treasures in the sky. The sword master knelt down on one knee in the void. The battle spear in his hand was broken. Blood flowed continuously from his hands. The armor on his body was also cracked. A dozen or so clear palm prints appeared all over his body. Xianxia slowly descended and walked toward the sword master in the void. His aura was oppressive. At this moment, the sword master suddenly stood up and pulled out a battle sword that was as dazzling as the sun from the broken divine spear. Under the control of his divine will, he stabbed at Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. Cold light swept out from Xianxia's eyes. He used his hands to block this exceptionally dazzling magic sword. He slashed continuously, but he actually could not shatter it. He retreated decisively. However, the magic sword pressed forward like a shadow. It seemed that it would not stop until it chopped off his head. Xianxia abruptly stopped in his tracks. His voice was like thunder as he let out a long howl. His hands moved continuously, and then he temporarily froze the sword. After grabbing the hilt, his right hand forcefully wiped the blade of the sword, and the sword immediately stopped moving. It was frozen in place by him. Not far away, the sword master spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect Xianxia to be so strong. He actually grabbed the magic sword and completely erased the spiritual sense he had left on the magic sword. Xianxia held the magic sword and slowly approached. It was like an ancient demonic mountain was pressing down. The unparalleled power shook the entire world. With every step he took, the world seemed to tremble. The sword master knew that he was finished. A powerful force completely suppressed him, and he couldn't move at all. Xianxia attacked mercilessly. With a punch, the magic armor on the sword master's body completely shattered. With a second punch, the sword master's body was torn into pieces. With a third punch, the magic armor on the nascent soul shattered. Xianxia's leg was like a storm. It swept out and directly tore the nascent soul into dust. Then, he grabbed at the void, and the remaining spiritual sense was ruthlessly destroyed. The sword master was completely dead, everything within a circumference of 50 kilometers collapsed. Energy waves swept out in all directions. Everyone retreated at the same time. They quickly charged towards the horizon to avoid the terrifying destructive storm. At this moment, Xianxia's tall figure was so tall and imposing. It was like an unreachable sacred mountain. Everyone's soul trembled. He walked towards the 9 provinces step by step. His pace was very slow, but it was incomparably firm. Every step seemed to be extremely heavy. His imposing figure gradually disappeared. However, everyone's mind seemed to have not recovered from the battle just now. Only after a long time did the sea region boil. A half-martial ancestor was actually killed. It was always difficult to kill a half-martial ancestor. Normally, they could only be sealed. Yet now, Xianxia actually did what he said and killed a half-martial ancestor of the same level. Killing people was like tearing a painting. Xianxia's might was unimaginable. The battle just now was still vivid in their minds. It was as if he didn't kill a half-martial ancestor, but rather a painting. What a terrifying Xianxia! As expected of the ancient war god of the human world. This was what everyone was thinking. Xianxia's appearance had stirred up the 9 provinces. It was difficult for the world to calm down. Qiyu and Xianxia walked side by side towards the 9 provinces. When they passed by an island, they stopped and looked into the distance. Did you want to attack just now? Qiyu asked. No one responded to him. Qiyu said calmly, in the past, you made a great contribution to the human world. I don't want to attack you unless it's a critical moment. However, you shouldn't have brought the metal essence of the human world into the cultivation world. Now that you're back, leave them behind. Otherwise, I will snatch them and shatter them, scattering them throughout the human world. Xianxia was born. It shocked the world. It killed the sword master. It destroyed the legend of the half-step ancestor. Qiyu and Xianxia were the two most famous war gods in Jiuzhou since ancient times. Now they were together. Both the world of Immortals and the world of Cultivation felt a huge pressure. Xiaochen had gained a lot. He didn't lack the cultivation method. What he lacked was the true understanding of the ultimate profound meaning. Xianxia was also a martial artist. The martial intent that he evolved gave him a lot of inspiration. The mysterious method on the six-sided heavenly steel. And the mark of martial arts became clearer and clearer in his mind. Vaguely, he seemed to have touched the edge of some kind of Tao. He returned to Jiuzhou from the east. He returned to Zulong village by the Yellow River. He began to comprehend the secret cultivation method. His so-called closed-door training was not like some people who sealed themselves in a room. Instead, he hid in the countryside. He blended into the ordinary people. When one's cultivation had reached his level, it was no longer something that could be improved with just bitter cultivation. The most important thing was still one word: enlightenment. Early morning. Xiaochen stood facing the morning sun. He didn't just collect the essence of the sun. More importantly, he blended into that vigorous state. Phew, Xiaochen took a deep breath. Then, he spat out a stream of essence qi. It circled outside his body, tempering his body. The morning glow in the east. As if it was being summoned. In the form of a rainbow visible to the naked eye. It went down. It was like the spirit spring of life was watering his body. It constantly cleansed his flesh and blood, tendons, and veins. Then, it flowed through his bones. This was a true marrow cleansing. In the long run, it was equivalent to constantly transforming his body. In fact, this was a rebirth. Every time a cultivator advanced to the next level, they were all changing their physique. To achieve self-sublimation, the spirit qi of Jiuzhou was thin. Only the spirit qi of the sun was the most abundant. But that was enough for him. He only needed a portion of the external essence qi to enter his body. At the moment, what he really wanted to do was to activate the potential in his body. The human body was completely self-sufficient. Once it was excavated, even the power of heaven and earth seemed to pale in comparison. From the outside, he used his divine ability to guide it out from within. He used the martial body as his foundation. The two colluded. They converged at one place. In the end, Xiaochen chose to cultivate both divine ability and martial body at the same time. He did not want to give up the eightfold worlds with its boundless potential. Nor was he willing to guard the treasure mountain of martial marks without entering it. It was painful to cultivate both at the same time. They might even clash with each other. But he still endured it. From the initial danger of being smashed to smithereens. Until now, they were slowly merging. He had been through too much danger. A gentle breeze blew. Xiaochen stood beside the yellow dirt road at the entrance of the village. Facing the Yellow River. He let the weeping willows and ancient pagoda tree sway. Body and mind as one. It melted into the world. It was as if he had become a part of the dirt road. Scenes of battle appeared in his mind. He seemed as if he'd experienced numerous life and death battles once more. Fight with the heart instead of the body. He evolved all kinds of life and death realms. He comprehended that kind of state. Slowly, all the images faded. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. Essence, qi, and spirit as one. Merging with the world. His consciousness slowly separated from his body. It slowly rose up. Imprinted on that endless void. Was that the so-called Tao? He approached it wirelessly. He touched it gently. He wanted to become one with it. A few mountain birds flew down. They landed on Xiaochen's body from the ancient pagoda tree. The birds could no longer feel his aura. They regarded him as a part of nature. Xiaochen froze there like a fossil. His divine sense was silent and without any ripples. His body was as still as an abyss. as if it had existed since ancient times. His divine sense turned from illusory to real. It slowly returned from the endless void. Everything in the world slowly manifested. The earth seemed to be a huge living body. Xiaochen's unwavering divine sense felt the pulse of the earth. His mind was expanding. It seemed to be spreading to the endless earth. For a short moment, it was as if he'd passed through the 9 regions. He'd entered the great desolate age. This was the double expansion and spread of space and time. Then, his divine sense rushed up. It flew towards the heart of the universe. It was going to be engraved into that boundless universe for eternity. Endless nothingness. Endless darkness. His spiritual imprint once again turned from real to illusory. It seemed to be evolving the real form of the universe. The red sun set in the west. The sunset dyed the small village red. Xiaochen woke up from that mysterious state. He walked towards his home. The villagers were very simple. After knowing that he was practicing martial arts, they didn't disturb him. Even so, he only practiced for a few days. But Xiaochen felt that his divine sense was much more condensed. He'd experienced countless battles. It was time to settle down. This kind of semi-secluded practice suited his body and mind. Squeak, Kiki, who disappeared for a few days, appeared. The little guy was sneaky. Her big eyes twinkled. He had a guilty look on his face. What's wrong? Where are the 2 little Lolas? Xiaochen asked. Kiki hesitated. Finally, she opened the lost paradise. Inside, Linglong and Bunny were shouting angrily, "Little thing, let us out." Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh. A few days ago, the 2 Lolas chased after Kiki. They didn't want to be imprisoned instead. Let them go. After all, they were the Yellow Emperor's daughters. Xiaochen didn't want to make that great emperor unhappy. Squeak, squeak, Kiki shook her head. She drew a picture. She had an incomparably serious look. She regarded the 2 Lolas as demons. It was too scary for her. A figure appeared in the distance. 3 figures flew over like 3 meteors. A man and 2 women descended on their swords. It seemed that the man was more respected. One of the 2 women was holding a sword for him. The other was holding a zither for him. A bright and beautiful girl was rolling her eyes. She looked at the village. She said, "It should be here." The other girl said doubtfully, "Is this the legendary ancient village?" The young man couldn't be considered handsome. His appearance was very ordinary. But his temperament was extraordinary. He was calm. He was the kind of man with ordinary appearance but special charm. He would be firmly remembered after seeing him once. He saw Xiaochen not far away. He revealed a hint of a smile. He said to the 2 girls, "That's right. It's here." Xiaochen looked at them quietly. Didn't say anything. "I didn't expect you to be in this village too. Could it be a coincidence?" The young man with extraordinary temperament said with a smile, "I know you are Xiaochen. You killed Deng Yu, who was as famous as me. Please don't be hostile. I didn't come for you this time. I just want to train in this village." The 2 girls looked at Xiaochen in surprise. Obviously, they had already heard of Xiaochen's deeds. "I just came for training. Why did you choose this village?" Xiaochen looked at them fixedly. "Why are you also training here?" The young man didn't answer but asked back. "Because I was born here." The young man revealed a surprised expression. He said, "This is your birthplace. As a practitioner, don't you know that this village is a little unusual? It has already been a village since the primitive age. It can be said to be ancient and long. However, it's really hard to find. I don't know at all. Is there anything special about it?" Xiaochen saw that the other party didn't have any killing intent. He naturally didn't have any hostility. "Nothing. I only know it occasionally. I want to come and take a look." Boom. The earth trembled violently. A sloppy old madman walked out of the village. It was Xianxia. He waved his sleeve. A gust of wind was raised. Immediately, the 3 young cultivators flew into the sky. The three of them were very surprised. The young man asked in surprise, "Are you the guardian of this village?" He obviously didn't tell the truth just now. Only then did he reveal a look of surprise. "You guys go away. Don't have any ideas about this village. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." Xianxia was usually like an old madman. But at this moment, he was very serious. His killing intent was revealed. "Humph." A girl in the air snorted coldly. She flicked her jade-like fingers. The sound of the zither appeared. It was like a heavenly knife cutting through the sky. It tore down a sharp silver light. "Get lost," Xianxia roared. Like a thunder, a gust of wind swept toward the sky. The girl playing the zither was immediately blown several miles away. It was just a sound wave. It didn't spread in the village. It seemed to be concentrated in one direction. All of them landed on the girl's body. The young man shouted to the other girl, "Let's go." They flew away. Xiaochen walked over doubtfully. He asked, "This is an ancient desolate village. What's the secret?" Xianxia shook his head. "It's related to the ancestor dragon. It's related to the seal of the 9 regions. I don't know the specifics. Come with me. I dug something out of your village a few days ago. I don't know what it is." It was a yellow clay platform, ordinary and unremarkable. It was placed in the deserted courtyard of Xianxia's playhouse. There was nothing special about it. It seemed to be the crudest semi-finished product casually piled up by the lowest-level craftsman with yellow clay. It was no more than 1 meter tall. Its diameter was no more than 1.5 meters. It was full of potholes. It was very rough. Xianxia said, "Even with my skill, I can't destroy it at all." He felt that it belonged to this village. And he couldn't figure out anything special about it. Thus, she gave this ordinary yellow clay platform to Xiaochen. In the next few days, Xiaochen cultivated while fiddling with the yellow clay platform. In the end, the 2 centenarians in the village were shocked when they saw it. "When we were young, the elders of the previous generation were still there. They said that we have a yellow clay platform. Why did it appear again?" The 2 old men touched the yellow clay platform with trembling hands. They revealed a bewildered expression. "It's the same as what the old man described." Xiaochen was quite surprised. He asked, "Is there any legend?" "It's said that this yellow clay platform is very evil. I don't know the specifics." "Little Chen, you better throw it away." How could Xiaochen throw it away? In the end, he sat on the yellow clay platform and cultivated. At first, he didn't feel anything special. But on a certain day, he merged with heaven and earth. When he was close to becoming one with the world, suddenly, he heard some indistinct sounds. It was like the Buddhist mantra of Wang, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Mu. Wang. Heavenly Tao voice, Ma. Azura Tao voice, and I. Mortal Tao voice, me. Animal Tao voice, ignorance. Hungry Ghost Tao voice, Mu. Hell Tao voice, according to legend. Buddha and Jin each mastered 3 words. They could be used to the extreme. If these 6 words were combined, they could resist the 6 paths of reincarnation. Xiaochen listened carefully. He felt that this was very different from the Buddhist voice. This seemed to be a more primitive ancient voice. Although it was only a few ancient syllables. But it was not only difficult to catch. What was more difficult was that even if he heard it, he couldn't imitate it. What was the yellow clay platform? Xiaochen was shocked. He felt like he was sitting on top of a demonic abyss. Xiaochen sat quietly on the yellow clay platform and felt that ancient voice. His soul seemed to be trembling along with the sound. His entire body was out of his control and it was hard to move. That was like the demonic voice from beyond the heavens, but also like the divine law of the Pure Land. It was rough and melodious, indescribable, and hard to describe. At this moment, he felt as if the origin of the world was right in front of him. The heavenly sound of Hongmeng swept through all directions and seemed to have filled the entire world in an instant. Wang, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Mu represented the 6 heavenly sounds. If They were unleashed to the pinnacle, they could resist the 6 paths of reincarnation. But what was the sound transmitted from the yellow clay platform? Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the yellow clay platform. It was as if he had sunk into an ancient world of desolation. A desolate and ancient aura assaulted him head-on. Several kinds of original sounds rose and fell one after another, reverberating in the endless spacious and deathly still world. It seemed real and illusory and real. Xiaochen felt as if he was in a dream. That ancient heavenly sound resonated with his soul. He felt as if he would collapse at any time, but he also had a bizarre feeling of being reborn. While he was in a trance, he felt a ripple spread out from his body. It actually originated from that headless broken stone man. It was silent as it sat within his body, but that ripple was indeed caused by it. In an instant, Xiaochen, who felt like his body was about to collapse, calmed down. The sun rose and set. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the yellow clay platform for 3 whole days. When the morning sun shone down once again, he finally woke up from that strange state. The ancient heavenly music had disappeared, it was as if nothing had happened. The golden morning glow sprinkled down on his body, making Xiaochen, who was sitting on the yellow clay platform, flicker with golden light. It was as if there was a thin golden liquid flowing on his body. His skin was sparkling like jade, looking incomparably holy. Kiki was currently yawning on an ancient pagoda tree at the side. It occupied an abandoned magpie nest and imitated the phoenix by using all kinds of spiritual herbs to build a spiritual essence nest. It had just woken up. It blinked its big and confused eyes as it looked at Xiaochen. With a swish, it jumped down. However, something strange happened. The yellow clay platform actually rippled a little and blocked it outside. Squeak, the little critter cried out in surprise. Ever since it could travel through space, no one could block its path. After trying a few times, the little critter was unable to succeed and was blocked outside. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out his hand. He brought Ku to the yellow clay platform. Unstoppable. He entered smoothly. Yeah, the little fellow was even more curious now. He touched the yellow clay table here and there. In the end, he even pulled out the sword that was fixed in the lost paradise. He lightly scratched the clay table. Not a single trace was left behind. The yellow clay platform seemed to be full of potholes. It was inconspicuous. But it was incomparably hard. Even the sharpest of swords could not destroy it. The seemingly ordinary yellow clay platform was definitely not an ordinary object. Xiaochen told Kiki to sheath her sword. He looked at it carefully once more. However, he didn't find anything else. I actually meditated for 3 days? Yeah, Ku nodded. Xiaochen sat quietly on the yellow clay platform. In the village, under an old pagoda tree. He was not at home. He was afraid that his yuan qi would become agitated during the cultivation process. And let the parents be frightened. The 2 elders knew that he was cultivating. Therefore, he was not worried about him sitting there for a few days. Only the children in the village often watched from afar. The rising sun shone on his body, making him feel warm. Xiaochen felt that he seemed to be a little different. He couldn't explain it clearly, but his body seemed to have undergone a baptism. He felt lighter and more comfortable. He returned home and met up with his parents. After eating some breakfast, he took Ku for a walk by the Yellow River. The little fellow liked swimming very much. She often went to the Yellow River alone. They would swim for hundreds of miles. Was that Suing? At a distant place. A graceful figure just returned from the morning market and walked towards the neighboring village. She seemed to be about 26 or 27 years old. She had a scholarly aura. The little tale of the past always followed behind Xiaochen. In the end, she cried her heart out and married a talented scholar. Xiaochen was startled. Many distant past events surfaced in his mind, but he didn't go over. He only looked at her from afar. He didn't want to disturb the peaceful life of his childhood friend. After returning, he asked his village mates De Zhou and the Baldi to bury a jewelry box in the vegetable field in Su Ying's courtyard. This made her family mistakenly think that it was left behind by their ancestors. He didn't want to change the life of that talented girl. He didn't even go to see her. Whoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard as a few figures descended, blocking Su Ying's path. Xiaochen could see it clearly from the forest in the distance. He immediately frowned. Those were a few cultivators, why did they come again? Is the village next to Ancestral Dragon Village? A young cultivator asked Su Ying. I didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be in such a wilderness. Another person giggled. Su Ying nodded and said, that is Ancestral Dragon Village. I didn't expect that the so-called Ancestral Dragon Village is actually that desolate ancient village. A female cultivator looked at Ancestral Dragon Village and said, I wonder if we can find anything here. Another woman said with an extremely cold voice, easy. Gather all the people in that village. We will definitely be able to get something out of them. Especially those old antiques. They will definitely know some legends. If they can't remember, we will capture them one by one and throw them into the Yellow River to feed the fishes. I don't believe that we can't dig out some useful clues. What are you trying to do? Su Ying was shocked. Do you have the right to ask about our affairs? The woman with an ice-cold expression glanced at Su Ying and said, go find all the elders in your village. I have something to ask them. After that, she instructed the 2 men and 1 woman who came with her, bring the elders from the nearby villages to Ancestral Dragon Village and interrogate them. You can't act recklessly. Su Ying was really afraid that the elders from the nearby villages would be thrown into the Yellow River if they couldn't answer her. A palm instantly slapped Su Ying's face and sent her flying 4 to 5 meters away. A mere mortal dares to speak like this in front of me? The ice-cold woman looked at Su Ying with contempt. She glanced at the fallen Su Ying and said, I told you to go, so hurry up and go. The man who had been giggling all along said, Beauty, hurry up and go. My senior sister won't have tender and protective feelings like me. Are you hurt? Let me help you rub it. Now is not the time to mess around. The ice-cold woman glared at the man who was about to approach her. The man stopped in his tracks and said, understood, senior sister. Senior sister Yi Jun, will senior brother Yi Tian come? Another man at the side asked. The ice-cold woman said, my brother is currently fighting a group of divine arts practitioners on Mount Hua. I reckon he will only come after he becomes a king. Senior brother Yi Tian is one of the 10 strongest young heroes in the cultivation world. Not to mention Mount Hua, he can even become a king among the younger generation of the 9 prefectures. Why aren't you going? Yi Jun swept a cold glance at Su Ying who was on the ground. Thump, 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 the ground trembled slightly as a huge pressure shrouded over from the ancient pagoda forest, causing the trees to sway. Leaves swirled in the air as a powerful wave surged over in an instant. Xiaochen walked over step by step, dragging his sword and leaving a deep mark on the ground. His killing intent was unconcealed. The man who had teased Su Ying turned around and asked coldly, who are you? At the same time, he spat out a small silver hammer to block in front of him. The person who will kill you. Xiaochen's voice was indifferent. His steps were firm as he dragged his sword forward. You're courting death. The man snorted angrily. The small silver hammer instantly enlarged to the size of a millstone and smashed towards Xiaochen. Thunder rumbled and bolts of lightning fell down like a spider web. Xiaochen didn't even blink his eyes. He was still pressing forward unwaveringly as he swung his sword upwards. Boom! The ground shook. The sword ray instantly destroyed the net of lightning. At the same time, a clanging sound rang out as the millstone-sized silver hammer was split in half. At this moment, Xiaochen arrived in front of that man. The huge pressure immediately made the man feel fear. He didn't expect the opponent's strength to be beyond his imagination. He retreated immediately. How could Xiaochen give him the chance? He took a step forward and followed. The man shouted and spat out a sword ray towards his back. Xiaochen didn't have any intention of dodging at all. The sword in his hand chopped down. Gotcha! The flying sword instantly turned into scrap metal. It fell to the ground. At the same time, blood appeared. Xiaochen chopped off his head with one strike. With a violent shake, that nascent soul was also shattered. Not far away, Kiki flew in front of Su Ying. The little critter used a rainbow-colored radiance to help her up. It used its furry little paw to wipe away the terrifying palm print on her face. Brother Xiaochen, Suing was carrying an unknown snow-white little critter. When she looked at Xiaochen, her eyes immediately became blurry with tears. It seemed like she had 1,000 grievances and a lot of things to say. I've let you suffer. Xiaochen didn't expect to meet Suing in the end. He carried the blood-dripping sword and pressed towards the other three. He looked at the girl called Yi Jun and ruthlessly said, "Chop off your own right hand and I'll give you a quick death." Yi Jun sneered, "He's just an ordinary person. It's not too much even if I kill him. You killed one of my junior brothers and still dare to speak to me like this. I'll make you wish you were dead." Speaking until here, she took the initiative to launch an attack. With a shake of her arm, a Vajra ring crashed towards Xiaochen like a comet. It drew a long trail of light, it was very dazzling. Xiaochen's sword slashed diagonally. With a loud dang, the Vajra ring flew up to the sky. However, it only circled around once before diving down again. It ruthlessly smashed towards Yi Jun. The space collapsed and the earth cracked. It was actually accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder. A purple light rushed down and created an unfathomably deep black hole on the ground. Although Yi Jun was a woman, she indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Her cultivation was not much weaker than Xiaochen's. Xiaochen's eyes emitted a cold glint. He activated his spatial divine ability. A green light screen enveloped the Vajra ring and locked it in place temporarily. After that, the eightfold world appeared. He rushed forward as fast as lightning and trapped Yi Jun. Although Yi Jun had already soared into the sky, how could she be faster than Xiaochen? The Vajra ring was a rare magic treasure. It was personally refined by their ancestor, Mr. Xianxia. It collapsed the space and broke away from the green light screen. It returned to her side. However, Xiaochen had already arrived at this time. The eightfold world enveloped her. Relying on his unparalleled divine ability and martial body, Xiaochen had defeated cultivators a few levels higher than him more than once. He had absolute confidence that he could kill this female cultivator who was slightly weaker than him. He didn't want to waste time, so he directly revealed his strongest strength. The sky and the earth intersected. Yin and yang energies filled the air and trapped Yi Jun. Xiaochen slashed diagonally with the sword in his left hand. His right hand was sparkling and translucent like jade. He was forcing Yi Jun to go all out. Rays of light flooded the sky. The sword slashed diagonally 5 times. The Vajra ring was shattered. The eightfold hand struck 9 times. All of Yi Jun's magic treasures were turned into scrap metal. Her nascent soul was completely shattered. However, her physical body and spiritual sense were preserved. Xiaochen grabbed her and threw her to the ground. The other man and woman were gobsmacked. They didn't expect to meet such an expert in a mountain village. "You crippled Yi Jun. Do you know who she is?" The male cultivator said. "Her elder brother is one of the strongest 10 heroes in the cultivation world, Yi Tian. If you don't let her go, you will die without a burial ground." Xiaochen's expression was indifferent. He said emotionlessly, "I even dared to kill the 10 heroes. What is the sister of the 10 heroes? You are Mount Tai Ascending Dark King Xiaochen?" The woman looked at Xiaochen in shock. Dark King? Xiaochen didn't know when he got this title. The two wanted to run. However, how could Xiaochen give them the chance? He used his spatial divine ability to shatter their nascent soul. However, he didn't kill them. He threw them beside Yi Jun. "You guys think you are so high and mighty. Beating up mortals is something you should do. Then what are you guys now? I am going to slap you right now. Do you have anything to say? You dare?" Yi Jun screamed. Xiaochen sent her flying with a slap. He sneered, "I dare to kill you. Why wouldn't I dare to beat you up? However, I won't be like you guys. I won't make a move against ordinary girls." Yi Jun's hair was disheveled. She said hatefully, My elder brother will not let you off. If he comes, I will kill him too." Xiaochen sent her flying again. The man and woman at the side spoke at the same time, "Let us go. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Yi Jun and Yi Tian are the descendants of the half-ancestor Mr. Xianxia. She has already come to the mortal world. If you kill her descendants, you will die for sure. Will I be able to change the situation if I let you guys go now? Xiaochen sneered, I never regret what I do. I will send you guys on your way now. Xiaochen carried the three of them towards the Yellow River not far away. What are you trying to do? Yi Jun and the other two shouted. Didn't you guys want to throw the elders in the village into the Yellow River to feed the fishes? I will deal with you guys according to your method now. Feed you guys to the fishes. No, you dare? Let us go. Xiaochen sneered, seems like you are really arrogant because of your identity. Even now, you are still acting unruly. I will let you see if I dare or not. Xiaochen directly dismembered their limbs. They were thrown into the Yellow River. Of course, he didn't let Suing see this scene. It was very cruel for ordinary people, but it was nothing for practitioners. The water of the Yellow River surged. Very soon, the three of them were swallowed. Yi Jun still couldn't believe that there was someone who didn't care about her identity as the descendant of Mistress Sanying. Suing looked at Xiaochen, who she hadn't seen for many years. Tears blurred her eyes. She hugged Kiki and cried, I thought you would hide from me forever and I would never have the chance to see you again. Don't cry, you are going to become a kitten soon. Xiaochen revealed a smile and tried his best to ease her sad mood. Every time I think of the past, I want to cry. Suing fixed her eyes on Xiaochen. Xiaochen didn't know what to say. He fell into a short silence. He really only treated Suing as his younger sister. Go back to the village. Life is more peaceful. My world is not the world you understand. In the end, Xiaochen helped her wipe her tears and sent her off with his eyes. Suing turned her head and asked, will you appear again in the future? I will. Xiaochen answered against his will. He felt that it was a mistake not to change his appearance today. He really shouldn't have appeared in front of Suing. In the 9 prefectures, the King Conferral battle was taking place in every famous mountain and great river. The younger generation of the immortal realm and the cultivation world clashed fiercely. The strong became famous while the weak fell one after another. Feng Tianqi, Yi Tian, Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, and the others shocked the experts of the same generation. Their fame became more and more prominent. Xiaochen knew that the ancestral dragon village wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Cultivators kept coming to this place. What secret was this village hiding? Was it the yellow clay platform? For 7 consecutive days, he sat on the yellow clay platform and used his heart to sense the ancient voice. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. On the 10th day, Xiaochen finally figured out how many heavenly voices there were. His soul was almost shattered. If it wasn't for the ripple from the stone man, his soul would have completely melted. The terrifying voice seemed to be many times more terrifying than the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism. Weng, ji, ah, roar, mu, duo, clamor. On the 15th day, he finally heard the 8 kinds of voice clearly. He felt the most original power. The Weng and Mu were similar to the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism. Between the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism and the 8 sounds, which one was more mysterious and unfathomable, Xiaochen leaned towards the 8 sounds. He really wanted to grasp the 8 original sounds. However, in the following month, no matter how he tried to imitate the voice, he couldn't reach that level of purity. That was because the so-called voice came from the soul. It wasn't just an external sound wave. The heavenly voice was hard to imitate. Xiaochen was exhausted. He only managed to make one sound after experiencing the pain of the heavenly voice shattering his soul for half a month. When he was imitating the original Weng sound, his soul resonated with it. He didn't expect that it would actually start to shatter in the end. It was also at this moment that Xiaochen discovered that he was indeed as the golden divine halberd and the dark iron engraving said. The reason why the shattering started was because of the incomplete part. The Weng sound was correct. When the sound spread throughout his body, his soul couldn't bear it. Even with the protection of the ripple from the stone man, it finally started to shatter from the incomplete part. However, Xiaochen's soul resonated with the Weng sound from beginning to end. At the most dangerous moment, it actually started to slowly reassemble his shattered soul. Half a month of shattering and reassembling made Xiaochen experience the process of going from life to death, and then from death to life again. He was shocked to discover that after the reassembly, his soul was almost complete. A large portion of the incomplete part had already been regenerated. However, there weren't many imprints. It was just a lot stronger. Xiaochen could clearly feel the increase in his combat prowess. He was shocked by the unparalleled might of the 8 original sounds. Not only did it have the power of destruction, it actually had the power of regeneration. He barely managed to grasp the wing sound. In the following half a month, he once again sank into silence on the yellow clay platform. He repeatedly emitted the wing sound. His soul resonated with it. His soul shattered 9 times and reassembled 9 times. Finally, that incomplete soul was completely restored. Of course, the so-called restoration completely originated from the restoration of soul power. Some imprints couldn't be repaired. After all, in a sense, the so-called imprints were the rebirth of a soul with complete memories. It made Xiaochen feel as if he had been reborn. After his soul was restored, he had already grasped the wing sound. His soul could resonate with it. Xiaochen knew that he had grasped an extremely powerful force. He wanted to grasp the other 7 sounds, but he couldn't succeed at all. He knew that he would definitely need a special opportunity to do so. However, during this process, he inadvertently discovered something special. Once, when he emitted the wing sound, one of the 8-fold worlds seemed to tremble. However, when he tried again, there was no abnormality. Xiaochen walked down the yellow clay platform and arrived at the village entrance. From the people outside the mountain, he found out that in the past 2 months, there were close to 1,000 people who wanted to barge into the ancestral dragon village. The great desolate ancient village, these 4 words gradually spread throughout the land of the 9 prefectures. More and more people knew about it. Even the King Conferral battle seemed to be shifting to this place. The so-called ancestral dragon village is actually that great desolate ancient village. What exactly is here? I'm not sure. It seems to be a place that even half-martial ancestors fear. Let's dig a meter deep and carefully search the place. We just need to take away all the suspicious things. But that old madman is blocking the way. No one can move him. In the last 2 months, Xianxia had continuously come to find him, but were all blocked by the outer mountains. Xiaochen knew that it would be difficult for the ancient village to be peaceful. The flames of war had actually spread to this place. He walked out of the village with large strides and headed straight for the forest. Hey, it looks like he is a cultivator. He is actually coming towards us. Someone sneered. Even more people in the distance chose to watch silently. The shadows of the ancient pagoda trees danced, sprinkling a large area of shade. 2 cultivators turned around and blocked Xiaochen's path. They said, "You came from this village. You are not an ordinary villager. You are actually a cultivator. Perhaps we can invite you to come with us." What a joke. You want me to go with you just because you said so? Xiaochen slowly walked forward and asked, neither too fast nor too slow, "You guys don't look like people from the cultivation world, could it be that you guys are from the world of immortals?" When the 2 of them saw how calm Xiaochen was, they could not help but take a few steps back. They felt that they had met an expert, they did not dare to be as impudent as they were when dealing with mortals. "Kill him." A cold shout came from the depths of the forest, and 2 old men rushed over like lightning. At the same time, the 2 young practitioners in front of Xiaochen also started to take action after receiving the order. He sat on the yellow clay platform for 2 months. Xiaochen had undergone a complete transformation. His spiritual sense was extremely sharp. In an instant, he caught sight of the woman's figure. It was actually someone from the Hu family, Hu Daiwu. This woman had fought with Xiaochen before. A few demigods of the Tiger clan had fallen in Yingdu. She was the only one who escaped alone. She and Hai Yunxue, who had married into the Hu family, were close friends. Bang bang. The 2 young practitioners had just arrived in front of Xiaochen. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His eyes were filled with horror. The light in Xiaochen's eyes gradually receded. Cold lightning flashed in his eyes. It was comparable to sword chi. It directly shattered the bones in their bodies. Meanwhile, the 2 old men rushed over. He said nothing. Then, he directly tried to kill Xiaochen. He wanted to take his life immediately. The people of the Tiger clan are really haunting me. Ever since Xiaochen was born, the most troublesome enemy he had encountered was the Tiger clan. They had been pestering him endlessly. Using a peerless movement technique, he dodged the two old men's attack in an instant and rushed into the forest like a wisp of smoke. He charged towards Hu Diawu, wanting to capture the leader first. Even though Hu Diawu was a member of the Hu family's younger generation, she was the beloved daughter of the family head, and had an extraordinary status. Killing her was better than killing two elderly demigods. Hu Diawu coldly laughed. His expression did not change. Swish swish swish, the silhouettes in the forest flickered continuously. 9 old men appeared soundlessly, as if they had appeared out of thin air. They were all hidden in the shadows, without any signs of life. Xiaochen retreated decisively without hesitation. 9 lifeless old men followed him like shadows. They were as fast as lightning. It was prepared to deal with Crazy Ol, but I didn't expect you to be here. Just in time to take your life. Hu Diawu sinisterly laughed as she said, even if you're an immortal, you're still not a match for me. You won't be able to escape from the demonic shadow. This was a kind of demonic technique. After a strong expert died, they would leave behind a remnant soul. After being refined for dozens of years, it could refine a dead expert into a shadow. At the very least, it could bring out 80% of the power of the deceased at their peak. Xiaochen felt great danger, so he retreated in the shortest amount of time possible. When he turned around and met the 2 demigods from the Tiger clan, he did not show any mercy. He unfolded the eightfold world and brought them inside. The 9 shadows were as fast as lightning, they were actually much faster than the demigods. If Xiaochen did not have the eightfold world, he would have been caught up a long time ago. Xianxia walked out of the village and entered the middle of the 9 shadows with a single step. He laughed foolishly and said, "Was it specially prepared for me? Let me see how powerful it is." After he finished speaking, a gale swept out. The wind and clouds immediately surged, the leaves in the forest swirled chaotically, everything became dusky, nothing could be seen clearly. Muffled thunder resounded, black light flickered, and a bone-chilling sound transmitted from within. At the same time, bloody light soared into the sky unceasingly. When the world regained its clarity, Xianxia was standing in the forest. 9 jet-black ashes appeared on the ground, and one could vaguely see some black blood that had not dried up yet. At the same time, Xiaochen threw the 2 demigods from the eightfold world towards Xianxia. He once again charged towards Hu Diawu, who was in the depths of the forest. I didn't expect that old thing to be so unfathomable. The 9 demonic shadows were destroyed, Hu Diawu's expression was filled with regret. Seeing Xiaochen charging over, she did not panic and sneered, "Even if you have the world's fastest speed, you still can't kill me." Xiaochen did not say anything and directly activated the telepathic sword wave. A destructive formless ripple spread out. Hu Diawu sneered, "I was already prepared, the spatial coordinates have already been set." When the telepathic sword wave reached her side, the spatial scroll had already been opened, and her figure quickly faded away. "Do you think you can escape just by tearing open the space?" Xiaochen soared into the sky with the eightfold world's fastest speed, sweeping through all 4 directions in search of Hu Diawu's shadow. Whoosh, he quickly chased towards the southeast. It looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, but he continuously passed through space. He was as fast as a meteor. "I didn't expect that you would chase after us. We were originally waiting for that old lunatic here." Fairsnow's flowery dress fluttered in the wind as she stood in the clouds. Although she was alluring and incomparably beautiful, she revealed a cold and emotionless smile at this moment. Hu Diawu stood beside her. Behind them was a demonic shadow. It could be seen that they had made ample preparations to deal with Xianxia. "It's a small world. It seems like we will have to settle this matter soon." Xiaochen knew that he had failed to kill Hu Diawu. Fairsnow's eyes flickered. She withdrew her killing intent and revealed a faint smile. "What makes you think you can fight against me?" Xiaochen looked at her and said, "Your confidence has really inflated to the point where it can't be any greater. Your little brother Fairsky once asked me to spare your life. It seems like he was overly worried." Fairsnow sneered and revealed a cruel and emotionless expression. "I have the powerful Hu family behind me, and I have the White Tiger Saint Emperor as my backing. What do you have? You can trouble Chiyu once or twice. Do you think you can bother a half-martial ancestor again and again? She lightly waved her jade-like hand. The group of demonic shadows behind her rushed towards Xiaochen in an orderly manner. Xiaochen turned around and left. The grudges of the past shall be settled in this world in the near future. He disappeared into the horizon with a flash. Announced to the world that the great desolate ancient village has reappeared. The 9 provinces shall be unsealed because of this. Fairs now instructed the people beside her. Hu Diaowu was a little hesitant. Didn't the elders in the family tell us to dig 3 feet into the ground to find something? Fairs now shook her head and said, I suspect that there is a half-ancestor overseeing this place. Let's just let the whole world's power come. This is no longer a secret anyway, we are just adding fuel to the fire. We will watch from the shadows. When Xiaochen returned to the village, he discovered that Shan Weishan was standing there obediently. In front of him was a fair and chubby child, as well as a rascally-looking youth. The mortal world and the sky beyond heaven had actually arrived. They were looking at the yellow clay platform from a distance, but they did not get close. After that, they started to walk around the village with grave expressions, observing every inch of the land as if this was a demonic den. Finally, the 3 of them guarded 3 different directions, sitting cross-legged in the ancient pagoda forest outside the village. This puzzled Xiaochen and made him want to ask. However, he knew that if these experts did not want to say anything, it would be pointless. Even if he asked, it would be pointless. Everything seemed to have calmed down again, even though many practitioners kept coming to find him. Even though many cultivators came to search for them, with the 3 experts guarding the village, no one could barge in. Xiaochen did not ask anything. He sat alone on the yellow clay platform and started to cultivate in peace. Right now, everything else was for naught. Only raising his cultivation was important. The autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves. In the blink of an eye, it was late autumn. Xiaochen felt a somber atmosphere. A half-ancestor had arrived, the sky beyond heaven and the mortal world went out to welcome them, and that strong killing chi instantly vanished. Xiaochen instantly understood. The rascally-looking youth and that fair and chubby child were not simple at all. The instant they unsealed their bodies, they actually approached the half-ancestor realm. What secrets did the great desolate ancient village have? Why did it attract a half-ancestor? Xiaochen felt uneasy. This originally peaceful village would probably be dyed red with blood in the future. When Xiaochen sat on the yellow clay platform and fell silent again, the sky beyond heaven and the mortal world walked over. After watching for a long time, they spoke in an incredibly grave voice. The blood of the firmament, the essence of the earth. Yin and yang. Fight, weeping blood in the yellow clay platform. How many outstanding talents lie below the yellow clay platform? Weeping blood in the yellow clay platform, I see destruction. We are no longer needed here. Let's go. The sky beyond heaven and the mortal world silently vanished. At this moment, Xiaochen had already sunk into silence. His mind wandered beyond the cosmos, unaware of what was happening outside. In the past few months, cultivators with sharp senses had sensed strange fluctuations in the world. There were half-ancestor battles going on. However, no one knew where it happened or who was fighting. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, the sky beyond heaven and the mortal world walked over. I might have to leave this place. The sky beyond heaven's sudden words confused Xiaochen. Why did you leave? Shan Weishan, who looked like a beggar, narrowed his turbid eyes and said, My master wants me to leave. He has a feeling that a great change is going to happen in this village. If I don't leave now, I'll die here. After you leave, who will guard this village? Didn't you say that this place has a great relationship with the seal of the 9 states? We were wrong. This village is very strange. There's no need to guard it. Outer Mountain actually left just like that, disappearing without the slightest hesitation. What happened? Is this village that scary? Xiaochen stared fixedly at the dissipating afterimage. The villagers did not sense anything unusual. Although he was often asked all sorts of questions when he went out to work, nothing tragic happened. Full text version of the novel read, updated, faster, all on the literature website, computer site, Omega 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 Omega. Xiaochen put the yellow clay platform into the divinized cave and walked out of the village again. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found many people hiding in the forest outside the village. He faced the peeping cultivators and shouted, "If you want to enter the village, please come, but don't disturb the villagers. If you don't find anything, please leave as soon as possible." After Outer Mountain left, he could not stop so many people. Rather than that, it was better to let them in and see what was going on. No one moved, as if they were worried that it was a trap. "Humph, I'll go and take a look. It's him. Feng Tianqi, one of the 10 strongest young heroes in the cultivation world. He was conferred king on Mount Tai." Someone whispered. The blue-robed Feng Tianqi strode out of the village. He looked around but did not find anything, so he rode his sword and left. When the others saw that he was safe and sound, they all rushed over. There were thousands of people, and they could not be counted at all. And these were only the people moving in the open. There were even more people hiding in the dark outside the village. Thousands of people rushed into the village. All the villagers were so shocked that they closed their doors and hid. "Dig 3 feet into the ground and find out," someone shouted. "That's right, find out what kind of ancient village it is. Even our ancestor doesn't dare to step into this place. Tear down the houses and dig this village." The voices were clamorous. There were cultivators and people from the world of Immortals. Their goal was the same. After Outer Mountain, and Sky Beyond Sky retreated, no one could stop them anymore. Thousands of people were going to riot. No matter how strong Xiaochen's cultivation was, he was powerless to stop them. The blood of the firmament, the essence of the earth. The yin and yang fight, the blood of heaven and earth. If you don't want to die, quickly retreat. At this time, a loud voice rang out from the darkness. But it was already too late. The black and yellow gas filled the ancient village. Blood light burst out, and thousands of practitioners were all crushed. The blood light soared into the sky and dissipated. When the black and yellow gas disappeared, not a single one of the thousands of people in the village remained. They all turned into ashes. Everyone was incomparably shocked. In an instant, they fell into a deathly silence. That was a scene that made people's hearts tremble. Thousands of practitioners died a violent death. Not even a trace was left. Feng Tianqi was incomparably scared. If it was not because he didn't go back in after he came out, he might have followed in those people's footsteps. The yin and yang fight, the blood of heaven and earth. Heroes lie dead, ants fly into ashes, a sigh transmitted from the dark. The voice gradually faded away. Obviously, that person had already gone far away. Even a demigod could be considered as an ant? They turned into ashes, not even their corpses were left behind. Only Xiaochen at the village entrance survived. He stood there quietly like a statue. He was also incomparably shocked in his heart. Swish, he left behind an afterimage and quickly rushed back home. In the room, the 2 old men let out a light snoring sound. They actually fell into a deep sleep. He rushed into the houses of the villagers one after another. He discovered that everyone seemed to have entered into a dream. There was no danger at all. After that, he arrived at the ancient locust tree where he usually trained. He jumped up and stretched out his hand towards the small nest woven from spiritual grass at the top of the tree. After eating 3 yin ginseng fruits in a row, Kiki, who had slept for more than 2 months, opened her eyes in a daze. She was pulled up by Xiaochen. Only now did Xiaochen feel completely relieved. Squeak! Squeak! The little critter cried out in dissatisfaction. It was protesting against Xiaochen disturbing its sleep. Xiaochen brought it to the village entrance. This was an extremely dangerous moment. A great battle might break out at any time. He took out the sword that was locked in the lost paradise and held it in his hand. Kiki clearly knew what had happened. It opened the lost paradise and shook it with all its might. It flung Ling Long and the rabbit out. The little critter was ready to use the lost paradise to catch people at any time. Little critter, you are too evil. You actually dare to imprison us. We won't forgive you. The moment the two Lolas broke free, they shouted at Kiki. But when they saw the situation in front of them clearly, they immediately quieted down. What the hell happened just now? Only now did the practitioners surrounding the village wake up from their fear. No one dared to step forward anymore. Scary, everyone had a lingering fear. For 3 whole days and 3 nights, no one dared to take a step forward. Yi Tian, the one who was conferred the title of King of Mount Hua, is also here. On the 4th day, someone discussed in a low voice. A young man who looked very similar to the dead Yi Jun arrived with a large group of people. He met up with Tian Qi at Mount Tai. In the next few days, more than half of the 10 strongest young heroes of the cultivation world arrived. Many older generation practitioners also came with them. Soon after, many experts from the world of Immortals also arrived. On the 10th day, Fairsnow led the experts of the Tiger clan to make a comeback and completely surrounded the village. Hee. Fairsnow smiled faintly and said to the experts of the Tiger clan, "What's so difficult about this? Let's retreat and set the village on fire." Destroy this village? It's only a village, there aren't many people. Even if they were all burned to death. Besides, we might not be able to burn it down. Let's give it a try. Fairsnow said calmly. Alright, let's set the village on fire. At that time, some practitioners unleashed the true Yang fire. However, Fairsnow and the experts of the Tiger clan, as well as Feng Tianqi and Yi Tian, all retreated at the first moment. The idea came from the Tiger clan, but the executor was someone else. The divine fire that filled the sky rolled towards the village. Boom! The black and yellow gas soared to the sky. The divine fire was extinguished, and the person who set the fire was turned into ashes. This result made everyone feel a little scared. Xiaochen, don't tell me you want to be a tortoise for the rest of your life. Hu Jiawu mocked, don't tell me you want to stay inside forever. Although this village is your hometown, it concerns the fate of the 9 prefectures. You better cooperate and tell us the secret of how you can stay inside unscathed. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of the whole world. Who do you think you are to represent the whole world? Xiaochen glanced at her. Then he directly ignored her. You guys wait outside, I will train. Xiaochen did not avoid it at all. He used his finger to poke the divinized acupoint. The yellow clay platform flashed and appeared at the entrance of the village. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on it. Little Kiki was bored to death. She yawned and flew towards the ancient pagoda tree in the village. She wanted to continue sleeping. As for the 2 little Lolas, they happily followed her. Just at this time, killing intent soared to the sky from afar. Even the earth was trembling. Countless figures appeared. It was actually an army. The person in the lead was riding on a glossy, jade-like unicorn. It was the imperial princess Zhao Lin Heir. Behind her were 500 solar religion knights. In the ancient times, they were the #1 knight group that dared to compete with half-ancestors. Under the heavens, all lands belong to the king. Those who lead the land are the king's subjects. The entire world belongs to the empire. This village is no exception. Zhao Lin Heir's beauty was exceptional. After returning to the mortal world, she immediately used the 500 solar religion knights to chase away that so-called state teacher and helped her father take back the authority. The 500 knights were all incomparably valiant. Some of the old knights had already lived for who knows how many years. When the 500 of them gathered together, their killing intent soared into the sky. This kind of imposing manner could be said to be extremely intimidating. They either carried golden spears on their backs or 2-handed swords on their backs. Every single one of them had a faint bloody aura lingering around them. One could imagine that they were powerful practitioners that had experienced the baptism of countless blood. Their long golden hair fluttered in the bloody mist. It was as dazzling as the sun. All kinds of mounts, earth dragons, winged leopards, 3-headed tigers, flying demon wolves, and so on roared unceasingly. This was definitely a powerful force. The 500 strongest knights of the ancient times could fight against half-ancestors. The impression these 500 knights gave people was nothing but shock. The earth was trembling. The 500 knights were slowly approaching. the wild aura emitted by all kinds of beasts pervaded the air. Even the powerful practitioners and the experts of the world of immortals had no choice but to retreat. Although these 500 people were not as powerful as the knights of the ancient times, they were still not a force that ordinary people could contend against. Everyone opened up a path for Zhao Lin Air and the 500 knights. Seeing Xiaochen, who was sitting steadily on the yellow clay platform, Zhao Lin Air stared blankly for a moment and said, "It's really you." Xiaochen closed his eyes and remained silent. It was as if the things happening in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Hee, Zhao Lin Air chuckled and said, "I won't look into the matters of the past anymore. Speaking of which, we can be considered as old friends. This time, it was all thanks to you that I returned to the mortal world. You don't need to thank me. It's fine as long as you don't disturb the peace of this mountain village." Xiaochen replied with his eyes closed. Hee. I can't promise you that. Zhao Lin Air returned to the mortal world and grasped great authority. With the backing of 500 powerful solar knights, her body was imperceptibly emitting a sharp aura. She said in a deep voice, "This matter concerns the safety of the 9 provinces. I have to control this village." Xiaochen didn't say anything and continued to train. "Did you hear what I said?" Zhao Lin Air knitted her brows slightly. "I heard it. If you want to control this village, there's no need to discuss it with me. Just make your move. I need your cooperation to guide us in." "I can't do it." Xiaochen immediately refused. "Xiaochen," Zhao Lin Air's tone immediately turned cold. She said in a deep voice, "Do you know where you are now? This is the mortal world. Everything under the heavens belongs to the emperor. If the emperor gets angry, blood will flow like a river. You should know the consequences." If it was an ordinary royal family member who said this, the powerful practitioners would not even put them in their eyes. However, behind Zhao Lin Air was the solar religion. It was a powerful force that could contend against any half-ancestor. "So what if I know or not?" "You already made up your mind. Just make your move if you want to." Xiaochen's tone was calm. He was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. "Good, since that is the case, don't blame me for being merciless." Zhao Lin Air shouted loudly, "The divine knights of the solar religion, move out. Combine your strength and blast this village open. I don't believe that the black-yellow gas can stop half-ancestor." A few of the old knights were the experts who had survived the ancient war. One of them urged a savage ancient beast to approach Zhao Lin Air. He frowned and said, "This village is very evil. Don't use the night-killing formation. Let us old guys give it a try first." 9 old knights walked out side by side. They lined up in a straight line and shouted in unison. They either raised their golden divine swords or bronze ancient spears. They were about to hack towards the village. Yin and yang fighting, blood weeping on the black-yellow platform. "Are you guys courting death?" An aged voice transmitted from the horizon. The 9 old knights stopped in their tracks. With a flash of light, an old woman appeared outside the great desolate ancient village. She had a head full of white hair. She was leaning on a dragon-headed walking stick. Her eyes were like lightning as she swept her gaze over the yellow platform below Xiaochen. Yi Tian, the most outstanding expert of the cultivation world who was conferred the title of king on Mount Hua, hurriedly walked over. He bowed down and greeted, "Old ancestor, get up." The old woman nodded her head. The practitioners who knew the ins and outs were immediately incomparably shocked. This person was actually the Sanying Taijun. A half-ancestor had personally come. Lady Sanying had white hair and a ruddy complexion. She was wearing a robe of the 8 trigrams and holding a walking stick with a dragon head in her hand. She was as quiet as an abyss, giving people an unfathomable feeling. After glancing at the yellow clay table for a long time, she withdrew her gaze and said to the old knight of the solar sect coldly, "I can see that your cultivation is superb and you are quite a character. But how could you be so rash? It's fine if you want to die, but you have implicated my descendants. Even if you have 10 lives, it will not be enough to compensate." In the distance, many cultivators did not dare to breathe loudly. This old lady had a fierce reputation in the cultivation world. She was the most protective. If she was provoked, she would not care about bullying the weak. The old holy knight of the Sun Church frowned, and his blonde hair fluttered in the wind. As a holy knight of the Sun Church, no matter how old he was, his youthful spirit would never fade away. This was one of the most important factors that allowed him to maintain his powerful combat power. However, he quickly suppressed his anger. He was one of the few experts who had survived the ancient war, so he could naturally feel how terrifying the old woman was. Before the 500 knights joined forces, he would definitely be courting death if he fought against her. Don't frown in front of me. If it weren't for your sun god, you would have died 10,000 times. Hearing Lady Xianxia's words, all the Sun Riders were shocked. Could it be that the sun god had also come to the human world? Where's your sister? Lady Xianxia asked Tian. She is missing. Humph. Xianxia Taijun snorted coldly and said, he was killed. Speaking until here, she pointed her dragon-head walking stick at Xiaochen and said to Tian, killed by him. I sensed the bloody aura left on his hand. You, as his elder brother, still don't know about it. What? Yi Tian glared at Xiaochen furiously. His eyes looked like they were going to pop out of their sockets. He shouted, the one with the surname Xiao, how dare you kill my sister? I will not let you off. Xiaochen did not want to say anything. There was no point in arguing. He might as well focus on cultivating. Facing a group of enemies. This was the best time to test one's temperament. Lady Xianxia sent Yi Tian flying with her walking stick. If he's dead, then he's dead. What's the use of anger? Yes. Although Yi Tian's name had shaken the younger generation, but in front of this old woman. However, he was extremely nervous. Xianxia Taijun. He was just like his name. He had cultivated 3 nascent souls. Her Yuanying was not like Deng Yu, who had 1 Yuanying turn into 5 Yuanying. Ever since she started cultivating, his heart was as high as the sky. He wanted to become the strongest. Don't take the hard road. He had cultivated 3 golden cores. He created 3 nascent souls. It was a narrow escape. He had passed the trial of life and death. He had achieved the right result. His magic power was superb. The power of a nascent soul was equivalent to the power of a half-martial ancestor. One could only imagine the power of the 3 nascent souls. In a sense, the 3 infants and Laozi's one turning into 3 pure ones have similar effects. However, the 3rd infant could last longer than Laozi's earth chi body. She was the strongest woman in the cultivation world alongside goddess Azure Lotus. Very few half-martial ancestors were a match for him. You are Xiaochen, the one who had some friendship with Qiyu, right? I saw you in the East Sea. Lady Xianxia was extremely cold. He said, you still don't know what kind of situation you are in. Even half-martial ancestors will be your enemies. Apart from the 2 who were half-suppressed in the human world. The other half-martial ancestors all want to get rid of you. Xiaochen remained unmoved, remaining silent. I'm not trying to scare you, this is the truth. There is only one way to change this situation. That is to seal the yellow platform and seal this great desolate ancient village. Otherwise, no one can save you. Xiaochen was unmoved. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, since you are so powerful, then seal it yourself. Roar, there was a long roar. A huge white tiger descended from the sky. It landed beside Lady Xianxia. It was actually the white tiger Saint Emperor. Fairs now and Hu Jiaowu hurried forward. Greetings, old ancestor. Rise. Ancestor, please forgive us. We couldn't kill Xiaochen. We couldn't seal this place. It's not your fault. The white tiger Saint Emperor shook his head and turned to look at Lady Xianxia. Looks like we're all too late. Although we knew there was a problem here, we didn't expect it to be a disaster. If we had known earlier, we would have come even if there was a risk of destruction. Hearing these words, Lady Xianxia remained silent. After a long time, she said, their aura was concealed by those 2 half-sealed bastards. They oversaw this place and hoodwinked everyone's senses. All the practitioners were shocked. What kind of secret was this place hiding? It actually made the half-ancestor so worried, it was really shocking. Swish, with a flash of golden radiance, a dazzling sun descended from the sky. the Sun Saint God appeared. He couldn't maintain his calm. The golden radiance around his body trembled unceasingly. He sighed, what is the background of Outsider and Sky Beyond Sky? They must be famous experts that appeared in history. The Solar Knights hurriedly saluted. The three half-ancestors were from the two opposing systems of the Cultivation world and the world of Immortals. They actually appeared at the same time. All the practitioners could already see that the great desolate ancient village was of great importance. It seemed to be related to the safety of the half-ancestors. A figure appeared in the sky. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect came together. Then, the auspicious clouds spread out and the multicolored light lingered around. The Chan sect's leader, Primal Origin, descended from the sky. Xianxia and I went to kill Sky Beyond Sky and Outsider. We didn't succeed and let them escape. Primal Origin heaved a sigh. A baleful aura spread out in all directions. Sect leader Xianxia controlled the 4 immortal execution swords and descended from the sky. The strong wind immediately made all the practitioners below the half-ancestor level retreat. Hateful. Sect leader Xianxia glared at Xiaochen, who was on the yellow clay platform. The White Tiger Saint Emperor sighed and said, it's my fault for being careless. Outsider's disciple blocked the demonic shadow I refined. I should have come personally. I didn't expect this burial ground to be a disaster. Humph. The White Tiger Saint Emperor snorted coldly. His sharp gaze swept towards Xiaochen. It was even more terrifying than the sharp sword. The yellow clay platform immediately emitted a black and yellow aura. It shattered the light sword and swept towards the White Tiger Saint Emperor. PFFF. The White Tiger soared into the sky and landed after dodging the attack. What do you guys think if we barge in? How confident are we? Primal Origin asked. Only 10%. The baleful aura in Xianxia's eyes surged. Just at this time, light flickered in the sky. Xuanti and Jian, the two half-ancestors, descended from the sky. Soon after, the half-ancestors of the Cultivation world arrived together. The surrounding people felt like they were in a dream. People like you the Great and Hui also appeared. Half-ancestors gathered. You guys are here too. The two of you might not necessarily die. Primordial Lord looked at you the Great and Hui. You the Great and Hui didn't say anything. Laozi and Buddha are still calm. They didn't even show their faces. Xianxia sighed and said, but even if they survive, speaking until here, he frowned. It was obvious that he couldn't predict the future. The astral wind was vast and mighty. 2 war-godlike figures appeared in the sky and descended. Xing Tian looked disdainfully in all directions. He wasn't afraid of the people in front of him at all. He sneered and said, everything is going to be settled. Those who shouldn't exist will naturally disappear. Xianxia was incomparably cold and said, I know you will definitely survive. However, your good friend Qiyu will die without a doubt. Qiyu was very calm and said, I don't fear death. It's enough that he already existed. Xing Tian shook his head and said, even if his power is damaged, it won't be a problem for him to survive. Then, he turned his head and looked at you the Great and Hui. You guys can also survive. Why are you walking with them? I came here to take a look. Hui and you the Great were silent. On the yellow clay platform, Xiaochen witnessed everything. When he saw Qiyu looking at him, he asked in a deep voice, you might die because of this village? Yes. Qiyu nodded. What can I do to protect you? Xiaochen asked. You don't have to do it on purpose. Some things can't be stopped. Qiyu was very calm. Sanying Taijun sneered and said, you sure are optimistic. She turned her head to look at Xiaochen and said, if you want him to be safe, you should seal the yellow clay platform and this ancient village. None of this will happen. Don't listen to her. Do what you should. No one can stop it. Qiyu soared into the sky and left. Do as you please. Xing Tian took a deep look at Xiaochen and also soared into the sky. The surrounding people were completely stunned. They knew that something big was about to happen. However, Xiaochen didn't know anything. He didn't understand what the half-step ancestor was worried about. The yin and yang are at war. We have 3 years at most. Let's make preparations early. Sect leader Tong Tian flew into the sky. Primeval, Sun Sacred God, Xuanti, Jian, and the others also left. After that, Sanying Taijun, Yu the Great, Hui, and the other half-step ancestors also soared into the sky. Everyone couldn't understand it. What happened? Why was it like this? Xiaochen pondered for a long time. He couldn't understand why the great desolate ancient village could kill half-step ancestors. He looked at the yellow clay platform below and didn't feel that it had the power to kill half-step ancestors. Everyone in the village fell into a deep sleep. Although they didn't wake up for a long time, there was nothing wrong with their bodies. The Yellow Emperor's youngest daughter, Ling Long, and the rabbit also fell into a sweet dream on a street. Xiaochen sent them to his room. Xiaochen relaxed and stopped thinking about it. Since some things were unavoidable, he would just wait for it to happen. He started to cultivate in silence. The autumn wind blew the grass and leaves down, leaving glistening yellow fruits in the distant field. However, no one picked them in this village. It was desolate. There were still practitioners roaming around outside the village, but no one dared to get close. Most people just wanted to see what this evil land was like. Xiaochen was like a fossil as he fell into silence. He didn't move at all. His body was covered with dried leaves, dust, and the autumn rain. In the end, his body was covered with sand and dust. He really looked like a stone statue. His long hair turned from black to dull, and finally to ash white and withered. It was as if a gust of wind would break it and drift away. Heavy snow swirled in the air. Winter had arrived. Xiaochen was sealed in ice. It was deathly silent. There was no sign of life coming from him. It was as if he had already passed away. In these few months, Lawrence, Oxman, and Asian received the news one after another. They rushed to this place, but they couldn't get close to the village. No matter how they shouted from outside, they couldn't wake Xiaochen up. They did wake Kiki up once, but the little thing only took a glance at them and fell into a deep sleep again. Only until the night of the New Year did Xiaochen finally release the breath of life from the deathly stillness. He gradually showed signs of life. He sat in meditation for several months and chanted the life and death incantation. He matched the voice from the yellow clay platform. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds and broke into the nirvana realm. He didn't move for several months. It was actually a kind of nirvana realm. Once he stepped into the nirvana realm, he would have to face the threat of death. Xiaochen had already passed the first tribulation of death. The north wind whistled. It was freezing cold. The snow as thick as goose feathers danced in the sky. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The ancient village seemed to have turned into a ghost village. It was completely silent. There was no sign of life at all. They had been isolated from the outside world for several months. The people in the nearby villages didn't dare to approach because of fear. At a distant place, the sound of firecrackers was continuous. It didn't stop ringing. The last New Year's Eve of the year had arrived. On this bitterly cold night, tens of thousands of houses were brightly lit. They were all celebrating the biggest festival in the human world. On the yellow clay platform of the ancient village. Although Xiaochen had woken up, but he didn't move. He quietly felt the changes in his body. A powerful force slowly circulated in his body. It was as vigorous as a torrential river. It was as vast as the vast sea. He felt that he had an inexhaustible power. That's right. At this moment, Xiaochen felt that his cultivation had already reached the peak since he was born. He had strong confidence that he could fight against an immortal realm powerhouse. The Nirvana realm was an incomparably mysterious state. When the cultivation was strong, it could reach the immortal realm. When the cultivation was weak, it could even drop down from the Historia realm. The fluctuation was huge. Once he entered this realm, the practitioners would be in incomparable danger. The 9 heavens of Nirvana. With every step forward, they would have to experience a death tribulation. At every turn, they would have to face the death of both the corporeal and the divine. Unless they had the protection of a spiritual treasure. Or the protection of a half-step ancestor realm powerhouse. Otherwise, after reaching this realm, any practitioner would have a slim chance of survival. After entering the Nirvana realm, Those who could truly cross this dragon gate. There were only 1 or 2 out of 10 people. More than half of them would die. The thick snow on their bodies fell off. Xiaochen took a step down from the yellow clay platform. His steps were steady and powerful. He had not moved for months. Let the wind and rain erode it. His clothes were torn to shreds. It revealed its bronze-colored body, sparkling and translucent in the snowstorm. She had long gray hair. It had already turned jet black and thick. You can see your own reflection. They danced wildly in the chilly wind. At this moment, Xiaochen was brimming with life force. He felt as if he could punch through a mountain ridge with a single punch. This was the first time he felt like he was standing at the peak. But he also understood. He still had to go through 8 death tribulations. If he didn't die, only then can one cultivate the true fruit. Every time he experienced a death tribulation, his physique would undergo a transformation. It varied from person to person. The transformation of some people. It would completely subvert his previous understanding of his own potential. If every metamorphosis was transcendental in nature, then after 9 transformations, it was as if a person had been completely reborn. There were many late bloomers. All of them had started their glorious years in the Nirvana realm. And some of the top geniuses in their youth. If he couldn't undergo a shocking transformation in the Nirvana realm, he wouldn't be able to survive. In that case, it was very likely that he would vanish into the crowd. Nirvana realm. It was a great transformation that truly unearthed the dormant potential. It was just like its name suggested. The great waves washed away the sand. The real top figures would be refined at this moment. They would be reborn from the fire. In the distance, huge fireworks bloomed in the sky. It was as if many stars were shining at the same time. It was incomparably dazzling. Even though the cold wind was bitingly cold. But on this New Year's Eve, it was also filled with a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. He found a piece of clothing from the divinized acupoint space and put it on. Xiaochen put away the yellow clay platform. He walked out of the village with large strides. There was a divine light in his eyes. He looked in all directions. The ancient locust tree forest not far away was covered with snow. Some of the withered branches made a cracking sound. It seemed as if they would break at any time. Dozens of silhouettes appeared silently. And there were more people watching quietly in the dark. You guys are really lingering. You have been guarding for a few months. You are not willing to leave even on New Year's Eve. Is there any meaning to this? Xiaochen's expression was calm. He couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. He looked at the figures that emerged. He said, "The half-step ancestors feel powerless to change anything. What's the use of you guarding here?" He didn't understand what the half-step ancestors were afraid of. But Xiaochen knew. Those half-step ancestors left in a hurry. It was because they understood that they couldn't reverse the situation. His feet made a pitter-patter sound as he stepped on the snow. Xiaochen left 2 clear footprints like an ordinary person. He welcomed them fearlessly. The powerful strength he had just obtained. He wanted to verify all of this. In front, the figures in black cloaks slowly approached. 3 of them walked at the front. The powerful knights of the solar religion. They threw away the black cloaks. Their strong bodies were exposed. Their long golden hair fluttered in the wind. They were as dazzling as the golden sunlight. Their faces showed a resolute expression. They held a golden spear in their hands. On the other side, multicolored light flickered. A cultivator wearing a 5-colored immortal armor. His feet didn't touch. He stood in the air. A purple blade floated in front of him. Specks of radiance. The murderous aura was pressing. It pointed directly at Xiaochen. When the person in the middle took off his cloak, he took off his bamboo hat. When he revealed his true appearance, Xiaochen was stunned. It was actually Faircloud. The patriarch of the Faircloud clan who once forced him into a desperate situation. He was also the father of Faircloud and Fairsnow. There was the Faircloud clan who were tied to the same chariot as the Tiger clan. There were also the knights of the solar religion and the people of the cultivation world. Obviously, these powerful forces were entangled together. Faircloud didn't go to enjoy the tiger fortune your daughter earned for you. Instead, he came to this cold and snowy place. Aren't you afraid of being buried in the wilderness? Faircloud was a true expert. He had already successfully broken through to the immortal realm. He looked at Xiaochen and sighed with emotion. The fate of life is hard to imagine. I really underestimated you at that time. Xiaochen smiled. He didn't say anything. I was just patrolling here by chance. I didn't think you would come out today. Losing the protection of the ancient village. I think we can put an end to this today. Faircloud's words were calm. But his murderous intent wasn't concealed. The cultivator riding the purple blade was also incomparably cold. After you walk out of the primordial ancient village, you are nothing. Without the protection of the black and yellow chi. Arrogant and conceited, you are courting death. At the same time, he announced his origin. He was actually the younger brother of Feng Tianqi who was conferred the title of king. I am from the solar religion, the blonde knight approached with his spear. Enough. There is no need to say more. In my eyes, you are all dead people. The name of a dead person is meaningless. Xiaochen said so. It immediately made the Sun Knight and Feng Tianqi's younger brother angry. Faircloud only sneered twice. As his words fell, Xiaochen took the initiative to attack, leaving behind a series of afterimages. He instantly appeared in front of the Sun Knight. The palm blade slashed down diagonally. The Sun Knight held the spear with both hands. He slashed up diagonally. He wanted to pierce through that pair of jade-like palms. Crack! Xiaochen's palm blade was extremely swift. It hit the spear. He pressed down fiercely. A cracking sound immediately rang out. The golden spear cracked. It shattered into pieces. The Sun Knight was terrified. As fast as lightning. He fell backward with his head raised. His back pressed against the snow as he moved swiftly like a snake. He flew backward. But Xiaochen was faster. He took a step forward. He chased after him. He stomped down fiercely. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the entire area to shake. The snow waves rolled. The Sun Knight felt the threat of death. Thousands of golden lights blossomed around him. He actually sank under the snow. He hid his figure. Xiaochen's expression was cold. The hand of heaven pressed down on the ground. There was no huge energy explosion. There was no terrifying sound. There was no dazzling light. Everyone only felt the ground shake violently. A wave of blood rushed to the surface of his body. Xiaochen didn't even check. He turned around and approached the younger brother of King Taishan. Several shoujo wearing large cloaks. They rushed over quickly. They tore open the frozen ground. They found that the Sun Knight hiding under the snow had already turned into a pile of meat paste. Xiaochen's strength was terrifying. He broke into the Nirvana realm. When he was at his peak state, he was already equivalent to an immortal realm expert. Feng Tianqi's younger brother, the purple saber, slashed down like lightning. But it was split into pieces in an instant. A jade-like palm shattered it. And mercilessly slashed forward. The young cultivator's ambition was higher than the sky. He also wanted to be famous like his elder brother, Feng Tianqi. Conferred king. But facing a merciless expert comparable to the immortal realm. His life withered quickly like the withered flower. His life came to an end. A glittering and translucent palm. It seemed to have an evil and terrifying magic power. It could break anything. It broke the immortal armor. It broke the hands that came out to intercept. It pierced through the chest. It shattered the nascent soul that was fleeing in panic. It tore the whole body. It brought out a lot of blood. It passed in a flash. My elder brother won't let you go. This was the fluctuation of the young cultivator's remnant soul. He's here. I'll kill him. Xiaochen replied calmly. His strength was clear. In the ears of the crowd, they felt their scalps go numb. This was an absolutely confident and terrifying person. Faircloud's expression also changed. Although he was in the immortal realm. But he chose to retreat. He shouted to the people behind him, "Kill him for me." The demonic shadows refined by the Hu family. They were like ghosts. Dozens of them rushed over silently. As for Faircloud himself, he rushed to the sky. He was old and shrewd. He didn't want to take any risks. He just happened to pass by this place because he was patrolling on the New Year's Eve. Seeing Xianxia walk out of the ancient village, he really wanted to kill him. But as the patriarch of a generation, he was so old and slippery. Even his eyelashes were empty. He never fought a battle he was not sure of. After seeing Xiaoqian's strength, he would rather miss it. He didn't want to put himself in danger. Xiaoqian laughed out loud. With an incredible movement technique, he left behind afterimages. After a few flashes, he rushed out of the encirclement. He was afraid that a half-step ancestor would suddenly appear. He shook out the yellow clay platform. He stood on it. He caught up to the sky. Although he couldn't use the yellow clay platform to burst out with terrifying power. But this platform was incomparably evil. It seemed to make a half-step ancestor feel a deep fear. It could protect his safety. Faircloud relied on his experience. He felt that today was not a good day. He didn't want to fight at all. The lotus movement technique was displayed to the limit. It could be said that the petals were blooming. His figure was like the flickering starlight. His body directly tore the sky. It was so fast that even the immortals were shocked. If Xiaoqian didn't have the eightfold extreme speed, if it was someone else, they wouldn't even be able to see his flight trajectory. Faircloud only had one thought now. He rushed to a provincial capital 100 li away. The Tiger clan had a powerful stronghold there. Apart from the White Tiger Saint Emperor's seclusion, that was already the second layer of the Tiger clan. However, Xiaoqian was extremely fast. He caught up in an instant. "Faircloud, I'm going to kill you today." A figure flashed. Xiaoqian blocked his way. The ice-cold voice was even more bone-piercing than the heavy snow in the sky. And it emitted an incomparably strong self-confidence. Faircloud let out a long roar. The sound spread for dozens of li. At the same time, he made the first move. The lotus in the sky bloomed. A huge black lotus as big as a house. The moment each lotus petal bloomed, they all shot a destructive beam of black light towards Xiaoqian. 9 lotus petals bloomed. A total of 9 beams of black light swept towards Xiaoqian. The shockwave pushed him back more than 100 zhang. At this moment, Faircloud's expression was incomparably solemn. He stood in the center of the huge black lotus. Like a demon god. A powerful aura burst out. He already let out a long roar. Right now, he could only fight calmly, waiting for the arrival of the strong reinforcements. "Great sun lotus blooms," Faircloud shouted. The black lotus petals danced in the sky. They replaced the dancing snow. Sparkling and translucent black lotus petals. Like a destructive black meteor shower. Powerful and terrifying. Tearing the sky apart. They attacked Xiaoqian together. "Even if the great sun chrysanthemum blooms, you still have to die." Xiaoqian didn't show any fear. Like a divine crane dancing in the 9th heaven. Like a golden-winged rock rising. His hands moved, leaving behind a mysterious afterimage. A gust of wind danced, causing those sparkling and translucent lotus petals to twist and shatter unceasingly. God's hand slapped out. Everything that had a form was shattered. Xiaoqian went against the sky. He charged towards Faircloud. Bang! Xiaoqian chopped the house-sized black lotus into pieces with a palm saber. Faircloud, who was standing on top of it, was immediately sent flying. Faircloud roared. He displayed his strongest power. The huge black lotus reformed and bloomed. 9 beams of black light merged into one. It swept towards Xiaoqian. He knew that his momentum couldn't be weak now. He would be safe once the strong reinforcements arrived. He advanced to the Nirvana realm. The current Xiaoqian was like an immortal. His strength was at its peak. Unparalleled power. Plus his outstanding combat talent. He abruptly executed the dragon countermove 7 steps to suppress the sea and turn the sea. It was beyond Faircloud's imagination. The sky cracked. Xiaochen approached like a demon god. On the 2nd step, he stepped on the huge black lotus. It was shattered into pieces. On the 3rd step, he raised the god's hand. He was ready to kill Faircloud. The dragon counter-step 7 steps combined with the god's hand was simply a fatal move. In Xiaochen's current state, he displayed the power of martial to the extreme. He took another 2 steps. Faircloud would die without a doubt. But at this moment, a loud shout resounded in the sky. Waves of powerful energy waves rushed over. The powerful practitioners of the Tiger clan had arrived. The peerless Fairs now shouted anxiously, "Elders, let's attack together and kill him." "Father, don't panic. We are here to save you." These were the true experts of the Tiger clan. The group of elders all made their moves. If Xiaochen didn't dodge, he would have chosen to use the dragon counter-step 7 steps to kill. He would also be injured. Xiaochen's 4th step that could shake mountains and rivers. He stepped to the side. He didn't choose to advance. Faircloud immediately heaved a sigh of relief. And Faircloud, who was not far away, even revealed a smile. She shouted coldly, "Surround and kill him." "Surround and kill me?" "Wrong." Xiaochen was incomparably cold. He said, "Today is the first battle we will finish. Watch me take your father's life." Xiaochen's expression was solemn. He stood on the yellow clay platform. His tongue was like thunder. His soul resonated with it. A wing sound was emitted. It could shake mountains and rivers. Faircloud, who originally thought he had already escaped with his life. His expression froze. The aura of death was overwhelming. It drowned him. He was heavily injured from the inside out. His soul was cracking. "Ah!" Faircloud screamed in fright. But his voice stopped abruptly. His soul was shattered. Then, the body collapsed. It was like ice melting. Everyone was stunned. Xiaochen took this opportunity to charge over. He plucked off the only head that had not been shattered yet. "I said I will kill you, so I will kill you. No one can stop me." It could be said to be incomparably powerful. Xiaochen killed Faircloud in front of everyone just like that. He swept his gaze over everyone. He threw that malevolent head forward. Goodbye. The matter was over. It was truly powerful and terrifying. Xiaochen soared into the sky. Faircloud simply didn't dare to believe her eyes. All of this was too sudden and shocking. Xiaochen killed Faircloud in front of them just like that. It was like a nightmare. She was shocked and angry to the extreme. Her scream resounded through the sky. "Kill him! Kill him!" A group of experts chased after him. Xiaochen had mastered the eightfold world. He took a few steps in the sky. Then he returned to the outside of the ancient village. The people gathered in front of the village. Seeing that he hadn't entered the village, they all rushed over. They wanted to surround and kill him. Xiaochen's wing sound was released again. The majestic sound resounded through the sky. A vast wave of righteous qi that was like a huge bell. It lasted for a quarter of an hour. The hundreds of people who surrounded him from the ancient pagoda forest outside the village were all killed, the experts hidden in the depths of the forest. Those below the Nirvana realm were also all killed. Not a single person survived. The wing sound represented the power of life and death. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. The survivors couldn't help but tremble. Xiaochen walked into the village. He sat cross-legged on the yellow clay platform, facing the distance. He said, "I meditate on the yellow clay platform of the ancient village. I cultivate diligently. If you want to kill me, you can come. Help me reach the peak of the extreme path." The whole world was shaken in one night. The experts were going to gather in the ancient village. The young practitioners who were conferred the title of king were rushing over from all directions. It was hard to say who was whose whetstone. The heavenly sound of wing rang out. More than 100 experts were annihilated, shocking the world. Experts from all over the world gathered. The Tiger clan even dispatched a large number of experts. After surrounding the small mountain village, Fairs now pretended to be crazy. Xiaochen slaughtered Hai Fanyun in front of her. This was completely trampling on her and the Hu family's soul and dignity. However, Xiaochen could only sit quietly on the yellow mud platform. He cultivated diligently, allowing the wind and snow to attack him, not moving an inch. He seemed as if he'd been petrified a long time ago and was utterly indifferent to everything in the outside world. This was the first time he had used the 8 original sounds. After the battle, Xiaochen calmed his heart and comprehended. The wing heavenly sound penetrated deep into his mind. It was compatible with his soul. He had comprehended even more true essence. The snowflakes grew bigger and bigger. The world was covered in silver. The heavy snowfall once again submerged Xiaochen. The ancient music resounded in unison on the yellow clay platform. The 8 notes sometimes sounded like a rough war song. Sometimes, it was like a gentle and beautiful movement, unpredictable and unpredictable. It was hard to figure out. Xiaochen and the yellow clay platform were completely sealed by the heavy snow. He could only see a human figure sitting cross-legged on the stage. Fairs now was enraged to the extreme. Her long, shapely eyebrows were raised, and her eyes were wide open. Murderous intent filled her beautiful face, and a baleful aura appeared in her eyes. However, she could not do anything to Xiaochen at all. She could only watch as her enemy cultivated quietly. Feng Tianqi, who was conferred the title of king, was originally one of the 10 most powerful youths in the cultivation world. Now, he was even more illustrious, and his name shook the world. After learning of his brother's death, he led a large group of experts to the scene. Yi Tian was also one of the 10 strongest young heroes of the cultivation world. He was conferred king at Mount Hua, but his sister, Yi Jun. Therefore, he led many experts to rush over as soon as possible. For the past 3 days, the experts of the 8 regions all moved upon hearing the news. It was said. The world-famous young experts Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xianni, and Song Hai also arrived at the outskirts of the great desolate ancient village. However, no one knew where they were hiding. To be able to become a king, they were naturally the most outstanding among their generation. They all wanted to see how Xiaochen was going to kill 100 people in an instant. Naturally, there were also people of the older generation who rushed over. There was no need to mention the experts sent by the Solar Sect, the Chan Sect, and the Jia Sect. They were all extraordinary people. However, in the past 3 days, Xiaochen had not asked about it at all. His body was like a piece of wood. It fell into a deathly silence, ignoring the hostile glares of the experts outside. He was unmoved. His heart was at peace. The heavenly steel mystic technique appeared in his mind and the original 8 notes rang in his ears. Wisps of essence energy seeped out from the pores of his body. It flowed slowly on the surface of his body. He blended in with the outside world. They were gradually becoming one. The so-called unity of heaven and man was slowly manifested at this moment. The Xianxia outside perceptively sensed his state. This immediately infuriated Feng Tianqi, Yi Tian, and the others. While the others were standing in the wind and snow, he was cultivating as if there was no one else around. On the 4th day, Xiaochen finally woke up. The ice and snow outside his body shattered and fell to the ground. At this moment, the heavy snow finally stopped, and the morning glow sprinkled down. The pure white snow was reflected in a sparkling and translucent light. This was a jade-like snow-white world. He saw many figures in the forest outside the village, and there were many experts. Xiaochen stood up and saw Fairs now, Feng Tianqi, Yi Tian, and the others who wanted to kill him. He laughed out loud, his strange voice piercing through the air. The snow on the trees trembled and fell. Xiaochen, come out and fight. Feng Tianqi shouted from outside the village. Although there was immortal energy circulating around his body, it was hard to conceal his soaring murderous aura. Yi Tian had already put on a purple-gold immortal armor. He stood in the sky, and a golden bell hovered in front of him. The sky was brightly illuminated by it. Even the white snow on the ground seemed to be dyed with a layer of gold. He said coldly, "If you dare to come out and fight, I will bind one hand and fight with you. What do you think will happen? When I say war, it is war." Xiaochen swept his gaze forward, and in the end, he ignored everyone's hostility and turned around. He walked towards the village. He left everyone there without any trace of politeness. Some young Xianxia angrily glared at Xiaochen's back. They were so angry that they couldn't speak. "You guys wait there. I will decide when to fight according to my mood." Xiaochen's voice came from the street, and it immediately made the Xianxia angry. "Mother **Ker, I came here. I came here because I was bullied. Come out if you have the guts. I will crush you with 3 fingers." Many people cursed. Xiaochen didn't pay attention to them. His heart was calm. He comprehended in silence for the past 3 days. It made him have a deeper understanding of Xian techniques. The heavenly diagram of the ancient monolith, the imprint of martial arts, the 8 original sounds, the dragon counter steps, and so on appeared in his mind one by one. Many profound meanings gradually became clear. Xiaochen walked in the snow-filled alley of the village. Xiaochen's body gradually faded away, as if he would disappear at any time. He merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Everything was so harmonious and natural. This was the typical sign of Xian techniques advancing. After arriving at an ancient pagoda forest in the village, Xiaochen felt a powerful fluctuation of life. That was the snow-white little critter. It had stepped into the rebirth realm. Only now did he truly feel how huge Keek's potential was. That furry snowball-like body contained an unimaginable power. Xiaochen soared into the sky. Like digging out a bird's nest, he pulled Kiki out from the comfortable nest woven by spiritual grass between the branches at the top of the tree. The little critter was sleeping soundly. It curled up into a ball. It was still talking in its sleep when it was pulled out. Squeak! Squeak! The little critter opened its eyes in a daze and cried out in dissatisfaction. It seemed to be blaming Xiaochen for disturbing its sweet dream. Its eyes were hazy. Its plump body seemed to have become fatter again. It was charmingly naive. Its smooth snow-white fur was even whiter than snow. It was flickering with a jade-like light. It pouted noisily to vent its dissatisfaction. After that, it lazily opened the lost paradise and pulled out a foot-long golden ginseng. It was as long as its body. It held it in its bosom and ate it with relish. Xiaochen was immediately amused. This little critter had hibernated for a few months. The first thing it did after waking up was to look for food. It was really hard to change its nature. Xiaochen brought it and landed on the ground. They walked along the quiet street towards their home. Everything that happened in the village was very hard to understand. Until today. All the villagers were still in a deep sleep. They had entered the sweetest dreamland. First, he shook the 2 Lolas awake. The moment Linglong and Bunny opened their eyes, they shot out a dozen rays of light. Ku, who couldn't dodge in time, was almost hit and sent flying. Her vigilance was really high. Then, the 3 energetic fellows started to chase after them noisily. Xiaochen looked at his parents and started to call out softly. In the end, the 2 elders also woke up. Nothing unusual happened. It was as if they had only slept for a short while. However, when they saw the pure white snow outside the window, they were all dumbstruck. Next, Xiaochen woke up. Some of the villagers. The elders were the main ones. They wanted to ask if something similar had happened in the past. Yes. Something similar had indeed happened. An old man nearing 100 years old was trembling as he supported himself with a walking stick. He said, "Countless years have passed. I don't know what era it was. Everyone in our village fell into a deep sleep for no reason. When they woke up, hundreds and thousands of years had passed in the world." The old man slowly narrated the seemingly absurd and bizarre secret. He said, everyone thought that they had only slept for a night. However, they were surprised to find out that the dynasties had already changed several times. But the strange thing was that nothing had changed in the village. Even the water in the kettle was still hot. The fire in the stove had not been extinguished. Everything seemed to have frozen at that moment. One day in the cave, 1,000 years had passed in the world. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. Something similar had really happened in the past. It was really inconceivable. However, the awakened elders in the village were not afraid at all. On the contrary, they revealed a joyful expression. "Old man, how can you still smile?" Xiaochen asked in bewilderment. That oldest old man mysteriously pulled Xiaochen's hand and said, "According to legend, the heavenly monarch is the heavenly monarch. After that long sleep, many of our ancestors were able to fly in the sky and burrow underground. This time, perhaps." These elders all squinted their eyes with a smile. Xiaochen was dumbstruck by the words of these few elders. It was hard to speculate what kind of secret this so-called ancient desolate village had. At this time, the people who had not woken up were all awakened. Xiaochen hastily told them, "Don't walk out of the village." It was unexpected. No one was afraid. After listening to the words of the elders, everyone had a smile on their face. Many youngsters were in high spirits. It seemed like they were waiting to become immortals. Xiaochen was quite speechless. He didn't know what to say. If you don't accept hard labor, build the Yellow River. The villagers were living a very prosperous life. They were immediately in a joyous mood. They slaughtered chickens and lambs, preparing to celebrate a late spring festival. Xiaochen strolled around the ancient village. He was afraid that the villagers would not listen to his advice and walk out of the village. In the end, he felt relieved. No one did that. Seeing the busy villagers, smelling the fragrance of meat and wine, those practitioners in the world of ice and snow all had an unkind expression. They stared at Xiaochen, who was pacing back and forth with a cold glint. Xiaochen's wing sound came out again. This represented the power of life and death. However, this time, he didn't use the power of death to carry out a massacre. Instead, he used the power of life to make the flowers and trees in the village radiate vitality. They broke through the snow and sprouted tender buds and bloomed flowers. The fruit trees in the front and back of each house all bore tempting fruits. The jasper-like fruit trees. The branches were luxuriant. Between the green leaves, pink peaches, glistening yellow persimmons, fragrant apples, and cracked pomegranates were all over the branches. The fruits were bountiful. In this snow-white world, such a scene full of vitality appeared. It could be said to be a miracle. The villagers were unable to contain their joy. They were even more convinced that a flying immortal would be born in the village. Seeing Xiaochen's method, the practitioners surrounding the village were gobsmacked. Even if he was an immortal, he shouldn't be able to make the plants in the village flourish with vitality so easily. What kind of power was this? They naturally didn't know that this wasn't due to the difference in cultivation level. Xiaochen realized. This was also equivalent to training. Controlling the heavenly sound. His soul resonated. It seemed like his understanding of the Wing word was gradually deepening. It was a fresh and lively cultivation method. Not only did he satisfy the villagers, he also condensed his cultivation level. Xiaochen caught Kiki, who was engaged in a big battle with the two Lolas. He wanted it to take out some exotic flowers from the Lost Paradise. There were many exotic flowers and trees in the Lost Paradise. Although the fruits they bore couldn't be considered as a peerless spiritual treasure, compared to ordinary fruits, they were still exotic fruits that contained dense spiritual energy. If it was shared with the villagers, it would naturally prolong their lifespan. The little thing was very generous. It waved its little claws. That meant that it could take as much as it wanted. As much as it wanted. This kind of fruit could be found everywhere in the Lost Paradise. Kiki's appetite was already spoiled long ago, it was simply too lazy to eat. The only thing that Kiki was interested in the Lost Paradise was the orchard in the center. That was when the ancient gods fought against the otherworldly realm's half-ancestors in the desert. It was a divine tree that was formed from the spiritual energy of more than 10 half-ancestors that was sent in. Every single one of them was a towering tree. It was covered with unripe fruits. As long as it woke up, the little thing wished it could look at it 7 times a day, hoping that this orchard would have a bountiful harvest as soon as possible. However, these fruits didn't seem to ripen. From the beginning to the end, there was no change. It was so greedy that it could only look at it every day. In less than half a day, The exotic flowers and fruits replaced the original plants. Waves of spiritual energy rippled in the ancient village, making people even more convinced of the legend of becoming immortals. The children couldn't wait to climb up and pick the golden and glistening fruits. Xiaochen felt that planting spiritual trees really consumed a lot of energy. It was indeed exhausting, but it was definitely a form of training. He chanted the wing word in his mind and trained in his ordinary life. The villagers were beaming with joy, while the practitioners outside the village glared angrily. Xiaochen didn't want to go out and fight in front of the villagers. When noon came, a startling thing happened. The spiritual energy overflowing from the exotic flowers and trees that Xiaochen planted became even more abundant. There were actually rays of multicolored light lingering around. The accumulated snow at the roots quickly melted. The whole village was like a huge living being that was beginning to glow with vitality. It wasn't just limited to the plants. Not long after, all the ice and snow disappeared. The surface of the ground was overflowing with light and vibrant colors. A faint colorful mist rose up, making it hazy. It lingered around the whole village. It was like a dream. It was like a fairyland. Not only the villagers were shocked. Even the practitioners who were trapped in the periphery all changed their expressions. They were bewildered. How could this be? Xiaochen found it hard to understand. He once again sat on the yellow clay platform at the entrance of the village. He calmed his mind and sensed the entire village. He discovered that the spiritual energy under the ground was surging and connecting with the roots of those exotic flowers and trees. The exotic trees connected with the spiritual veins, and thus turned the ancient village into a fairyland? Xiaochen continued to explore the ground with rapt attention. Suddenly, he was incomparably shocked. Under the source of spiritual energy, there was a huge black shadow that stretched endlessly. That was actually a huge city, although he was using the heaven's eye to see through the ground. It was hard to see clearly. It was blurry. As if there were endless black clouds lingering around. As expected, the ancient village had an extraordinary origin. Now, Xiaochen was finally convinced. This place was far from being as simple as it seemed on the surface. Although he didn't know how many li underground, Xiaochen could still feel the heaviness and majesty. That huge city's shadow was emitting an ancient aura. It moved his heart and made his emotions fluctuate up and down. An unimaginably powerful pressure penetrated from the ground. Just at this time, Xiaochen was startled. That was, the clouds and mist surged. The huge underground city was faintly discernible. A speck of light shone from the ancient city and shone into Xiaochen's heart. It immediately made him feel as if he was struck by lightning. It shook him so much that he fell from the yellow clay platform. Many practitioners outside the village rejoiced in his misfortune. They thought that Xiaochen had gone berserk while practicing. Without the help of the yellow clay platform, it was hard to sense everything underground. Xiaochen didn't want the people outside the village to notice the abnormality. He brought the yellow clay platform and rushed into the village. Once again, he sat cross-legged on it. That speck of light once again reached his heart from underground. The yellow clay platform trembled slightly. The origin of the ancient sound rang out. He finally saw clearly that it was actually a divine lamp, eternally bright and inextinguishable. Floating in the ancient city, it was the only speck of light. It was really incomparably demonic. Countless years had passed. It actually didn't extinguish. The origin of the 8 sounds rang out simultaneously. Sometimes it was rough and bold. Sometimes it was melodious, and in the end, it could only be heard with a single wing sound. The yellow clay platform trembled violently. At the same time, the dilapidated stone man in Xiaochen's body also rippled. Boom! A violent tremor, this part of the world started to shake. Xiaochen felt the world spinning. After that, the world around him became brightly lit. He couldn't see anything else. What entered his eyes was a gentle holy light. When everything calmed down, Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the yellow clay platform. A divine lamp quietly hovered beside his left shoulder. It seemed to be illuminating the path ahead of him. Like gold, but not gold. Like wood, but not wood. After countless years, the ancient lamp was illuminated. The light flickered. It shone on the yellow clay platform, making Xiaochen look as if he had merged with them. An ancient green lamp remained burning, quietly hovering in the air. Xiaochen stood up. He walked down the yellow clay platform. The ancient lamp seemed to have become one with him, fixed a foot away from his left shoulder. The lights flickered, reflecting the road ahead of him. He didn't want the villagers to be shocked. He raised his hand and grabbed at the magic lamp suspended in the air. He held it firmly in his hand as if he was holding the fire of life. He felt as if his life essence was connected to it. It took him some effort to shake the ancient lamp. He placed it on the yellow clay table. A dilapidated yellow clay platform. An everlasting ancient lamp was placed together. It was indescribably strange, shrouded in a mysterious veil. Xiaochen did not know the origin of this lamp, nor did he know why it flew to his side. He stood there silently for a long time before striding home. The sky was getting dark. The New Year's Eve dinner was ready. The villagers were celebrating the delayed spring festival. The village was bustling with noise and excitement. Children were running back and forth. Many villagers gathered together to celebrate the festival together. Naturally, there were many relatives gathered at Xiaochen's home as well. The festive atmosphere was unobstructed. One of the great uncles nagged for a long time before the banquet began. The elders toasted each other while the teenagers laughed and laughed. He substituted tea for wine to return the favor to the elders. The children, on the other hand, were overjoyed, eating until their mouths were covered in grease. Swish swish, 3 shadows flashed. Ku and the 2 Lolas ran back. The 3 energetic fellows battled. They chased each other for an entire day. Ling Long and Bunny blushed. He looked at Ku angrily. It was obvious that he had suffered a small loss. Kiki sneakily hid beside Xiaochen. A pair of big eyes kept glancing at them. This way, Xiaochen called the 2 Lolas over. He added 2 pairs of sulfuric chopsticks for them. As the saying goes, enemies will always be opponents at the dining table. Spiritual essence was already a common thing for the 3 little guys. It was not rare. However, the delicacies of the human world were extremely attractive to them. It was just a snow-white little critter. 2 tender little Lolas. They fought with all their might and fought for the treasures. As a result, the other children at Xiaochen's table were so anxious that they cried. Don't snatch it. There are many more. Xiaochen's mother hastily served another steaming hot meal. The final result was Ku's complete victory. She swept away 2 tables of delicacies. The 2 Lolas admitted defeat in frustration. The villagers were already familiar with Ku and regarded it as an intelligent elf. They all loved it very much. He was just curious about the origins of these 2 little Lolas. He glanced at them from time to time. Xiaochen muttered to himself, if these clansmen knew that these 2 Lolas were the Yellow Emperor's daughters, they would definitely die. It would be strange if he didn't jump up in shock. Elder brother Xiaochen will tell you a secret. The eccentric deity Linglong mysteriously moved closer. She whispered into Xiaochen's ear, our father told us to look for an ancient village in the human world. I think this village is the one. What? Xiaochen was immediately startled. What did that loose old man say? The 2 Lolas immediately wrinkled their noses in dissatisfaction. She pouted. I accidentally spoke the truth. Xiaochen smiled awkwardly. What did Great Emperor Xianyuan say? Don't speak ill of my father. Bunny glared at him with dissatisfaction and said, he said he must find a mysterious ancient village. However, it didn't give us any hint at all. It only told us that if something big happened in the human world, we would be able to deal with it. We must hide in this village in advance. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The Yellow Emperor had a premonition long ago. What exactly was the secret of this place, unknowingly? It was already very late. All of a sudden, the village fell silent once more. Xiaochen was startled awake. He found that everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. Even the 2 little Lolas yawned and almost fell asleep on the dining table. Ku was still in good spirits. She rubbed her round belly while stuffing food into his mouth. If I don't wake them up, they might sleep for hundreds or thousands of years. Is this their last dinner? Xiaochen slowly understood that even if he woke up the villagers, they would not be able to do so. They would fall into a deep slumber again, so it was better to let them enjoy a long slumber. Xiaochen sent everyone back to their homes and made the necessary arrangements. He picked up the gluttonous Ke and walked out together. The two Lolas swayed as if they were drunk and followed him. Although they were extremely sleepy, they didn't want to sleep anymore. The ancient lamp seemed to have a spirit. Xiaochen slowly floated up as he passed by. The ancient lamp seemed to have a spirit. It stopped 1 foot away from his left shoulder. It moved with him. It illuminated the road ahead. Where should he go in the future? Could the yellow clay platform protect him from the threat of the half-step ancestor? Xiaochen resolutely strode forward. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, the two Lolas looked like they were drunk. Their little faces were flushed. They fell down together under a few strange trees with lingering spiritual energy. They were about to fall asleep. Ke ran over and provoked the two Lolas by pinching their delicate noses. It immediately made them less sleepy. They sat up while panting with rage. When Xiaochen appeared outside the village, their hostile gazes immediately swept over. Hundreds of figures spread out. They pressed forward. Fair Snow's beautiful eyes blossomed with hatred. With a wave of her hand, dozens of demonic shadows refined by the Tiger clan flew over silently. Feng Tianqi revealed his murderous intent. The five-colored immortal armor clanked as he led a group of experts to surround Xiaochen's escape route. Haha, Yi Tian laughed angrily. He walked out from the crowd and pressed forward step by step. His voice was very cold. Finally, you don't hide anymore. You dare to come out and fight. Today, I will avenge Yi Jun. Let the soul of the deceased rest in peace. Xiaochen swept a glance at him. Come over if you want to die. Although his words were concise, but it seemed incomparably powerful. Bitterly cultivating mysterious arts. Quietly sitting in the ancient village to fight against the world. The people outside the village were the best whetstone for him. They were the driving force for him to move forward. A golden bell as huge as a tower. It floated in front of Yi Tian. It illuminated the pitch-black night sky brightly. It made him stand out even more. Killing my little sister is equivalent to chopping off my arm. No one in the cultivation world dares to touch the people of my Yi clan. Don't think that this broken village can guarantee your safety. Yi Tian's face was filled with cold killing intent. You talk too much nonsense. Xiaochen looked at Yi Tian coldly. I've told your sister that if you come, I'll just kill you. After stepping out of the village, Xiaochen had already set the yellow clay platform under his feet. It was better to be safe than sorry. If there was a half-step ancestor spying in the dark, there was no such platform. His life would definitely be in danger. Dang, the golden divine bell rang. The melodious sound shook the heaven and earth. Golden ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in one direction. The void shattered wherever it passed. Its power was unimaginable, at the same time. Feng Tianqi led people to block Xiaochen's retreat. Fairs now sent out demonic shadows to surround him. You want to kill me with just you? Borrow another 20 years from the heavens. Xiaochen didn't care about the actions of the experts of the Tiger clan and Feng Tianqi at all. He shouted and punched the sky. A violent and heaven-defying aura rose. It was as if it was going to pierce through space. Violent waves rushed up to the sky. The terrifying power was as vast as the sea, colliding with the golden ripples. In the end, the angry fist scattered the golden ripples. With a loud dang sound, a shallow fist mark was branded on the golden divine bell. The golden bell sound was deafening. Yi Tian was startled. He wiped it with his hand and the fist mark disappeared from the golden bell. The sound disappeared. Xiaochen was also startled. This golden divine bell was definitely an extraordinary spiritual treasure. Even the hand of God couldn't break it. It was imaginable how extraordinary it was. No wonder Yi Tian was so confident. As one of the 10 strongest young heroes of the cultivation world, he was indeed unique. From a certain point of view, an outstanding person in the Nirvana realm was even more terrifying than an immortal realm expert. Yi Tian shouted. His hands moved. The golden bell's sound was loud. It shook violently. The energy between heaven and earth was boiling. Then, the golden divine bell descended from the sky. The golden light was dazzling, carrying endless pressure. It was like a sun hanging in the sky. The enormous pressure was like 100,000 huge mountains pressing down at the same time. It wanted to envelop Xiaochen and completely shatter him. Xiaochen didn't panic. He used the dragon counter steps. He soared into the sky. He raised the hand of God and pressed it on the golden divine bell. The void was cracked. His feet seemed to have the power of 10,000 caddies. His palm was as clear as jade. It pierced through the void. He ruthlessly slapped the golden bell. A clear palm print was deeply imprinted on the body of the bell. It almost pierced through the bell. The bell's sound was loud. But the golden bell had an unstoppable momentum. It still couldn't stop it from falling. The resplendent golden light became the only thing between heaven and earth. Xiaochen used the eightfold extreme speed. He flew in the sky and burrowed into the ground. He wanted to avoid the majestic golden bell. However, the divine might of the golden bell was unimaginable. It was as if it could swallow the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, and everything in the world. It was instantly magnified thousands of times and came down with an unstoppable momentum. It actually made Xiaochen, who used the eightfold extreme speed, unable to escape. Dong, the bell sound was deafening. Many practitioners covered their ears in pain. However, at this moment in the ancient village, the colorful mist seemed to isolate that vast sound. The villagers weren't affected at all. The huge bell shook the mountains and rivers. The heaven and earth shook. The hazy yellow mist rolled. The huge bell sound trembled unceasingly. The pressure enveloped all directions. It was as if the endless mountains were shaking at the same time. Ever since I was born, no one could resist the divine bell. The divine bell is unrivaled. You are just a puny martial artist. How can you shake this royal divine bell? Yi Tian stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. I said that I can kill you even if I bind one of my hands. Now, I will use you as a sacrifice for my little sister's soul. The huge bell shrank, but the pressure was even stronger. The strong pressure made people unable to breathe. The golden light was glaring. The heaven and earth trembled unceasingly. The bell rang unceasingly. You are nothing. You are just a sparring partner of mine. Xiaochen's emotionless voice transmitted out. Inside the golden bell, the yellow clay platform under Xiaochen didn't show any special changes. The half-step ancestor did not appear. It was completely still. On his left shoulder was an ancient lamp. The lamp flickered, but there was no energy fluctuation. He didn't show any fear. He used the dragon counter steps and hand of heaven at the same time. Since he found out that the yellow clay platform and the divine lamp were of no help in the battle, he gave it his all. Dragon counter steps. Every step he took. Even space itself had been shattered. Hand of heaven struck out continuously. The golden bell shook violently. The sound waves it emitted were no longer as melodious and rhythmic as before. They gradually became chaotic. Yi Tian sneered. He stood high in the sky. He said coldly, once you enter this bell, no one can break it. Even if you're smashed to pieces, you won't be able to move it. The hand of heaven struck 9 times in a row, and the golden bell shook violently. However, it was struck from the inside out, and it seemed as if it really could not be broken. Xiaochen only left behind 9 shallow palm prints on it. Xiaochen, you are wasting your strength. Why don't you commit suicide inside the bell? Yi Tian's loud laughter came from outside. Any magic treasure is just a pile of scrap metal in front of me. As the golden bell grew smaller, Xiaochen brought out his strongest power. At the same time, he advanced the dragon counteracting 7 steps to the 5th step. The hand of heaven struck 9 more times. This kind of unparalleled power was hard to imagine. The entire body of the golden divine clock became almost transparent. Xiaochen's movements could be clearly seen from the outside. Her jade-like palm was as heavy as Mount Tai. The golden divine light on the body of the bell was scattered. The golden divine bell became more and more transparent, as though it had become a crystal bell. Boom, when Xiaochen took the sixth step of the dragon counterbalanced 7 steps, his aura reached a peak. The hand of heaven struck down with all its might, causing the entire world to tremble. Clang, the peerless palm slapped on the bell. Tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the bell. The divine clock was actually about to shatter. Xiaochen executed the dragon counteracting 7 steps and raised his aura to its peak. Then, he threw another palm strike. Boom, a loud sound rang out. When Xiaochen's palm came into contact with the divine bell, heaven and earth trembled. The divine clock completely shattered, an endless golden divine light swept out in all directions. The entire sky was a dazzling golden color. A misty yellow mist rolled. Yi Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. He retreated a dozen steps in the air, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's broken. How is this possible? He was extremely disappointed. The undefeatable legend had been broken just like that. An outstanding rebirth berserker like Yi Tian. They were definitely much more terrifying than ordinary immortals. Xiaochen moved as fast as a meteor, moving 300 meters with each step, instantly arriving. The hand of heaven slashed down diagonally. Yi Tianliang was both angry and furious. Magic treasures filled the sky. However, more than half of them were immediately shattered by the hand of heaven. He faced upwards and roared. He stretched his body. A dazzling radiance burst out. Fighting against Xiaochen. A cultivator like him who did not specialize in refining was also proficient in battle techniques. His strength was extraordinary, but it was impossible for him to be compared to a pure martial artist. I'll smash your divine clock with my palm and kick your flesh and blood. The might of the dragon counteracting 7 steps was peerless. Xiaochen took 1 step, and all directions shook. Shaking the entire sky, Yi Tian dodged continuously. However, how could he be a match for a martial artist who was proficient in battle techniques? He took the dragon counteracting 4th step. Xiaochen stepped on his shoulder with 1 foot. With a crack sound, Yi Tian's entire arm was completely shattered. After the 5th step, it was as if the world was falling apart. All directions shook. He accurately stepped on Yi Tian's chest. The sound of his sternum shattering could be clearly heard. Yi Tian let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out his shattered heart. Immediately after, his body was torn into pieces. He fell from the sky. One of the 10 strongest heroes of the cultivation world, Yi Tian. He was slaughtered by Xiaochen in front of everyone. Blood dyed the fragments of the golden clock on the ground red. All the cultivators were scared out of their wits. Even Yi Tian, who was more powerful than an immortal, had fallen. Fairs now, Fang Tianqi, and the others were shocked. They finally recognized how powerful and terrifying their enemy was. Fang Tianqi was wearing a 5-colored immortal armor. He was ready to fight. However, the people of the Tiger clan moved before him. Their figures flashed continuously. The demonic figures of the Tiger clan were fast. They surrounded Xiaochen. Where was the spiritual sense of the nascent soul? Xiaochen looked around. He was a little suspicious. He actually couldn't find Yi Tian's nascent soul. It didn't seem to be torn apart along with his body. Boom! A gust of astral wind poured down like the Milky Way. The majestic pressure was unimaginable. The demonic figures of the Tiger clan were all blasted away. The astral wind swept towards Xiaochen. However, at this moment, the yellow clay platform shook continuously. The black and yellow gas soared into the sky. It went up to meet it, shaking the sky. A half-step ancestor made a move. Xiaochen immediately understood what was happening. A white tiger tore through the void, stirring up endless demonic energy in the sky. The white tiger Saint Emperor had made his move. At the same time, another majestic force swept down. Lady Saint appeared. The black and yellow gases surged up and swept towards the 2 half-martial ancestors. It was as if a vast ocean had poured into the sky. It was like the Milky Way had fallen to the earth. The world turned upside down. Everything was in chaos. The yellow clay platform seemed to be specialized in dealing with half-ancestors, reacting after they took action. When everything calmed down, White Tiger Saint Emperor and Sanine Great Lady died in place of a substitute and reappeared in the sky. The yellow clay platform floated quietly in the air. Xiaochen stood on it with an ancient lamp on his left shoulder. I knew you would be like this. Xiaochen looked at the two experts in the sky without any joy or worry. If he hadn't brought the yellow clay platform out, he would have died. Even though this place was very close to the ancient village, it would still be difficult for him to be protected. He would certainly die. The White Tiger Saint Emperor said nothing. Lady Sanine gently waved her hands, and the void shattered. A nascent soul flew out of the dimensional space. I, your ancestor, have lost. Yi Tiandi's voice was very bitter. He was completely disheartened. Don't judge a hero by a momentary victory or defeat. He will die by your hands in the future. Lady Sanine pointed with a finger. The dismembered body on the ground flew into the sky. The reconstruction was complete. Yi Tian's nascent soul flew over. It recovered in a short moment. The golden divine bell on the ground trembled slightly. It actually gathered together on its own. Then it reassembled. The melodious sound of the bell resounded between heaven and earth. A golden divine bell, as good as new, soared into the sky. This bell is indestructible. Even if it's broken, it can still live. No one can stop it. Yi Tian was born with the bell in his arms. My cultivation school will flourish. It's not something you can destroy. His future opponent will not be someone of this level. Lady Sanine coldly swept her gaze over Xiaochen. Haha, Xiaochen faced the sky and laughed. Are you trying to create psychological pressure on me? You can't even do anything to me. He's even more powerful. Yi Tian's potential is unlimited. The divine bell is indestructible. He is also immortal. Every time he experiences a death tribulation, he will rush to a new peak. Matriarch Sanine turned around. She nodded to Yi Tian. You will kill him yourself in the future. I will. Yi Tian nodded his head heavily. Xiaochen's messy hair fluttered in the wind. He stood upright in the sky and said, he has already been defeated. In my eyes, he is already a piece of rotten grass. I can be defeated once. I can defeat him 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Can he regenerate? In the future, I will kill him again and again until I die. Don't make wild guesses. You won't have that kind of opportunity, because you will die in the near future. Lady Sanine's calm but ice-cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. Xiaochen was as calm as an ancient well. He said, one day, on this great earth, there will no longer be a half-ancestor. I think your branch will be completely destroyed. The White Tiger Saint Emperor and Sanine Taijun remained silent for a long time. Even if they wanted to destroy Xiaochen, they couldn't do anything in front of the yellow clay platform. Just at this time, Kiki opened up the lost paradise and flew over. This startled the group of practitioners so much that they all took a step back. Everyone from the world of Immortals had already gradually understood how terrifying the lost paradise was. The little guy flew to Xiaochen's side and angrily pointed at the White Tiger Saint Emperor in the sky. The life and death ordeal it experienced was directly related to the tiger family. Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh when he heard it mumbling. This little thing actually called the White Tiger Saint Emperor an old cat. The White Tiger Saint Emperor's expression did not change. Before he left, he finally said one sentence to Xiaochen, if a half-step ancestor dies, you will die with him. The Sanine Great Lord held the dragon-headed walking stick and took a deep look at Xiaochen. Then, he disappeared in the sky without a sound. Clang, the golden divine bell's radiance soared into the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. The melodious sound of the bell echoed for hundreds of miles. Yi Tian's expression was wooden. Without saying a word, he quickly disappeared into the distance. Feng Tianqi was clad in 5-colored immortal armor. Above his head, a white jade palace the size of a millstone rotated slowly. White mist emanated from it, making him look mystical and unpredictable. At this point, there was no longer any need to hide his strength. He revealed his treasure, the white jade palace. The surrounding experts waited patiently for his orders, ready to charge at Xiaochen at any moment. However, Feng Tianqi was very calm and did not make any moves. Fairs now had already retreated to the distant sky, and hid behind a group of older generation experts. However, those demonic specters from the Tiger clan didn't retreat, they were still surrounding Xiaochen from afar. At least half of the 10 most powerful young heroes of the cultivation world had come, but none of them had any intention of making a move. Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xianni, and Songhai were still nowhere to be seen. Xiaochen stood on the yellow clay platform and scanned the crowd. Then, he brought Ku and flew towards the ancient village. The demonic shadows of the Tiger clan that had surrounded the surroundings attacked in a flash. It was as fast as lightning. Billowing demonic chi surged. Blood-colored lightning tore through the sky. Dozens of claw shadows stretched forward. Xiaochen's words clashed like thunder. The wing of the 8 original sounds was spoken. The image of the Earth Soul in the sky was like the Sandman on the beach. The heavenly sound rolled over like a tidal wave. In an instant, they were crushed and melted. The wing heavenly sound represented the power of life and death. It was the best nemesis of these broken souls. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. Xiaochen charged through the obstruction. Many people tried their best to restrain themselves. He refrained from taking any action. All the experts stared blankly as Xiaochen entered the ancient village. Xiaochen laughed loudly. This made many practitioners outside the village extremely angry. In the following days, Xiaochen meditated. Occasionally he would wake up. He walked out of the ancient village. Facing so many experts, there was not the slightest trace of fear on his face. It was like the Western Qin was eyeing other countries. The teacher of millions. Knocking on the pass to attack Qin. The Qin attacked and delayed the enemy. The advisors of the 9 nations hesitated but did not dare to advance. However, Xiaochen felt that he was still not strong enough. He was far from the level where he could move unhindered in the world. Without the yellow clay platform and the ancient village, his life would have been in danger. His goal was not to rely on external objects. Now that he had become one of the strongest in the world, no one dared to be hostile to him, no one dared to go against him. He was so strong that he could intimidate everyone. The heavenly diagram of the ancient monolith was the source of his growth. Xiaochen would never forget this important premise. Naturally, he did not stop comprehending the heavenly diagram. He wanted to master all the mysteries as soon as possible. Xiaochen sat quietly in the ancient village. The heavenly diagram appeared in his heart and gradually enlarged. It filled the heaven and earth, as if 6 worlds were revolving around him. Bit by bit, the process of his training emerged. It was as if he had gone through the training process of the past again. The heavenly diagram was deeply imprinted in his soul. The life essence of his whole body surged like a surging river. Nothing could stop it. It rushed towards the vast sea of his soul. It was 1 foot away from his left shoulder. An ancient lamp burned brighter and brighter, as if it represented his life energy. It became brighter and brighter along with the vigorous flow of his life essence. Xiaochen's heart was tranquil. After meditating this time, he felt an unprecedented sense of fullness. The meridians in his body were like a great river, communicating with the endless potential of life. It was as if they wanted to awaken all the dormant power in the human body. Looking from afar, the ancient village under the night sky looked like a sun was slowly rising. The divine light soared into the sky. Xiaochen and the yellow clay platform slowly floated in midair. The life essence flowed out from his pores like ripples of water. After that, it slowly flowed into his major acupoints, circulating unceasingly. The boundless life essence was flowing, making everyone outside the ancient village exceptionally shocked. Halfway through, Xiaochen woke up once. He discovered that the 61 divinized acupoints in his body were gushing like a fountain of energy. The energy surged through his 5 viscera, 6 bowels, 4 limbs, and hundreds of meridians. Soon after, he once again sank into silence. The yellow clay platform slowly landed on the ground. It was as majestic as a boulder. Xiaochen seemed to have been petrified. The hidden life essence was erupting. After communicating with the treasures in his body, Xiaochen could welcome a transformation at any time. Of course, this also meant that a death tribulation was about to descend. Xiaochen was completely silent. The ancient lamp beside him flickered unsteadily. It represented that the flame of his life was flickering. Sometimes, it would surge and throb. It was so glaring that it was hard to look at. Sometimes, it was almost extinguished. For an entire month, Xiaoqian's body was like a dead wood. It was as if he had already died. In his body, the energy would riot from time to time and extinguish from time to time. It fluctuated violently, but from the outside there was not a single trace of life. He looked extremely like a practitioner who had passed away in meditation. His death was like the extinguishing of a lamp, turning him into a piece of rotten wood. With the arrival of the death tribulation, all of his life force would disappear. Xiaoqian had entered the most dangerous moment. If he successfully broke through to the second celestial layer of Nirvana realm, it would definitely be a brand new transformation. However, if he couldn't pass through the tribulation of death, his body and soul would be completely destroyed. He would turn into a pile of yellow soil. The reality was this cruel. Practitioners could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. It might seem impressive, but that earth-shattering might was all built on layers upon layers of tribulations. Most people would die on the road. It was very difficult for them to appreciate the scenery of the immortal mountain. The days passed by one after another. Time flowed slowly. Xiaoqian looked even more like a dead man. The fluctuation of his life force gradually weakened. The violent life essence was almost dead. It seemed like he was consuming his life essence internally. His tall and straight body began to wither. His skin dried up and cracked. His hair fell off. His skinny body was as scary as a skeleton. Without experiencing the Nirvana realm, it was impossible to imagine how difficult it was. No one could take a shortcut. Facing the test of death, even if it was the most outstanding person throughout the ages, they might be knocked down from the altar in a single day. More than half of the people outside the ancient village had already left. A true expert wouldn't waste their time in vain. They would train unceasingly in order to advance. However, there were also a portion of people who were besieged. Seeing Xiaoqian stayed on the yellow clay platform, many people sneered. Since ancient times, the number of experts with great potential who died in the Nirvana realm was innumerable. Perhaps this was Xiaoqian's final destination. During this process, Yizhen, Lawrence, Oxman, and the others all came by. Seeing Xiaoqian's current state, they had no choice but to leave for the time being. As expected, the two Lolas fell into a deep sleep. Kiki guarded Xiaoqian for more than a month. In the end, she also closed her eyes in a daze. The ancient village was deathly still. Xiaoqian's flesh was drying up. It seemed like he was burning a large amount of life essence every day. Right now, his human form was almost unrecognizable. His flesh was shriveled, he looked like a dead skeleton. His facial features were already indistinguishable. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a dead person. The ancient lamp was almost completely extinguished. The weak light could no longer be seen clearly. It seemed like there were only a few invisible sparks. 3 whole months passed by. The snow melted and everything revived. Spring had arrived. It was also at this moment that Xiaoqian's body moved a little. A slight energy fluctuation was transmitted from inside. And the ancient lamp even flickered with a little spark. The orioles were flying and the grass was growing. The smell of the soil pervaded the air. It made people feel the vitality of the earth. The snow melted. It converged into a small river. The trickling water flowed around the village. The spring swallow was whispering in the low sky. It drew a beautiful trajectory. Everything seemed to be full of vitality. The power of life was fluctuating. Xiaoqian's deathly still heart gradually produced a little spiritual fluctuation. He felt as if he had turned into a small grass. He finally escaped the bitter cold of winter and was trying his best to break out of the soil. Life never stopped, fighting never stopped. Everything was for the sake of survival. Breaking out of the soil with great difficulty, life was in full bloom. The fluctuation of Xiaoqian's spiritual fluctuation increased. His originally almost dead body was nourished by the aura of life and started to tremble slightly. That small grass was Xiaoqian's will. It struggled with all its might and rushed out of the ground to grow. Little by little, the fluctuation of life fluctuated. Xiaochen's withered body was glowing with vitality. Although the fluctuation was as weak as the small grass, it brought the hope of survival. After experiencing the tribulation of death, it was still growing and multiplying without end. The flame of life could start a prairie fire. The vitality of the small grass became more and more vigorous. Meanwhile, Xiaochen's body was also ignited by the aura of life. The little green life stood in the wind, growing taller and changing. It was already no longer a stalk of grass, but already a small tree. The earth returned to spring. The small tree faced the wind and rain and transformed into a towering tree. After that, it spread out with the wind and broke through the obstruction of the clouds. It towered between heaven and earth and turned into a huge tree of life. The new transformation couldn't be stopped. It shattered the deathly stillness. Xiaochen had passed the tribulation of death. The power of life gushed out completely. His dead body was glowing with boundless life energy. The exuberant energy surged. His withered body surpassed its previous peak in one day. His flesh and blood were reborn. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were even more resplendent than the stars. This was truly a rebirth from the ashes. He advanced unstoppably to the second heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm. His flesh and blood were comparable to refined iron. His indestructible will was even more unshakable. This was a double upgrade of his body and spirit. The instant Xiaochen stood up, heaven and earth trembled. He used the mysterious technique to sense the heavens. His physical body was connected to the heaven and earth. He didn't need to do it intentionally. Every step he took seemed to contain the mysteries of the mysterious technique. It was as if he had merged with the power of the world. Such a mighty force was unfathomable. After the second tribulation of the Nirvana realm, Xiaochen opened another door to the treasure trove. He seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. With one step, he appeared outside the ancient village. Dozens of practitioners surrounded him. These were the deathsworn of the Solar Church. They didn't fear death. At the same time, Hu Diawu waved her hand in the distant sky. Dozens of Hu clan experts broke through the air and charged at Xiaochen. They didn't seek to kill him. They just wanted to probe him. Xiaochen was as calm as an ancient well. He took a light step forward. However, the terrifying result appeared. The dozens of deathsworn of the Solar Church were instantly blown 4 to 5 meters high. Then, they were torn apart in the sky. The dozens of Hu clan experts rushed over. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp. They struggled in the sky with great difficulty, but they couldn't move at all. In the end, all of them were torn apart in the sky. Xiaochen seemed to have truly become one with heaven and earth. Every movement he made was filled with mysteries. Even though he didn't make a move against the enemy, it was as if the entire world was under his control. Not good. The practitioners surrounding the ancient village all flew away. Xiaochen in such a state was not someone an ordinary person could contend against. No one didn't cherish their life. In the distant sky, Hu Diawu widened her eyes in shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Even if Xiaochen had passed the tribulation of the Nirvana realm, wasn't this too shocking? The experts had already retreated 3 months ago. She came here to probe the situation. It seemed like she had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. She didn't say a word and directly opened up a spatial scroll. She wanted to escape. She was the most pampered daughter of the current clan head of the Hu clan. Naturally, she had a lot of ways to protect herself. However, time seemed to have frozen, and space seemed to have been locked. Hu Diawu was frozen in place, unable to move at all. A large hand slowly reached out and grabbed her in one go. Ah! Hu Diawu screamed in fear. The large hand slowly closed up and covered her. Immediately after, she heard the sound of bones breaking. After that, she couldn't even make a sound anymore. Bang! Her body shattered. Hu Diawu was crushed in the air by the large hand. She let out one last cry and didn't know anything else. A bloody mist lingered, and Hu Diawu perished. Even if he was peerless in his generation. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, but in the end, she still returned to the earth. Outside the ancient village, many practitioners fled, while Xiaochen stood alone in the world. He silently gazed into the distance. He had killed Hu Diaowu. This grudge was very big. The clan head of the Tiger clan would definitely go crazy. This was his most beloved daughter, but Xiaochen did not care at all. Both sides were like fire and water. Add a few more blood debts. He was also fearless. He had experienced a death tribulation. Today, it had recovered. Xiaochen's mind, qi, and spirit rose to a new peak. Every move he made seemed to be one with heaven and earth. This power came from the deep opening of one's own treasure. It allowed him to improve his overall strength by a large margin. In another part of the sky, it was as if he had taken control of this small world. This was the embodiment of absolute strength. Xiaochen looked around. Everyone retreated. The people besieging the ancient village completely scattered. He crushed everyone's confidence, and no one could face him head-on. It was like a herd of panicked beasts. He flew away. It gradually disappeared into the distance. The world was silent, and the outside of the village was empty. Strength was the absolute truth. Many things did not need to be said. If the power was strong enough, it was enough to deter everything. Xiaochen turned around and returned to the village. He stood there quietly for a long time, thinking back to the various aspects of this transformation. There were many subtle and indescribable insights. His divinized acupoints began to show an unfathomable power. It was the life essence qi in the 61 divinized acupoints that were gushing out like a spring. He opened a mysterious door to the treasure in his body, unleashing boundless potential. Only by combining the two could he have such powerful combat strength. Furthermore, the 61 deified acupoints were still shining brightly. He did not use much of his divine power. Perhaps it is time to make all the major acupoints in my body divinized. 365 main acupoints were completely divinized. Something unimaginable might happen. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. He decided to go on a long journey. He brought the yellow clay platform out of the ancient village to look for an opportunity to turn the acupoints all over his body into divinity. He shook the snow-white fluffball Ku awake. The little thing awoke from its dream. She groaned in a daze for a while. Then, he mischievously pinched Linglong and Bunny's noses. It woke them up. The three of them seemed to be natural enemies. After they woke up, they were ready to fight. You can go find Chiyu. It's your choice, or you can continue to sleep here. Xiaochen was going on a long journey. Before he left, he reminded the two cute Lolas. The two mischievous little Lolas shook their heads vigorously. He didn't want to sleep even if he was beaten to death. Although their father had told them that it was best to stay in some mysterious ancient village, they didn't want to spend every day sleeping. The snow-white furball isn't fun at all. It's too naughty. We're going to walk around the 9 prefectures. Don't bother with it anymore. Yes, it's too bad. We are far from being as pleasing to the eyes as those handsome big brothers. We want to travel all over the 9 states and see all the handsome big brothers in the world. The two Lolas couldn't do anything to Ku, so they slandered her with all their might. The two cute little guys were ready to go on their way. Xiaochen laughed involuntarily. He felt that these two adorable and eccentric Lolas were very interesting. They were truly worthy of being the youngest daughters of the Yellow Emperor. He wasn't worried about their safety. After all, Great Emperor Shen Yuan, who was close to the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm, had already made arrangements. When they heard that Xiaochen was going on a long journey, they were stunned. The snow-white little critter was so happy that it almost fainted. Rolling about in the fragrant grass. He was so happy that he was babbling non-stop. How can we miss out on such an interesting event? We want to go as well. The two Lola's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, Xiaochen did not want to bring them along. He brought Kuku and soared into the sky. The two Lolas shouted angrily, "Don't run. Even if we go to the ends of the earth, we will still be able to find you through the aura of that hateful little beast." The reason why Xiaochen dared to leave the ancient village was because of the yellow clay platform. This platform could obviously protect him. As for the people of the ancient village, there was no need to worry. He gradually understood that the so-called Great Desolate Ancient Village had a frightening background. Anyone who had killing intent would be killed. they wanted to destroy the village. The moment they got close to the ancient village, they would be destroyed. He hid the yellow clay table and the magic lamp in the space of his acupoint and went on his way. At this moment, perhaps Xiaochen did not know that his name had already shaken the world. He had killed a half-martial ancestor in the lifelong realm. Now, there were all sorts of mysterious legends about the great desolate ancient village. It was impossible not to let others know. Qiu. On this very day, he forced back all the practitioners who surrounded the ancient village by himself. His name shook the world even more. Xiaochen went through a deadly tribulation. Once he woke up, he was unfathomable. He killed the experts of the solar cult neatly, massacred the experts of the Tiger clan, and personally eliminated the most beloved daughter of the Tiger clan patriarch. The whole world knew about it in one day. It could even be said that he had shaken the position of all the kings of the younger generation. The orioles were flying and the grass was long. The earth was warm and the flowers were blooming. It was full of vitality. It was brimming with hope and vigor. After he left the ancient village, his first stop was Jinling City. He decided to understand the world's situation in this bustling ancient capital. After half a year of closed-door training, Xiaochen seemed to have drifted away from this society and entered the bustling world again. Everything seemed so lively. Candied fruit, donkey rolling, dog ignoring steamed stuffed bun, the sound of peddling lingered in his ears. Xiaochen and Ku strolled on the ancient street of Jinling. The snow-white little critter's mouth was dripping with oil. It squeaked unceasingly at all kinds of delicacies. It kept asking Xiaochen to pack them for it. It bought no less than 5 big bags of its favorite delicacies. In order to cultivate, one had to go through many experiences of going out of the world and entering the secular world. The two experiences would make the practitioner's mental state very different. It could make a person's temperament undergo a metamorphosis. Xiaochen was no different from an ordinary person. He strolled casually on this bustling street. He seemed especially relaxed. Why you? You still dare to show up? A stuttering voice transmitted over. Crisis appeared in Xiaochen's line of sight. Although this guy's appearance was not bad, he was extremely wretched. His pair of eyes were casting lecherous glances at the girls coming and going. Why wouldn't I dare? Xiaochen smiled. He had met this fellow by chance. He could ask him about many things. Sitting in a tavern, Xiaochen learned about the recent events from Crisis. Many of the older generation from the world of Immortals and the world of Cultivators finally couldn't hold back anymore. They fought a few times. Now, all the famous mountains and great rivers had already been occupied by the people of the two realms. Xiaochen knitted his brows when he heard this news. He was a native of the 9 prefectures. These magnificent rivers and mountains were occupied by the other 2 realms just like that. It was really hard for him to be happy. That group of old fogies is really fast. I didn't get any benefits at all. Crisis complained. Then, he looked around wretchedly. He lowered his voice and said to Xiaochen, kill the experts of the Tiger clan next time. I'll go collect the corpse. After chatting for a long time, Xiaochen was surprised to learn that he had been in the limelight for the past few months. Although they did not leave the ancient village. However, he was already recognized as one of the strongest young experts in both worlds. The so-called 2 worlds naturally referred to the world of cultivators and the world of immortals. As for the human realm, it was completely ignored. It was ironic. In the human realm, however, no one paid attention to the native cultivators of the 9 regions. Pretty. He sat by the window. Crisis stared at a girl on the street. Xiaochen looked out and revealed a shocked expression. He actually saw an acquaintance. The solitary sword demon was carrying his daughter Sanshan, Frosty was beside him. A family was coming from the direction of the headmaster temple. Unexpectedly, their family had also come to the human world. The vulgar Crisis ignored the solitary sword demon and only stared at Frosty. He stared straight ahead. Xiaochen slapped the back of his head. He said, can you grow up a bit? That's Dugutiejia's family. Crisis's face was filled with disappointment as he said, I was wondering why they looked so familiar. It's actually them. How strange. I. I. Why did I only realize it now? Your eyes are hooked. He directly ignored the man. I think you'll get what you deserve sooner or later. Xiaochen laughed loudly. In the end, he discovered that the food on the table had almost been swept clean by the little critters who were working hard. She rubbed its head. Don't be too greedy, or else you'll get fat again. The little critter muttered in dissatisfaction. It didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Dugu iron lump. Crisis shouted from the window. The solitary sword demon and his family entered this restaurant. Xiaochen got the restaurant to change the table. He asked, why did you come to the human world? They were kidnapped by the elders in the family. The solitary sword demon's character hadn't changed, he was a man of few words. Frosty explained everything in detail. Hello, uncle. We meet again. Xianxia looked at Xiaochen obediently. After that, she pointed at Kiki timidly and said, can I touch it? As a result, the snow-white little critter extended its little paw and rubbed her head. Everyone at the table burst into laughter. Frosty said worriedly, Xiaochen, your situation is worrying. Aren't you afraid of getting into big trouble by coming out like this? The solitary sword demon also revealed a strange expression. He looked at him doubtfully. It was rare for Crisis to be so serious. He didn't even stutter and said, the realm of half-step ancestor is unimaginable. We are still far from it. It's not our world yet. I know what I'm doing, no need to worry about me. Xiaochen raised his wine cup and said, it's rare for us to meet again. Let me offer you a toast. After this cup of wine. You guys should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if someone sees you together with me, I'm afraid there will be trouble. What are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of person who's afraid of death? Seeing little Xianxia looking at him doubtfully, Crisis felt a sense of powerlessness. He said, I was walking together with a certain dragon king recently. If those people want to make a move on me, they should think about their own strength first. If they want to make a move on me, then just come. My iron sword is already trembling. The solitary sword demon was very calm. He only grabbed the iron sword with force. Hearing those words, Xiaochen knew that the solitary sword demon was still that madman who regarded the sword as his life. At the time of parting, Xianxia secretly told Frosty, Mommy, Uncle Crisis said that Lolas have 3 good points. Soft voice, soft body, the solitary sword demon immediately grabbed the iron sword and chased after them. Crisis had already fled for his life. He disappeared without a trace. Xiaochen left with Kiki. However, he felt something was wrong in his heart. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. After meditating carefully, he chased after the direction the solitary sword demon left. Outside Jinling City. In the desolate outskirts, a bloody mist drifted in the air. The ground was filled with corpses. A tall figure stood alone in the middle of the battlefield. The iron sword in his hand was dripping blood unceasingly. It made him look especially imposing. It was precisely that solitary sword demon. Frosty covered Xianxia's eyes and hugged her. Standing not far away, Xiaochen was very satisfied with his spiritual sense. It could actually give off a warning. He could actually foresee the danger of others. There were more than 20 corpses on the ground. Their cultivation seemed to be very high, but judging from their fatal wounds, it was obvious that their cultivation bases were quite high. However, judging from the fatal wound, they were all killed by the solitary sword demon. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying he was. As expected, the solitary sword demon didn't weaken after getting emotional. On the contrary, his power advanced by leaps and bounds. His swordsmanship had already stepped out of the extreme realm of extreme yang. He had already fused with the yin and yang and rushed into a brand new domain. A grand voice resounded in the wilderness, a brat abandoned by the solitary family is actually so valiant. However, you are destined to fall. I will use you to lure Xiaochen here. 5 middle-aged men appeared in a flash. Xiaochen understood in a flash. After they parted ways, he immediately used the octatic extreme speed to leave. Obviously, this group of people didn't catch up to him. And later on, they surrounded the solitary sword demon's family. The solitary sword demon faced the 5 middle-aged men coldly. He said, "I still don't know who will fall." Haha, one of them laughed heartily and said, "You might have the ability to fight against us during normal times. However, your nirvana realm has already reached its lowest point. You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. How can you not die?" Not far away, Frosty's expression changed instantly. San was blindfolded. "Father will never be defeated," she said tenderly. The ground trembled as Xiaochen walked over leisurely, holding a sword in his hand. He scanned the 5 of them. He said, "You came for me, why use such a despicable method?" The 5 middle-aged men were shocked. He felt that his strength was somewhat insufficient. He had not expected Xiaochen to return. "I'll kill them." Xiaochen walked in front of the solitary sword demon. "All right." The solitary sword demon immediately retreated without any pretense. He had just entered the nirvana realm not too long ago. At this moment, his cultivation had indeed reached the lowest point. 5 middle-aged men rushed forward, each of them wielding their cultivation treasures. Xiaochen got Kiki to retreat to the side of the solitary sword demon's family. He was afraid that something unexpected might happen. Then, he walked forward step by step. He did not seem to care about the 5 of them at all. The 5 of them were shocked, and they seemed as if they'd fallen into a swamp. A majestic pressure enveloped this space, and an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. "You're not like an ordinary nirvana," one of them looked at Xiaochen in bewilderment. "I, nirvana, am unparalleled, undefeatable." Xiaochen was calm, but his aura was exceptionally threatening. "Undefeatable even when facing an immortal? What a joke." One of them shouted loudly and rushed out of the swamp-like space to kill Xiaochen. But soon after, he revealed a terrified expression. He was actually fixed on the ground, unable to budge an inch. Xiaochen took a step of 100 meters, and the sword slashed down. That person was immediately chopped in half. Even his nascent soul was not spared. Blood gushed out. How could this be? The remaining 4 turned pale with fright. An immortal was actually slaughtered in one strike. Such a simple and quick battle scene was too strange. Within a radius of 10 zhang, all living things will travel in reverse, all the guests of 100 generations will be under my control. Xiaochen sneered ruthlessly. He took a step of 100 meters and arrived in front of the 4. A battle was unavoidable, but just at this time an iron sword flew across the sky. A tall figure descended from the sky. With his back facing Xiaochen, he said, "I'll kill them." Father, at the back. The usually taciturn solitary sword demon revealed a rare excited expression. "Grandpa," although San was blindfolded, she still called out with her delicate voice, "Mom said Grandpa won't be so heartless to drive us out of the solitary family." A sword swept across the sky, blocking 4 immortals by himself. A cold light soared into the sky. Amidst the resplendent radiance, amidst the soaring murderous aura, all the magic treasures in the sky were crushed. A big iron sword swept across the sky. After a short battle, the solitary old man killed 4 immortals by himself. Only now did he turn around to face Xiaochen and said, "You're pretty good." With that, he walked towards the solitary sword demon's family of 3. A formless domain fluctuated and brought the 3 of them far away in an instant. The solitary family is really out of the ordinary. Xiaochen sighed. But he was shocked after only half a day. Dozens of people carrying big iron swords on their backs. On this day, they gathered in Jinling City. The powerful pressure scared away countless practitioners. Xiaochen vaguely knew what was going to happen, because he had heard about the glorious past of this family in the world of immortals. Sure enough, 50 people carrying big iron swords. They directly killed their way to the Qixia mountain outside of Jinling City. The sword chi surged unhindered. The cold light of the iron swords illuminated the entire Jinling City. Rocks flew everywhere. The mountain peak was chopped down. It flew into the sky. Qixia mountain was like rotten wood, it was chopped down by them. It was razed to the ground. For a moment, the news shook the entire 9 regions. That was a branch of the Divine Palace sect, one of the top 10 sects in the world of immortals. Just like that, it was chopped into pieces by dozens of people carrying big iron swords. World of Immortals, the Southern Wasteland's solitary family. This was a low-key family, but no one dared to look down on them. If they were killed openly, they wouldn't ask about it, and they wouldn't care either. But if the older generation experts secretly killed them, then what awaited them would be a violent storm. In history, there was a family that provoked the solitary family like this. As a result, dozens of people carrying big iron swords on their backs. They went to find that family. They exterminated them in one night. Such a freakish family. They were definitely different in the world of Immortals. They didn't want this family to return to the mortal world. They still followed this principle and wanted to deal with their descendants. There was only one result. Dozens of people carrying big iron swords moved out at the same time. Although it seemed like Xianxia had a falling out with the family on the surface, it could be seen that the solitary family was definitely different. They didn't allow outsiders to interfere with their family matters. F***ck, the solitary family is too freakish. There were many experts in Xianxia Mountain. They were actually eliminated in less than a quarter of an hour. F***ck, freakish. If I had this kind of family background, who the hell would I be afraid of? F***ck too valiant, it made me completely speechless. The news spread all over the world. There wasn't a single practitioner who wasn't shocked, especially the younger generation. They were truly envious and jealous. Xiaochen followed behind dozens of people carrying big iron swords and saw everything with his own eyes. He also felt quite speechless. He felt that he was already powerful enough. But compared to the older generation of solitary family, he felt that his style was very gentle. Even the little critter Kiki also opened its eyes wide, it was dumbstruck. Of course, this matter wouldn't be settled just like that. The Divine Palace School was one of the top 10 sects in the cultivation world. Even if their founder hadn't crossed over, there were still many experts in the school. The main altar of the Divine Palace School was located on top of Mount Tai. The experts of the school were completely furious and threatened to eradicate the solitary family. Fang Tianqi and the other disciples of the younger generation were even more depressed. All of them went out to search for the traces of the solitary family. However, things went beyond everyone's expectations again. Dozens of people carrying big iron swords took the initiative to appear and directly killed their way to Mount Tai. When the news spread out, the whole world was shocked. This family was too powerful. It was so abnormal that it made people shiver in fear. The Divine Palace School is definitely finished. It can't be? The Divine Palace sect was one of the top 10 sects in the cultivation world. Even though only a small number of strong people entered the human world, even if only a few of their experts entered the human world, they won't really fail. Fail? I'm telling you, the Divine Palace School will definitely be wiped out. All the practitioners in the world were discussing. Those who knew about the solitary family were certain that the Divine Palace School would be wiped out. Let me tell you. No one could block those dozens of big iron swords. Although the people of the cultivation world played with swords, compared to the ruthless people of the Duga clan, that's simply a joke. I heard that Duga Chobai has returned to the human world. If the Divine Palace School doesn't have a half-step ancestor, there definitely won't be a miracle. At this moment, Xiaochen followed behind dozens of people carrying big iron swords and also arrived at Mount Tai. They will wipe out the people of the Divine Palace School. We will wipe out the elixirs of the Divine Palace School. Squeak, Kiki nodded her head vigorously. You will reach the top and look down on all the other mountains. Mount Tai was the head of the 5 sacred mountains. The mountain was magnificent, majestic, and lofty. Temples and halls covered the mountain, and there were even more innumerable stone tablets on the cliffs. At the beginning of spring, all living things came to life. The mountains were verdant and green, and the exuberant vitality caused this famous mountain to seem even more beautiful and exuberant. It was just that in this warm spring, when flowers were blooming and flowers were competing with each other in beauty, Mount Tai had lost the peace and tranquility it should have. Hundreds of beasts fled and thousands of flowers withered. It was as if the autumn wind had swept away the fallen leaves. It was bleak. Dozens of people carrying big iron swords on their backs spread out at the foot of Mount Tai, forming an encirclement, and pressed up the mountain from all directions. Not a single iron sword was unsheathed, but the killing intent was as bone-piercing as the cold winter. Flowers and trees withered, leaves fluttered in the air, and the entire Mount Tai looked like it was snowing heavily. Dozens of sword chi soared into the sky, like dozens of heavenly pillars standing between heaven and earth. The people of the Dugu family were very frightening. Dozens of tall and sturdy figures, each of them seemed to have become one with the iron swords on their backs. The swords were not unsheathed, but the sword will had already been released from their hearts. The dozens of people were like dozens of heavenly swords that had been inserted into the foot of the mountain. These ruthless people won't split Mount Tai in half, will they? Xianxia muttered as he followed behind. However, the people of the Dugu family did not have the intention to destroy the famed mountains of the human world. Their murderous aura was not directed at the mountain, but was mainly concentrated on the summit of the mountain. There was a magnificent crystal palace there, which was the headquarters of the Divine Palace sect. This sect was famous for refining weapons. The vast crystal palaces on Mount Tai were magnificent and magnificent. Not only was it their foundation in the human world, but it was also the sect's most precious divine palace. There were tens of thousands of rays of multicolored light and thousands of auspicious colors, filling the entire Mount Tai with dense spiritual energy and colorful mist. Dozens of warriors with big iron swords on their backs walked to the top of the mountain step by step. On their way, the pavilions set up by the Divine Palace School were all turned into dust, destroyed by the tangible sword aura. Xiaoqin wanted to laugh, but he could not. Although this clan was unconventional, he could not help but feel reverence for them. Who could stop such an imposing manner? Boom! Several wall-like cultivator buildings in front of the Crystal Palace collapsed. In the end, the barrier broke. The huge Crystal Palace completely floated on the peak of Mount Tai. Dozens of powerful Xianxia with metal swords on their backs. The vast pressure it emitted caused Mount Tai to shake, but the huge Crystal Palace didn't move at all. If one observed carefully, they would discover that. Surprisingly, it did not come into contact with Mount Tai. Instead, it floated quietly. This was a huge cultivation magic treasure. Even the experts of the Dugu family did not dare to act rashly. The Dugu bloodline lives up to its reputation. More than 10 elders flew out from the Divine Palace, immortal energy swirling about them. They didn't reveal any anger, appearing extremely calm. Everyone from the Dugu family remained silent. No one spoke a word. All of them remained silent. However, you're too domineering. We haven't even taken the initiative to eliminate you, yet you've come to kill us. I might have to keep all of you here. The dozen or so sage-like old men with fluttering robes all emitted killing intent. In an instant, the Divine Palace suspended on the peak of Mount Tai shone with billions of rays of light. It rushed straight up, illuminating the mountains in all directions with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. Even more human figures appeared in the Crystal Palace. Cultivators' magical treasures filled the sky. But in the face of all this, the Dugu family was not afraid. Everyone moved in unison. They slowly pulled out the large metal swords on their backs and pointed their swords at the magnificent palace in front of them. Boom! It was a riot. The tyrannical sword energy was unimaginable in the long history of Mount Tai. The dozens of Xianxia were the elites of the Dugu family. Their metal swords moved in unison. It could be said that they shook the heavens and the earth. They directly blasted the Divine Palace into the sky. A large number of cultivation magic treasures were shattered. They danced in the sky like broken flowers. Some Xianxia directly turned into a mist of blood. Not even a single piece of their remains was left. At this moment, many Xianxia came from afar. They were all people who heard the news and came to watch the battle. Seeing such a powerful attack, everyone's expression changed. The combat power of the Dugu family was very terrifying. They could definitely sweep through a region like this. However, everyone keenly noticed a problem. After the Crystal Palace was blasted into the sky, it didn't shatter. It was intact. Other than a dozen old men from the Divine Palace, the rest of the people retreated inside. Then, they controlled the Divine Palace to descend again. The majestic pressure caused the mountains to tremble. This was a half-ancestor supreme treasure. It was a magic artifact obtained by the founder of the Divine Palace. It was a spirit treasure that he cultivated when he achieved Tao. This time, although he hadn't crossed the boundary yet, he had bestowed this crystal palace to his disciples so that they could protect themselves. The dozen old Xianxia were very calm. One of them said coldly, "Since it's like this, let's completely destroy you all." Beams of light flowed out from the divine palace and swept in all directions. All of the Dugu family's Xianxia experts were enveloped inside. Sword energy soared to the sky. The iron swords of everyone from the Dugu family crossed the sky and collided with the half-ancestor supreme treasure. The beams of light were shattered. The divine palace was shaking. The mountains were swaying. Everyone in the distant sky was shocked. "Spirit pierces through the rainbow, oppress the world," the dozen old Xianxia shouted. They also hid inside the crystal palace and used this treasure to erupt with even more powerful power. 7 colored rainbows blossomed like huge flower petals. They shot out in all directions towards the Dugu family's Xianxia experts. At the same time, the huge divine palace's illusory images appeared one after another. In the end, they actually split into divine palaces of similar scale and pressed down towards the Dugu family's Xianxia experts. Every single divine palace was filled with auspicious lights. They were as heavy as mountains, and their might was boundless and unfathomable. They wanted to seal every single expert with an iron sword. This was the might of a half-ancestor supreme treasure. It was powerful to the point where it made people's backs turn cold. The divine palace pressed down, several dozen large iron swords soared into the sky and blocked in front of the experts. Unparalleled sword energy was as thick as a huge river. It poured down endlessly, and it was like a heavenly pillar. It towered between the heavens and the earth as it rushed towards the sky. The intense collision shook the heaven and earth. One after another, the huge divine palaces trembled. Radiance shot out in millions and millions of streaks, but they couldn't touch Mount Tai below. They were forcibly blocked in midair by the Dugu family's Xianxia experts. "Kill." Only now did the several dozen experts speak for the first time. However, they only spat out a single word in unison. Like a clap of thunder, their voices spread for 100 li and shook the 9 heavens. In an instant, radiance soared into the sky. Several dozen incomparably powerful sword energy fused together and formed a huge sword light that was as thick as a mountain. It connected the heaven and earth. Streaks of rainbow radiance in the sky. As well as the huge divine palaces, they all cracked. Then, they split into pieces and crumbled in the sky. The Dugu family's Xianxia power was truly terrifying. The might displayed by a half-ancestor supreme treasure was comparable to a half-ancestor. However, these several dozen experts actually blocked it and destroyed a powerful attack when they joined hands. In the distant sky, all the spectators were horrified. With such battle prowess, why would they fear anyone in the mortal world, ancient era? The solar church's 500 solar god knights could shake a half-ancestor. Now, the several dozen experts from the Dugu family displayed similarly peerless battle prowess. They were fearless even when facing a half-ancestor. "Kill." The experts from the Dugu family spoke for the second time. Their words were deafening like thunder. Several dozen large iron swords were raised in unison. Then, they slashed at the crystal divine palace at the same time. Resplendent sword energy tore through the heaven and earth. It was like a raging wave was surging. It was like a meteor shower was descending. All of them swept towards the majestic palace. Boom! The huge divine palace was struck high into the sky. The chi and blood of the cultivators inside were churning. The powerful attack shook them as if they were struck by lightning. All of their faces were flushed and their bodies were trembling. If it wasn't a half-ancestor supreme treasure, they would have been smashed to pieces. Even such a defensive supreme treasure was shaken by the powerful attack. One could imagine how terrifying the sword energy was. "Kill." The experts from the Dugu family launched their third powerful attack. Sharp sword energy surged between the heaven and earth. They all slashed at the crystal divine palace. Needless to say, the Dugu family's battle prowess was obvious to all. It was peerless and powerful. It made people's souls tremble. The crystal divine palace was knocked over in the sky. It let out a terrifying sound. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. However, at that moment, a gentle radiance flickered from the crystal divine palace. It flickered like a candlelight. However, a destructive aura was emitted, causing everyone to feel danger. A huge shadow appeared. Its appearance couldn't be seen, but its outline could be seen. It was an elegant and otherworldly old man. He was more than 3,000 meters tall. He held the crystal divine palace in his hand as he stood there and looked around. Even though he was surrounded by celestial energy and was otherworldly, he gave off an aura of death. That's the ancestor of the divine palace gate. The people watching the battle from afar cried out in surprise. Wrong. It's a strand of his will that was placed in the supreme treasure divine palace. It has appeared now. Everyone knew that even though a strand of will couldn't fight for a long time, it was still quite terrifying. If its power was instantly unleashed to the limit, it could cause a shocking reversal of the battle situation. The experts from the Duga family were unafraid. They were all as firm as a mountain. They raised their iron swords high and wanted to kill the half-ancestor. The people watching the battle from afar had already come to a conclusion. Even if the Duga family won, they would probably have to pay with their lives. At this moment, the world suddenly became silent. It was as if the entire world had lost its sound. In the distant horizon, a tall and straight figure stood there. It was as if he was an eternal point in the world, as if he had existed there since the beginning of time. The world was silent. It was so silent that it made people panic and fear. That eternal figure had his back to everyone. He carried a huge iron sword on his back. He slowly drew his sword. Instantly, it was as if a raging sea had swept up thousands of waves. It was as if a sky full of stars had fallen to the ground. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking. The iron sword was unsheathed. The surroundings moved. The mountains and rivers lost their color. The stars and moon lost their light. The sky trembled. The dazzling light became the only thing in the world. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes. No one could look straight at it. The moment the iron sword was unsheathed, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. But soon after, everything became silent. The world became peaceful again. No one saw how that person drew his sword. They only saw him drift away, leaving everyone with a mysterious back. The strand of will from the divine palace gate's ancestor was actually split into pieces. Its body that was thousands of meters high had collapsed. The huge door of the crystal divine palace in his hand had also been pierced through, revealing the dazzling main hall inside. All the experts of the Duga family soared into the sky and charged in with their iron swords. At this moment, everyone came to their senses. Who could have such an imposing manner that could swallow the mountains and rivers? To be able to strike with a sword that could look down on all ages? A name appeared in everyone's mind, Duga Chobai. At this moment, a fierce battle had already started in the huge divine palace. The iron sword against the flying sword, the divine ability warriors against the cultivators. The sword chi surged, and the treasures of the cultivators danced in the sky. Everyone knew that the divine palace gate was finished. It was definitely going to be annihilated. Let's go, it's time for us to make our move. It's time to destroy all the elixirs. Xiaochen pulled Kiki and flew into the huge divine palace. The snow-white little critter was even more impulsive than him. It had already opened the lost paradise and rushed to the front. It was clearly trying to move to a new house. In the palace hall, the iron sword was unstoppable. Xiaochen felt that the Duga family was terrifyingly strong. It was hard for the cultivators to contend against them. Blood splattered everywhere in the palace hall. God knows how many treasures of the cultivators had been destroyed by those iron swords, and countless cultivators had been killed. The dozens of iron swords of the Duga family gathered together and never separated. No one could stop them. Even the dozens of old cultivators couldn't contend against them. They were fighting against the experts of the Duga family. The flying sword clashed against the iron sword. Dazzling rays of light burst out one after another. The clanging sound lingered on incessantly. However, in the face of absolute power, no matter how profound the moves were, they were all useless. The flying sword was cut in half. The treasures of the cultivators were shattered. I want to enter the human world and get a share of the delicious cake, but I don't want to die before achieving anything. Hee hee. The cultivators laughed bitterly. The dozens of old cultivators were defeated. Some had their heads chopped off, some had their chests pierced through. None of their nascent souls managed to escape. All of them were destroyed in body and soul. However, a few more old men came out with even more middle-aged men. An intense battle broke out. The Dugu family was so iron-blooded and powerful. They could even be called a crazy clan. Xiaochen shivered in his heart. He pulled Kiki and rushed inside from another huge door. This huge crystal palace was like a paradise of its own. It occupied a very large area, like an Immortals' pure land. There were countless exotic flowers and plants in every palace. This was not what he needed. With Kiki, the bane of the world's spiritual creatures, leading the way, Xiaochen walked all the way to the deepest part. The snow-white little critter's cute nose was sniffing unceasingly. Yiad pointed to the front. Its big eyes were filled with excitement. They didn't encounter many people to stop them. The powerful cultivators were all lured away by the Dugu family. Occasionally, someone would come to intercept them, but they were all sent flying by Xiaochen's sword. No one could stop them. They rushed past many palaces and arrived at a medicinal herb garden. Only then did the powerful cultivators start to make their move. This was obviously an important place. There were real experts guarding it. You are Xiaochen. After a middle-aged cultivator saw the man and the beast, he was startled at first. Then he shouted, "A few months ago, I went to the ancient village with my comrades, but we couldn't kill you. You hid like a turtle and refused to come out. Now you actually came here to loot a burning house. There was a road to heaven, but you didn't take it. Instead, you came to the gates of hell." Xiaochen didn't say anything superfluous. He carried his sword and took large strides forward. His imposing manner was like a rainbow. His entire body was like a mountain, shaking all directions. The middle-aged man's expression immediately changed. After not seeing Xiaochen for a few months, it seemed like Xiaochen had changed a lot. His strength was hard to fathom. When he recalled the recent rumors, he immediately felt that something was amiss. 7 to 8 cultivators' magic treasures immediately shot out. The blood transformation saber, which was mainly used for offense, slashed horizontally. He wanted to seize the initiative. However, everything was futile. Xiaochen continued to advance forward. Every time the sword in his hand slashed down, it would shatter a magic treasure. How is this possible? The middle-aged cultivator felt that he was actually unable to control those magic treasures. It was as if they were frozen in midair by Xiaochen, waiting to be slashed. When all the magic treasures were shattered, the middle-aged cultivator felt that he couldn't even budge an inch. Then, he saw a sword swinging at him. He felt his head flying off. A big stream of blood splashed in the air. His nascent soul was shattered. The cultivators at the side were incomparably shocked. They took out their magic treasures and charged at Xiaochen. However, the result was not surprising at all. "I am unrivaled within a radius of 30 meters. Xiaochen acted like he was harvesting crops. He raised his sword and 5 heads flew more than 10 meters away. There was a total of 10-odd middle-aged cultivators guarding the herb garden. When they saw Xiaochen's methods, they all revealed astonished expressions. The deity palace gate has already been breached by the Dugu clan. If you don't want to die, quickly retreat. You might be able to keep your life." Xiaochen strode forward. There was no one who was not afraid of death. Even if they blocked this person in front of them, there was still a monstrous clan outside. In an instant, everyone fled for their lives, leaving not a single one behind. The herb garden flickered with a jade-green light. The spiritual energy was dense, and a fragrance assailed the nose. All sorts of natural treasures flickered with radiance. Ka rolled around in joy. She moved quickly, continuously sweeping the spiritual herbs into the lost paradise. Because the spiritual herbs were planted in the deity palace, a half-ancestor treasure, there was no formation laid down in the garden. Ku opened the lost paradise and sucked in all the spiritual herbs. It did not stand on ceremony at all, completely relocating. The lost paradise was very vast. The herb garden could be said to be insignificant. Xiaochen was sure that this place would become another treasure land that the little critter would think of every day, aside from the deity forest formed from the remnant spiritual energy of a half-ancestor. Iya! Iya! At this moment, the little critter felt incomparably happy. This herb garden does have some good things. However, this is just one of our targets. Let's look around. There should be an alchemy room nearby. There should be spirit pills there. Xiaochen encouraged the little critter to continue using its sharp senses for spiritual herbs. The little critter's large eyes sparkled. It was indeed very dedicated. After it concentrated, it quickly sensed the exact location. Iya! A furry paw pointed in a direction. Battle cries shook the sky behind them. One man and one beast were sweeping through the place. Under the guidance of the little critter's sharp senses, Xiaochen passed through many halls and arrived at the deepest part of the deity palace gate. A few medicine cauldrons stood in a row in front of a hall. Clearly, this was where alchemy took place. Haha! Xiaochen rubbed the furry little critter with all his might. This caused the little critter to protest in dissatisfaction. Although there was only one hall, Xiaochen reckoned that this place was comparable to the entire herb garden. There were refined spirit pills here. Even though the quantity was limited, they were still the essence, the finished product. Creak! A soft sound came from the door. The door to the alchemy room was pushed open. A skinny old man walked out. At that moment, Xiaochen frowned. This was definitely a person hard to provoke. He was definitely an expert. Xiaochen raised his sword and pointed it to the south. He looked at this old cultivator coldly. The little critter Kiki also sensed the danger. The little critter was very quick-witted. It instantly opened up the lost paradise. Once inside, it was already in an invincible position. Xiaochen and Kiki confronted this terrifyingly strong cultivator. Dong! Dong, dong! The earth trembled slightly. 10 people holding big iron swords walked into the courtyard and blocked the old cultivator. No matter how strong the old cultivator was, he wouldn't be able to block 10 iron swords. However, he didn't have the intention to fight to the death. The instant he made his move, he used the divine evasion technique. He took out an immortal equipment and traveled through space. Rumble! The snow-white little critter directly stored the alchemy room into the lost paradise. Today was definitely a great harvest. Xiaochen estimated that his acupoints could be divinized. The little fellow hurriedly swept out a ray of rainbow light, fixing it in the air, and carefully grabbed it back. Ku, give them half of the elixirs. According to the little critter. It was pitch black when it was born, and it only became snow-white later on. Now, it was completely normal for it to become golden. It felt that its power had increased. At the Luoyang Grand Meeting, all the Xianxia in the world moved. But he could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. He had fallen into an extremely balanced state. His cultivation base would drop slightly, but it would be replenished. This guy wasn't hidden by the solar sect. Wasn't he afraid that others would beat him up and damage the dignity of the sun god? After Xiaochen brought Kiki into the city, he immediately felt the yellow clay platform tremble. Could it be that the rumors were true? This place has the power to resist the ancient desolate village? In that case, he wanted to explore even more. Legend. Every spring, when the flowers bloomed, there would be a mysterious fluctuation of power in the ancient source land of the 9 regions. On this day, it shocked the world. Ku was extremely vexed. At the same time, it revealed a doubtful expression. It squeaked and told Xiaochen that it didn't feel any spiritual aura from that old man. Ku had noticed the 4 cauldrons the moment she entered the courtyard. However, he did not pay much attention to it. However, at this moment, his emotions surged. He was so happy that he squinted his eyes and waited for the cauldron to calm down. A barefoot girl fluttered over. She was as beautiful and agile as a fairy. Her black dress fluttered in the wind, and her soft waist swayed gently. Her sparkling toes shone with a bewitching luster. Her beautiful face was full of smiles. Xiaochen immediately recognized her as the little demon girl from the heavenly demon palace. Unexpectedly, almost all of his old acquaintances were here. Xiaochen immediately felt that something was wrong. He picked up the jade bottles and examined them carefully. Most of the words written on it were foundation establishment, core protection, nascent protection, and so on. The little critter rolled around among the flowers and plants, then it moved its body continuously with a whooshing sound. It was really as fast as lightning. Easily traversing through space was better than taking a leisurely stroll in the park. It was not slower than Xiaochen, who had advanced to the Nirvana realm and improved his eightfold extreme speed. Xiaochen was sure that the pill in the medicine cauldron was extraordinary. It was not hard to imagine why this peony grand gathering would cause such a commotion. Let's go. I'll go with you. Xiaochen brought Kiki to a few big flower areas to look at the beautiful purple and brilliant red peonies in full bloom. At this moment, a chuckle came from behind him. The four great cauldrons rumbled, shaking violently, as if there were living creatures struggling inside. Yao Yao. To this, Ku raised both her hands in agreement. He nodded his head vigorously, pinching, rubbing, and hugging. For the little critter, that was really too terrifying. They weren't enemies yet, so it couldn't really make a move. With a whoosh, it dodged to the side. A pair of eyes opened wide. He looked at Yao Yao vigilantly. Little Xianxia has become even prettier. I can't help but feel pity for her. Are you still happy? Inside each cauldron was a spirit pill the size of a longan, completely dark green. It was sparkling and translucent like a piece of jade, trembling back and forth as if it was alive. At this time, even the silent Duga clan's experts sighed with emotion. Even though their clan didn't rely on spirit essences and other external objects, they still couldn't help but sigh. But at this moment, he was also attracted by the spirit pill. Two of them stepped forward. He shot out two beams of light and held the two spirit pills in place. He took them into his hands and prepared to study them. The divine capital, Luoyang, was extremely mysterious in the 9 states. It could be said to be the source of culture in the human world. Between the rivers and Luoyang, the glorious legacy of the ancestors. But what Xiaochen really cared about was, he heard that the sun sacred god became his illegitimate child after reincarnating. After splitting the loot with Ku, he used the spiritual essence from the herb garden as a guide and successively divinized the 4 major acupoints. His life essence became even more vigorous, the 72 major acupoints shone brilliantly, and the concentrated divine veins became even more complete. But no matter how he looked at it, its size didn't change at all. But the heaven-defying little critter was very unusual. There was a slight change. Its strength increased by a lot. Who knew if this was a coincidence or not? Those ancestral gods only advanced to the ancestral god realm after leaving this place. This was no longer just a gathering in the human world. Countless experts from the cultivation world and the world of immortals also came to the divine capital, Luoyang, to start the first big clash. Should he take care of this cheap old man, the sun sacred god? And what about the debt of blood to the solar cult? Without waiting for Xiaochen to speak, Crisis first waved at Toddy and said, Toddy, Toddy. Toddy, come here, Big Brother wants to talk to you. Xiaochen. At this moment, the 10 sword-wielding experts were motionless. They quietly looked at Xiaochen and Ku. This is bad. All the good stuff must have been taken away by that bony old cultivator just now. Ku happily pouted. Then, she pulled out the rainbow-colored sacred tree from the lost paradise. She pointed at the black jade leaf, white jade leaf, golden jade leaf, jasper leaf, and so on. How do we plan? To challenge him at the exchange conference between the 2 realms. Then let him step on the corpses of the kings of the younger generation to reach the next level? I hope we can reap some benefits here. A sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils from the 4 cauldrons. Moreover, there was the sound of wind and thunder. One could see lightning dancing around the cauldrons. The clouds moved in all directions. The experts of the 2 worlds gathered here. Just for the clash? Obviously not, at this moment. Xiaochen keenly sensed the fluctuation of the spatial energy. At the same time, the 10 swords of the Duga family slashed at the sky. It was actually that bony old man who had returned. Ku blinked her big eyes and sized up this beautiful and enchanting woman curiously. Of course she knew how heaven-defying this little critter was. This made Yao Yao chuckle. She obviously knew how heaven-defying this little beast was. However, she wasn't afraid at all. She giggled as she extended her delicate lily-white hands toward Ku and said, "Let this elder sister give you a squeeze and a hug. The best quality medicinal pill has a spirit. It's definitely a peerless one." The wretched stutterer Crisis appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He actually met him here again. If someone wanted to scheme against him, there would definitely be a pleasant surprise. At this moment, many practitioners in the divine capital were having their own gatherings. This is definitely a good thing. Although this guy was talking to Xiaochen, his eyes were fixed on Yao Yao. From a certain point of view, he was completely ignoring Xiaochen. "Then why are you looking for me?" Xiaochen gave the hooked eyes Crisis a light slap to wake him up. With that yellow clay platform, Xiaochen has an undying body. Xiaochen felt that he possessed boundless potential. It seemed like he could erupt at any time. He had already quietly cultivated for more than 10 days, waiting for the Nirvana Realm's trough to come. Crisis wanted to go to a peony garden in front. Reportedly, some young practitioners of the world of immortals were gathered there. Luoyang was located in the center of the 9 prefectures. It had experienced countless wars without being extinguished. Many dynasties had made it the capital of the country. It was also the only huge city called the Divine Capital since ancient times. The reason why that old cultivator waited until Xiaochen and the Dugu family arrived before leaving was most likely because he was waiting for the medicinal pill to be refined inside the cauldron. Rumor had it that it was very difficult to refine a peerless immortal pill. The conditions were exceptionally harsh. Apart from the extremely strict requirements of the spiritual ingredients, the environment and many other factors had to be taken into consideration. The cauldron couldn't be moved at all. It seems like we need to pay more visits to those big cultivation sections. Xiaochen's name had shaken the world recently. These people from the world of immortals were very shocked when they saw him. The fairy from the sword school, Xianxia, wasn't angry. She walked over calmly and sat not far away in a magnanimous manner. The countless myths and legends left behind by Fuxi, Nuwa, Yellow Emperor, Emperor Ku, Tang Yao, and Yu Shun originated from this region. The patriarch is fine. Why should I hold a grudge? He clearly felt that the trough had arrived. However, his cultivation didn't drop at all. It was as if there was a treasure with boundless power filling up the emptiness of the trough. Yao Yao cast a glance at Crisis. "Little stutterer, are you talking to this elder sister?" Yao Yao giggled and teased the fairy of the sword school. "Come sit here. I'll introduce you to a good husband." Speaking up to this point, she cast a glance at Xiaochen. Pft, pft, pft. Although he had dodged the full power attack of the 10 iron swords, he was still affected to a certain extent. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood on the spot. He looked at the cauldron in the courtyard with unwillingness. He hit himself once again. Why did you leave the ancient village? During the gathering of the winds and clouds, there were naturally many world-shaking characters. The experts of the Tiger clan, the Solar sect, the Enlightenment sect, and the Jia sect naturally moved together. The outstanding cultivators from the big cultivation sects wouldn't miss this kind of grand meeting. Yes, I'm talking to Xiaochen. There weren't just 1 or 2 people who had achieved the position of ancestor god here. Practically all the ancestor gods had left their footprints here. No matter. I have a way to protect myself. Xiaochen saw Lawrence here and walked over with large strides. Although the vulgar man had turned his head away, his eyes were still like hooks as he cast a sidelong glance at Yao Yao. The spring breeze blew the willow green and the 100 flowers red. In the city, there was an endless stream of people and carriages on the main street. Shops stood in great numbers on both sides of the street. The flourishing scene was undoubtedly evident. Xiaochen rubbed its head and said, "Don't be upset. We've already gained a lot. That old man must have something like a spatial ring or a spatial bracelet on him. It's not a problem to hide as many things as you want." There were a few other people who arrived at the peony garden at the same time as Xiaochen. At the forefront was a girl as fresh and elegant as a pile of snow. She arrived as light as a feather. She was intelligent and ethereal. Her beautiful appearance made the surrounding peonies lose their splendor. After the snow-white little critter smiled, its big eyes squinted into two crescent moons. It proudly stuck out its chest. It told Xiaochen that it was slowly growing up. Then turn your head 60 degrees. The demonic palace's demoness smiled sweetly. Her big eyes were limpid and extremely charming. According to legend, before Luoyi became a village in the ancient times, it was already a mysterious ancient land that everyone fought over during the Great Desolate Era. Kiki suddenly sat up with a grunt. It looked at its body suspiciously. After that, it happily rolled back and forth in the underbrush. At last, it found a few life-prolonging and longevity pill bottles, but they were all empty. Although it was taken to the alchemy room, it was obviously of little value. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. In the Taihang Mountains several hundred miles away from Luoyang, Xiaochen was cultivating in seclusion in a valley. He had already refined that elixir. He had divinized a total of 7 major acupoints. With such a source of power, it was truly a blessing for Xiaochen. For him, the nirvana realm was equivalent to having no trough. There was basically no such thing as a trough. Xiaochen stood up and said, "That group of people always want to eliminate me. There's no need to be polite with them. I need to walk around more. Actually, I also want to go there." Squeak. Yao Yao floated over like a spring breeze. She appeared to be very lively and quick-witted. A charming smile appeared on her face. It could be said to be exceptionally enchanting. She smiled lightly and said, "How dare you? You actually dared to come to Luoyang. Aren't you afraid that the heroes of the world will drown you with their saliva?" Yao Yao came along with him. The peony garden occupied a very wide area. It was full of precious monarch flowers. Some of the peonies were exceptionally rare. The flowers were as big as a washbasin. The petals were layered on top of each other. One could smell the refreshing fragrance from far away. It was truly a strange species. In a garden, fairs now invited Yi Tian, Feng Tianqi, and the others to a banquet. Everyone was sitting in a pavilion overlooking the lake. They were exchanging all kinds of rumors regarding Luoyang. They all wanted to gain something from this ancient capital. In this warm spring season, Luoyang's Peony Festival was packed with people. Xiaochen shook it awake and said, "Let's go to Luoyang to take a look." "You little thing, you're overnourished. Look, even your fur isn't snow white anymore. It's already mixed in color." Xiaochen soared into the sky with Kiki. Although the huge crystal palace was a half-ancestor's treasure, he knew his own limits. That was the Duga family's spoils of war. It was already pretty good if he could get a lot of spiritual herbs. At this moment, the battle in the divine palace was basically over. Even if it wasn't completely annihilated, it was close. "Don't be so pessimistic." Yao Yao rolled her eyes at him. The snow-white little Kiki was snoring loudly. After eating the elixir, it underwent a bizarre change. Its snow-white fur actually rippled with specks of gold. After pondering in silence, Xiaochen felt that everything was related to the 72 divinized acupoints. They ensured the balance of the martial physique. No matter how much the martial physique's energy dropped, it would be replenished. The remaining one turned into a beam of light and wanted to break through the sky. Xiaochen grabbed it and fixed it in the center of his palm. Luoyang, the divine capital, was majestic and magnificent. The city walls were thick and tall. Looking from afar, it looked like the Great Wall. Its imposing manner was boundless. It emitted an imposing aura. He was less than half a foot away from her. He could clearly smell a delicate fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind. He could feel the luster flowing on her jade-like skin. This was really a charming demoness. It's really a divine elixir. "You blockhead, you really don't understand the mood. Can't I look for you for no reason?" When the lightning disappeared and the medicine cauldron calmed down, Kiki was the first to move. The 7-colored divine radiance swept out. The lid of the cauldron flew away. The 4 cauldrons that were half the height of a human flickered with multicolored light. A dense mist immediately rippled out. Several courtyards were overflowing with light. A fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind spread out. A large area was enveloped by the medicinal fragrance. The little critter cried out in fear. The spiritual pill actually struggled to fly out from its little paw. It wanted to break through the sky. Leafsky's eyes emitted 2 dazzling rays of light. Apart from Lawrence and Crisis, Xiaochen also saw Invincible Blade, Tenvis, Samo, and a few other acquaintances here. Kiki jumped into a big cauldron and immediately grabbed one. Instantly, it grabbed a shining earth spirit pill, which made its body appear emerald green. Xiaochen smiled and didn't answer her. He asked in reply, "Naked woman, I have beheaded the great sky demon. Don't you want to avenge your ancestor?" Oh, just at this time. Waves of fragrance suddenly wafted out from the courtyard. The smell made the pores on everyone's body relax. Their whole body felt incomparably comfortable. The solitary clan's iron sword cut through the divine palace. Their powerful battle prowess made the faces of the practitioners of the 2 worlds change. The foundation of a major sect in the cultivation world was destroyed just like that. One could well imagine how abnormal the solitary clan was. Fairs now stood in the pavilion and looked at the small lake. I wonder if he will come here. Even if the yellow platform protects him at the crucial moment, we can't take advantage of it. Even if we can't kill him, we should properly scheme against him. By now, the matter regarding the ancient village and the yellow platform had already spread far and wide. There was a rumor that Luoyang was the source of the 9 provinces. This place had the power to resist the ancient village of the Great Desolation. You still dare to come and join in the fun? Xiaochen was very surprised. The sacred tree had 7 colors. Didn't this mean that the little guy was going to undergo 7 transformations? It could already defeat a demigod at 2 transformations. It was really unimaginable for it to undergo 7 transformations. The little critter opened the lost paradise unwillingly. The elixir room was filled with bottles and jars. They were placed in a mess. There were even a lot of them on the ground. Only 1 pill was refined in 1 cauldron. Even those who didn't know alchemy would understand that this was a peerless divine pill. Xiaochen stared at the person behind Xianxia. It was a golden-haired man. Xiaochen found the appearance of a charlatan very familiar. He suddenly remembered that this was that guy called Torty. He had met him once in Indu. He was captured by Crisis and sent to Ling Long and Bunny, those 2 lowless. Fang Tianqi heaved a sigh. Squeak. Toddy's long golden hair seemed to have light flowing around it. She looked sacred with a hint of pride. Her aura was very obvious. No, don't try to compete with me. I'll always be a legend to you. Crisis arrogantly waved at Toddy and said, "Why aren't you coming over to greet your elder brother? Drag this stutterer out, chop him up and feed him to the pigs." Toddy put on a solemn expression and said to Samo, "I am the Sun Holy Father. F***ck, you're even more straightforward than your brother." Crisis cast a sidelong glance at Toddy and said, "Loafer, let's go and see." There were many people behind Toddy. They were all knights of the solar sect. In any case, he was now the nominal Sun Father. Although he was not valued by the authorities of the solar faith, his identity was there. If he was humiliated in public, the entire solar faith would lose face. "I'm here to deliver a message to everyone. Fairy Fairs now is going to Bright Moon Garden to invite outstanding cultivators of her generation." Toddy shot a glance at Crisis and said, "Stutterers and pets are not allowed inside." Crisis squinted his peach blossom eyes and said, "Isn't it obvious that there are lice on Second Baldy's head? Bird. Huh. Big Brother, no one can stop Big Brother from going anywhere." Not far away, Second Baldy Bosch's face turned a little green. He glared fiercely at Crisis. Kiki was also dissatisfied with this. It pouted and threw the half-piece of sticky cake that it was eating. It directly threw it onto Toddy's long golden hair. The sticky cake couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard it tried. "This is blasphemy against the Sun Saint God. Insulting me is insulting the Sun Saint God. Take it down." 2 of the Sun Knights walked over, picked up Toddy and left, not giving him a chance to shout. What a joke, that guy had even chopped off the head of the Holy Sun God, so he was probably preparing to kill the Holy Sun God now. If he continued to nag here, he wouldn't even know how he died. Xiaochen looked at Toddy's back and said to Crisis, "As the father of the Holy Sun God, this is a pretty good gimmick." If we catch them and teach them a lesson, will they be able to sell them? Confucius said. F*ck me. Selling out a half-martial ancestor would get one's father. Are you crazy or am I? Crisis cautiously looked at his surroundings. He said, You are the public enemy of the world. I am a good person under the sun. Don't drag me into this. I don't intend to sell that loafer for a high price and directly sell him to the black coal mine as a coolie. The solar sect is always looking for trouble with me, so it's not wrong for me to look for trouble with the old man of the solar sect. The charming Yao Yao, who could turn the world upside down, revealed her snow-white jade-like teeth with a smile that could topple cities. She said, If you dare to sell him in broad daylight, I will dare to buy him. You really want to see the world in chaos. Xiaochen knew what the demoness was planning. They were happy to see him stir up a storm. Lawrence, Xiaochen, Crisis, Invincible Blade, Bosch, Tenvis, Samo, Yao Yao, Xianxia, and the others walked towards Bright Moon Garden together. Along the way, they saw many practitioners gathered there. In the Bright Moon Garden, Fairsnow was dressed in a long purple dress. She stood amidst a sea of colorful peonies, looking more beautiful than the flowers. She sneered and said, I hope he has already arrived at the divine capital. I want to see him bleed dry and die in fear. Fang Tianqi said, What if he doesn't come? He will come for sure. Fairsnow said with certainty, If he has the chance, he will attack without the slightest hesitation and swing his sword at me. Ye Tian sighed and said, Xiaochen's existence is really a threat to the half-ancestor. He can be proud even if he dies. When they were approaching Bright Moon Garden, Xiaochen separated from Lawrence and the others. He said, You guys go in first. I will take a stroll in the vicinity first. Lawrence's entire body emitted specks of green light. That was the divine power of space. He waved his hands, and the boundless radiance condensed into 2 light specks. He fixed one of the green light specks on Xiaochen's palm and said, This is the spatial coordinate. If something unexpected happens, you can quickly escape to the space I am at. Although Xiaochen also grasped the spatial divine power, he was clearly not as proficient as Lawrence. However, he was obviously not as proficient as Lawrence. Lawrence's ability had already reached the acme of perfection. In Bright Moon Garden, it could be called a big gathering of the young practitioners in the world of Immortals. Many outstanding figures of the same generation came. Of course, there were also many experts from the cultivation world who sneaked in. The peonies were in full bloom. This was a sea of flowers, filled with a strong fragrance. The gathering in such an environment was very pleasing to the eyes. We come from the same world. If we want to live a better life in the mortal world, we naturally have to work together. Fairsnow smiled faintly. She raised her wine cup in the garden and said, Every sect has their own ideas, but we can seek common ground while reserving our differences. I hope the experts of our world of Immortals won't be divided. It was necessary to say some polite words. Everyone raised their wine cups together. The garden gradually became lively. Here, I have no choice but to talk about one person. That person had once stirred up an endless storm in our world of Immortals. For his own selfishness, he once killed our half-ancestor and almost caused our world of Immortals to fall into the misfortune of destruction. Hearing these words, everyone already knew who Fairsnow was talking about. That's right. Everyone must know who he is. He is the world's public enemy, Xiaochen. Now, he stirred up an endless storm again. He dug out the malicious artifact from the Great Desolation ancient village. He wants to make the half-ancestor of the 2 worlds fall. Such wild ambition is truly a heinous crime. The heaven and earth cannot tolerate it. The heroes of the world should punish him together. There were too many rumors about Xiaochen. Regardless of whether it was in the world of Immortals or in the mortal world, he was a character whose name shook the world. Everyone in the Bright Moon Garden immediately started discussing. The corner of Fairsnow's mouth revealed a hint of a cold smile. She said, Such an evil person deserves to be destroyed by heaven and earth. We should do our best to kill this evil person. At this moment, Xiaochen was strolling in the pavilion at the back of the garden. He heard Fairsnow's words very clearly. Back then, he used the 24 war swords to block the ancestor god. Even now, His remnant soul was still in the huge stone statue at the border of the ancient deity desert. But now, he had become an unforgivable sinner. It was impossible for him to speak of the matter of Shinnong plotting to kill the half-ancestor of the otherworldly realm. In reality, he didn't want to say anything. He could even kill half-ancestor in this world. He no longer cared about his reputation. Xiaochen sneered. Who is it? There were many practitioners in the Bright Moon Garden. They were all experts invited by fairs now. Among them were a few outstanding figures of the world of immortals. With a flash of light, a graceful and beautiful woman materialized in the pavilion, blocking Xiaochen's path. You should know who I am. The gorgeous lady nodded and said, I know who you are. I'm Yitian's fiancé, Shui Fuyun. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Even Yitian was defeated by me. If you don't want to die, disappear immediately. Shui Fuyun smiled sweetly. I just want to have a spar with you. Please be lenient. Even though she said that, her attacks were incomparably ruthless. Golden light filled the sky, and the sound of flapping wings resounded in the sky. Hundreds and thousands of golden centipedes pounced towards Xiaochen. Each of the golden centipedes was a foot long and had transparent wings on their backs. When they flew, they could tear apart the sky. He spat out streams of black mist from his mouth, looking extremely vicious. Xiaochen had heard of this kind of flying centipede before. Even a demigod would die immediately after being bitten. It was one of the most poisonous insects in the world. The reason why Shui Fuyun dared to attack was because of this kind of poisonous creature. Even if it was someone with a higher cultivation, they would have to flee in panic if they encountered the flying centipedes. Xiaochen sent out a palm strike. The strong wind blew on the bodies of the flying centipedes, but it actually produced a sonorous sound. They weren't crushed into pieces. Each of the golden centipedes seemed to be made of metal essence. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of golden centipedes had arrived. Although Xiaochen wasn't afraid, he didn't want to fight them in close combat. Buzz. The heavenly voice came out. Their souls resonated with it. The densely packed flying centipedes in the sky felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their ferocious souls were shattered in an instant. Soon after, their bodies were crushed and turned into a bloody mist. Shui Fuyun had already hidden far away. When she saw Xiaochen destroy all the golden centipedes with the heavenly voice, her expression immediately changed. She immediately turned pale. She went far away without looking back. However, it was obvious that she had underestimated Xiaochen's speed. Xiaochen and Kiki passed through the poisonous mist and chased after Shui Fuyun like two beams of light. The hand of heaven was raised high, and a millstone-sized palm appeared in the sky. Shui Fuyun was scared out of her wits. She had already rushed to the peony garden ahead and saw Yitian, Fairs Now, and the others, but it was useless. The immortal armor around Shui Fuyun circulated with light. Shui Fuyun couldn't dodge it and could only take it head-on. This armor was bestowed by Saniying Taijun, so it was naturally not ordinary. However, it was completely useless in front of the hand of heaven. Bang! The millstone-sized hand of heaven slapped on Shui Fuyun's back ruthlessly. The immortal armor shattered, and Shui Fuyun spat out an arrow of blood. She fell in front of Fairs Now and the others and turned into a pile of meat paste. Xiaochen. Yetian was furious. The royal heavenly divine bell resounded through the clouds. The huge divine bell floated above his head and sent out endless destructive sound waves towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen uttered the word Wang and directly shattered the earth-shattering sound waves of death. Yetian's eyes turned red. The golden divine bell was almost transparent, and the sound of the bell kept ringing. It enveloped him and crashed towards Xiaochen. The resplendent golden light soared into the sky. After another round of transformation, Xiaochen was much stronger than the last time. He raised his strength to the limit. He didn't want to be entangled with his opponent any longer. He was prepared to use his peak secret art to decide the outcome in one strike. He rushed forward like lightning. The hand of heaven was almost transparent, and it grew bigger and bigger. A palm imprint was ruthlessly pressed on the golden bell. Clang! A deafening sound resounded between heaven and earth. The golden divine bell shook violently, and then it exploded with a loud bang. The golden divine bell was shattered everywhere. Ye Tian's body was almost shattered, and he was sent flying several hundred meters away. This didn't mean that Ye Tian and Xiaochen's cultivation was as different as heaven and earth. It was just that both of them had used their strongest attacks. When they collided like that, the winner would definitely be decided immediately. Many cultivators knew how terrifying this innate spiritual treasure was. Xiaochen smashed the legendary earthly emperor divine bell into pieces with a single slap. This immediately made those people dumbstruck. You are known to be indestructible. I will shatter it and see if you can come back to life. Xiaochen stood in the sky. In the end, the shattered earthly emperor divine bell actually reformed again. It was as if it had a life of its own. In an instant, it reassembled and emitted an even more powerful aura. The instant Xiaochen rushed over, it had already enveloped the scattered Ye Tian. Then, it streaked across the void and left. I will be your enemy for life. Ye Tian's voice faded away. My life? You are nothing but a tragedy. Xiaochen looked at the distant sky. Fairs now shouted, Xiaochen, you evil person who killed a half-step ancestor and harbored malicious intent still dares to come here. Why do I need you to care about me coming here? Xiaochen stared at her coldly. Why did you come? Didn't you want me to come? Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Xiaochen's direct rebuke immediately infuriated Fairs now. She shouted, arrogant person. Xiaochen pointed at Fairs now, Fang Tianqi, and the others behind her. He said, you laid down a killing formation and waited for me to fall into your trap. What's the point of making it sound so dignified? You should be like me. Otherwise, it will only seem pretentious. Xiaochen shouted at the crowd below, today, I came to kill. The crowd broke into an uproar. This person was really straightforward. His purpose was very clear, directly stating it. Xiaochen, don't be arrogant. You will not escape death in the end if you want to kill a half-step ancestor. Xiaochen landed on the ground and looked at Fairs now. He said, earlier, I already heard you making up a crime for me. In that case, let me ask you, what is a half-step ancestor? Half-martial ancestor is the most virtuous and holy. We should feel reverence and worship him. Fairsnow's expression turned cold as she shouted, however, you are extremely bold, rebelling against your superiors. To think that you want to kill a half-step ancestor. This is an unforgivable crime. This is the half-step ancestor that you speak of? If those half-step ancestors think that they are aloof and view all life as ants, treating the common people as weak and insignificant, so what if I kill them? Xiaochen walked over while standing on a peony flower, looking like he was walking on water. That sentence, so what if I kill them, was said so casually, but it was very shocking. It resounded in Bright Moon Garden like rumbling thunder. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. These words were truly heart-wrenching. No one had ever dared to say such treasonous words in front of so many people before. You are indeed incurable. Fairs now berated loudly, saying, harboring evil intentions, wanting to kill your ancestor. No one can save you. Even the world wants to destroy you. There is no need to put such a label on me. Xiaochen stood on a peony flower, his clothes fluttering in the wind, making him look somewhat ethereal and elegant. However, his words were as heavy as Mount Tai, echoing in the Bright Moon Garden, true ancestor gods do not need to prostrate themselves in worship. In their hearts, the common people are as heavy as Mount Tai. They can die for the ants in the eyes of the half-ancestors that you mentioned. Xiaochen looked at Fairs now and the others and smiled coldly. I admit that a person like the White Tiger Holy Emperor is very strong. However, if you want to worship him, go ahead. That doesn't include me. If there is a chance, I do want to chop off his head. Kill him. Fairs now shouted loudly. 10 Odd clan experts flew into the sky. 10 Odd solar holy knights surrounded him. 10 Odd Sanian great lords subordinates rode their swords and surrounded Xiaochen in the center. All of them were experts. Since you dare to come, I am not afraid. With me around, I am unparalleled. Facing the encirclement, Xiaochen held the sword in his hand and used the wing heavenly sound in an instant. 10 Odd clan experts in front of him disappeared in an instant and their bodies crumbled. At the same time, the little critter Kiki, whose strength had increased greatly, also made its move. It was as fast as lightning. Its speed was comparable to Xiaoqian's current speed. No one could dodge it. After the lost paradise opened up, all the solar holy knights and cultivators were sucked into it. The following scene was cold-blooded. It was a massacre. Xiaoqian stood outside the lost paradise. With every swing of his sword, a head would fly off. 10 odd Sanine Great Lord's subordinates and 10 odd solar holy knights were slaughtered cleanly in an instant. Corpses fell from the sky. Fresh blood dyed the grassland red. This was an incomparably shocking and bloody scene. Haha. Fairsnow was not angry at all. She laughed coldly and said, "Xiaoqian, you are dead for sure." Just as the fresh blood sprinkled on the ground, an ancient stone bridge slowly broke through the ground and soared into the sky. 3 swords were leaping on top of the bridge. A bizarre power froze the space. That was Heavenly Death Bridge. Xiaoqian knew that this was clearly the half-step ancestor who wanted to kill him. Otherwise, why would the Heavenly Death Bridge appear here? The Heavenly Death Bridge swayed. The sword slashed down. A line of words was carved in the void. The Heavenly Death Bridge could open the path to the primordial heavenly realm, and it originally belonged to the Green Lotus goddess. After she died, it was naturally obtained by the half-ancestor. However, outsiders did not know who it ended up in. It could be said that this bridge was extremely extraordinary. Even half-martial ancestors would not be able to truly understand it. There were extremely ancient engravings on its surface. They were all left behind by blades, spears, swords, halberds and other divine weapons. Moreover, they were not left behind by half-martial ancestors. This shrouded it in a mysterious veil. A strange fluctuation enveloped this space. Xiaoqian was unable to escape. He could clearly see all the carvings on the Death Bridge. He could even see the lotus carvings. They were formed by the Azure Lotus goddess after she died. They were extremely lifelike, as if they had really grown there. If that was the origin of Goddess Qinglian's body, then this bridge would be even more terrifying. The 3 swords soared through the air, chopping at Xiaoqian. They flickered with cold light and surged with killing chi. This was definitely a terrifying killing formation. The half-martial ancestor couldn't do anything to the yellow mud platform, so he wanted to borrow the heaven-connecting death bridge and the war sword that had an enormous background to deal with it. Xiaoqian took out his battle sword from Kiki's lost paradise to block the other 3 sharp battle swords. At the same time, little Kiki opened up her lost paradise to stabilize the heavenly death bridge. Clang, amidst the deafening clashing sounds, the sword in Xiaoqian's hand was taken away by a strange force. Although little Ku had fixed one end of the heavenly death bridge with the lost paradise, an unimaginably powerful force suddenly exploded on the stone bridge, shaking off Ku and breaking away from the lost paradise. The moment they made contact, the stone bridge and the war sword displayed such a terrifying power, bringing great danger to Xiaoqian and Kiki. When the 4 swords were raised and hacked at Ku and Xiaoqian at the same time, the yellow platform hidden in the acupoint space finally moved. It flew out on its own and blocked the 4 swords. At the same time, it pressed down on the death bridge. They collided silently. The yellow clay platform pressed down the heavenly death bridge, however, it did not completely subdue the stone bridge. It was trembling violently. At the same time, the 4 swords on the bridge shot into the sky. A few black holes were torn open. It wanted to swallow Xiaoqian and Ku, who were above. An ancient lamp that shone brightly and never extinguished appeared. The gentle radiance enveloped Xiaoqian and the little critter. The destructive aura was difficult to approach. The sky was filled with specks of light. Clearly, there was a half-martial ancestor secretly controlling it. However, even a half-martial ancestor could not truly control a war sword. It could only be done through some special means. Borrowing the energy fluctuations of the death bridge. The sword chi of the 4 swords attached to the stone bridge soared into the sky. Riot, the heavenly death bridge suddenly shook violently. The terrifying power completely sealed off the space. Moreover, there were signs of the yellow clay platform being shaken away. The 4 swords became even sharper. The sword chi that swept out continuously attacked the light emitted by the magic lamp. Just at this moment, the yellow mud platform stopped suppressing the death bridge. Instead, it soared into the sky and arrived under Xiaoqian's feet, carrying him as he hovered in the air. Until now. Xiaoqian slowly calmed down. He pacified Kiki and sat on the yellow clay platform, watching everything coldly. The magic lamp shed a gentle light. It hovered a foot away from his left shoulder. The specks of light were especially eye-catching in the darkening sky. Now, this space was completely isolated from the outside world. It was a completely different world. The dusky void was boundless, swaying along with the death bridge. A great desolate aura burst out. In that instant, a primitive mountain range appeared in the sky. Many sword mountains towered into the clouds. Primal chaos-killing chi surged on the terrifying Scarlet Land. The great desolate gave off a desolate aura. The huge mountains released primal chaos sword chi. This place was like a furnace of heaven and earth. A half-martial ancestor was making a move, the death bridge of heaven and earth stretched across the sky. It seemed like it wanted to suppress Xiaoqian and the yellow clay platform. For huge swords that were as big as mountains hung down and pointed at Xiaoqian and Kiki. The resplendent sword light was incomparably thick. It was as if the yellow river was roaring and rolling over. It was like the end of the world, like a dream. Despite facing such a huge scene and such horrifying power, Xiaoqian appeared very calm. He looked on indifferently. He firmly believed that the yellow clay platform could block everything. Now was not the time to fight with his own strength. There were at least 3 half-martial ancestors making a move, wanting to destroy this yellow clay platform. At this moment, he could only rely on this yellow clay platform and the magic lamp. If they could not block the swords and the heavenly death bridge, then he would be destroyed in both body and soul. The black and yellow chi spread out. The yellow clay platform did not move. A hazy mist spread out, blocking the might of the swords and the heavenly death bridge, as well as that horrifying destructive power. The primitive mountain range in the sky crumbled continuously. The stone bridge and the swords also trembled. The scarlet land of the great desolate cracked. Everything was destroyed by the black and yellow chi. Xiaoqian vaguely saw 4 hazy figures in the distant void. They circulated their magic power to control the heavenly death bridge, making the swords follow them and sweep in all directions. However, none of this could harm Xiaoqian. The magic lamp's gentle radiance enveloped him. Little Ke felt very comfortable. She almost fell asleep beside Xiaoqian. The yellow clay platform's origin 8 nodes trembled. The black and yellow chi circulated. The 4 figures in the distant sky looked like they were struck by lightning. Even though they used the stone bridge and other things to resist the yellow clay platform, the 4 of them still suffered from the bombardment. At the same time, a strange scene appeared. Bloody mist spread around the yellow clay platform. Shattered mountains and rivers appeared. There were many figures fighting on the vast and boundless land. This was a tragic scene. Millions of corpses littered the ground, blood flowed like rivers, and mountains split apart. This was destruction, this was a massacre. The corpses of heroes lay under the yellow clay platform. Boom! There was a loud sound as if the world was shattered. The tragic scene of blood flowing like rivers disappeared. All the scenes returned to nothingness. The sunlight sprinkled down and a bright universe emerged. The dead bridge of heaven and the swords fell from the sky. Young Ku was quick to react. She waved the divine light of 7 colors and the lost paradise was opened, containing all 4 swords. The heavenly death bridge fell to the ground and smashed into the peony garden, creating a huge wave of earth. It was not that the little critter did not want to keep it. It was just that it was difficult to keep it in the lost paradise. The energy contained in this bridge was unimaginable. A portion of the energy fluctuation posed a certain threat to the yellow clay platform. It was easy to imagine how horrifying it was. The 4 swords were like ownerless objects. Anyone could keep them, but no one could truly use them. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The half-ancestors' test of the yellow clay platform with the stone bridge ended in failure. In the distant horizon, a few figures sighed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The heavenly death bridge soared into the sky, tearing through the sky. No one could stop it. Everyone in the bright moon garden was incomparably shocked. They looked at Xiaoqian in the sky in astonishment. Ku fiddled with the four swords as if she was presenting a treasure. She danced around vigorously, turning into an illusion in the sky. Xiaochen looked into the distance. He was speechless. The half-ancestor must be very depressed when he stopped like this, right? After he calmed down, the first thing he did was to look for fares now. In the end, he discovered that she had already disappeared. Furthermore, just at this moment, the entire Luoyang city rippled with a strange fluctuation. Those who were not cultivators would not be able to sense it. Rumor had it that this place had the power to resist the great desolate ancient village. Could it be true? Xiaochen was immediately startled. Fuxi, Nuwa, Shan and the others all rose up in this region. The legend was not without reason. The everlasting ancient lamp suddenly soared into the sky and circled around the entire Luoyang city. Then, it dived towards the ground. This unforeseen event exceeded Xiaochen's expectations. The ancient lamp disappeared before his eyes and entered Luoyang city. At the same time, the earth trembled a few times. Even ordinary people could feel it. Everyone thought that an earthquake was coming. Everyone panicked. However, the trembling only lasted for a few seconds before it quickly calmed down. It was unknown if it was due to the aura of the yellow clay platform, or if the ancient lamp was connected to Xiaochen. He could clearly see the underground of Luoyang city. An ancient lamp was lit up. Yes, it was Xiaochen's ancient lamp that lit up another one. There was no huge city like the great desolate ancient village underground. He only saw the flickering light of an ancient lamp. As the light of that lamp grew brighter, Xiaochen gradually discovered that the underground was in ruins. Only a magic lamp was preserved. In that instant, his own ancient lamp flew back and hovered beside his left shoulder. The void shattered and human figures appeared. The sky beyond sky and the mortal realm rushed out. When they saw Xiaochen, they said in astonishment, "It's you, no wonder." Xiaochen wanted to ask something, but he couldn't control his body. The yellow clay platform carried him as it broke through the void. When he passed through the void, he actually saw the stars in the universe. Almost in a split second, he broke through the void. Below him was a flourishing land. It was a beautiful scene of Jiangnan. This is... Xiaochen was gobsmacked. He actually arrived at the south in an instant. He felt that it was very familiar. It seemed to be the Yangzhou region. The ancient lamp hovering on his left shoulder drew a long trail of light in the sky. It circled once before diving down and entering the ground below. Even though he was in the sky, he could feel the earth tremble a few times. After that, he saw through the ground that an ancient lamp was lit up among the ruins. Specks of fluctuation rippled out. His own ancient lamp flew back in an instant. How could it be like this? Xiaochen was very surprised. He didn't have time to think too much. The yellow clay platform carried him through the void again and passed through the void. The little critter Kiki was very curious. It didn't have any fear at all. It treated this as a pleasant journey. With a flash of light, Xiaochen appeared in another part of the sky. He looked down at the earth. There were layers upon layers of mountains and crisscrossing paths. This was actually the Qingzhou. Without any mishaps, the ancient lamp flew out again. It dived towards the Qingzhou and lit up another ancient lamp. The lamp flame flickered and specks of light reflected in Xiaochen's eyes. Xiaochen had already lit up 3 ancient lamps under the land of the 9 prefectures. He didn't know what kind of consequences it would bring. It seemed like he wasn't the one in control. The yellow clay platform was sending him to different places. Now that things had come to this, Xiaochen knew that he might be able to light up the 9 prefectures. As expected, in the following period of time, the yellow clay platform carried him to various places. Jizhou, Yanzhou, Qingzhou, Shuzhou, Yangzhou, Jingzhou, Yuzhou, and Yongzhou. He passed through the 9 prefectures and lit up 8 ancient lamps under the ground. The last stop was back at the ancient village. This place was located in the Yongzhou. The ancient lamp hovering on his left shoulder once again entered the huge underground city. It illuminated the blurry ancient city until it was indistinct. Soon after, 9 rays of light soared into the sky from the 9 prefectures. On this day, the 9 prefectures were brightly lit. The brilliance lasted for a long time before it gradually faded away. At this moment, everyone felt that the spiritual energy in the 9 prefectures seemed to have become much denser. Was the 9 prefectures going to be unsealed? What did the 9 ancient lamps represent? Xiaochen's heart was filled with doubts. It was also on this day that the melodious sound of the bell spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Was the death knell of the half-step ancestor being rung? The sound of the bell resounded throughout the 9 prefectures. The whole world could hear it, but it was not deafening. However, it made people feel fear. It was like a song to summon the soul. Who was the bell tolling for? At this moment, the whole world was silent. The half-ancestor was silent. The gods were speechless. The ominous premonition originated from their souls. It made many big shots restless. After a long time, the world regained its clarity. The sound of the bell faded away. Under the 9 prefectures, the 9 ancient lamps seemed to have existed since ancient times. They flickered with a mysterious radiance. Xiaochen stood in the ancient village and sank into deep thought. This place was extremely quiet. He vaguely felt that something big was about to happen. After this day, the spiritual energy in the 9 prefectures became more and more abundant. The famous mountains and great rivers were already filled with dense light mist. It was as if the ancient heavenly abode was about to reappear. The ordinary practitioners of the 2 realms were bewildered for a moment. They started to fight for the famous mountains and great rivers again. However, after half a month, something big happened. The Cultivation order was spread all over the world. The White Tiger Saint Emperor, Third Lady Taijun, Sun Saint God, and the other half-ancestors of the immortal world and the cultivation world commanded the world to kill the sinner Xiaochen. This was a huge disturbance. Reportedly, other than the aforementioned half-martial ancestors, no one else was able to do anything about it. It was said that apart from the aforementioned half-ancestors, they also obtained the permission of the other half-ancestors. The Cultivation order pointed out that Xiaochen was devoid of humanity. It caused the evil magic tool sealed in the ancient village to reappear in the world. He wanted to use it to poison the world. To exterminate all life in the 3 realms. The moment this order was issued, it was like a meteorite crashing into the sea. It caused a huge wave that shook the world. Some things were no longer a secret. The existence of the yellow clay platform had already spread all over the world. No one thought that they could kill Xiaochen. The practitioners of the world knew what was going on. After all, many of them had personally participated in the operation to besiege the great desolate ancient village. The moment the order was issued, the clouds moved in all directions. Xiaochen was not the only one they wanted to kill. The half-ancestors' disciples announced to the world that the targets of their killing included Xiaochen's henchmen. Although they did not mention their names, Lawrence, Izhen, Oxman, and the others were definitely on the list. The world was shocked. They were not shocked by the supplementary order of the half-ancestors' disciples, but by the situation of the half-ancestor. Many knowledgeable people already understood that the half-ancestors' fate might have come to an end. Otherwise, why would they allow their disciples to issue such an extreme order to kill? This was clearly forcing Xiaochen to express his stance, to give up on the yellow clay platform. He could even give up his own life. This was a naked final threat. On the same day that the news spread across the world, the sound waves reverberated in the ancient village. Abandon the yellow clay platform and blow out the ancient lamp. In that case, the world was at peace. Not a single shadow could be seen. Only the vast voice echoed in the sky as Xiaochen looked up at the sky. He only managed to shout out 3 words, "I can't." You have to be responsible for your own words. The loud voice suddenly disappeared, and the world fell silent. With his cultivation, even if he was not a half-martial ancestor, he was most definitely a personal disciple. In the next moment, Xiaochen's eyes widened in anger. Blood rushed to the top of his skull. A huge white hand came crashing down from the sky, slapping towards a village not far away. In an instant, the heavens shook and the earth quaked. Astral wind swept downwards. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from the ground. The house collapsed in an instant. The earth sank. The villagers' terrified screams lasted for less than 3 seconds. Everything on the surface was erased. The yellow earth cracked. The entire village disappeared completely. Do you still have any humanity left? How could you lay your hands on ordinary people? Xiaoqian's hair stood up in anger as he soared into the sky. This is only the beginning. The huge white hand was like a mountain. It pressed towards another village. With a loud boom, the miserable whales disappeared in an instant. The village was completely flattened. I can't destroy you. If I can't destroy the ancient village, then I'll destroy the neighboring villages. Don't abandon the yellow clay platform. If you don't extinguish the ancient lamp, then let your fellow villagers, your friends, and your loved ones all die. Just at this time, a huge golden hand appeared from another direction. It slapped down once again towards the village below. Xiaoqian almost went crazy. He watched that mountain village crumble with his own eyes. It turned into a pile of ruins. Haha, the unbridled laughter resounded between heaven and earth. A ruthless voice transmitted over, I said this is only the beginning. If you don't abandon the yellow clay platform, your friends, your loved ones, and everyone related to you, will be completely erased from this world. Not a single one will be left. In the distant sky, the huge white hand turned into a white tiger. He shouted coldly, Sacred Emperor Ming's third son, Hu Ben. On the other side, the huge golden hand turned into a blonde divine knight. He said, Divine son of Apollo. He was holding an unconscious woman in his hand. It was Su Ying. Divine son Orita shouted, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Otherwise, this woman will die. Hu Ben also shouted mercilessly, this time, we only destroyed your neighboring villagers. Next time, it will be someone who's really close to you. Xiaoqian bit his lips so hard that they bled. How could two people with exceedingly high magic power do such immoral things? Implicating the innocent. Attacking mortals. He pointed at the two and shouted, Tiger family, solar sect, half-ancestor, I won't let you off. Abandon the yellow clay platform. Otherwise, more tragedies will happen. The divine son of Apollo was holding the unconscious Su Ying. He stared at Xiaoqian coldly. Xiaoqian used the eightfold extreme speed and rushed over. Until now. He only had one thought, kill the two. Kiki followed Xiaoqian closely and opened the lost paradise. The lost paradise shrouded over them. Because the little guy felt great danger. The energy fluctuations of the two were too terrifying. Haha, Hu Ben laughed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The divine son of Apollo also left with Su Ying. Xiaoqian shouted at the sky after the two masters left. It was a disaster. The people in the surrounding villages were all dead. They died tragically under the power of the divine might. Not even their bones were left behind. They were completely turned into meat paste. Xiaoqian knelt on the yellow ground and kowtowed to the few villages. He felt sorrowful in his heart. He was in a dilemma at the same time. Should he abandon the yellow clay platform or not? If he gave up, the white tiger Saint Emperor, Saniying Taijun and the Sun Divine God would definitely be safe. He would never be able to take revenge. Besides, he and the people around him might not be able to escape death. If he didn't give up, anyone who had a relationship with him would be in danger in the near future. Xiaoqian silently prayed to the dead people. His heart was bleeding. He had to take revenge. He knelt for a long time before standing up. He forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation in front of him. The order to kill Chen was so extreme and urgent. It meant one thing. The fate of the half-ancestral land had probably come to an end. When Xiaoqian thought of this possibility, his heart raced. He had lit the 9 divine lamps under the land of the 9 prefectures. What he sounded might be the death knell of a half-ancestral land. They most likely did not have much time left. They were mad because they were about to die. The half-martial ancestors were about to go crazy. The dead were gone. The most important thing right now was to protect Xiaoqian, who was still alive. He soared into the sky with Kiki. He had to find Lawrence, Yizhen, and the others as soon as possible. Then, he brought them to the ancient village. He was looking for everyone. Others are looking too. The Kill Dawn order was issued. It shocked the world. Even though everyone knew what was going on. However, half-martial ancestors were existences at the apex of the pyramid. Who would dare to refute? The disciples of the half-martial ancestors of the two realms were everywhere. These people would definitely execute the patriarch's order to kill. The whole world was in an uproar. A large number of experts were searching for the whereabouts of Lawrence, Xian, Oxman, and the others. Xiaochen went crazy. He searched the world, but he did not know where they were. The half-martial ancestor was forcing him to take a stand. There was no time left. If he couldn't find them, he would definitely die. A crazy half-martial ancestor was capable of anything. Xiaochen moved unhindered in the world. However, no one dared to do anything to him. Everyone already knew that as long as the yellow platform was in his teeth, no one could kill him. The Kill Dawn order swept through the 9 regions like a violent storm. Later on, the half-step ancestor of the Cultivation world publicly expressed his support. A murderous aura permeated the 9 states. The disciples of the half-martial ancestor were all on the move. Find the whereabouts of those people. My name is also known throughout the world. He who protects me and my friends. I will repay you in the future. Whoever harms my friends, if I do not die, I will kill them all. I will return it tenfold. The situation was extremely critical. Like a half-step ancestor, Xiaochen sent out the Friend Protection Medallion and the Morning Kill Medallion at the same time, stirring up the world. 3 days later, Xiaochen finally got the news. Buddhist Xian was surrounded on Mount Song, his life was in danger. When he heard this news, Xiaochen used the 8-fold extreme speed to its limit. It could be said that he could travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant. In the shortest time possible, he and Kiki appeared on the towering Pole Mountain. Ancient temples appeared in the mountains from time to time. The murderous aura in the primitive mountain range soared to the sky. Buddhist chants reverberated for a long time on a desolate temple, and heaven and earth mourned together. Indestructible Heavenly Emperor Divine Bell. It was suspended in the sky. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent. The melodious bell sound traveled for dozens of miles. The resplendent golden divine radiance soared into the heavens. Below the divine bell was Yitian. The other side blossomed with jade light. This millstone-sized white jade palace was revolving slowly. A misty white mist pervaded the air, making that place look illusory. Below the 9 tribulations white jade palace was Feng Tianqi. There were 4 other people. Their aura was not any weaker than theirs. They also used their cultivation magic treasures and stood in the sky. They trapped a white-cloaked monk on the mountain peak. Seeing the truth, all laws vanish. Instantly comprehending the 10,000 laws are the same. Once the glory cannot be hidden. The naked law meets face to face. Buddhist Xian's white clothes were whiter than snow. He stood on top of the desolate temple. Elegant and ethereal. Transcending the mundane world, he was like a deity that had attained enlightenment. However, when Xiaochen arrived, he felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. He sensed that Buddhist Xian's life seemed to have reached its end. Big brother. I just found out that you are my big brother. I have implicated you. Second Baldy Bosch hugged Xian's leg and burst into tears. The white-clothed Buddhist Xian was like a Buddha statue. It stood motionless. He stood quietly at the peak of the mountain, his spotless monk robe fluttering in the wind. Only the sound of the Buddha echoed. How many times? How many times have I died? It has been like this since time immemorial. Big brother, I don't want you to die for me. I am willing to die for you. If possible. I wish I could turn back time. Bo Shina looked at the 6 people in the sky. He said, even if I die, I'll come back for revenge. Buddhist Xian is quite a character. Facing the 6 heroes of the cultivation world alone? He could still perform like this. That was enough to be proud of. He is worthy of being a young holy monk. Between Feng Tianqi and Yi Tian, a man with an azure treasured umbrella on his head sighed. The divine radiance soared into the sky and slowly rotated above his head. The primal chaos chi would surge out from time to time. He looked in Xiaochen's direction and said, the main character is here. Give him a present. Yes, but also empty. My sitting is empty, my words are silent, and my movements are all empty. Even when a white blade approaches my head, it is like a sharp sword cutting through the spring. Buddhist Xian stood there with a smile on his face, his body slowly faded away. Like a bubble that was about to disappear. Xian, Xiaoqian shouted loudly and landed on top of the absolute robe. He looked at the otherworldly white-clothed monk. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Big brother died because he saved me. Originally, Big brother could have left calmly, Bo Shinu burst into tears. Why did you die because of me first? Xiaoqian was greatly reduced. An ethereal figure floated out from the crumbling body. A white-cloaked divine monk holding a flower with a smile. He stood in the sky. He said, "Who can't die in this world?" In the end, he turned into a sparkling and translucent Saraira. He fell on top of the absolute robe. Big brother, Bo Shina cried tears of blood. He said, "My big brother fought against 6 people alone, but he didn't retreat because of me. He died of exhaustion. It was I who implicated him. I was enlightened." The origin of ingenious heart, just like a cracked shell. There were 6 pleasures in the dream, but there was no sacred heart after enlightenment. That calm and tranquil white-clothed monk disappeared forever. Only the last Buddhist voice lingered in the air. Xiaoqian felt an indescribable bitterness. He was incomparably sorrowful. A friend who had once risked his life for him disappeared just like that. Even if his heart was as firm as iron, he still felt his eyes were moist at this moment. Tears blurred his vision. Xian, you left after achieving enlightenment, but no one in this world can save me. Xiaoqian stood at the summit. His voice was calm. But his tone was exceptionally cold. I want to kill all over the world. His eyes emitted 2 sharp glints. He swept his gaze towards the 6 people in the sky. The 6 heroes of the cultivation world. I want to kill them one by one. The void shattered. Hubin, the son of the White Tiger Divine Emperor, and Auritos, the divine son of the Sun God, appeared in the sky. It seems like the news spread in time and let you see the death of the white-cloaked monk. Hubin felt a little regretful and said, "The little monk has the charm of a deity, his potential is very astonishing. It's a pity that he died. If you still don't give up, you will suffer even more." The people related. "To you will die one by one in front of your eyes. Let despair accompany you for the rest of your life. You guys are doing this. You still expect me to give up?" Xiaoqian looked at the sky angrily. The divine son of Sun God Orita said coldly, "The half-ancestor already knew that you would refuse. From the last time you refused, we, the disciples, also understood. You won't agree in the end. Since that's the case, I'll let you slowly enjoy the song of death. Then all the half-ancestors can die." Xiaoqian shouted loudly. Hubin looked at him coldly. "The half-ancestors have already prepared the method to cross the tribulation. How about you slowly savor the sorrow of despair? Cross the tribulation? As long as I am still alive. The White Tiger Saint Emperor, Mistress 3, Sun God, and the others can forget about crossing." Xiaoqian pointed at Hubin and Orita in the sky. He said, "I've never hated a clan, a school, or a person so much. But today, I solemnly swear. I will exterminate all of you." "Kill us? Never." Orita sneered. Then he and Hubin broke through the void and disappeared along with the 6 heroes. There were many ancient temples on Mount Pole. The sound of bells was melodious in the distance, and the sound of Buddha lingered in the air. Xiaoqian stood on the summit and looked into the distance, not moving at all. Like a stone statue, Bosch knelt on the ground with the sparkling and translucent Saraira in his hands. He shouted hoarsely, "If I don't take revenge for this, I swear I'm not a man." It was rare for Connaught to be mischievous. She just lay there obediently. He watched all of this quietly. After a long time, Xiaoqian withdrew his gaze and walked over to Bosch. He said, "Of course, we have to take revenge." As he spoke, he tapped Bosch's head with his finger, causing him to faint on the spot. Bosch's current strength was not enough to dominate the world. He had no chance of winning against the 6 heroes of cultivation. Xiaoqian didn't want him to throw his life away. Carrying him, he soared into the sky and quickly flew towards Yong province. He placed Bosch in the great desolate ancient village and sent him into a deep sleep. Xiaoqian walked out with large strides. His temperament changed greatly. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was extremely sharp. His entire body was filled with killing intent. He did not hide it at all. It was obvious that he was going to kill someone. Yongzhou had beautiful mountains and rivers. In the upper reaches of the Yellow River, there was a stretch of celestial mountains called Shirong. It was faintly discernible and beautiful. The Hu clan had built a large number of palaces here. It could be said that the vast area in the west of Yongzhou was under the control of the Hu family. Even the great desolate ancient village could be considered as the territory of the Hu clan. The wrath of a cultivator, corpses for 100 li, blood flowing like a river. Xiaochen arrived at Mount Shirong. He shouted at the towering mountain. Clouds and mist drifted about, and the palace hall was faintly discernible. This was an important place of the Hu family. The rolling sound waves alarmed the experts of the Tiger clan. Many people flew out of the palace and stood on the celestial mountain. Xiaochen carried his sword and walked up the mountain with large strides. The little beast, Kiki, followed closely beside him. On the peak of the mountain, springs danced in the air. The scenery was magnificent. Xiaochen walked up step by step and faced the pavilion. He waved his sword. Wherever it passed, the palace collapsed, and the pavilion collapsed. They were here to exterminate the sect. Xiaochen, how dare you? A group of experts from the Tiger clan rushed down the Immortal Mountain. They surrounded him. The wordwind came out of his mouth. The souls of the 20 or so people who had charged down immediately dissipated. His physical body collapsed and turned into a bloody mist in an instant, drifting away in the mountains. Yu, an elder at the back, was enraged. He shouted, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You think you have a small malicious magical tool. Can I really move unhindered under the heavens? I don't dare to say that I can sweep across the world, but it's more than enough to kill you bunch of old cats." Xiaochen's entire body was shrouded in a bloody mist as he approached the Immortal Mountain step by step. His fellow villagers had to die. The disappearance of a piece of land had already made him extremely angry. All he wanted now was to kill. Yiping's heart was filled with resentment. The current clan head of the Tiger clan appointed the second clan elder to be in charge of everything in front of Mount Shirong. He shouted to his left and right, "Take him down." "Second elder, I'll go kill him," shouted a young tiger expert. He transformed into a white tiger and charged down the mountain. His 4 legs soared into the sky, and the demonic clouds tumbled. They tore out scarlet lightning bolts and charged at Xiaochen. At the same time, the white tiger split into dozens of clones and surrounded Xiaochen. Shadow doppelganger, great soul destruction art. The young expert of the white tiger clan shouted. He was indeed a powerhouse of the younger generation, although he was only a demigod. However, the divine ability he grasped was very evil. There were dozens of clones. They could devour a person's soul soundlessly. Even a grain of rice can emit light. Xiaochen directly soared into the sky, his figure was like a wisp of smoke. He raised his sword high. He chopped down vertically. One of the white tigers in the middle showed a terrified expression. It tried its best to dodge, but how could it be faster than Xiaochen? Blood splashed everywhere. That white tiger was chopped into 2 halves. Its body and soul were destroyed on the spot. The dozens of tiger silhouettes that pounced down from the sky were all defeated. That was because the white tiger that was destroyed just now was its main body. Once it died, it would be useless no matter how many clones there were. People of the Tiger clan, listen up. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Mount Shirong is destined to be dyed red with blood. Xiaochen took another step forward. The sword in his hand was dripping blood unceasingly. What a joke! The second elder of the Tiger clan was furious. A puny nirvana practitioner. He shouted at the immortal expert on the mountain. This made them unable to contain their anger. I don't believe that the so-called yellow clay platform is that evil. Who will go down and kill him for me? A puny nirvana realm madman. He's just a dog. I'll go kill him. A mighty expert of the Tiger clan stood out and flew down. The second elder immediately couldn't sit still. That was the eldest son of the Tiger clan's patriarch. Although he was already over 40 years old, he was still a brute. If something went wrong here, it would be hard for him to explain to the Tiger Clan's patriarch. All of you, go up. The surrounding 9 experts heard the order. They all flew down the mountain together, facing the top 10 experts. Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. With the yellow clay platform, it was like he had an immortal body. He could feel that the status of that tall and sturdy expert of the Tiger Clan in the middle was not ordinary. The eightfold world appeared and immediately engulfed everyone. However, he only made a move against that person in the middle. Tiger roar. The eldest son of the Tiger Clan roared towards the sky. The source of death shook. The sound wave was visible to the naked eye. One could vaguely see layers of soldiers appearing from the sound wave. The Grim Reaper's scythe danced. It cleaved towards Xianxia. This was the divine ability he relied on to become famous, killing countless people. However, all of this was useless against Xianxia. A single heaven's hand completely shattered a large area of the sound wave. The eldest son of the Tiger Clan's patriarch, Huang Wan, shot out a light screen. At the same time, he opened the spatial scroll and wanted to escape. You want to escape in front of me? Xianxia was cold-blooded at this moment. He wouldn't show any mercy at all. He came here to kill. A cold glint shot out from his eyes. The heaven's hand landed 9 times in a row. Not only was the divine ability light screen shattered, even the space was torn apart. The eldest son of the Tiger Clan, who wanted to escape with the spatial scroll, was forced out from the spatial passage. Then, a huge palm pressed down and smashed him into meat paste. Both his body and soul were extinguished. Aya! The second elder screamed on the immortal mountain. The eldest son of the Tiger Clan's patriarch was dead. He definitely wouldn't have an easy time in the future. The little critter Kiki was right beside Xianxia. It exerted its strength to open the lost paradise. It enveloped the entire eightfold world in an instant. This was simply an unparalleled combination. The remaining 9 people were all sucked in. The eightfold world and the lost paradise could be said to be perfect. With a wave of the sword, the heads of the 9 experts flew off. Is the Tiger Clan full of trash? Don't tell me there isn't a single stunning character? Xianxia forced his way up the immortal mountain. He shouted in all directions, I know the current patriarch of the Tiger Clan is a joke. Those old bastards, come out now. Is there anyone here who used to be the patriarchs and elders? All of you, come out now. The surging sound wave was vast and mighty, but no one answered. Only the mountains were shaking. The second elder clenched his teeth and said, the experts of the Tiger Clan are not here. Otherwise, how could they allow you to be so presumptuous? Where did they go? They went to help the old ancestor cross the tribulation. If they were here, you would have died 10 times already. Even your ancestor couldn't do anything to me, let alone others. Since that's the case, I'll give it to you. Since that's the case, this place will be annihilated. You. The second elder's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xianxia sneered and said, it's just a cycle of karma. Let's start from you. Even though he was an immortal realm expert. Even so, the second elder couldn't possibly stop Xianxia. However, he didn't want to escape at all. After such a big incident, even if he could escape death now, it would be hard for him to escape the punishment of the Tiger Clan. Xianxia uttered the wing heavenly sound. All the experts of the Tiger Clan who rushed up died. Blood washed the Shirong mountain. The immortal mountain turned into a wasteland. When such news came out, it shocked the whole world. Xianxia actually killed his way into the important place of the Tiger Clan alone. He killed close to 100 experts. It was like a violent storm engulfing the land of the 9 prefectures. However, he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Not being able to kill a person whose name shook the world felt like killing a puppet. It was dull and tasteless. However, his heart was somewhat comforted. He finally got revenge for his fellow villagers and Asian. Xiaoqian's whole body was covered in blood. He walked down the Shirong mountain with large strides. Blood kept dripping from the sword in his hand. Sweeping the world with a single sword, the Tiger Clan is just the beginning. Xiaoqian spread the news to the whole world. This was obviously a provocation to all the half-ancestor. Soon after, Xiaochen moved to another place in Yongzhou, Mount Hua. Currently, this was the important place of the great monarch of Sanying. The attack this time. The wind and clouds were stirred, attracting countless people to watch. Using his own strength to shake the half-ancestor bloodline. This required a lot of courage. After flying past the ancient capital Chang'an, Mount Hua was about 200 miles to the east. The spiritual energy in the land of the 9 prefectures was getting denser. Mount Hua had already become a paradise. In the past, this was the treasure land of the world's experts. But now, it was occupied by the great monarch of Sanying. Since ancient times, Mount Hua had the most dangerous road. Xiaochen climbed Mount Hua once again. The feeling was very different. The spiritual energy was dense. Immortal mist drifted. They actually created a dimensional space here. Strange flowers bloomed. Jade grass covered the ground, and immortal fruits covered the branches. It was fragrant. Unexpectedly, this place was very quiet. There was actually no one on Mount Hua. When Xiaochen stepped into the dimensional danger zone, he immediately felt a strong killing intent. The ancient immortal formation was activated, the stars moved, ghosts cried, and gods howled. The wind and clouds changed at the peak of Mount Hua. Xiaochen was trapped there. The great monarch of Sanying is not here. Although the experts have all left, Mount Hua is still not that easy to break through. More than 10 middle-aged cultivators appeared. They stared at the ancient immortal formation filled with killing intent. However, they were disappointed. In just a moment, the ancient immortal formation was shattered. The yellow clay platform crashed in all directions. The immortal formation was broken in an instant. The cultivators in the distant sky stared at Mount Hua. Suddenly, they saw the killing intent in the sky disappear. They were all extremely shocked. An hour later, they saw Xiaochen, covered in blood, walk out with his sword in hand. Behind him was a small beast that was holding a spiritual herb and chewing on it. The world was dead silent. When Xiaochen walked down Mount Hua with his blood-dripping sword, he finally landed on the peak of the mountain. Blood mist drifted. Corpses were everywhere. The 60 cultivators who stayed in the dimensional space of Mount Hua were all killed. None of them survived. Moreover, the herb garden that the great monarch of Sanying's lineage had been carefully cultivated was completely looted. All the spiritual herbs had been taken away. Not a single one was left. And the alchemy room was wide open. It had long been looted. The world was shocked. Xiaochen was too ruthless. The villagers had to die. Good friends had to disappear. It made some of his movements exceptionally cold and ruthless. After resting for only 3 days, Xiaochen appeared again. The spiritual herb from Mount Hua had divinized 9 acupoints. Now, a total of 81 acupoints had completed the divinization transformation. It had completely lit up all the meridians in his body. His life essence had become more and more boundless. The Kill Dawn order had spread all over the world, but now it had become a joke. The main character was killing in all directions. However, the disciples of the half-ancestor did not come to suppress him. Xiaochen's every move attracted the attention of everyone in the world. Xiaochen, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Yi Tian said to himself. Even though he had lost to Xiaochen twice, he was still bristling with anger. His fighting spirit was high. Mount Hua was swept by Xiaochen's sword. Blood flowed like a river. When he found out about all this, he gritted his teeth. The immortal imperial divine bell slowly rotated above his head. It was so powerful that a great battle was about to begin. Xiaochen spread the word that he would fight the 6 heroes of the cultivation world alone. In this battle, if the yellow clay platform attacked, even if Xiaochen was defeated, he would rely on his own strength to kill the 6 heroes. Yi Tian, Fang Tianqi, and the others couldn't bear this kind of provocation. The 6 heroes of the cultivation world moved together. They arrived at the ancient capital of Yongzhou, Chang'an. Chang'an was the famous capital of the 9 prefectures. It was the ancient capital of more than 10 dynasties. To fight the 6 heroes of the cultivation world alone without relying on the yellow clay platform's power. This seemed to be just crazy talk. No one believed that Xiaoqian could win. The 6 heroes had already appeared in the ancient capital, but Xiaoqian still hadn't shown himself. The inns in Chang'an were already packed with people. The news of Xiaoqian's battle with the 6 heroes had already spread all over the world. Everyone was looking forward to this battle. 3 days passed like this until the day of the arranged battle arrived. Xiaoqian appeared in the sky above Chang'an with Kiki following beside him. Many figures flew into the sky. Gradually, the distant sky was densely packed with people. The numerous spectators were densely packed. The decisive battle was in the sky above Chang'an. This was a formal challenge of an enormous scale. It caused the world to be in chaos. I was originally immortal, I wanted to live a carefree life. However, I was forced to act violently. Xiaoqian pointed at the 6 people in the sky and said, "Today, I will settle things with you all. After that, I will sound the death knell for those half-step ancestors." The immortal imperial divine bell rang melodiously. The sound traveled for hundreds of miles and reverberated in the sky above the ancient capital. Yi Tian took a step forward. He only responded with a cold snort. "If you don't have the yellow clay platform, each of us can fight you alone. Every one of us can fight you alone. No one is afraid of you." Another of the 6 heroes stepped out from the void. Above his head, an azura umbrella shone with divine light and rotated slowly. The primal chaos mist would surge out from time to time. He announced his name. "I am Ling Xuyan." Jade light flickered. Feng Tianqi stepped forward on his divine palace. There was no need for an introduction. Xiaoqian already knew him. These 3 people all had spirit treasures to protect themselves. They seemed to be no weaker than the magic tools of half-step ancestors. They were all powerful opponents. Then, the 4th person stepped out from the void. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. He sensed danger. "I am Xiaoyi." This person was actually carrying a longbow on his back. Although the longbow didn't look very eye-catching, it was extremely powerful. Although the bow looked unremarkable, there was an indistinct murderous aura lingering around it. The 9 jet-black arrows in the quiver had a soul-shaking aura of death. The appearance of the 5th person made Xiaoqian feel even more uneasy. 9 bronze cauldrons floated around him, emitting an ancient aura. It gave people a boundless pressure, as if the vast universe was right in front of them. "I am Xia Ding." The 9 bronze cauldrons rotated slowly, forming a formless domain around him. It was difficult for outsiders to get close. This was... Xiaoqian looked at the 4th and 5th people. Could they be the successors of Hou and Yu the Great? Could the 9 cauldrons and the longbow be the magic treasures of those 2 half-step ancestors? The 6th person did not have a magic tool. He stepped out empty-handed. "I am nameless." This person also gave Xiaoqian a dangerous feeling, as if he himself was a powerful magic treasure. The final battle in Chang'an, the peak battle of the younger generation, the 6 heroes of the cultivation world were conferred the title of king in the mortal world. It was hard to find a match among their peers. Today, they gathered together to fight Xiaoqian. The news spread all over the world. From the nobles to the common folk, everyone wanted to witness this battle. Chang'an City was packed with people. Everyone raised their heads to watch. The powerful cultivators had already flown up to the sky. There were so many of them that they were closely watching the sky above Chang'an City from afar. Who were the 6 heroes? Their names had shaken the 9 provinces in the past few months. They were already influential figures in the world. Furthermore, Xiaoqian dared to wave his butcher's knife at a half-step martial ancestor. This battle was very eye-catching. No matter who won, it would definitely stir up a huge wave. The sun set in the west, and night fell. The battle was about to begin. The 6 heroes were proud and arrogant. They did not want to fight Xiaoqian as a group. This was especially true for those who had not fought with Xiaoqian yet. They all wanted to defeat him in a one-on-one battle. The bell chimed melodiously. The immortal heavenly divine bell shone brilliantly. It was almost transparent. Golden divine light soared into the sky, shaking continuously above Yi Tian's head. Dang! The bell suddenly rang violently. It was as if a deity was roaring in everyone's heart, causing their souls to tremble. Yi Tian covered 100 meters with a single step. The golden divine bell above his head rushed over. From afar, a resplendent golden light tore through the sky like a comet crashing into the ground. The sky above Chang'an City shook. Great virtue and might, the heavenly divine bell shall not be extinguished. Yi Tian's entire body was enveloped by the heavenly divine bell. His ice-cold voice rang out, as cold as the netherworld. He merged with the bell. The sound wave shattered the sky, shattering everything tangible. It headed straight for Xiao Chen, wanting to annihilate him in the horrifying sound wave. Xiao Chen stood in the air and uttered the word Weng. The heavenly sound wing pierced through the deathly sound wave. A huge immemorial divine character that looked like it was made of steel appeared in the sky. Then, it ruthlessly imprinted itself on the golden bell. Dang! The bell's deafening sound was like thunder from the 9 heavens. The entire Chang'an City shook, and thunder rumbled in all directions. The original source heavenly voice hummed. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Chen shouted, it materialized and knocked away the golden divine bell. The golden divine bell shattered the void and flew several thousand feet away. One could clearly see that there was a deep imprint on the body of the bell. It was the primordial divine text. Buzz. Chang'an City was in an uproar. Being able to witness such a strike made their trip worthwhile. The heavenly sound shook. This one word was as heavy as a mountain. Xiao Chen's means could be said to be shocking. The sound of the bell rang out. Yi Tian floated in the air, and the royal heavenly divine bell revolved slowly. A majestic might gushed out, and a resplendent golden light soared into the sky. The immemorial divine character on the bell was erased by a powerful force. Not far away, Xiao Chen nodded to himself. This bell is indeed extraordinary. To think that it can block the origin heavenly voice. The immortal heavenly divine clock's golden body was completely transparent, and one could clearly see Yi Tian's hands moving slowly inside. As he moved, the divine clock shook violently. Then, 2 beams of blazing golden light shot out of his eyes. The bell chimes shook the world. The royal heavenly divine bell became one with Yi Tian, and the body of the bell actually slowly melted, becoming one with him. The sparkling and translucent bell had almost disappeared. Only the blazing golden light enveloped Yi Tian's surroundings. Even his long hair had become as resplendent as the golden sun. Born to embrace a bell. Innate battle body. 9 deaths to survive, invincible under the heavens. Yi Tian rushed over once again. At this moment, he abandoned all the other treasures and merged with the heavenly god bell. He displayed a battle technique that only Qi refinement cultivators knew. The golden light dazzled the sky. It was so dazzling that the divine light drowned out that place. Yi Tian tore through space and appeared directly in front of Xiao Chen. His right leg swept towards Xiao Chen's waist with the momentum of sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. At the same time, he brandished his hands and chopped at Xiao Chen's throat. Xiao Chen was unmoving like a mountain, but he moved like the wind. His figure was like an illusion, leaving behind afterimages in the sky. After dodging the chain of attacks, he raised the hand of heaven and chopped down ruthlessly. A cold smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. Even though he had been defeated twice, he was still full of fighting spirit. He did not dodge or evade. He thrust his palm forward and clashed with the hand of heaven. Dang! When the two clashed, it actually gave off an earth-shaking bell sound. The golden divine light around Yi Tian was incomparably blazing. It was as if his entire body was that divine bell. Born to embrace a bell, his origins were indeed extraordinary. This was what someone with a deep understanding of the situation would think. I will not die. Yi Tian shouted. He wanted to send Xiao Chen flying. His long golden hair fluttered wildly. 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes, piercing toward Xiao Chen's eyes. If I can kill you once, I can kill you 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Xiao Chen's black hair fluttered wildly as well. His eyes emitted cold electricity. When they clashed with the blazing golden light, the 4 beams of light all collapsed. Xiao Chen let out a long roar. His body was like an ancient demonic mountain. He had the might to shatter heaven and earth. His arms pressed down on Yi Tian's arms as he charged toward the ground. His aura was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, unstoppable. Yi Tian's heart trembled. His aura was weaker in the end. He flew diagonally, wanting to dodge the sharp light and attack again. However, Xiaoqian's might was suppressing Chang'an City. His aura had risen to the peak. He didn't give Tian any chance. The eightfold extreme speed was traceless and formless, but it was everywhere. It forced Tian to fly away. The hand of heaven was sent out to meet it head-on. 12 consecutive attacks rained down. The sky was shaking, and Chang'an City was trembling. Tian was forced to receive more than 10 attacks. The sound of the bell shook the heavens. The golden divine light engulfed the sky, but his body was also trembling. With the last ring of the bell, the dazzling golden radiance made the night sky as bright as day. The sparkling and translucent body of the bell appeared. The immortal heavenly divine bell was forced out by Xiaoqian. It could no longer merge with Tian. Xiaoqian's battle intent was high. His aura was like a rainbow. His battle blood seemed to be boiling. He covered 100 feet with each step, suppressing Tian. The night sky shook. Tian was blasted into the sky by Xiaoqian. He was like the wind and lightning, following closely behind. Tian had no way to break free. Boom! After more than 10 attacks from the hand of heaven, the immortal heavenly divine bell was pierced through. A palm-shaped hole appeared there. The result was terrifying. The immortal heavenly divine bell was no longer able to withstand Xiaoqian's tyrannical attacks. In just a moment, it collapsed, and pieces of golden light shot out in all directions. Xiaoqian punched down, and Tian's body was torn into pieces. Chang'an City was in an uproar. The intense battle made people's blood boil. It was just the beginning, but it was already so exciting. The spectators all started to cheer. However, Xiaoqian did not stop. The eightfold worlds appeared and locked down this part of the sky, trapping the body that was torn apart within. His ice-cold voice resounded in the sky. Didn't you get stronger and stronger after a few deaths? Today, I will fulfill your wish. You will die again and again. I will beat you until you are crippled. The melodious sound of the bell reverberated in the distance. The golden divine bell was actually going to reform. Xiaoqian covered 1,000 feet with a single step. The immortal heavenly divine bell shattered once again. Ah! A miserable cry came from the body of the bell. Xiaoqian finally understood. Tian's nascent soul had merged with the divine bell. This way, as long as the divine bell was not destroyed, he would not die. Xiaoqian put away the eightfold world and tossed away the broken body. Xiaoqian waited beside the golden divine bell and said, "Every time you reform, I will shatter you once. I want to see how strong your life force is." Such cold words made everyone tremble. He was simply like an undefeatable demon king. Just at this moment, heaven and earth shook. The aura of death covered the sky and engulfed the entire sky. Xiaoqian soared into the sky. A scarlet beam of light pierced through the void. He flew past the place where Xiaoqian was standing earlier. Xiaoyi of the 6 heroes made his move. His arrow was like a rainbow, directly piercing through space and creating a spatial passageway. The strong pressure made it hard for people to breathe. This did not seem like an arrow, but more like a divine mountain charging over. A strong wind blew. The divine arrow left behind a resplendent trail of light that was several hundred meters long. It tore through the night sky, shattering the surrounding space. One could imagine how horrifying the power of this arrow was. Xiaoqian used the extreme speed of the eightfold world to go against the sky and charged at Xiaoyi. He said, "It's the same even if you die first." But just at this moment, the feeling of danger surfaced in his heart again. That scarlet beam of light that had gone far away actually turned around and shot over again. At the same time, Xiaoyi took a step forward with his left leg and stood in the void. He was as heavy as a mountain as he started to knock the bow. The longbow was pulled to a full moon and emitted an extremely horrifying aura. The second deep arrow was knocked on the bowstring. At this moment, Xiaoyi's body of flesh and that pitch-black hard bow seemed to have merged into one. The ancient bow seemed to have a life of its own. The two burst out with boundless radiance, illuminating the entire night sky. The roar of a dragon and tiger resounded as the second scarlet beam of light tore through the sky. The entire world was enveloped in an extremely horrifying pressure. It made people feel as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. The two scarlet beams of light pierced through the void with a pincer attack. The might was unimaginable. Just the vast and mighty strong wind was enough to destroy a tangible object. Xiaochen was very suspicious that this simple and unadorned longbow might be the treasure Hui obtained after shooting the sun. He didn't want to receive the rainbow beam of light so easily. Instead, he chose to dodge using the extreme speed of the eightfold world and charged at Xiaoyi. However, the scarlet beam of light that was shot out was too intelligent. The divine arrow didn't stop until it injured its body. After missing, it would turn around and return. It wouldn't stop until it was dead. What was even more serious was that Xiaoyi was still knocking the arrow. The hard bow and his spirit had merged as one. 5 scarlet beams tore through the air in succession. The 7 rainbow beams were like meteors crashing into the earth. They were so powerful that their might was unimaginable. It was as if they connected heaven and earth. There was no doubt that anyone who was hit would be annihilated in body and soul. The might of the 7 arrows suppressed the sun and moon. They were unstoppable. Xiaochen's hand of heaven shot out continuously. Although it shattered the scarlet beams of light a few times, they would instantly reassemble and shoot over again as if they were indestructible. Tearing the void, isolating the space, Xiaochen made a decisive move and sent the scarlet beams of light into the dimensional space. However, they were only trapped for a moment before the 7 rainbow beams rushed out again. They wouldn't stop until they destroyed him. The most terrifying thing was that Xiaoyi shot out the last 2 arrows in his quiver. 9 shocking rainbow beams crisscrossed the heaven and earth. They turned into a ball of light and enveloped Xiaochen. The dimensional space wasn't stable enough. Xiaochen suddenly shattered the vast sky. He wanted to draw the 9 rainbow beams to the world of immortals. However, as if they sensed something, the 9 scarlet beams turned around and returned. They didn't want to rush in that direction at all. Just when everyone thought that Xiaochen would lose for sure, he suddenly froze in the void. 81 black holes appeared around his body and the 9 rainbow beams entered in an instant. Everyone cried out in alarm. They were shocked to see that Xiaochen was safe and sound. It was as if he was possessed by a war demon as he stood in the void. Continue shooting. Such words made everyone flabbergasted. Xiaoyi was even more shocked. He looked at Xiaochen in disbelief. Xiaochen took the risk to use the divinized space to retrieve the 9 rainbow beams. He let them shuttle through the 81 spaces and back and forth. They wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him anymore. Whoosh! Like a meteor streaking across the sky, Xiaochen instantly charged over. Xiaoyi felt death approaching. He condensed an arrow with his body. He actually used himself as an arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. The 7-colored rainbow beam illuminated the heaven and earth. The resplendent light illuminated the night sky. I don't believe that you can reform like the rainbow beam after I shatter you. Xiaochen's words were ice cold. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He raised the hand of heaven high up and slammed it down ruthlessly. Dang! Dang, dang! More than 10 consecutive strikes were like hitting a heavenly pillar. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. A horrifying pressure swept out in all directions. The 7-colored rainbow beam was immediately beaten back to its original form. Xiaoyi vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Xiaochen chased after Xiaoyi by 100 meters with a single step and chopped down with his palm. In the distance, Feng Tianqi, Yi Tian, and the others moved together. They wanted to stop him. Although they were prideful and challenging Xiaochen was one-on-one, if someone was really in danger, the others would definitely make a move to save him. However, Kiki was already prepared this time. It angrily waved its hand in the sky. The lost paradise cut off the void and blocked everyone's path. On the other side, Xiaochen's palm chopped down. A miserable shriek rang out as he chopped off one of Xiaoyi's arms. Blood rained down. Immediately after, Xiaochen stretched out both hands and grabbed Xiaoyi's body. Then, he shouted and tore Xiaoyi apart in the sky. Then, he sent out a palm strike and shattered the flying Yuanying. Xiaoyi's body and soul were both destroyed. Everyone was in an uproar under the night sky. Chang'an City was in an uproar. Xiaoyi! The distinguished 5 cried out in grief and anger. Only then did Kiki dodge to the side. The 5 charged over at the same time. Murderers will die. Xiading was incomparably furious. 9 bronze cauldrons filled the sky. The simple and unadorned cauldrons emitted a chaotic aura. You finally put down your pride and want to come at me together? Xiaochen stared at the 5 and said, come at me together. None of you can leave here alive today. In a real battle, you all died of exhaustion, but today, I will kill you all one by one. Xiading strode forward in the sky and said, although I want to kill you immediately, if I can't fight you alone, I will regret it for the rest of my life. What's there to regret? Let's kill him together. After Yi Tian's body reformed, his face was extremely pale. He charged over with the immortal heavenly divine bell. In the sky above Ling Xuyan, the Azura umbrella shone with millions of rays of light. The chaotic aura covered the sky and covered the earth. He also strode forward. Feng Tianqi and Nameless Person also walked over at the same time and surrounded Xiaochen. In my eyes, you are already dead. Xiaochen pointed at Yi Tian and said, it is said that every time you die and come back to life, you will become stronger. But in my eyes, it is just a joke. You will never be able to defeat me. Your heart is already trembling. To me, you are already a walking corpse. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. I said that I want to fight him alone. All of you, back off. Xiading was surrounded by the 9 bronze cauldrons. His aura was like a mountain, exceptionally majestic and heavy. The entire sky above Chang'an City was enveloped by the might of the 9 cauldrons. I don't care how many of you come to fight me. Right now, I only want to kill him first. Xiaochen could be said to be incomparably domineering. As if there was no one else around him, he strode forward in the sky and pressed towards Yi Tian. He said coldly and mercilessly, it is said that even if you don't die, you will still die. Today, I will completely annihilate you. You. Yi Tian said angrily, how arrogant. I am very humble to say that killing you is as easy as killing a dog. The millennium ancient capital Chang'an was sleepless tonight. The peak battle of the younger generation attracted everyone's attention. I'll kill you like a dog. Right after Xiaochen spoke, he traversed 300 meters in one step, traveling through space and pressing towards Yi Tian. Xiading, Ling Xuyan, Feng Tianqi, and Zhang Dou all made their moves. They knew Xiaochen wasn't bluffing. He really wanted to kill Yi Tian in front of everyone. If he succeeded, where would the face of the 6 heroes be? They were all in front of him. If they couldn't protect Yi Tian, it would be like being slapped in the face. The 9 bronze cauldrons were engraved with divine runes. The green cauldrons were full of rust, but the pressure they emitted made people tremble. It was incomparably majestic. It was as if an endless demonic mountain was pressing down on Chang'an City. The 9 cauldrons crossed the vast sky and surrounded Xiaochen. They swept over tyrannically, and the aura of primal chaos covered the sky and the earth. The destructive power spread between heaven and earth. Chang'an City was trembling. At the same time, Ling Xuyan's Azura umbrella sprayed out millions of rays of light. The umbrella seemed to be shaking the world. The 7 treasure radiance tore out rays of sword qi. It shot out from the umbrella. It completely sealed the sky. And Feng Tianqi and Zhang Dou were also moving. Millions of rays of light swept down toward Xiaochen's body. The sky was shrouded in brilliance, submerging that place. The 4 experts attacked from 4 directions, sealing the entire area. They wanted to trap Xiaochen in a special space and crush him. However, the 4 experts were disappointed. Although Xiaochen was trapped inside, he had already arrived in front of Yi Tian. A huge hand reached out. It was as big as a house, and its whole body was sparkling like jade. It flickered with precious splendor, covering the sky and the earth. It slammed down fiercely. Dang, the melodious sound of the bell ruthlessly slammed on the immortal sky divine bell. The sound traveled for hundreds of miles. The destructive sound wave tore the sky apart. The surrounding space was constantly shattered. The entire Chang'an City was shaking. Even though Yi Tian was hiding under the immortal sky divine bell, his physical body almost collapsed. When used to the extreme, the heaven's hand was almost demonic. The huge palm grabbed the immortal sky divine bell, and Yi Tian was also sucked up to the sky. Xiaochen appeared on the ground. The heaven's hand controlled the immortal sky divine bell and swept in all directions. He fought against the 9 bronze cauldrons and the azure treasured umbrella. Clang, the royal heavenly divine bell collided with a huge bronze cauldron. It emitted a sound that shook the heavens and earth. The golden divine light soared into the sky, and the bronze cauldron was swept away. The hand of heaven grabbed onto the royal heavenly divine bell and refused to let go. 9 consecutive strikes. Clashing head-on with the 9 bronze cauldrons, a deafening sound reverberated throughout the world. It was as if the divine thunder from beyond the 33 heavens had descended upon the human world. The 9 cauldrons were sent flying. The huge hand Xiaochen materialized grabbed the immortal heavenly divine bell and shook it violently. The bell chimed melodiously. Endless divine light swept out. It was as if the world-purifying heavenly melody was resounding in the 9 heavens. The sound waves were like the roaring of the sea. It was as if a huge wave was sweeping across the sky. It rushed towards the well-treasure umbrella in the sky. It scattered the millions of rays of light that were raining down. Yi Tian watched helplessly as Xiaochen controlled the immortal heavenly divine bell. However, there was nothing he could do. He was no longer the one controlling the god clock. Instead, it was the bell that imprisoned him, bound by the undying divine bell. Xiaochen had to admit that the terrifying energy contained in this bell was boundless. However, the bell's divine soul seemed to be in a deep slumber. It was truly unimaginable. This was probably a sealed half-ancestral spirit treasure. Dang! The immortal heavenly divine bell knocked away the 9 cauldrons. Then, it crashed into Feng Tianqi in the east, Nameless in the west, and swept the azure treasure umbrella up. Finally, it emitted a cracking sound. The sparkling and translucent golden bell was cracking, bearing too much pressure. It finally couldn't hold on any longer. Boom! It turned into boundless resplendent golden divine light and exploded in the air. Xiaoding, Ling Xuyan, Feng Tianqi, and Nameless shouted at the same time and attacked Xiaochen. However, it was already too late. Yi Tian had already been caught by Xiaochen and was powerless to resist. In this previous defeat, he had already suffered a great deal of damage. Now, he could only use less than 30% of his usual strength. Even if he was reborn after 9 deaths, he would become stronger and stronger. But it also needed time. Yi Tian roared. He struggled in the huge hand of heaven. But how could he break free? In an instant, the sound stopped. A bloody mist spread out. Yi Tiandi's body was crushed and turned into meat paste. The 4 experts couldn't stop Xiaochen from killing Yi Tian. Xiaochen crushed Yi Tiandi's body in front of them. Without waiting for the immortal heavenly divine bell to curse again, 81 black holes appeared around Xiaochen. It was as if they could devour all light. They quickly spread out in all directions and swallowed all the scattered fragments of the immortal heavenly divine bell. At the same time, Xiaochen's figure was like an illusion. He disappeared in the void in an instant. The 9 bronze cauldrons, the azure treasure umbrella, and the 9 tribulations divine palace all missed. The 4 experts failed. The main reason was not because they didn't want to hurt him. Xiaochen's figure appeared not far away. In the space of the 81 acupoints, terrifying energy surged like a stormy sea. The endless power contained in the divinized acupoints condensed into a sea. It frantically submerged the divine bell fragments. The earthly emperor heavenly divine bell, which was trying to reassemble itself, was shattered. In the end, Yi Tiandi's spiritual consciousness was shaken out and completely separated from the sleeping bell soul of the imperial heavenly divine bell. He didn't even have time to scream before he was completely annihilated. When the space of the 81 divinized acupoints calmed down, a golden divine bell revolved slowly. It hovered in the acupoint space. A misty aura of primal chaos circulated around. It was indeed indestructible, but it was only the imperial heavenly divine bell that was indestructible. The grade of this spiritual treasure was hard to estimate. Sure enough, it became a little stronger after being shattered. It was truly a treasure. Mother Vaster's Cur, so it's that thing. Countless years ago, I fought with it before. At this time, the golden divine halberd and the jet black metal engravings inside the acupoint space transmitted a spiritual fluctuation at the same time. They were still recuperating. Their cracked bodies still needed a long time to recover. They were truly extraordinary. Xiaochen stood under the night sky and faced the 4 experts alone. His expression was very calm. The 4 experts' expressions were very unsightly. The 4 of them didn't stop the other party. Xiaochen killed Ji Tian in front of everyone. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable state. Chang'an city below was already in an uproar. Xiaochen's words seemed to still be echoing in their ears. Indeed, killing Yi Tian was as easy as pie. It was as if he had just crushed a chicken or a dog. The Millennium Ancient capital was in an uproar. This was destined to be a sleepless night. After 2.5 battles, 2 of the 6 heroes died. This was a kind of humiliation. The 4 who survived were also equivalent to a slap in the face. The 6 heroes moved unhindered in the cultivation world. They rarely had a match in the younger generation. After entering the human world, they were even more invincible. They were conferred the title of monarch. It was hard to find a match. In their original list of opponents, they were ranked first. If Xiaochen didn't control the yellow clay platform, he should be ranked behind Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Zini, Songhai, and the others. But the result before their eyes made them feel bitterly disappointed. The 4 couldn't help but admit it. The older generation called the 4th realm Nirvana or Flame of Tribulation. It was really too wonderful for words. This was a process that could allow a cultivator with potential to complete the most important transformation in their life. It was a true rebirth. From the analysis of the information they had, Xiaochen wasn't that outstanding when he was in the demigod realm. However, after entering the Nirvana realm, it was as if the door to the treasury had been completely opened. It was getting more and more terrifying every day. The uproar in Chang'an city finally calmed down. The 4 experts surrounded Xiaochen in the sky. The little critter Cuckoo was watching them vigilantly from not far away. The little critter seemed ready to make a move at any time. "I want to fight you one-on-one." Xiaoding took a step forward and stepped onto the field. His tone was exceptionally firm. Any Xiaoxia had a heart that would never admit defeat. Xiaoding was one of the 6 heroes of the Xiaoxia world. Naturally, they desired a peerless battle that would attract the attention of tens of thousands of people. He did not seek to break through in battle. But he wanted his mental state to surpass Jinghua's. The so-called battle that could topple a city. Extreme sublimation was the only way for peerless experts in ancient times to break through. The 3 prodigies beside him understood Xiaoding's personality. He knew that he was unable to stop it. They slowly retreated but were ready to strike at any moment. "Make your move." Xiao Chen only said 3 words. There was no such thing as sympathy for the enemy. If the other party cherished him, then he would attack. Buddhist Asian wouldn't have died. The 9 cauldrons rotated. It was as if earth, fire, wind, and water were rotating at the same time. A chaotic whirlwind appeared in the sky. On top of the 9 bronze cauldrons, the priests released endless chaotic light. At the same time, he swept his gaze over Xiaochen. Those divine characters were not illusory. Completely materialized. It emitted a dazzling light in the sky, as if it was carved out of adamantine. It tore through space and swept towards Xiaochen. The power of this ancient curse was unparalleled. It possessed an unimaginable mysterious power. Blood splashed everywhere, the sacrificial song resounded. It was as if the living sacrifice of the ancient times had reappeared, although the divine characters had yet to reach him. Xiaochen could already feel his blood boiling, as if it wanted to rush out of his body. His body was showing signs of collapsing. The martial body he cultivated was indestructible, it was even sturdier than diamond. He actually had this kind of feeling of collapsing. One could imagine the demonic power of the divine characters. If it was a practitioner of other systems, they might have already collapsed. Xiaochen was as motionless as a mountain, he stood in the void. Wang! The 8 original sounds rang out and pierced through the void. The endless bloody light that splashed over was scattered. That divine character also began to crack during the confrontation. In the end, it completely shattered and dissipated in the sky. The living sacrifice had failed, otherwise Xiaochen would become a sacrifice. The 9 cauldrons would take away his life, and he would die after his blood was sucked dry. It was mysterious and terrifying. Although the divine light emitted by the 9 cauldrons was destroyed, just at this time, the 9 bronze cauldrons started to tremble. However, just at this time, the 9 bronze cauldrons started to tremble. Like comets, they charged towards Xiaochen from 9 different directions, shattering everything that was tangible. Xiaochen's eightfold world was displayed. The 8 worlds seemed real and illusory. They overlapped in the sky. They actually used an unimaginable power to lock the 9 cauldrons inside. Xiaoding faced the sky and let out a long roar. His spirit merged with the 9 cauldrons in front of him. The 9 cauldrons shook violently as if they were alive. The light of primal chaos soared into the sky. The 9 petals broke the shackles and rotated in the eightfold world. They surrounded Xiaochen in the center. At the same time, the aura of the Swan Ni spread out in all directions. It engulfed the entire sky. The 9 cauldrons were like 9 worlds, displaying 9 empty spaces. They spread out in all directions and covered the eightfold world. Xiaochen's mind trembled. However, he was not afraid. One more space did not mean he was stronger than the eightfold world. In terms of quantity, there were still 80 acupoints hidden in his body. The expanded space of the 9 cauldrons joined together, truly becoming one. It became a world of nothingness and deathly stillness. The aura of primal chaos filled the air. This place was isolated from the outside world. It trapped Xiaochen inside. The sound of the living sacrifice resounded again. Divine meanings flew out from the 9 cauldrons and suddenly pressed towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen circulated all the power in his body. The eightfold world finally appeared again. Earth, fire, wind, and water revolved. Heaven and earth intersected, yin and yang merged. The eightfold world revolved as if it was destroying the world. The energy emitted by the eightfold world shattered the endless divine characters and shattered the space. It went straight for the 9 cauldrons. The living sacrifice had failed. Xiaochen could not become a sacrifice. However, he was trapped in this illusory world. The eightfold world and the 9 cauldrons were in a deadlock. He was in the deathly stillness of the illusory world. If he did not break the deadlock, he might be isolated inside forever. In that instant, Xiaochen's spirit rose to the limit. At the same time, the sound of the heavenly world resounded in the sky. It actually corresponded with this one. It emitted an aura that could destroy the world. The deafening sound burst out and engulfed the entire deathly stillness. At this moment, the space of the 9 cauldrons collapsed. The 9 cauldrons flew out with a dang-dang sound as if they were struck by lightning. The world regained its clarity. Xiaochen stood alone on the battlefield. In the distance, Xiaoding vomited a mouthful of blood. However, he straightened his body again. He shouted loudly, "Kill!" The 9 cauldrons moved together. The world is in chaos. The 9 cauldrons emitted an ancient aura. They pressed forward like a huge mountain. They wanted to smash Xiaochen into pieces in the sky. Their speed wasn't fast, but they were able to lock down the entire area. Although they were advancing slowly, Xiaochen could not break out. He was trapped inside. At this moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. The world shook. It was as if the entire Yongzhou was about to be destroyed. Chang'an City fell into a deathly stillness. Xiaochen's hair fluttered wildly. His eyes emitted 2 sharp cold lightning. He had already reached the peak state. He executed the dragon counter steps. The void collapsed. The trembling rhythm of the whole world was no longer the same as the 9 cauldrons. He forcefully inserted himself in. He faced the sky and roared. His imposing manner was magnificent. Dang! Xiaochen took the 5th step of the dragon counter steps. The rhythm of the trembling space was disrupted by Xiaochen. When he took the 6th step, he had never taken before. Xiaochen had already arrived in front of Jiujia. It was as if he had become one with the world. He had completely broken free from the confinement of the 9 cauldrons. In the past, Xiaochen had already arrived in front of Jiujia. Xiaochen could only take 4 or 5 steps at most, but this time, he even took the 7th step. The seventh step didn't land on the void, but on a bronze cauldron that was crashing towards him. Boom! Chang'an City shook. The night sky trembled. After executing the dragon counter steps, it was as if Xiaochen had become one with the world. He became one with the pulse of the whole world. This step actually crushed a bronze cauldron. In the distant sky, Xiaoding faced the sky and shouted. He spat out a 10-meter-long blood wave. Ling Xuyan, Fang Tianqi, and Wu Ming rushed over quickly. They protected him in the center. However, Xiaoding did not recover at all. He kept spitting out blood. Seeing this, the three experts attacked Xiaochen at the same time. However, the 8 cauldrons blocked them. They could not break through. At this moment, Xiaochen became one with the world. His strength was unparalleled. He sent out the hand of heaven. He displayed his extreme strength. Boom! The world shook. Another bronze cauldron was smashed. Then, Xiaochen executed the dragon counter steps. At this moment, it was as if he was not using his own strength, but the origin power of the world. Dragon counter steps. Starting from the last step of the dragon counter steps, the horrifying power was unimaginable. Every step he took, heaven and earth shattered. Every step he took hit a bronze cauldron. At this moment, everything was silent. Only the deafening shattering sound came from this space. Every time Xiaochen executed the dragon counter steps, a bronze cauldron would be smashed. The world was silent. Only this place was deafening. It became the source of destruction. When the dragon counter steps were completed, the 9 cauldrons were all smashed. In the distant sky, Xia Ding let out a final scream. The 9 cauldrons broke into pieces and exploded in the sky. Blood splashed and a bloody mist spread. Xiaochen had displayed the horrifying power of a warrior. His body was a treasure. It was stronger than all spiritual treasures. He could open the seal in his body and dig out his potential. Everything could be broken. Chang'an City was silent for a long time. It was boiling. The 1,000-year-old ancient capital could not sleep tonight. Ling Xuyan, Fang Tianqi, and Wu Ming surrounded them silently. They could not fight Xiaochen alone. The 3 heroes were ready to kill this horrifying enemy together. It was a sleepless night in Chang'an. 3 of the 6 heroes had already died in battle. The ancient capital was in an uproar. Ling Xuyan, Fang Tianqi, and John Doe were cold and speechless. At the same time, they stepped forward and surrounded Xiaochen. There was nothing much to say now. Only a battle could resolve the hatred. Ling Xuyan's Azura umbrella shone with 7 treasures. It actually connected with the starlight in the sky. He made the first move. The umbrella spun. It was like a 7-colored hurricane howling. Streaks of primal chaos sword chi swept out. It was incomparably terrifying. This part of the world was shaking along with the rotation of the umbrella. Xiaochen held a sword in his hand. He slashed horizontally and vertically. Because his movements were too fast, the sword danced and created a silver light screen. All the sharp attacks from the outside were blocked. The rumbling sound lingered on. Every time Xiaochen swung his sword, it brought along a gust of wind and thunder. Streaks of blazing light actually rushed up to the sky. It tore down hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts. It blocked Ling Xuyan's primal chaos sword chi. Fang Tianqi roared. The 9 Tribulations divine palace suspended above his head suddenly enlarged to the size of a mountain. It smashed down like a meteorite piercing through the sky. It went straight for Xiaochen. It was ferocious and heavy. The astral wind was vast and mighty. Heaven and earth shook. Boundless rays of light. It charged in all directions. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Just the energy fluctuations it emitted made people feel incomparably terrified. Boom! The 9 Tribulations divine palace smashed down. Even though Xiaochen had cultivated a martial body. But if he was hit by this mountain-like divine palace, his bones and tendons would probably be broken. He wanted to dodge to the side, temporarily avoid its sharp edge. But the Azura umbrella swept over. He had sealed off his escape route. At the same time, John Doe finally made his move. His movements were as fast as lightning. He didn't display any cultivation dharma treasures. He directly attacked with his flesh and blood. However, its body was glowing with vibrant colors. It actually produced a terrifying fluctuation similar to that of a magic treasure. He spread his 10 fingers. 10 beams of light that were even sharper than the chaotic sword Qi pierced through the void. It swept its gaze towards Xiaochen. They had sealed off his escape route. The Nameless One was indeed terrifying. Even if he didn't have a magic treasure. Hence, Xiaochen had no choice but to pay special attention to it. He shouted. Xiaochen brandished his sword. It charged towards the 9 Tribulations divine palace that was smashing down from the sky. Man and sword became one. It transformed into a rainbow. Like an eagle soaring through the sky. Going head-on against the 9 Tribulations divine palace. Above. The huge divine palace stirred up the astral wind. It shattered the void. Even though he was far away, he could feel the surging and tyrannical power. Even though he was protected by his stellar energy, he was unable to move. It still made people feel as if their skin was being cut by a knife. Clang, the sword in Xiaochen's hand blocked the descending deity palace. There was a huge tremor. The entire sky began to shake violently. A terrifying wave of energy swept down. The Chang'an ancient capital below trembled violently. The sword blocked the mountain-like deity palace. It was actually in a state of balance for a short while. The two were in a deadlock. And when the Azura umbrella and the Nameless One swept over, Xiaochen let out a long roar. The sword in his hand vibrated violently. It actually sent the 9 Tribulations divine palace flying. This was a shocking scene for many spectators in Chang'an City. A human with a body of flesh and blood actually sent a huge mountain flying with one sword strike. It was really unimaginable. Boom! The Azura umbrella shone with billions of rays. Endless divine light swept over. It drowned Xiaochen. A shocking rainbow flew up. It finally rushed out from the vast energy waves. A cold snort. The Nameless One came through space. He spread his 10 fingers. A huge half-moon-shaped beam of light swept over. It occupied half of the sky. The energy was unimaginably terrifying. Xiaochen tried his best to dodge. But he was still hit hard. He flew out on the spot. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. When he stopped, he had to re-evaluate the Nameless One again. This was definitely a strong enemy. Even though he didn't have a substantial magic treasure. But his body could be called a spirit treasure. In the cultivation world, there was a famous big sect. That was the weapon refining sect. If the cultivators of this sect were talented enough, they could directly refine themselves into a magic treasure. Fuse all kinds of spirit treasures into their bodies. Condense into one. Let the body become the magic treasure of the magic treasures. Xiaochen vaguely heard of this sect. He began to pay special attention to the Nameless One. He turned his body. He charged at him with the sword in his hand. Ling Xuyan controlled the Azura umbrella. Feng Tianqi controlled the 9 Tribulations divine palace. They attacked from both sides. The 3 heroes fought against Xiaochen. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. The waves were monstrous. The battle was extremely intense. The 4 of them fought fiercely. Their murderous intent soared to the sky. All the spectators were shocked. Xiaochen actually managed to block 3 great experts with just one strike. This was really surprising. No wonder he threatened to kill the 6 heroes. Now it seemed. This was not a lie. The battle lasted for an hour. The sword in Xiaochen's hand swept in all directions. He actually didn't fall into a disadvantage. He used the dragon counter steps again. His figure was like a dream. He left a series of afterimages in the sky. But it made people tremble in fear. Everyone saw how the 9 cauldrons were destroyed. Now this unique skill appeared again. How could they not be in awe? Xiaochen stepped toward the Azura umbrella. There was a cold light in his eyes. Ling Xuyan felt a chill in his heart as he stared at him. He didn't want to repeat Xia Ding's mistake. He retreated decisively. And Xiaochen didn't force him. He turned around and charged at the Nameless One. The Nameless One was not afraid. His movement technique was as fast as lightning. He could shoot out dozens of light beams while dodging. But Xiaochen's real target was not him. He suddenly soared into the sky. The dragon countersteps went toward Feng Tianqi in the sky. The sword in his hand slashed the Nine Tribulations' divine palace. When Ling Xuyan and the Nameless One arrived to help, it was too late. Although the three of them blocked the dragon countersteps together, the sword in Xiaochen's hand shone brightly at this moment. His murderous intent pierced through heaven and earth. He gathered all the power in his body. It struck the Nine Tribulations' divine palace. Crack, the huge divine palace in the sky. It burst out with blazing light. Then it actually split into two. It was split by Xiaochen. Feng Tianqi spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. His mind was severely injured. Xiaochen was unstoppable like a god of war. He charged toward Ling Xuyan and the Nameless One with his sword. Feng Tianqi was injured. Only the two of them were left on the battlefield. Xiaochen immediately felt relaxed. The sword in his hand struck east and west. He attacked north. He swept in all directions. He had the absolute upper hand. Just at this moment, Kiki secretly sent a message to Xiaochen. Its spiritual fluctuation was extremely gentle. Outsiders had no way of knowing. Xiaochen was shocked. Finally, the big fish appeared. The third son of the White Tiger Saint Emperor, Hu Ben, and the divine son of the sun god, Arito, appeared in the distant sky. Kiki discovered them. Xiaochen controlled the battlefield to move in that direction. He finally sensed the aura of the two experts. He saw their traces. This time, he challenged the 6 heroes in Chang'an with great fanfare. He didn't just want to kill the 6 of them. He wanted to kill Hu Ben and Arito even more. These two were the main culprits that he urgently wanted to get rid of. Xiaochen silently sensed the stone man in his body. Then he summoned the stone ball and diamond in his hand with his divine sense. There was no brilliance. There was no energy ripple. The stone diamond and the stone ball silently appeared in his left palm. This was his most powerful killing move, a few days ago, when he divinized the 81st acupoint. He unexpectedly found that he could summon these two stone tools. The terrifying lethality after they were unleashed shocked even himself. It was absolutely no problem to kill the 6 heroes. But he wanted to kill Hu Ben and the Divine Prince of Apollo Palace even more. That was why he had been holding back from using these two stone tools since the beginning of the battle. He relied on his absolute power to fight the 6 heroes to the death. Hu Ben and the Divine Prince of Apollo Palace were powerful figures below the half-martial ancestor level. In terms of power, they were far beyond what Xiaochen could contend with at the moment. This time, Xiaochen didn't want to fight them head-on. After seeing how the two destroyed villages and treated all living beings like ants, Xiaochen didn't think it was shameful to kill them. He held the two stone tools in his hand. He was ready to let Hu Ben and the Divine Prince of Apollo Palace die with everlasting regrets. Hu Ben and the Divine Prince of Apollo Palace didn't care about the death of the 6 heroes. They were talking and laughing in the sky. It was as if they were giving pointers. The heroes of the world were nothing more than that. Right then, Xiaochen made his move. He controlled the stone diamond and the stone ball with his immortal will. He attacked the two men in the sky. It was completely silent. The two stone tools didn't emit any energy waves at all. They were as fast as shooting stars. They flashed across the sky in an instant. Hu Ben and the Divine Prince of Apollo Palace were both surprised. The two stone tools didn't have any terrifying energy. They felt it was quite strange. But then, their expressions suddenly changed. They broke the space and dodged as fast as they could. They didn't feel any danger. But that was also the reason why they were alarmed. Overlords like them had lived for countless years and were still alive. They didn't just rely on their power. They were cunning and cunning. They knew how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. There must be something wrong. The stone diamond and the stone ball didn't have any energy waves. But the energy they contained was extremely terrifying. They directly pierced through the space. They shook the two of them out. The space tunnel they had opened up was directly shattered. The stone diamond and the stone ball were like a dream at this moment. They created a strange ripple. They froze the two overlords for a while. Hu Ben and the divine prince of Apollo Palace were shocked. They resisted with all their might. They finally regained their freedom. However, at this moment, two stone tools bombarded him. Poof! Blood spilled. The stone diamond and the stone ball pierced Hu Ben and the divine prince of Apollo Palace. They left two streaks of blood in the sky. Arg, arg, even the powerful Hu Ben and the divine prince of Apollo Palace couldn't help but let out two miserable screams. They didn't even look back. They broke the space again and ran away. A giant white tiger's hind leg fell from the sky. Hu Ben was beaten back to his original form. His buttocks were smashed. He escaped after one of his legs was broken. Half of the divine prince of Apollo Palace's body was smashed. He left his right arm behind and ran away. The two main culprits were severely injured, but Xiaochen had used up all his soul energy to control the two stone tools. He didn't have the energy to attack again. The stone diamond and the stone ball flew back. They went back into his body. At this moment, Xiaochen was extremely exhausted. However, Kiki was prepared for this. It rushed to his front. It blocked Ling Xuyan and nobody. All the onlookers were stunned. Because someone recognized that Hu Ben and the divine prince of Apollo Palace were both injured. Those two overlords had been crippled by Xiaochen. It was unimaginable. Ling Xuyan and nobody retreated decisively. At this moment, they lost their will to fight after seeing Xiaochen's trump card. If they delayed any longer, it would be too unjust to be killed by two stone tools. The little beast didn't dare to leave Xiaochen. It guarded him nervously. Don't worry. I'm fine. Xiaochen took a few deep breaths. He regained his strength. Of course, he couldn't use the stone tools in a short time. Hearing that, Kiki turned into a beam of light. It went toward the east. That was the direction Ling Xuyan had escaped. Xiaochen, on the other hand, flew toward the south. The 8 phases spread out quickly. In an instant, he saw Feng Tianqi. I said I would kill the 6 heroes in one battle. I'll do it. Xiaochen was too fast. He dashed forward in an instant. Feng Tianqi was severely injured and had lost his cultivation treasure. He was less than 30% of his usual power. He knew he was going to die when he saw Xiaochen chasing him. He turned around to fight. But the result was predictable. Xiaochen swept his sword. A head flew into the air. He shook his sword again. That headless body collapsed together with his nascent soul. He turned into a blood mist. Feng Tianqi hadn't left Chang'an City yet. This scene was seen by everyone. The 4th hero was killed. Everyone was excited. Xiaochen held the blood-dripping sword. He turned around and chased toward the east. Chang'an City was in an uproar. Xiaochen said he would kill the 6 heroes. It seemed that his words were going to come true. Everyone felt their emotions surging. He saw Kiki fighting Ling Xuyan from afar. Xiaochen wasn't worried. Kiki controlled the lost paradise. Even if a half-step ancestor made a move, they might not be able to do anything to it. Kiki squeaked. 7 colored rays of light swept out one after another. Ling Xuyan was in a sorry state. The Azura umbrella in his hand emitted billions of rays of light. But they were all taken away by the lost paradise. They couldn't do any harm to Kiki. Moreover, the magical power of the little beast was too unparalleled. The 7 colored rays of light swept everything. Nothing could get close to it. It was simply a heaven-defying little beast. It was innately invincible. Swoosh, 12 7-colored rays of light appeared. They all swept on the Azura umbrella. Ling Xuyan let out a shout. The umbrella in his hand was forcibly taken away by a strong force. A light flashed. The umbrella was taken by Kiki. However, it was no more than 1 foot long. It was really too small. He struggled to hold the treasured umbrella. It looked very funny. The little beast squeaked discontentedly. It threw it into its lost paradise angrily. It became a collection. Xianxia was extremely angry. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't defeat Kiki with absolute combat power. Cultivation magic treasures couldn't defeat the magical power of the little beast. But he lost to such a small thing. It was really frustrating. And at this moment, he saw Xianxia approaching. He didn't have the heart to fight anymore. He turned around and fled. Honor and face were meaningless to him now. Survival was the most important thing. However, his opponent was not only powerful. His speed was far faster than him. In an instant, Xianxia and Kiki blocked his way. Blood Shadow Clone. Xianxia's figure instantly divided into 49 clones. They rushed in all directions. As long as one of them could escape, he could be resurrected. Kiki was about to open the lost paradise at that time. It collected all the blood shadows. But Xianxia stopped it. He shouted the wing heavenly sound. Soul resonance. The power of life and death surged out. 49 rays of blood light appeared in the sky. All of them screamed. They collapsed in an instant. Xianxia was eliminated. Xianxia turned around and looked to the north. Then he turned into a beam of light with Kiki. He rushed to the north. With his sharp and powerful spiritual sense, he sensed the residual energy fluctuation left in the sky. Xianxia firmly locked onto the nobody's escape route. Even though Xianxia had mastered the eightfold extreme speed, he still chased for more than 2,000 miles. One could imagine how terrifying the nobody's speed was. The nobody stopped in the sky above the prairie in the north. He was not afraid. Instead, he revealed a calm smile. He said, "Sooner or later, I will have a real fight with you." Speaking until here, he charged at Xianxia. At this moment, the terrifying energy fluctuation around him was like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Xianxia frowned. They fought fiercely. After a quarter of an hour, he chopped off his head with a sword. But this person didn't die. He was still charging at Xianxia energetically. Until Xianxia crushed his body with the dragon counter-step 7 steps. His whole body shattered. An incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation burst out. Xianxia was almost seriously injured. The nobody among the 6 heroes is just my incarnation. One day, I will come and fight with you in person. As the energy dissipated, his voice faded away. This person. He was definitely a powerful opponent. So far, all 6 heroes had died. Xianxia killed the 6 heroes in one night. It shocked the world. It was a magnificent feat. They were all kings of the young generation. But the 6 of them were defeated by Xianxia alone. The world was shocked, especially when Xianxia had seriously injured Hu Ben and the divine son of Apollo. This made his cultivation even more unfathomable. 7 of the 10 strongest young heroes of the cultivation world had died. Deng Yu, Fang Tianqi, Yi Tian, Ling Xuyan, Xia Ding, Xiao Yi and the nobody had all died in the hands of the same person, Xianxia. He had defeated the young generation. Xianxia had shaken the 9 regions. Under the pitch-black night sky, the flame was throbbing in the forest. The breeze brought along the fragrance of wildflowers. An unknown beast was growling from a distant place. Occasionally, there would be night birds fluttering in the forest. Xianxia added some firewood to the bonfire. The bright flame illuminated the forest brightly. He spun the wooden fork unceasingly. The tiger meat on the fork was already golden yellow. The oil dripped into the bonfire and let out a sizzling sound. The tempting aroma drifted in the forest. Heihe's big eyes were about to pop out. It was eagerly looking at the juicy roasted tiger meat. It wanted to eat a big piece urgently. Fatty Oxman chuckled, "The little guy is drooling." Nah, as if it was saying no. The little critter Kiki hastily used its furry paw to wipe the corner of its mouth. After that, it glared at Oxman a few times in annoyance. The white tiger's leg meat is the best in the world. You can't buy it even if you have money. But today, I'm in luck. On the other side of the bonfire, Lawrence took out a few jars of old wine from his personal dimensional space and opened the seal. The intoxicating aroma of the wine immediately pervaded the air. This was in the mountain forest outside of Chang'an City. Xiaochen swept the 6 heroes in one battle. When he came back to deal with the aftermath, Lawrence and Oxman showed up to meet him. The tiger meat was golden and glossy. It was already cooked. Green Dawn, Oxman, and Lawrence poured wine for themselves and chatted while facing the moon. The little Kiki ate until its mouth was dripping with oil. It also wanted to imitate the three of them and drink. As a result, the moment the wine entered its mouth, it spat it out with a bitter expression. It caused the three of them to laugh heartily. Not good. Not good. It choked until it actually spat out human language. Its voice was tender and soft, but it could only make a squeaking sound soon after. It pulled Xiaochen's sleeve and didn't let him drink. Xiaochen picked the most tender roasted meat for it. Only then did the little critter calm down. After that, it began to enjoy it with relish. Singing while drinking, how long is life? Lawrence heaved a sigh and said, Yizhen died just like that. I never thought the last time we parted, it would actually be forever. The monk left too early. Although Xiaochen avenged Buddhist Yizhen, he still felt very regretful. But when he thought about the past, he still felt very regretful and said, let us toast to Monk Jiu Ro in the netherworld. The three of them splashed the wine on the ground, then fiercely ate a few large pieces of roasted tiger meat, as if they were tearing apart the white tiger Saint Emperor. Xiaochen said, the two of you should go to the ancient village. The followers of a half-step martial ancestor are very arrogant. Right now, it is very dangerous outside. Fatty Oxman was an optimist. He smiled innocently. He shook his head and said, you slaughtered 6 heroes in one night. If those half-ancestor followers want to make a move again, they'll have to think it over first. Every sect had many disciples of the younger generation. They wanted to kill others at the same time. We also have to think about our own disciples. Lawrence also nodded and said, only when there is danger will there be a challenge. We won't die. The two of them rejected Qin Chen's good intentions. This was not only the dignity of a powerhouse. It was also a sign of confidence. Relying on others to survive was not the character of an expert who wanted to ascend to the peak. Cuckoo had already eaten her fill, rubbing her round belly. He mumbled in a daze, I'm drunk. Then, he pulled Lawrence's pure white clothes over and wiped the corner of his mouth. She leaned against Xiaochen and fell asleep. The three of them were all amused by it. The little thing drank half a cup of wine and then spat it out. It actually shouted that it was drunk. Lawrence raised his cup. He said, you swept away the younger generation of the cultivation world and made your name known throughout the 9 states. Cheers. Oxman also said, I feel that after you break through the Nirvana realm, you might directly step into the longevity realm. Nirvana is indeed a wondrous realm. At this moment, it was already late at night. The three of them were already a little drunk. Xiaochen raised his head and drank the wine. As he looked at the dark starry sky, he felt that there was no light ahead. He said, who is unrivaled in this world? Even half-martial ancestors have to die. Our path of cultivation is even more arduous and dangerous. Death is actually very close to every one of us. You are undying. Oxman was obviously drunk. He slurred his tongue and said, there's the yellow clay platform. Not even a half-martial ancestor will be able to do anything to you. This brother thinks highly of you. The glory is only temporary. The ostentatiousness was gone. Everything will be beaten back to its original state. Xiaochen felt that he was really drunk. He heaved a sigh and said, I have killed too many people, there won't be a good ending. Why do you say that? Lawrence shook his body and took out a few jars of wine again. He opened the clay seal. He filled the cups for the three of them. He said, how many people have you killed? So what if you killed them? I can't even count the number of people I have killed. Xiaochen drank 3 cups of strong wine in a row and said, I stepped on the corpses of many practitioners to reach where I am today. Although many people deserve to be killed, those who kill deserve to be killed. I already have a premonition. Impossible. You won't die. Oxman swayed and sat next to Xiaochen. He clinked his cup with him and raised his head to drink. He said, "Brother, I am still waiting to see you become a half-martial ancestor. Sweeping across the world. I also want to see you resist the Sun Divine God in the east, the White Tiger Divine Emperor in the west, and the Trying Grand Monarch in the south." Although Lawrence was clear-headed, his speech was not very fluent. "I didn't say that. I'll die soon. It's just a premonition." Xiaochen clinked glasses with them. He said, "Even half a martial ancestor will be settled in the end. How can I be an exception? You're thinking too much. Don't believe that feeling." They didn't use any magic to refine the wine, so the three of them were almost drunk. "Actually, my fate has long been sealed." Xiaochen shook his head vigorously. To sober himself up a little. He stuttered, "Half-martial ancestor," when he fell to the ground. "Even if a miracle happens, I'm afraid that it will also be the time of my demise. If I had not died at that time, I would have been able to escape this calamity. However, after the yellow platform buried the half-martial ancestor, it would definitely have to leave. At that time, the personal disciples of the half-martial ancestors will make a move, and I will definitely be destroyed in body and soul. You will definitely be fine." Oxman shook his pair of huge bull horns. "I really can't hide in Paradise Lost. Sometimes, death is unavoidable." Xiaochen shook his body and pointed at the sleeping Kiki. "I'm very worried about this little thing. If I really encounter Bu Yuan, what will happen to it?" "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. If something unexpected really happens, we will take care of it until it grows to the point where it can make the half-martial ancestors tremble." Xiaochen laughed heartily. He hugged a jar of wine and drank heartily. "Therefore, I want to kill all over the world. While I have the ability now, I will help you guys eliminate all the potential threats. Even if I die in the future, I can be a little more at ease. You won't die. Some enmity can't be resolved. From today onwards, I will become a great villain and help you guys get rid of some obstacles. Kill all over the world." The jar of wine fell to the ground. The three of them were drunk in the forest. Early morning. The sunlight shone on the forest. Xiaochen and the other two silently bade farewell and went their separate ways. Lawrence and Oxman were also about to step into the Nirvana realm. They needed to find a place to meditate. The 9 death tribulations were about to arrive. Everyone felt that the road ahead was bleak. The Nirvana path had a slim chance of survival. Only one person could pass through the journey of death. They didn't know if they would be able to meet again alive. "Goodbye, we must live on." The three of them looked back at each other for the last time, then they all went far away without looking back. Although it was already the beginning of summer, the mountain forest was filled with the sorrow and desolation of autumn. In the next 10 days, Xiaochen crossed the ocean to the east and killed the young experts of the cultivation world. He was invincible and defeated Feng Tianqi, Yi Tian, Ling Xuyan, and the other experts of their sections. He stirred up endless wind and rain. After that, he entered the Great Prairie in search of enemies from the cultivation world and the world of Immortals. He killed 23 outstanding experts in a row. Next, he left the Hanggu Pass in the west again. He wiped out an important place of the Tiger clan. Countless of the Tiger clan's younger generation fell. This was a true massacre in all directions. The rain of blood swirled in the air. Xiaochen beat the younger generation to the point that no one dared to argue. He made all the young experts speechless. Everyone was silent. Within a month, Xiaochen killed 193 young heroes. Most of them were the Sun Divine God, White Tiger Divine Emperor, Sanying Taijun, and other disciples of the ancestral land. This kind of action was undoubtedly crazy. Everyone understood the cause and effect of this. Some people were happy about Xiaochen's no-negotiation attitude. Some people were worried. With the yellow clay platform in his hand, no one in the world could hurt him. Xiaochen moved unhindered in the world. Wherever he went, there was a bloody storm. Now, he was truly the demon star. The massacre lasted for a month. Xiaochen returned to the ancient village and meditated for more than 10 days. He comprehended all sorts of mystical techniques. He could feel the changes in his strength. Recently, his progress was lightning fast. In the past few days, he had broken through 2 death passes in a row. He had advanced to the 4th heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm. Xiaochen walked out of the ancient village. Far away from the Yellow River, they headed south and arrived at Nanxiang of the 9 prefectures. This was where the Baihui people lived, even though it was called a barbarian land. But the mountains and rivers were the best in the world. The mountains here. Uprooted from the ground. Thousands of forms, the water here. The winding path was as clear as a mirror. After experiencing countless battles, he arrived at this pure land with verdant hills and limpid waters. Xiaochen's body and mind seemed to be purified. He came here because of a secret meeting between the Undying Sect leader. The reason why the Undying Sect established their sect here was because they valued this place. Entering the Undying Sect's territory. What he saw in front of him was like a real ink painting of a landscape unfolding. It hung between the heavens and the earth, faint and hazy, harmonious and tranquil. A faint mist lingered in the air. Round and smooth green mountains that were no more than 100 meters tall were glistening with emerald green. It was hazy. Every mountain had a different posture. Some were like a pair of horns, some were like a bamboo shoot. It was a fairyland in the human world. The one who came out to welcome him was a familiar person, Yan Qingqing. It had been a long time. This peerlessly beautiful woman became even more elegant and otherworldly. Her red lips were dotted. Her red lips were slightly curved. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be shrouded in mist. It was hard for people to look away. She was just like her name, a beauty that could topple a city. Yan Qingqing was very calm. As if she had forgotten all the unhappiness in the past, she led Xiaochen inside and introduced the picturesque scenery to him as they walked. Sister Qingqing, just at this time, a 12 or 13-year-old golden girl bounced over and hugged Yan Qingqing's jade-like arm intimately. She tilted her head and looked at Xiaochen. Then she revealed a surprised expression and said, "It's you, you are." Xiaochen looked at this doll-like blonde girl suspiciously. He revealed a doubtful expression. Dokkan Beijing, Cuckoo had a pair of fiery eyes. He made an exaggerated gesture and made the appearance of a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. "Little thing, don't slander me. I am not a muscular dragon. I am the most beautiful angel, Rong Na." The blonde girl glared at Cuckoo with dissatisfaction. "You are that hot-tempered little winged dragon?" The little winged dragon Reina stared at Xiaochen with all her might. She said angrily, "I am not hot-tempered. I am the beautiful dragon Lady Tina. I am now the Dragon King." Xiaochen was really shocked when he heard this news. At that time, 10x had once taught that little winged dragon that could speak the human language in the back mountain of the Undying Sect. He never thought it would actually evolve into a Dragon King. Roar! Roar! Cuckoo didn't care about the little dragon's threat at all. Then, he pointed at the little winged dragon, Tina, in an exaggerated manner, just like Philo T-Rex. "I am not a tyrannical dragon." Reina's forehead was filled with black lines as she stared at Shou Cuckoo angrily. But in that instant, she seemed to have thought of something and forced herself to reveal a smile. She asked, "Where is Big Brother 10x? He is fighting against the Dragon Kings. I don't know where he is now." Yan Qingqing brought Xiaochen to a verdant valley, and then she stopped in her tracks. Then she stopped and forcefully pulled the little winged dragon away. 3 thatched cottages adorned the verdant valley. A winding river was emitting a tinkling sound. It was as pleasant to listen to as beautiful music. Xiaochen sat down at the stone table in front of the thatched cottage. He was quietly waiting for the arrival of the Undying Patriarch. Creak! The door of the thatched cottage was pushed open. A hazy silhouette appeared. It seemed illusory yet real at the same time. He slowly walked out. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. With his current cultivation, nothing within a circumference of several hundred meters could escape his spiritual sense. Nothing within a radius of several hundred meters could escape his spiritual sense, and it was very difficult for someone to force him to such a close distance. However, this person had been right beside him all along, and he only noticed him when he walked out. This was extremely terrifying. The hazy silhouette seemed to be condensed from smoke. He couldn't even see his facial features clearly. He walked over and sat on the opposite side of the stone table. He gazed at the beautiful green mountain in the distance. Picturesque landscape. Who was this person? Although Xiaochen couldn't sense the other party's cultivation. But based on his intuition, this was definitely a terrifying person, much stronger than the undying patriarch. The mysterious person was still gazing at the distant mountain. He said, "Yes. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is good, there is evil. Where there is right, there is wrong. Everything in this world can find its opposite." Do you know what is the opposite of humans? Cuckoo gestured. Brandishing fangs and brandishing claws. It was referring to ghosts. Xiaochen looked at the mysterious person and didn't say anything. He quietly listened to what he wanted to say. "Are you still alive?" The mysterious person turned his head to look at Xiaochen. If it was someone else who asked this, Xiaochen would directly use God's hand to slap him. But facing this person who spoke so strangely, he nodded and said, "Of course. Actually, it's hard to be sure." How do you know that we are not someone else's dream? How do you know that we are someone else's dream? Xiaochen opposed him with equal harshness. That's why I said it's hard to be sure. Xiaochen remained silent. He felt that this person in front of him was too strange. Everything in this world can find its opposite. Then what is the illusory world corresponding to the real world? What are you trying to say? The blood of the firmament, the essence of the earth. Yin and yang fight. Weeping blood. I'm talking about reality and illusion. I'm talking about how the world will be destroyed. Xiaochen's mind was shaken. He looked at him in shock. Who are you? Who I am is not important. Close your eyes and use your heart to sense. You will become a half-ancestor and move unhindered between heaven and earth. You will see many legendary figures dancing in the sky. They are roaring. They are afraid. The symphony of destruction has already started. Xiaochen roared, "Roar. Otherwise, I won't be able to defeat a half-ancestor. Everyone, please bestow me with your power." The misty clouds condensed into a human shape for a moment, and then surged around the stone table like water ripples. The person in front of him was unfathomable, making it impossible to see through him. His words were too frightening. Sense it with your heart. The mysterious man's words seemed to have a magical power. This made Xiaochen withdraw his sharp gaze. He slowly spread out his divine sense and charged into the distant sky. When he merged into the depths of the heavens, his mind was greatly shaken. He saw an inconceivable scene. Countless figures were floating about. That should be all living beings in the world. Otherwise, how could there be so many people? However, everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. A gust of wind blew past, and the sleeping scene of all living beings turned into ashes. The world became empty. He saw Taoist Jia-yin, Taoist Xuanti, Tongtian sect leader, primordial lord, and the others were all powerful. Then he saw the white tiger Saint Emperor, Sanying Taijun, Sun Divine God, and the others moving unhindered between heaven and earth. The heavens shook. More and more figures appeared. A strange feeling welled up in Xiaochen's heart. He clearly did not recognize those people, but he was able to call out their names. Duke Seeker of Defeat, Shi Zhishuan, Li Xuanhuan, and many other legendary figures were flying in the sky. Then, several heavenly steels flew over. The starry sky shook, and the heavens were sprinkled with blood. The great earth gave birth to essence, the half-ancestor roared, and the gods were terrified. Corpses littered the land, blood flowed like rivers, and a horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. What did all this portend? At the same time, Xiaochen was shocked. He could not understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. He saw many people. Even though they had never met before, they instantly knew who that figure represented. It was too strange and bizarre. There were many big shots inside, but there seemed to be quite a few people missing. He didn't see Great Emperor Shen War God Xing Tian, or Qi Yu. Even Laozi and the Buddha disappeared in a flash. All of this was like a dream. All the shadows slowly faded away. There was nothing left in the empty void. Xiaochen's spiritual sense slowly retreated. Then, he returned to the real world and everything became clear again. Among the green peaks and verdant valleys, the river was tinkling, and the mountain birds were chirping. The wild flowers carried their fragrance along with the wind. Everything was so fresh and natural. Xiaochen was still sitting at the stone table. The mysterious man sat motionless on the other side like a rock. It was as if it was just a dream. Little Ku scratched its head suspiciously. It had also seen a lot of things just now. He blinked his large eyes in confusion. He looked around in confusion. What do they mean? Xiaochen stared at the mysterious person. He could not figure out the hidden meaning behind this. From the very beginning, I've been talking about illusion and reality. The mysterious man would not rest until he said something shocking. He said, if I say that half-martial ancestor is a land of nothingness, would you believe me? In fact, even I, undying evil King Shi Zhishuan, am an illusion. Do you believe it? Xiaochen was dumbstruck. The person in front of him was actually the undead demon king? One couldn't help but be shocked. What he said was even more unimaginable. It was unbelievable. Since you don't exist, then who is standing in front of me? Where did you come from? Everything can find its opposite. If there was reality, there would naturally be illusions. I came from nothingness. Xiaochen did not believe this at all. This was simply a fantasy, too preposterous. He had reason to believe that the evil king was possessed by the devil. As the saying goes, life is a big dream. Even the world is a dream. Many people live in other people's dreams. The undead demon king whose name had shaken the world for thousands of years. His words were getting more and more shocking, making it hard for people to understand. These words were really hard to believe, because it overturned Xiaochen's previous understanding. However, Kiki was listening attentively. She tilted her head and looked at the evil king curiously. She seemed to be very interested in what these bastards were talking about. Primordial origin, Tongtian, Zhuanti, Jiayin, these people really existed? Who could find their records in the traces left behind in the desolate age? Squeak, Kiki nodded. Let the evil king continue. Xiaochen also revealed a pensive expression. He had to admit that the evil king was really evil. His words were shocking. Suirenchi, Yukashi, Fushi, Niwa, these people lived in the desolate age. Countless years have passed, but we can still find evidence of their real existence. They are the true ancestral god. What are primordial, Tongtian, Jiayin, Zhuanti, sun god? They are nothing but illusory flowers, false gods born from nothingness. Xiaochen and Kiki listened quietly, they didn't interrupt. If we ask who is the strongest false god in this world, then it must be Hongjun, known to be on par with the true ancestral god. To fight to the death. Xiaochen was not unfamiliar with the name Hongjun. According to legend, he was the master of Primordial and Tongtian. Who would have thought that he would be whipped by the evil king today? When the false becomes the real becomes the false. There is nothing. Hongjun came from the illusory. However, it has already solidified from the illusory, its combat power is comparable to an ancestral god. This is the embodiment of the extreme illusory. Some people don't worship the true ancestral god Suirenchi, Fushi, Niwa, etc. Instead, they go to Mount Hongjun and call the great Tao holy. If it was said that Xiaochen still thought that the demon king was talking nonsense at the beginning, then he admired his courage now. To dare to be so rebellious, he was risking being drowned in saliva and being surrounded by Hongjuan's disciples until both his body and soul were destroyed. I hope to shatter the illusory. To restore the real world. When I saw you, I saw hope. Xiaochen was silent for a long time, then he said, you yourself are also illusory, why is that? The void contains the real, and the real contains the void. I have a real human heart. These words did not shake the heavens and earth. However, Xiaochen felt that this sound was truly comparable to the sound of destruction. It could destroy the world. I'm worried that Hongjun, the strongest false god, will intervene. If that's the case, I'm afraid you'll fall short of success and die in vain. At this point, Xiaochen revealed a set of snow-white teeth. His smile was strangely brilliant as he said, I am the one who will send off a half-step ancestor. If they don't die, I won't be able to rest in peace. Even if the outcome has already been decided. Xianxia, the furry little critter sensed something was wrong. He strongly objected to such ominous words. I've said a lot, do you understand now? Blood of the sky. The essence of the earth, the battle of yin and yang, weeping blood. Xiaochen nodded. He said, I understand. Where are Suiren and the other elder gods? Xiaochen suddenly asked this question. The undying evil king heaved a long sigh for the first time. Actually, what worries me the most is the issue of the elder gods. I suspect that Suiren, Fuxi, and Nuwa had already died in the Great Desolation era. I'm afraid that their remains will be dug out one day. Xiaochen also frowned. If that was really the case, the problem was extremely serious. If Suiren, Fuxi, and Nuwa had already been buried in the Great Desolation era, then who were Suiren, Fuxi, and the others being worshipped now? Xiaochen brought Kiki and left the picturesque south. When they left, he once asked the Demon King what the most terrifying consequence would be. And the Demon King only said 4 words, Great Desolation Realm. It seemed to be a question but not an answer. But Xiaochen knew. Great Desolation Realm, these 4 words. Perhaps as heavy as the 6 paths of reincarnation. When they returned from the south to the north, Xiaochen keenly felt that the spiritual energy in the 9 prefectures was getting richer and richer. It was already not much inferior to the immortal realm. And just at this time, the boundless sea in the east of the 9 prefectures suddenly surged. When Xiaochen heard the news, the battle had already calmed down. At first, he didn't pay much attention. But he suddenly found out that the people of the Pure Land were involved in the battle. Could it be that the old ancestor of the Black Tortoise was fighting with someone? Qing was learning from him. It was very likely that she would be affected. After receiving this news, Xiaochen brought Kiki and rushed towards the Eastern Sea. After arriving at the Eastern Sea, he didn't see the people of the Pure Land, but he saw countless practitioners appearing in the sky above the raging waves. In front, a hazy silhouette appeared on the blue sea, attracting practitioners from all directions to take a look. That looked very much like a huge floating island. It was very vast and boundless. But it was very blurry, it was hard to see clearly. Xiaochen shivered inwardly. He keenly felt that this island was located in a mysterious space that formed its own world. It was slowly connecting to the human world from a distant unknown region. Kiki immediately cried out in fear. It jumped and screamed on Xiaochen's shoulder. Xiaochen was so startled that he broke out in cold sweat. Because the little critter said that was the Dragon Island. How could it be the Dragon Island? Xiaochen felt that it was inconceivable. Kiki nodded seriously. It really felt the aura of its hometown. Many practitioners turned around and glared at the man and beast who cried out in alarm. But when they saw clearly who it was, everyone was speechless. They quickly left a large space. The Devil Star Xiaochen couldn't be said to be unparalleled in the world recently. He suppressed the younger generation, and with the yellow clay platform in his hand, the older generation experts could only die with a grievance. Everyone was speechless. No one dared to compete with him. Just at this time, Xiaochen felt the yellow clay platform inside his acupoint space suddenly started to tremble. After that, it actually flew out on its own. It soared into the sky with Kiki on its back and flew towards Yongzhou. When they returned to the ancient village, Xiaochen was deeply shocked. A hazy silhouette appeared. It seemed like the huge underground city was about to appear on the surface. This was something that exceeded Xiaochen's imagination. He vaguely felt that it was a familiar city. Roar. A roar transmitted from the depths of the underground. The oppressive roar shook the earth violently. It was very blurry. Xiaochen seemed to see a lot of huge monsters walking around in the huge city. The ancient lamp under the ground was always lit. But compared to the majestic ancient city, its flickering light seemed very dim. It was hard to see everything below clearly. However, Xiaochen had a horrified feeling. He truly sensed a familiar atmosphere of terror. And the little critter Kiki also revealed a rarely seen nervous expression. Its long eyelashes blinked unceasingly. Its big eyes brimming with intelligence stared at the depths of the ancient village. Did everything start from here? But how could that ancient city appear? Xiaochen quietly guarded the ancient village for 7 days. The ancient city seemed to be rising every day. Although it was slow, the upward trend was unchanging. Finally, he could vaguely see it. A huge earth-sky monument towered in the center of the ancient city. He could faintly feel the familiar aura of death. The ghost town, it was actually the Dragon Island's ghost town, it actually crossed over to this world. Why did it want to appear in the human world? This was really out of Xiaochen's expectation. He absolutely did not expect the huge city under the ancient village. It was actually the terrifying ghost town that he had barged into before. Gradually, Xiaochen understood. How was the ghost town underground? It was clearly in a deathly still space. It was slowly approaching the human world. And the connecting point was the ancient village. A gentle breeze blew. The ancient locust tree forest rippled with the fragrant scent of locust flowers. Fluttering. The locust flowers fluttered. The weather gradually became warmer. The snow-white locust flowers finally withered. It was like snowflakes dancing in the air. It made this deathly silent ancient village look somewhat desolate. The falling flowers were like the rain of tears. It was as if it foretold the arrival of an ominous age of turmoil. Xiaochen had already been quietly guarding the ancient village for 49 days. The ghost town that came from the mysterious underground space finally manifested in the real world. On this day, it slowly rose up. It stood on the surface of the earth. However, it was still hazy. It was as if there was an endless fog lingering around. It gave people a feeling of unreality. The ghost town had not truly broken into the human world yet. But it was obvious that it couldn't be stopped. The day of its complete manifestation might come at any time. The jet-black city wall was more than 100 meters tall. It was thick and solid. It gave people an endless sense of oppression. It was as if the 5 mountains had merged into one and stood there, although there was a fog lingering around. That magnificent city gate was still faintly visible. It was hard to completely seal off the aura of death. They could already feel that kind of terrifying atmosphere. Xiaochen and Kiki had both intruded into the ghost town before. It was a narrow escape. All kinds of terrifying events seemed to have happened just yesterday. The ancient village had already left the ground. It made way for the ghost town. It floated in the air not far away. It was as if it was guarding the smooth descent of this huge and magnificent ghost town. The everlasting ancient lamp broke away from the ghost town. It flew to the sky above the ancient village. It was fixed there, not moving at all. It illuminated the entire ancient village. As the days passed, the ancient city became more and more distinct. It emitted a majestic aura. It suppressed the sun and the moon. It made the entire starry sky tremble. Sometimes, the change of royal power didn't require bloodshed. After the old emperor ascended to heaven, the throne of the 9 regions changed hands. But it wasn't any of his sons. It was his most beloved daughter, Zhao Lin'er. Rumors of usurping the throne and forcing the abdication spread from the imperial palace. But it couldn't change the fact that Zhao Lin'er had become an empress. Half a month after one of the princes disappeared, the various rumors gradually died down. Zhao Lin'er sat at the back of the main hall, facing south. The first thing he did was to consolidate his imperial power. Let the voices inside and outside the imperial court be the same. The 4 Cs respected the 9-5 empress. Then, she issued a secret decree. He began to carry out secret civil engineering projects all over the world. Many palaces were built. At almost the same time, the Sun God sect, the White Tiger Sacred sect, the Chan school, the Jia school, and the Immortal Sword sect were like mushrooms after the rain. They set up Tao rites all over the 9 prefectures, preaching to the world. The shrine was actually prepared for them. In the majestic imperial palace. It could be said to be richly ornamented. Resplendent gold and jade. It was as if a heavenly palace had descended upon the human world. It was a masterpiece of architecture from ancient times to the present. It could be said to be the pinnacle of masterpieces. The dragon chi of the 9 prefectures soars into the sky. Imperial power is the power of heaven. The empire's national fortune would last for 10,000 years. The empress will rise and fall in the world. Of course, we have to get through this special period. If a powerful Xianxia was here, they would be surprised to find out. The guests invited by the empress were all important figures with extraordinary backgrounds. For example, the divine prince of Apollo Palace, Hu Ben, the third son of the White Tiger Sacred Emperor and one of the 12 golden deities of the Chan sect. The palace was brightly lit. Song and dance filled the court. Zhao Lin Er smiled. He chatted harmoniously with these big shots of the cultivation world. That person won't die. Even though Xiaochen had destroyed half of the divine son Arito's body, he was still unable to feel at ease. But at this moment, he had already recovered. I hope the ancient method is effective. One of Huben's legs was roasted and eaten by Xiaochen. But now, he had completely recovered. There was a faint cruel smile on his lips. He said, the scene that I eagerly wish to see. I can't wait. Lady Saniying's favorite daughter, Yi Xiao, was an elegant and beautiful woman. She shook her head. The time is too short. It may be difficult to have any effect. Not necessarily. The power of will of the people of the 9 states might directly curse him to death. It's not as simple as losing the yellow clay platform. When Huben spoke, there was a trace of coldness in his calmness. At the distant horizon, a crystal pagoda flickered with 7-colored splendor. In the night sky, it was as resplendent as a huge pearl. The crystal pagoda slowly rotated. It was like a dream. Below it was a girl that could even make the bright moon in the sky lose its splendor. Her white clothes fluttered. Her skin was as white as snow. Her long black hair was smooth. Her eyes were filled with poetic charm. Full of spiritual energy. Quietly standing in the void. Shrouded by the hazy moonlight. Even more ethereal and quick-witted than a fairy. So the biggest use of Master's crystal pagoda is to eavesdrop. God knows how many gossips he had spied on back then. Qing Qing chuckled. As if she was always worry-free. She muttered to herself, I thought it was a large-scale construction project to build a shrine. Gathering the power of will of the people was to protect the half-ancestor's life. It turned out to be a vicious curse. Although the people outside knew that something unforeseen had happened in the ancient village. But they didn't know the details. Dark clouds rolled over and over around the ancient village. Fog filled the air. That place was completely sealed. Nobody dared to get close. Xiaochen and Kiki oversaw the ancient village. They meditated every day. They were waiting for the ghost city to cross over completely. He wanted to know what was going to happen. But in the past few days, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Once it was activated, countless evil souls and demonic shadows gathered around. They wanted to eat away at his soul. If he didn't have the yellow clay platform, his divine sense almost dissipated a few times. It could be said that he had bad luck. The yellow clay platform kept trembling. Who knew how many evil spirits were destroyed by the 8 original sounds? But this wasn't a solution. He would always be disturbed. He couldn't cultivate at all. Xiaochen vaguely felt that someone was trying to deal with him. But right now was the crucial time for the ghost city to descend. He was afraid of missing something. He didn't want to go out for the time being. Boom. He quietly waited for the 63rd day. An earth-shattering sound. It made the entire 9 prefectures tremble. A corner of the ghost city descended into the human world. At this moment, although the outside world didn't know that the ghost city was descending, but all the practitioners felt a terrifying abnormality. They felt that something big was going to happen in the near future. At this moment, the world was shocked. At the same time, in the ocean outside the 9 prefectures, hazy shadows could be seen in some places. It seemed that a huge city, a desert, and an ancient island were going to appear. Of course, the most distinct dragon island had already begun to appear. One could vaguely hear the roars of dragons and beasts above the East Sea. That loud roar made people's hearts tremble. The huge creature that appeared at the edge of the island was already vaguely visible. Many people immediately recognized that it was a barbaric dragon. The ancient barbaric dragon appeared. Naturally, it spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Many people started to pay attention there. It was definitely an earth-shattering news. If the dragon race that made even the gods tremble appeared again, the entire cultivation world would probably be reshuffled. The practitioners from the immortal realm knew how terrifying they were. The practitioners all changed their expressions when they heard this. The disciples of the half-ancestor were even more frightened. They vaguely guessed. A series of changes occurred in the 9 prefectures. It seemed to be related to the half-ancestor's death. The huge city and the ancient island seemed to appear in the 9 prefectures for the half-ancestor. Xianxia truly experienced it. Someone seemed to be using a secret method that he didn't understand to deal with him. His divine sense almost collapsed several times. But as the corner of the ghost city appeared, the evil method was no longer effective. The gate of the ghost city cracked open a small gap. It seemed like all the evil spirits that were attacking were all swallowed inside. This made Xianxia deeply surprised. Something's wrong. A surprised voice transmitted from the distant imperial palace. It's been so long. Why hasn't there been any movement from the yellow clay platform? It should be drawn out by the will of the people. Strange. Could it really be unshakable? Hubin's eyes emitted a cold radiance. I don't believe that brat has really completely merged with the yellow clay platform. In the next few days, not only was Xianxia no longer disturbed by the evil resentment. Moreover, it was an extremely pure and mysterious power. It actually surged over in a grandiose manner. As a result, this region became sacred and peaceful. It was simply like the sweet dew from heaven. A divine spring gushed out from the earth. An endless amount of spiritual energy was drawn over by a gentle fluctuation. The worldly essence, the essence of the sun and moon seemed to be drawn over. All of them gathered towards Xianxia. Xianxia clearly felt it. This seemed to be a kind of mysterious power that was completely opposite to the evil resentment. It was endless. It condensed from all directions. He didn't absorb this kind of power. Instead, he absorbed the endless spiritual energy that it brought over. It was an unimaginable gift. The endless spiritual energy condensed because of the mysterious power of will. It drowned Xianxia in it. For nirvana stage cultivators, spiritual energy. It wasn't very useful. What they needed now was the death tribulation. It wasn't a material spiritual energy. However, that was only for other cultivators. For Xianxia, the spiritual energy was so dense that it was about to liquefy. It was an effective supplement. The acupoints were like bottomless pits. They crazily absorbed and swallowed. In just a few days, 6 or 7 acupoints shone brightly. There was endless spiritual energy inside. The acupoints were completely divinized. Many days passed like this. An angry voice came from the imperial palace. How come the effect is completely opposite? That area was clearly peaceful and peaceful. Even though it is covered by the black fog. There must be thousands of rays of light inside. It just didn't erupt out. Investigate thoroughly. What the hell is going on? Until one day later. Hu Ben, Yi Xiao and the divine prince of Apollo Palace were shocked by a piece of news. The half-ancestral deity position in the 9 huge palaces above the 9 states had been replaced by Xianxia. Puff. Hu Ben directly crushed the head of a maid in the imperial palace. He was so angry that he smashed a few palaces with one hand. Yi Xiao and the divine prince of Apollo Palace also looked gloomy. They didn't say anything for a long time. Queen Zhao Lin came after hearing the news. She frowned after knowing the situation. She had a feeling that things were not going well. They would most likely be implicated by the disciples of the half-ancestral deity position. Investigate. Who did it? The divine prince of Apollo Palace sounded calm. However, there was a chill in his voice. At the moment, the culprit, Qing, was traveling around the 9 states. She visited all the famous mountains and rivers. She didn't take the matter of replacing the half-ancestral deity position seriously at all. Boring. Boring. The grotto heavens are all occupied by those big sections. Let's go to the antiquity village. Xianxia went all the way to the west. She leisurely walked to the Yong state. It was supposed to be a calamity that was neither too big nor too small. However, because of Xianxia's interference, Xiaochen benefited from the disaster. Recently, the mysterious power had flooded the ancient village with endless spirit qi. Xiaochen's body was like a bottomless pit. All rivers run into the sea. He had divinized dozens of acupoints. And because of the hatred, he was almost killed a few times. It made him go through 2 nirvana death tribulations. He had entered the 6th sky of the nirvana state. If Hu Ben and the divine prince of Apollo Palace knew about this, he would definitely be seething with anger. He entered the 6th sky of the nirvana state. The treasure in his body was opened again. Endless potential was released. Xiaochen's cultivation level had reached a new peak level. He was already sure he might be more powerful than a cultivator at the peak of the immortality stage. If he completed the journey of nirvana smoothly, then he would really be like what Lawrence and Oxman said. He would directly enter the 9th sky of the longevity realm. He would enter a higher level. At this moment, Ku, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. She rubbed her big eyes in a daze. Her nose moved back and forth. Then she jumped out of the ancient village, floating in the air suspiciously. Not long after, Xiaochen heard Ku's voice. It seemed to be in trouble. He was shocked. He hurriedly rushed out of the ancient village with the yellow mud platform. He stood in the air and looked into the distance. The clouds were surging. Ku seemed to be fighting with a human. It kept sending out 7-colored divine light. But that blurry silhouette. His movement technique was like a dream. Passing through space was better than taking a stroll. He dodged all of them. As the little beast swept out the 7-colored light screen, that person's movement technique became even more erratic. It was hard to catch him. And one time, he rushed close to the front. It almost caught the little beast. It let out a cry of surprise. The invincible little beast almost suffered a loss. Ku's strength increased greatly. And it also had extreme speed. It almost suffered a loss in front of the enemy. Xiaochen was very surprised. In the end, the little beast opened the lost paradise. It completely turned the situation around. It was in an invincible position. It almost sucked the opponent in a few times. At this point, the opponent stopped attacking. Instead, it passed through space. It flashed everywhere in the sky. A heavenly laughter came out. All right, little thing. Stop messing around, little thing. I'll give you a deity fruit. Xianxia. Xiaochen was too surprised. It was actually Xianxia who came here. She was still as beautiful and ethereal as before. This delicate and pretty girl made people feel very close to her every time they saw her. Her happiness seemed to be able to infect others. She dodged the little beast. It flew over lightly. 2 dimples appeared on her jade-like cheeks. She smiled faintly. In the past, she already knew of Ku's existence. She already knew about the little beast's nature from Xiaochen. Therefore, she used the fragrance of the divine fruit to tempt the little beast. She wanted to trap it. After knowing what was going on, Ku immediately became angry. It was actually treated as a greedy little cat. It was too embarrassing. However, as Xianxia shook a deity fruit, all of the little guy's unhappiness disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ku hugged the deity fruit happily. Its face was filled with infatuation. Of course, it was successfully carried by Xianxia. Although the little beast protested in a low voice. But after all, it took the deity fruit. Its voice seemed very weak. Xiaochen was amused. It was the first time that the little beast let an outsider hold it. It really met someone who could control it. When Xiaochen learned from Xianxia, after Hu Ben, the divine prince of Apollo Palace, Yi Xiao and the others had schemed against him, he immediately understood what had happened these days. Xianxia's bold actions. He laughed. He could imagine the scene of Hu Ben and the others' faces turning green. This is the ghost city. There is nothing special about it. Xianxia was like a fairy. She flew around the ghost city. She wanted to take a closer look. Boom. The ghost city was shaking. A corner of it appeared again. Xianxia hurriedly moved back with Ku in her arms. She finally felt the terrifying aura inside. In this case, she had been waiting here as well. More than 10 days later, the ghost city had completely arrived, in an instant. A powerful energy swept across the 9 states. It was like a monstrous flood had drowned the entire land. Then, the waves disappeared in an instant. It came and went quickly. Everyone thought it was an illusion. At that moment, everyone's soul trembled a bit. However, the cultivators still knew that something shocking had happened in the ancient village. Endless dark clouds were rolling. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. 3 days had passed. The clouds that covered the place slowly dispersed. The magnificent ghost city appeared for the first time in the world. The ancient village had become the center of attention once again. Many cultivators arrived. They looked from afar. The ghost city on the ground gave people an indescribable feeling of oppression. It was like a giant creature. It could come back to life at any time. The sky monument that had been knocked down by the ancestral dragon with the 6 paths of reincarnation. It had already stood up again. It was like a mountain. It was suppressing everywhere. Roar. There was a loud roar from time to time in the ancient city. It shook people's souls. It was like a demon king under the abyss was about to wake up. When countless cultivators arrived, they found 2 people standing on the huge city gate that was over 100 meters high. One was a girl with smooth skin and jade-like bones. Her body was light. Her eyebrows were beautiful. Her eyes were beautiful. She was holding an agile little beast. Her white clothes were fluttering. Like a fairy. And there was one person standing next to her. It was the world's enemy, Xiaochen. Everyone felt something was wrong. Especially those who came from the world of immortals. They felt something was wrong even more. They climbed up the city gate of the ghost city. Could it be that they controlled the entire ancient city? Descend. In the end, it still descended. In a secret place in the 9 prefectures, the White Tiger Saint Emperor looked at the direction of the ghost town with a complicated expression. To destroy the ghost town, the great sun Saint God stood on top of a peak with his hands behind his back as he looked at the direction of the Yongzhou. Vanishing is not my final fate. The great Lord Saining stood in the void with an incomparably cold gaze. He looked at the great desolate ancient village from the distant sky. The ghost town descended into the mortal world. Practitioners from all directions gathered here. The tide-like crowd was deeply shocked. The completely jet-black walls were thick and solid, and they were over 100 meters tall. They were like a group of lofty mountains that stood side by side in front of them, whereas the magnificent city tower at the center was even more lofty and imposing, and it seemed like a towering mountain that was oppressive. This wasn't an ordinary city at all, and it was obviously the extraterrestrial Devil Palace. Especially the frightening black wall. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like it was soaked in endless blood. With the passage of time, it turned into the black color of death. Xiaochen and Xianxia stood on top of the 100-meter-tall city and looked down at the countless practitioners outside the city. It was as if they were standing outside the 9 heavens, looking down at all the living beings. Everyone had a kind of illusion. At this moment, the tall and straight young man and the beautiful woman on top of the city tower looked like they were the rulers of the world. The world was silent, everyone was looking at the ghost town. Xianxia broke the silence with a smile and shouted towards the city, "We've occupied this ghost city. Everyone, please return." What? You don't believe me? Fine, come here. Yes, I am talking about you. You should also come and try. Let's take a stroll in the ghost town. She was full of smiles as she teased them with a very relaxed tone. However, no one dared to rush forward. The existence of the ghost town was no longer a secret in the world of immortals. Many people had personally witnessed its terror when they entered the mortal world from the Dragon Island. Even half-ancestors were helpless against it. If ordinary people went to take a stroll, they would be courting death. However, this time it was related to the fate of half-ancestors. Countless practitioners still came. There were many figures outside the ghost town. It was a huge black mass that extended all the way into the distance. It was deathly silent for dozens of miles. Everyone held their breath and quietly looked at the ghost town in front of them. Rumble, the earth trembled as countless knights charged towards them from afar. The flag fluttered in the wind. It was fluttering. They were the heavy cavalry of the Empire. 6,000 cavalrymen galloped forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. These were the undead G soldiers who had been on the battlefield. Endless fresh blood was spilled. After witnessing death, even if he did not have the high skills of a cultivator, the unique sharp murderous aura of a soldier was not something ordinary cultivators possessed. The raging horse galloped forward, the iron spear pointed straight ahead, the cold light reflecting off the iron cloak, like a huge iron dragon sweeping across, killing intent soaring to the heavens. All of the Xianxia made a path. 6,000 cavalrymen charged to the foot of the city. One of the generals wielding an iron spear rushed up and shouted, "Open the city gates." Xianxia swept his gaze over the armored cavalry below. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. Go back to where you came from. The entire 9 states belongs to the Empress, and this city belongs to the Empire. Quickly open the city gates, and we will spare your lives. So it turns out that the Solar Religion's knights are in charge of the overall situation. Xianxia saw a few golden-haired knights riding on savage beasts among the armored cavalry, and said, "With just you guys? Even if the sun god came personally, he would still have to die with a grievance." The dozen or so solar knights mixed among the 6,000 cavalrymen were all fanatics who revered the sun god. They raised their golden spears high above their heads and shouted in unison, "Attack the city, kill." The 6,000 cavalrymen were all undying G soldiers. They absolutely obeyed the order and charged towards the ghost town's gate like a raging wave. The cavalry soared into the sky, the earth rumbled, as if a flood had arrived. Kill! 6,000 people shouted in unison, their killing intent soared to the heavens. They brandished their iron spears in unison, and began to charge towards the city gate from far away. At this moment, 6,000 people seemed to have condensed into one. One after another, a tangible blood-colored murderous aura was released. It was like a blood-colored lightning as it bombarded the city gate. At first, Xianxia was still wondering how the cavalry could attack such a huge city. Now he finally understood, this was the Solar Religion's battle formation. 6,000 people united their spirit. This kind of undying veteran's murderous aura could not be underestimated. The Solar Religion's secret tactic displayed its formidable combat power. It allowed 6,000 ordinary soldiers to display their terrifying power. 6,000 blood-colored light blades bombarded the ghost town, the sound shook the vast sky, as if there was a sudden clap of thunder. The huge city gate really shook for a bit. However, it only shook for a bit, then it stood still like a lofty mountain. And among the 6,000 cavalrymen, at least 1,000 of them had their blood vessels ruptured and fell off their warhorses. Their vitality was exhausted just now. After all, they were just ordinary people. That kind of consumption was not something they could bear. What a pity. The elites of the Empire, the undying veterans, in the end, they died like this. It's really not worth it. Xianxia's voice was calm. No joy, anger, sorrow, or joy could be heard. The sound wave was like a rolling clap of thunder as it resounded outside the ghost town. In order to probe the ghost town's strength, these elite soldiers were obviously treated as cannon fodder, but all of them still obeyed the order and did not cower. It must be said that this was the greatest sorrow of a soldier. Kill. The second charge began, but the result was predictable. Even if the battle intent was high and the murderous aura soared to the sky, it was still difficult for ordinary soldiers to shake the ghost town. This time, close to 3,000 soldiers died in battle. Their flesh and blood were all torn apart, they died of exhaustion. Kill. In the last charge, despite the remaining 1,000 soldiers unleashing the incomparably powerful blood-colored light blades, they and their warhorses all exploded outside the ghost town. 6,000 cavalrymen died in front of the huge ghost town in the blink of an eye. The scene immediately became deathly silent. The black mist in the ghost town rolled over and over, lingering around Xianxia. It made him look incomparably tall and terrifying. He was like an unrivaled demon king. Just at this time, a mysterious and complicated demonic pattern slowly appeared on Xiaoqian's forehead. It looked like a vertical eye, but also like a black lotus. It gave him an invisible oppressive might. It was brimming with demonic nature. However, the older generation figures at a distant place already recognized that the so-called demonic pattern was actually the ancient divine text. However, no one was able to tell what it represented since a long time ago. They could only look at the man and woman on top of the city wall in astonishment. Even Xiaoqian himself didn't understand why there was a demonic pattern on his forehead. Perhaps this was caused by the yellow clay platform. Earlier, the instant the ghost town completely descended into the mortal world, the yellow clay platform flew out from the acupoint space by itself. It carried him to the ghost town's gate. Qingqing and the little critter Kiki were also brought up. And it was also at that time a vast ocean-like fluctuation spread out from the ghost town. After that, the terrifying power disappeared in a split second, and this kind of mark appeared on his forehead. Just that it was not very obvious at that time, but it was getting clearer and clearer now. Xiaoqian and Qingqing stood side by side on top of the ghost town, facing the outstanding heroes below. The terrifying baleful aura was behind them. Although they didn't turn their heads around, they could feel pairs of gloomy and cold eyes staring at them. Only Ku poked her head out from her shoulder and peeked behind. Her big eyes were filled with surprise. Her big eyes were filled with astonishment. Kill. This time, it was the solar religion's paladins who took action personally. 500 of them were wearing bronze armor, holding spears and huge swords in their hands. Their golden hair fluttered in the wind. Their battle intent soared to the sky. All kinds of huge beasts they were riding on were covered in dense scales from head to toe. When they ran, the earth trembled. Under their lead, the other disciples of the half-ancestor also rushed over. These were all fanatics. They knew this ghost town was related to the life of the half-ancestor. They disregarded everything and rushed over frantically. However, the instant they got close to the ghost town, all the practitioners flying in the sky fell down. Sky shackles, the fluctuation emitted by the ghost town. It made the practitioners who could control the flight lose their ability to fly and could only attack from the ground. 500 solar religion's paladins were uniform. In addition to the death warriors from the other major sects, there were close to 2,000 people rushing over. They wanted to shake the ghost town. Rumble, the ghost town's gate rumbled. The 100-meter-tall ancient gate was opened from the inside, and several hundred celestial soldiers rushed out. Even though the armor had lost its former luster and the weapons in their hands were mottled with rust, they still appeared to be even more intimidating. Soon after, another few hundred soldiers rushed out. That's right, they were exactly the same as the legendary soldiers. Their entire body was covered in pitch-black armor, and they were emitting a threatening aura. They rushed out with rusty ancient swords and halberds in their hands. After the accumulation of time, the vicissitudes of life seemed to have merged with the celestial soldiers and soldiers into one. They emitted an invisible power that could intimidate one's soul. Xiaoqian could clearly feel that these soldiers and celestial soldiers were many times stronger than when he barged into the ghost town. For some reason, their strength had increased crazily to an unfathomable level. Facing the murderous shouts of the solar religion's paladins, as well as the practitioners from various sects, the celestial soldiers and soldiers were too quiet. They stood outside the ghost town silently like fossils. When the enemy arrived, they raised their rusty bronze spears and dull iron swords without any hesitation. Blood splashed everywhere. The ancient bronze weapons that had been dormant for innumerable years cut open the enemy's flesh and shattered their bones. The pungent smell of blood immediately pervaded the whole place. The result was very shocking. It was as if they were cutting vegetables. The practitioners at the forefront fell down one after another. The resplendent sword chi and gorgeous magic weapons were all shattered. In that short moment of contact, the celestial soldiers and soldiers killed hundreds of people. The massacre of death immediately stunned everyone. At first glance, the celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers looked very much like the terracotta soldiers unearthed from the earth. They were very old, but their power was astonishing. Until now, Xiaochen could already confirm that these ancient soldiers were several times stronger than when he first saw them. This seemed to be their true strength. Living terracotta soldiers, all of them stood quietly in front of the ghost town. Their powerful battle prowess intimidated everyone. The practitioners who were attacking slowly retreated. No matter how fanatical they were still scared awake by them. However, the 500 Sun Holy Knights of the Great Yang sect advanced again after a short period of silence. The roars of the beasts they were riding on shook the sky. The golden-haired knights shouted in unison, "Kill!" Their mounts were all different species. When those huge bodies ran, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. The earth trembled unceasingly. Their killing intent soared to the sky, their imposing manner was astonishing. However, the ancient soldiers were not at all disorderly. They quickly and effectively formed a battle formation and advanced forward. The rusty ancient bronze weapons emitted an oppressive aura. The moment both sides made contact, it was like a violent thunderstorm. Rumble. Blood splashed everywhere and dyed the sky red. The 500 Sun Holy Knights were swept away like a small boat in the sea. Blood flowed everywhere. The 500 Sun Holy Knights died outside the ghost town. Even their mounts were killed by the shockwave. They died with blood flowing out of their 7 apertures. During the ancient times, 500 Sun Holy Knights could contend against a powerful half-ancestor. Although these 500 Sun Holy Knights were only Holy Knights and couldn't compare to the Holy Knight squad that could contend against half-ancestor, there was no need to doubt their strength. However, all of this had already become a thing of the past. In front of the living terracotta soldiers of the ghost town, it was impossible for them to compete. The strength of several hundred ancient soldiers was too powerful. With an absolute advantage, they swept away all the attackers. In front of them, those people couldn't even withstand a single blow. The scene was shocking. No one dared to take another step forward. Everyone retreated and watched from afar in silence. Several hundred ancient soldiers stood in front of the ghost town like fossils. Everyone was motionless. Facing the numerous practitioners, the rusty bronze halberds, ancient swords, and battle spears in their hands were dripping with blood unceasingly. The sound of blood dripping on the ground could be heard clearly. Roar! Seeing no one stepped forward, all the ancient soldiers turned around in unison and let out a sky-shaking roar. They waved the halberds and ancient swords in their hands at Xiaochen. This didn't seem to be a challenge, but more like a greeting. The people at a distant place were dumbstruck. Even Xiaochen and Qing were incomparably astonished. If they controlled such a powerful squad, wouldn't they be able to sweep through everything? Could it be that they really controlled the ghost town? Everyone at a distant place kept quiet out of fear. This result was hard for them to accept. The living terracotta soldiers walked into the ghost town with large strides and closed the gate with a rumble. In fact, they didn't even need to make a move. The ghost town's power was already unshakable, let alone the other mysterious powers in the city. This seemed to be for the sake of deterrence. Xiaochen and Qing naturally wouldn't think that they had become the city lord. They could clearly feel many ice-cold eyes watching them from the depths of the ghost town. However, they didn't see anything the moment they turned around. In the distant sky, Great Monarch Saniying's expression was as gloomy as still water as he stood on top of a floating divine island. On top of an absolute peak, the Sun Saint God knitted his brows tightly and revealed a pondering expression. Those ancient terracotta soldiers, could it be them? In a secret place in the 9 prefectures. The White Tiger Saint Emperor was also muttering to himself, those people should have been annihilated a long time ago. Boom. The ghost town trembled. The heavenly monument at the center shook for a moment. It actually soared into the sky, as if it was going to abandon the huge city. The golem in Xiaochen's body suddenly trembled. After that, an imprint swept out from the huge heavenly monument. In an instant, a pattern was carved on the body of the golem, heavenly monument. Up until now, the golem had already been carved with the Yellow River ancient monument and the ghost town's heavenly monument. However, the heavenly monument in the ghost town didn't break through the sky in the end. It only left the ground and stopped in midair. All the experts of the world came knocking. But in the end, their efforts were futile. The ghost town's appearance shocked the world. Without a doubt, everyone thought that Xiaochen had become the city lord of the ghost town. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki suddenly cried out in fear. She shook Qing and Xiaochen's arms with all her might. Her furry little claws pointed towards the ghost town. In the depths of the ghost town, on the spacious main street, a tall figure was standing there. The shroud draped over his body was fluttering in the wind. His waist-length messy hair covered his face, but one could feel that he was paying attention to the city gate. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. That shroud, it was actually his. That's right, it was exactly the same. It should be the Xianxia shroud that was hidden in the acupoint space. However, the acupoint space was empty at this moment. The shroud was no longer inside. How did it appear on that person's body? Could it be? A chill welled up in Xiaochen's heart. At this moment, even his soul was trembling. The ghost town was deathly silent. There was only that tall figure standing alone on the empty street. It seemed to be carved from an immortal magic stone, as if it had existed there since the beginning of time. Although he was motionless. There were no energy fluctuations, but it gave off an oppressive feeling that could shake one's soul. It didn't seem like a person. Instead, it was a vast ocean, vast and boundless. It was also like a starry sky, vast and boundless, without end. It was clearly a person standing there, but it was as if the 3,000 worlds were really fixed in the ghost town. Xiaochen and Qingqing didn't dare to move. This wasn't because they were cowardly, but because that person was too powerful. He had such an imposing manner just by standing on the street. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this person was. Even the little critter Kiki was very nervous. It didn't dare to be as mischievous as usual. It lay in Qingqing's embrace and stared at that person with its big eyes. The shroud fluttered along with the wind, making the tall figure on the street look even more imposing. Just at this time, along with the breeze, that waist-length long hair started to flutter. 2 rays of green light that made people's souls tremble were emitted. Was it that person's gaze? How could it be so terrifying? There was no white of the eyes, and no pupils either. There were only 2 glaring green lights, just like the soul light in the eye sockets of a skeleton. It was exceptionally terrifying. He was currently staring at Xiaochen and Qingqing coldly. It was hard to tell if that was a gaze or a real soul fire. The tendrils of fire throbbed in his eyes and penetrated through the long hair that covered his face. It made people feel a chill down their spine. Xiaochen had a feeling that it was real. That person was looking at every inch of his flesh from head to toe. It seemed like he couldn't hide any secrets. Everything inside and out was seen through by him. That's right, the divinized acupoints and the newly grown divine veins felt a burning sensation. It seemed to be caused by that threatening gaze. Also, that person stared at his chest for a very long time. It seemed like he was staring at the broken stone man. Only after a long time did he shift his gaze away. After that, Qingqing also felt a similar powerful pressure. She was completely seen through by the powerful person wearing the shroud. Xiaochen and Qingqing didn't have any intention to make a move. That was because this person was too terrifying. If he didn't reveal his killing intent, he would have died. The 2 didn't want to provoke him. In the end, the tall figure on the empty street stared at Ku Qiu. This time, he actually moved and slowly stretched out a hand. But it was covered by the shroud. He could not see the arm clearly. "Yeah," the little critter immediately cried out in fear. Before Xiaochen and Kiki could do anything, the little critter suddenly screamed. With a flash of light, Ku disappeared into thin air. Then, in an instant, he appeared in the city of death and was grabbed by that mysterious person. Ku was really frightened. The rainbow divine light swept out one after another. However, when it hit the mysterious figure, it was like a colorful bubble, instantly disappearing. It did not have the slightest effect. Terrifying and evil, little Ku wanted to open the lost paradise and take this terrifying person in, but she found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her own divine garden. It was as if it was sealed. For the first time, the little critter was scared stiff. The soft and shiny fur all over its body stood up, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. A rainbow-colored light screen appeared. Xiao Chen, who was on the city wall, was incomparably astonished. He did not hesitate to summon out the stone ball and diamond from the broken stone golem's hands, preparing to throw them out at any time. Qing stopped him. She signaled him not to act rashly. He might be Xianxia, but the situation is a little fishy. Xiao Chen said to Qing in a low voice. The reason why he was determined to be Xianxia was because of the shroud. Of course, this was only a speculation. The mysterious person's extended palm was covered in black mist, it was hard to see clearly. He grabbed the little critter and looked at it seriously. After that, he waved his hand and tossed it back. The fearless Ke felt terrified for the first time. It was accurately sent back to Qing's side. The little critter stared at the mysterious person in the city with some lingering fear. An astonishing thing happened. As if the mysterious person had never appeared, he actually disappeared without a trace. There was not even the slightest energy fluctuation. The little critter was a little scared. Beep 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 beep, constantly patting his own small chest. It seemed to have a lingering fear. Qing knitted her brows slightly. She said, even if he is really the ancestor god Xianxia, I'm afraid there is still a problem. The ghost town became quiet. No one knew where the celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers went. Apart from the endless ancient buildings. Not a single shadow could be seen on the empty street. Dead silence. Ku opened the lost paradise. It doubtfully observed for a long time. It seemed to be dissatisfied that it couldn't open it just now. Then, it casually dug out a foot-long purple ginseng. That was its reserve rations. It hugged it tightly. It sat on the ground and started to gnaw on it. Xiao Chen and Qing both laughed. After this little critter was frightened, it actually ate to ease its emotions. 3 days in a row. The ghost town was quiet and without any ripples. It was like an empty city that suddenly jumped out from the river of time. There was not the slightest unusual situation. However, Xiao Chen and Qing didn't go in. If they got lost inside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Until the 5th day. The gluttonous little Ke suddenly choked on the lingji. She covered her mouth and coughed softly while pointing at the city. On a building far away from the ghost town, the mysterious person suspected to be Xianxia was sitting alone on the roof. He was silent and seemed to be absent-mindedly looking at the red sun that was about to set. The setting sun dyed the sky red. The mysterious person in the ghost town was also dyed with a bit of blood. Loneliness and shock were concentrated on his body. As if he was trying hard to recall. As if he was recalling the past. All of a sudden, he stood up. The startled little Ku immediately opened the lost paradise and jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder. It was full of vigilance. However, this time, the mysterious person wasn't coming for it. A mist surged around his body. The shroud fluttered wildly in the air, although there were no energy fluctuations. Although there was no energy fluctuation, its imposing manner could simply suppress the sun and moon and shake the universe. A huge palm silently stretched into the distant sky, and an explosive rumble sound rang out. A divine island hidden in the clouds collapsed on the spot. After that, an old woman rushed out in a sorry state. It was actually that Xianxia Taijun. She was incomparably shocked. She didn't turn her head and directly flew towards the distant sky. The mysterious person in the ghost town pressed the huge palm with all his might. An earth-shattering scream resounded in the distant sky. Xianxia Taijun threw away half of her shattered body and broke open a spatial passage before disappearing inside. The huge palm that stretched out from the ghost town retracted in a flash. After that, the figure on the building disappeared without a trace again. Xiao Chen and Qing glanced at each other. The two of them were filled with shock. Who could block such a battle prowess? This person was most likely ancestor god Xianxia. 3 days later, Xiao Chen and Qing left with Ku. Not to mention the other mysterious forces in the ghost town. Just the presence of such a world-shattering figure meant that no one would dare to lay their hands on this place. Qing was still puzzled. What exactly happened to ancestor god Xianxia? His condition doesn't seem to be very good. Xiao Chen and the others left Yongzhou. At this moment, a huge change happened in the 9 prefectures. The spiritual energy increased one step further. A mysterious ancient lamp rose above every prefecture in the 9 prefectures. It was definitely in the sky above the 9 prefectures. The inheritor of the half-ancestor's land was panicking. This kind of change didn't seem to be a good thing for the half-ancestor. At the same time, ancient islands, deserts, huge cities, and so on descended from the sea. Although they didn't truly appear like the ghost town, they were becoming clearer and clearer. The day they appeared in the mortal world wasn't far away. Some people from the immortal world recognized it. Inside the descending mysterious huge figure, it seemed like there was a battle valley where the battle race that had already disappeared. Mountly where the beauty race lived. Dragon Island where the dragon race lived. And there was also the floating divine village. There were also some people from the cultivation world who recognized that there were some mysterious regions in the cultivation world among the descending huge figures. In addition, there were also some mysterious huge figures that no one could figure out their origins. The bustling imperial capital was bustling with traffic. There were many shops on both sides of the main street. People were coming and going on the streets, rubbing shoulders. A lot of children were gathered around the performers who were performing monkey shows. Many youngsters were gathered around the performers who were breaking boulders. The performers were surrounded by old people. Even if it wasn't a festival. On a normal day, the imperial capital was also bustling with noise and excitement like this. Xiaochen came to the imperial capital to settle the debt with Zhao Linair. Regardless of whether she was forced to send troops to attack the ghost town or not, Xiaochen felt that he should go out and deal with some matters. The influence of the major sects in the imperial court should be uprooted. As for the temple in the 9 prefectures, it should be destroyed even more. Calculate the heaven, calculate the earth, calculate everything in the mortal world. Not far away, a very scholarly-looking fortune teller was sitting behind a table and waving a scroll on a bamboo pole. He said, "I'm not sure if I'm going to pay for it." Xiaochen didn't believe these swindlers at all. However, little critter Kiki was very curious. It jumped on top of the table and pointed at the fortune teller. Then it pointed at itself again. Greedy little thing. The fortune teller didn't drive it away, he only said this sentence seriously. Kiki immediately glared at him while panting with rage. It squeaked for a while, signaling him to continue calculating. The seemingly scholarly-looking fortune teller rubbed its head. He stroked its head. He said, "Even though the heavens are jealous, it can't bury you." This fortune teller seemed to be not simple. Xiaochen immediately revealed a surprised expression. He couldn't be someone from the cultivation world, could he? Then you should also calculate my fate. Xiaochen sat down. You won't live for long. The fortune teller said very calmly. Little critter Kiki immediately became unhappy, it looked at the fortune teller while panting with rage. The fortune teller was very calm. He looked at Xiaochen's palm and said, "You have killed too many people." He said with a clear smile, "Charlatans are used to exaggerating. If you really have the ability, then tell me in detail." The scholarly fortune teller shook his head with a smile and said, "I calculate the heaven, the earth, and everything in the world. Those charlatans can't compare to me." He looked at Xiaochen again. "Even if you die, you won't have any regrets. A big shot will accompany you in death. The few divinations just now are worth 2 purple gold king ginseng. Please pay first." He didn't extend his hand to Xiaochen, instead, he looked at Kiki with a smile. Kiki mumbled in surprise. That was because there were only 2 purple gold ginseng left in their reserve rations. If not for the fact that the lost paradise was not opened yet. It really suspected that the fortune teller had seen it in advance. Xiaochen hinted, "Give it to him." Little Kiki reluctantly took out 2 purple gold king ginseng of the same length as itself. "Since you can calculate the heaven, the earth, and everything in the world, then let's talk about this world. Tell me about this world." Sigh. The fortune teller had a stern expression. He took a deep breath and said, "Niwa, Fushi, and Swirenchi led the human race to cut through the thorns and open up a path for the future. Everything was for the sake of humanity's survival. Their ancestors sacrificed their lives and shed their blood. Countless corpses were lying on the ground. In the end, they opened up a place for humans to live in the vast untainted land. They composed war songs of blood and tears that could be sung and sung. However, their ancestors used their flesh and blood to pave the way for survival. In the end, it couldn't compare to an illusory divine song. That supreme sage of the great path in the land of nothingness is above our ancestors and can even enslave our ancestors. The more the fortune teller spoke, the more excited he became. Xiaochen became completely serious. How could such a person be an ordinary charlatan? The human race has prospered. They could now stand on this piece of land, but the war song that their ancestors wrote with their blood and lives had long been forgotten by the world. Many people would rather sing that illusory divine song. Tears rolled down the fortune teller's cheeks. He said angrily, illusion and reality are reversed, yin and yang are fighting, who is crying blood? It's our ancestors. Where is Fuxi? Where was goddess Baiwa? Where is Swerin? The fortune teller pointed angrily at the firmaments and said, even if the ancestor god is lucky enough to survive, the ancestor god will never be able to survive. And shed tears of blood. The fortune teller's words were like thunder. It shook the earth and the clouds in the sky collapsed. Blood-colored lightning flashed in the sky above the imperial capital, like blood tears dancing in the air. However, the people on the street had no idea. They didn't seem to notice the fortune teller on the side of the road. They only felt the abnormality of the weather. Or, rather than saying that they didn't feel anything, it would be more accurate to say that they were numb and ignorant. Let's not talk about the untainted land of nothingness. The tide rose and fell. 5,000 years ago, the human race reached the peak of prosperity. They had already rushed out a unique road of civilization. But in the end, they self-destructed. 5,000 years later. It's even more terrifying, the reversal of illusion and reality. Boom. The ninth heaven cold thunder struck down. A huge black lightning bolt. It shattered the void. The magnificent imperial capital shook violently 3 times. Such a terrifying lightning bolt forcefully interrupted the fortune teller's words. He looked up at the void and sneered. Then he turned around and said to Xiaochen, we will meet again if fate allows it. After that, he disappeared into thin air. It's a person of flesh and blood. Xiaochen sighed. Qingqing earnestly bowed 3 times towards the place where the fortune teller disappeared. Little Kiki scratched her head embarrassedly. She picked up the 2 purple gold ginseng and put them back into her lost paradise. There would definitely be a drastic change in the near future. There were more and more signs. Xiaochen was going to meet with misfortune. He felt that he had to make use of this limited time to do something big. Otherwise, he would be letting down his short life. Boom. The imperial capital shook violently. Smoke and dust rose to the sky from the direction of the imperial palace. A large part of the majestic palace was shattered by a jet-black subway. The imperial palace was in chaos. Many warriors rushed out and shouted, who is it that dares to attack and destroy the imperial palace? High up in the sky, Xiaochen stood in the void with the golden divine halberd in his hand. He looked down and said, call Zhao Lin out. How dare you? You actually dare to offend the imperial prestige. Calling the empress by her name, your 9 generations will be executed. She is your empress, but not everyone's empress. Xiaochen waved the golden divine halberd in his hand. More than 10 heads immediately flew into the sky. Blood sprayed everywhere. The people who died were the knights of the solar religion. They were much stronger than the ordinary guards. But they were actually killed like a scarecrow. How could they not be terrified? The people who were denouncing the people in the sky immediately shut their mouths. Zhao Lin, your old friend is here to visit you. Also, all the half-ancestor disciples, come out and meet us. The imperial palace, high and low, magnificent and majestic, red walls and yellow tiles. Painted pillars and carved beams. Resplendent gold and jade. There were endless palaces and pavilions. This was a magnificent masterpiece in the land of the 9 prefectures. But at this moment, the majesty of the imperial family was swept away. Xiaochen stood in the sky above the palace, holding a golden halberd. He called Zhao Lin by her name. He wanted her to come out and meet him. The guards were angry but did not dare to say anything. In recent years, many practitioners who could fly appeared in the land of the 9 prefectures. The majesty of the imperial family was seriously challenged. The people of the fairy realm did not seem to be afraid of the monarchs of the secular world. A few long whistles came from the ground. 9 golden-haired sun knights rushed out of a palace. All of them soared into the sky. They were wearing golden holy armor, holding divine weapons glowing with bloody light. They did not say anything and directly charged toward Xiaochen. The golden radiance around them was dazzling, like 9 divine fires jumping in the sky. The blazing sword aura and sword aura. Like a meteor streaking across the sky. It was extremely resplendent, but its life was so short. In an instant, it was fierce. Then, it began to decline and die. Like a firework, it dimmed. The golden sword aura that soared into the sky were all shattered by a divine halberd. Xiaochen swept in all directions with the golden halberd in his hand. The divine weapons in the hands of the golden-haired knights were all broken and turned into scrap metal. Then, the halberd spun and chopped. 9 sinister heads flew diagonally. Blood spurted several meters from the headless corpses. The sky was dyed red by the blood. A bloody mist lingered in the air. Xiaochen slowly descended. Holding the golden halberd that was dripping with blood. Walking in the majestic palace of a monarch. It was like entering an uninhabited place. No one actually dared to stop him. Everyone could not help but step back. They allowed Xiaochen to take large strides towards the depths of the palace. Qingqing and Kiki did not follow him. Xiaochen did not want them to become the focus of the half-ancestors' hatred. Everything would be done by him. He would have a bad reputation. He did not care about adding a few more felonies. Of course, Qingqing and Kiki were not idle either. If they did not go and loot, they would not be able to face their combination. Xiaochen, you are too much. A furious roar came from one of the side halls. 2 disciples of the Tiger clan rushed out and fiercely stared at the enemy in front of them. Since their tracks had been discovered, even though he knew he wasn't a match for him, he still jumped out. It was because they hated Xiaochen too much. This madman massacred the Tiger clan's territory. There was an irreconcilable hatred between them. White Cat clan. Xiaochen pointed the halberd at them and said, I was just about to look for you guys. Where was Tomcat? And where were Fairsnow and the others? You can keep quiet. But I will search through your divine senses myself. The enmity between the 2 sides could not be resolved. There was no room for more words. The 2 young experts of the Tiger clan rushed over. The tiger roar shook the imperial capital, and the destructive sound wave went straight for Xiaochen. However, at Xiaochen's level, he was not able to do anything. Even if he wasn't invincible among the younger generation, he was close to it. The space divine ability was unleashed to confine the sound wave of death. Then, with a spatial Ren chop, the 2 young experts of the Tiger clan were instantly killed. It was just that clean. The difference in strength was too great. Killing was as simple as weeding. His powerful divine sense swept out, searching for the imprint in the remnant spiritual sense. In the end, he discovered that there was no news of the Tiger clan. It should be that the experts of the Tiger clan were too cautious. He erased the secret that the disciples who went out learned. In front of him was the imperial garden. Spring water flowed with a gurgling sound, strange stones were laid everywhere, and fine trees were verdant. There were even many pavilions and terraces adorning it. Zhao Lin was sitting on a small stone bridge made of white marble. She was wearing a glittering dragon and phoenix gown. On her head was a resplendent crown embedded with pearls. It made this devastatingly beautiful woman even more dignified and noble. It was also suitable for her empress status. There was no expert protecting her in the surroundings. It was as if she was waiting here for Xiaochen. Should I call you empress, or sun saintess? The corner of Xiaochen's mouth carried a hint of ridicule. However, the golden halberd in his hand was dripping with killing intent. Zhao Lin smiled sweetly. Whatever you want to call me. You can just call me by my name. She didn't put on the empress dignity. She seemed to understand the current situation very well. Their current statuses were vastly different. In the past, they were both mortals. Zhao Linair was the royal princess. No one in the 9 provinces could resist her. Back then, Xiaoqian was chased by Kunlun until he had nowhere to go. In the end, he escaped into the world of Immortals. And now, the experts of the Cultivation world and the world of Immortals had entered the mortal world. Even if she was the empress of the mortal world, if she didn't recruit enough powerful practitioners to protect her, she wouldn't be able to command the world. Were you the one who sent those 6,000 cavalrymen to attack the ghost town? Would you believe me if I said no? Zhao Linair's smile was very charming. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and said, "Actually, it really wasn't my original intention." Xiaoqian interrupted her and said, "Stop, there's no need to listen to your explanation. You will definitely push the blame to the solar sect." "Xiaoqian, are you going to kill me?" Xiaoqian didn't say anything. He only raised the golden halberd that was dripping with blood and pointed it at her. "Do you still remember Big Sister Lan Nua? She said that we should support each other and not kill each other." Zhao Linair rolled her eyes. She let out a long sigh and said, "What can I do? There are many things that people can't control." Xiaoqian snorted coldly and said, "It seems like you are always the one who made the first move. Don't you think it's too late to talk about this now? Sigh, are you really that heartless? If you kill me, the world will fall into chaos. My brothers will fight for the throne. It would definitely lead to a huge battle. The common people are bound to suffer the calamity of war. You're talking like you're the savior. In this world, no matter who it was, it would still exist. Kill you. I believe someone will take over. Soon. All right, then. I can only make a deal with you." Zhao Linair was still very calm. She smiled sweetly, her eyes flowing with light. Her beauty was indescribable, without the slightest bit of fear. "Why would you want to make a deal with me?" Xiaoqian mocked, "Physical beauty? I'm sorry. There are always a few peerless beauties in the world. With you, there won't be too many. Without you, there won't be too few." The merciless attack finally made it hard for Zhao Linair to maintain her smile. Women, especially the number 1 beauty in 9 regions, naturally attached great importance to their appearance. Being laughed at so mercilessly, even if he didn't show it on his face, he was extremely angry in his heart. The beautiful Zhao Linair's face gradually turned cold and said, "I'll tell you the whereabouts of a person. With your current strength, you should be able to save her. The grievances between us are written off. What do you think? Suing?" Xiaoqian was looking for the Tiger clan and the Solar sect in order to save this childhood friend. That talented girl who followed him and called him Big Brother since childhood. But there was no news of her. "Yes." Zhao Linair nodded. At the same time, she was very vigilant and said, "Don't even think about making a move. If you want to capture me and search my divine sense imprint. If you want to capture me, I will have enough time to self-destruct. Say it. After I say it. There are no more grievances between us. I believe in your character. But, I don't really believe in your character." Zhao Linair was ashamed and angry. Her crown trembled. But in the end, she could only endure it. She revealed Su Ying's whereabouts. "Alright, I'll believe you this once, but if it's fake news, then I'll definitely kill you. But if it's false information, you know the consequences." Xiaoqian put away the golden halberd and said, "Where are the divine son of the Solar sect and Huban?" "They already left a few days ago." Xiaoqian turned around. He broke through the sky and left. However, he didn't leave the imperial palace. Instead, he barged into the palace with a murderous aura. He killed dozens of the Solar Knights and the disciples of the other half-ancestral lands. He swept through the entire imperial palace and dared to attack the Lord of the 9 regions. Such a method indeed shocked everyone. At the same time, Qing came back with Ku, who was full of satisfaction. The little beast was very excited. It couldn't stop babbling. Qing chuckled. She pinched its delicate nose and flew into the sky with it. In the past few days, the sound of Xiaoqian sweeping through the imperial palace shook the imperial capital. On the way to the outskirts of Luoyang, Qingqing said bluntly, "That woman can't be trusted. I think it's most likely a trap. She's inviting you into the trap." "I don't really trust her either. But with the yellow clay platform, my safety is not a problem. You two don't need to follow me. I'll go all out and have a good time." Luoyang, the capital of the ancient times. The continuous city walls were like the Great Wall. Looking from afar, it gave people a majestic feeling. At this moment, Qingqing and Kiki had already stopped. He hid himself in the dark. When Xiaochen arrived at this place, he frowned. During the previous Peony Flower Festival, there were rumors that this place was extraordinary. Rumor had it that it could resist the power of the great desolate ancient village. Could it be that the half-step martial ancestor's disciple really found something? After circling around the city, Xiaochen flew towards the east of the city. There was a mountain range about 20 to 30 kilometers away. According to Zhao Lin Air, this was a secret place of the solar sect. He stood in the sky. There was not a single trace of energy fluctuation. Xiaochen sent out his spiritual sense and pondered carefully. There seemed to be signs of human life in the valley below. He descended with a sword in hand and entered the valley. But at this moment, he knew that Zhao Lin Air was lying. She was staking everything on one throw to kill him. The surrounding scenery changed drastically. The 9 heavens 10 earths god and devil-slaying ancient formation appeared in its complete form. It was known as one of the 5 strongest killing formations of the lifelong realm. Qiao. Inside, there were the solar god scripture, the white tiger holy mark, the triple nascent magical lamp, and many other treasures hanging in all directions. They guarded the 8 paths gate. Within the god-slaying demon-slaying formation, the scene changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, it was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. The death purgatory appeared and tried to swallow Xiaochen. He was not afraid at all. He raised his sword to block. Just at this time, a loud rumble resounded. Xiaochen felt his scalp go numb. The ground under his feet that was confined by the formation cracked. All of this was because of the huge pressure from above. It was actually the legendary heaven flipping seal. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. It wanted to crush him into meat paste. The yellow platform appeared by itself and appeared under Xiaochen's feet. The black and yellow gas soared into the sky. Under the primitive sect. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect finally couldn't sit still anymore and made their move. Mother *Ker, I'm drooling. Inside the divinized acupoint space, the black iron seal let out a long sigh regretfully. If not for my heavy injuries, I would have directly sucked it dry. That is simply a great supplement. Only this kind of ancient demonic treasure would dare to say such crazy words. However, after Xiaochen heard this, he directly smashed it into the sky. F***ck. Brat, do you want to take my old life? Mother *Ker, I have not recovered yet. A dragon swimming in shallow waters will be toyed with by a shrimp. Smash it for me. I will feed you the immortal heavenly divine bell later. Okay. Roar. The black iron seal's performance made everyone dumbstruck. Even the enemy was startled. It was rare to see a magic treasure that could yell and shout. Dang. A huge bell smashed over. The long bell sound almost destroyed Xiaochen's soul. It was actually the fallen soul bell of the Chan sect. Xiaochen hurriedly uttered the word buzz, which instantly calmed his soul that was about to leave his body. The Chan sect had used a lot of power. After disappearing for a long time, the disciples of the Chan sect appeared one after another. They brought all kinds of spirit treasures from afar. At the same time, the experts of the solar sect also appeared in the distant sky. The divine light shone, as if there were millions of suns rising at the same time. It shone towards Xiaochen. The divine son of the solar sect held a divine mirror and even personally came out. He shot out one destructive light after another. Roar, the white tiger roared. The experts of the tiger clan also swarmed over. Their divine abilities were endless. All kinds of divine abilities tore through the sky like lightning. On the other side, the beloved daughter of the Sanian Grand Lord, Yi Xiao, led many disciples. She also shot out a sky full of cultivation treasures, which rained down like a downpour. In addition, there were a few other disciples of the half-step ancestor level. It was simply a big gathering. They attacked Xiaochen in the god-slaying and demon-slaying formation. The center of the formation was submerged in a frenzy. F*CK, I'm not playing anymore. I'm retreating, the black iron seal roared. He returned to Xiaochen's acupoint space. Xiaochen held the battle sword and stood on the yellow clay platform. He rushed up with all his might, wanting to escape from this killing formation as soon as possible. He knew that the other party definitely had an extremely powerful trump card. It was impossible for them to kill him here by relying on their numbers. Because the other party knew that he had the yellow clay platform, they wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Boom! The god-slaying and demon-slaying formation finally started to display its power. The half-step ancestor-level divine artifacts that shrouded the surroundings all shone brightly. The solar nerve violently flipped. Every time it flipped open, there would be a dazzling destructive divine light sweeping towards Xiaochen. The white tiger Saint Mark densely covered the sky. It was like countless incantations pressing down. The terrifying energy was hard to fathom. The Saintine magic lamp. The fiery light rushed to the sky. It illuminated the surroundings. The fire burned the yellow clay platform. After that, Daoist Junti's seven-colored ominous sword also appeared. It sealed off one side. Although the half-step ancestors didn't make a move, their disciples borrowed these treasures. They hung in all directions, blocking and killing Xiaochen. Something was very wrong. Xiaochen vaguely felt that this was definitely not the final trump card. There should be a powerful trump card. He had to charge out as soon as possible. The yellow clay platform protected Xiaochen. He quickly soared to the sky, clashing head-on with the half-step ancestor-level spiritual treasure. Although the half-step ancestor-level divine artifact could not break the yellow clay platform, it effectively blocked it for a period of time. Just at this moment, heaven and earth shook. The distant Luoyang was filled with resplendent holy light. Then, a pillar of light soared to the sky. Following that, an ancient stone bridge guided it in this direction. It shot towards the valley. The resplendent holy light was incomparably thick, enough to drown the valley. The disciples of the various sects all retreated in advance. The holy light in Luoyang enveloped the god-slaying and demon-slaying formation. Xiaochen and the yellow clay platform were forcefully suppressed. They were forced to land in the center of the killing formation. The entire formation seemed to have come to life. Its might increased sharply. It trapped Xiaochen in it. Xiaochen instantly understood. This was the trump card. In the ancient era, Luoyang was an important place. Nuwa, Fuxi, Shenong, and the other ancestral gods had left indelible traces here. This seemed to be the divine power they left behind. The legend that Luoyang's divine capital could resist the great desolate ancient village was not groundless. The yellow clay platform shook violently. It seemed to be restrained by the divine light of Luoyang. The half-step ancestor disciples actually found the terrifying power hidden in Luoyang and used the heaven-passing death bridge to guide it here. Xiaochen felt a huge pressure. The yellow clay platform might not be able to protect him anymore. The half-step ancestor-level spiritual treasures, the divine solar scripture, the white tiger divine rune, the three nascent divine lamp, and the seven-colored ominous sword became even more powerful. At the same time, the sky was densely packed with people. The experts were either using their magical abilities or laying down their spiritual treasures. They attacked ferociously. They wanted to destroy Xiaochen. The yellow clay platform could not protect Xiaochen. The divine light from Luoyang kept attacking it. The black and yellow energies shook violently. Bang! The sky-flipping seal smashed down. It actually attacked from the weakest point of defense. It heavily injured Xiaochen, causing him to vomit a large mouthful of blood. That was a spiritual treasure that even deities would hate. He used his physical body to resist half of the attack. It was enough to be proud. The countless experts in the sky attacked together, wanting to shatter the yellow clay platform. Kill Xiaochen. Xiaochen was furious. Just at this moment, the demonic rune in the center of his forehead trembled like a vertical eye. Then, black flames leaped out. A pitch-black passage opened in front. A terrifying aura came from inside. Xiaochen was trapped in the valley. He faced the sky and roared angrily. His thick hair stood on end, like black flames dancing around. The mysterious and unfathomable ancient demonic rune at the center of his forehead opened up like a vertical eye, causing the space in front of him to collapse rapidly, opening up a pitch-black passageway that led to an unknown destination. Waves of terrifying aura spread out from it. Dense fog surged out from the pitch-black space, like a horrifying wave submerging Xiaochen. The hazy fog surrounded him and actually blocked the concentrated attacks from the sky. The death bridge connected the horrifying divine energy contained in the deity capital Luoyang and connected the terrifying killing formation in the valley. That was a horrifying power that could resist the yellow mud platform. However, there was not much divine energy to disperse the fog. However, the half-ancestor holy tools in the surroundings of the powerful killing formation moved at this moment. The Trinascent divine lamp, the white tiger holy mark, the ominous rainbow sword, the solar god scripture, and the others all attacked. Their target was not Xiaochen but the pitch-black space that was opened up. They wanted to stop everything. The many holy tools could destroy space and tear apart the sky. Their might was unimaginable. They moved together amid the rumbling sounds and forcefully closed up that pitch-black space. The demonic mark on Xiaochen's forehead dimmed somewhat. Blood actually flowed out, turning his forehead scarlet. However, the fog that surged out from the pitch-black space did not scatter. It surrounded him like an unbreakable armor, preventing him from receiving any destructive attacks. The yellow mud platform seemed to have a spirit. It sensed Xiaochen's dangerous situation and ferociously surged over. It was like the vast sea overturned, like the galaxy pouring down. The black and yellow qi blazed to the peak in that instant, temporarily scattering the divine light from the deity capital Luoyang. At the same time, it nearly shattered the powerful killing formation. The ominous rainbow sword, the Trinascent divine lamp, the solar god scripture, and the other holy tools quickly soared into the sky. They avoided the black and yellow qi and guarded the surroundings. They stabilized the ancient killing formation, which was on the verge of collapse. Xiaochen's surroundings were shrouded in mist. That place was indistinct, making him look like a demonic figure. At this moment, the battle sword in his hand became one with him, condensing an extremely valiant power. The resplendent sword light soared into the sky and shattered dozens of magic treasures. A pile of scrap metal and jade fell from the sky. Many people cried out in anger and regret. At this moment, the god-slaying demon-slaying ancient formation trembled violently, and a mountain of sabers and a sea of fire pressed down on Xiaochen. This was the might of an ancient killing formation, and this was only the beginning. With a half-step ancestral saint artifact guarding the formation door and the divine radiance of Luoyang divine capital to replenish its power, it could continuously evolve a terrifying killing aura. The sea of flames descended first. These were flames that could destroy gods. They were a demonic blood-red color. It was as if the flames were not dancing. Instead, the blood water surged and surged towards Xiaochen. Space seemed to melt. This was how terrifying it was. Otherwise, why would it be known as one of the World of Immortals' 5 great ominous arrays? Xiaochen was in a precarious situation. He swung his sword. Although thousands of blazing sword qi soared into the sky, they were unable to destroy this sea of fire that could burn even deities to death. The enemies in the center shouted. The sound shook the heavens and the earth, and the Dharma treasures that filled the sky continued to attack. At the same time, a saber mountain appeared in the flames and slashed at Xiaochen. The resplendent saber qi that the huge saber mountain burst out with was unimaginable. It swept away all tangible matter. Fortunately, this was a sealed killing array. Otherwise, everything within 1,000 miles would have been completely destroyed. Saber Mountain Flame Sea, not only in name but also in reality, the two matched each other and combined to kill gods and exterminate immortals. If he could not escape from this formation, he would definitely be destroyed. Xiaochen was not afraid. He only had killing intent. Many half-step ancestral saint disciples worked together to ambush him, forcing him to use all his power to resist. He calmed his mind and concentrated. He summoned the stone diamond from the broken stone man in his body. He held it in his hand and threw it out. The terrifying stone tool against the Saber Mountain Flame Sea, The stone diamond was once held by Xianxia. It was obtained by Xianxia in the southern wasteland of the immortal world. In addition to the terrifying destructive power, it also had a trace of fire. There was no energy fluctuation. It streaked across the sky in a beautiful arc and directly collided with the Saber Mountain. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. The Saber Mountain that was slashing out countless radiant blades actually collapsed under one strike. It turned into specks of light and dissipated in the sky. After the stone diamond pierced through the huge Saber Mountain, it seemed to be able to devour flames. It absorbed all the blood-red divine fire in the sky. This result made everyone dumbfounded. The stone diamond didn't stop there. The third son of the White Tiger Saint King, Huben, and the divine son of Apollo Pallas had suffered a great loss before, so they were abnormally vigilant and immediately retreated. The golden deity of the Chan sect, the daughter of Saint Taijun and the direct disciple of the Chan sect were extremely vigilant. They also flew back as soon as they could. As they had expected, the stone diamond was indeed terrifying. It shot up to the sky and shattered countless Dharma treasures in the sky. After that, the stone diamond directly pierced through 100 people. Many sun knights, cultivators, and white tigers in the sky were torn apart. Blood mist filled the air. Moreover, when the power of the diamond was exhausted, it suddenly burst out with a strange red flame that filled the sky, enveloping 50 to 60 people. Miserable screams immediately rang out. It was an extremely terrifying scene. The souls and fleshly bodies of tens of demigods and immortal experts burned at the same time. In less than a moment, all of them were burned away. After a large number of people died, the stone diamond finally ran out of energy. Huben, Yi Xiao, the divine son of Apollo Pallas and the golden deity of the Chan sect made a move at the same time, trying to take the stone diamond. However, the stone diamond disappeared without a sound. It returned to the hands of the stone man in Xiaoqian's body again. Everyone's effort was in vain. The powerful deterrence temporarily stunned everyone. However, they quickly adjusted themselves and launched another fierce attack. The ancient god-slaying and demon-slaying array started to change again. The purgatory space appeared and shrouded Xiaoqian. Inside the purgatory, the huge death iron chains crossed each other. The underworld fog surged, and darkness covered everything. Evil souls floated around. Some of the Dharma treasures that the cultivators dropped accidentally got close to that area were instantly turned into ashes. Xiaoqian used the space divine power to trap a few demigods who tried to sneak attack him. After that, he mercilessly pushed them into the purgatory space. The result was terrifying. Before the demigods got close, an unimaginable energy wave spread out and tore them apart, turning them into ashes in an instant. With such power, even a deity would be killed if they entered the space. Xiaoqian didn't hesitate. It was not the time to be stubborn. He shot out the stone ball that he had already summoned. The powerful stone ball shook the purgatory space, and the sky trembled. The iron chains in the purgatory space swept out in all directions. However, under the stone ball's attack, all the iron chains quickly snapped. Following that, the purgatory space collapsed, and the black underworld fog scattered. The sky slowly recovered its brightness. The stone ball did not return. Its momentum did not diminish. It soared high into the sky and pierced through the chests of 30-odd people before disappearing. Xiaoqian had used the stone ball twice, draining his energy. He wouldn't be able to summon it again within a short time. At this moment, the situation turned dire. The profound yellow chi coming from the yellow mud platform intertwined with the Luoyang divine light. It was hard to tell which was stronger. The heaven-bridging death bridge slowly descended. It connected to the Luoyang divine light and gathered sufficient divine energy. Suddenly, it burst out with thousands of beams of auspicious light, containing the powerful killing formation. The 7 or 8 half-step ancestor holy tools in the sky were freed. They no longer needed to press down and charge at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian's life was in danger. Xiaoqian's hair stood on end, looking like underworld fire dancing around. The demonic marks on his forehead were soaked in blood and released light again. The space in front opened up again. A pitch-black world appeared. Xiaoqian did not know how to use the power of the demonic marks on his forehead. It seemed like he had forced it out. The 7 half-step ancestor holy tools attacked at the same time. However, just at this moment, the image of a huge city suddenly appeared in that pitch-black space. Instead, it was a tall, black figure standing quietly in the huge city as if he was right in front of Xiaochen. Suddenly, that figure turned his head around. Pitch-black fog lingered, obscuring his appearance. Xiaochen only saw 2 beams of azure light coming from his eyes. It seemed like the temperature of this powerful killing formation plummeted. A strong wind blew. The shroud on his body flapped noisily. That is Death City. That is Xianxia. Xiaochen's heart trembled. The tall figure that appeared in the pitch-black space was as tall and unreachable as a mountain. However, it soon vanished. The 7 or 8 holy tools all had spiritual senses. At this instant, they seemed to sense danger. They all froze in midair and did not charge at Xiaochen. What kind of might was this? It only emitted a shadow in the pitch-black space and suppressed the half-step ancestor holy tools. Outside the great formation, the death bridge seemed to have sensed something. It broke into the formation with a rumble. At this time, the pitch-black space slowly expanded. The shadow of the Death City appeared and became clearer. 2 beams of azure light swept out from the Death City. The death bridge seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It trembled violently and flew back. After that, the 2 beams of azure light completely disappeared in the pitch-black space. The death bridge was temporarily severed from the Luoyang divine light. However, the Luoyang divine light shot over on its own and did not disappear. However, everything had changed. Without the guidance and transformation of the death bridge, the divine light and the yellow platform no longer clashed. On the contrary, they seemed to be in harmony with each other. Boundless light gathered towards the yellow platform. It was like the spring of life flowed into a dry desert, nourishing this seemingly ordinary platform. The 7 or 8 holy tools decisively retreated and soared into the sky. They floated in all directions of the killing formation. However, the disciples and followers of the White Tiger bloodline, the Solar God cult, the Enlightenment sect, and the other major sects did not give up. Instead, they became even crazier. They did not want the death trap that they had meticulously laid out to be reversed, so they activated the killing formation with all their might. At this moment, the 9 heavens 10 earths god-slaying and devil-slaying ancient formation enveloped the entire valley. Its boundless might was unfathomable, and its killing intent swept through the 9 heavens. There were half-ancestral saint artifacts suppressing all directions of the ancient formation, firmly sealing the peerless killing formation. The black and yellow chi swirled around and blended with the Luoyang divine light. The yellow mud platform was absorbing the power of the ancient divine capital. Numerous enemies lined up in the sky and shot down countless magic treasures. They filled the sky like locusts and starlight, covering the sky and covering the earth. The light beams from the divine ability that could destroy the sky sprinkled down like raindrops. Every inch of space was filled with the power of death. They were ready to break through the fog and take Xiaochen's life at any moment. As Xiaochen stood on the yellow mud platform, he clearly felt all this. He saw many changes that others would not be able to understand. A broken scene appeared in front of his eyes. This, ordinary and unremarkable mud platform seemed to be forged from blood and mud. No, perhaps it wasn't yellow mud, but flesh and blood. If the power within Luoyang belonged to the ancestral god. In that case, who did the flesh and blood that casted the yellow mud platform belong to? It seemed to belong to the ancestral god as well. The original heavenly voice resounded from the yellow mud platform. The sky in all 4 directions trembled. Sparkling and translucent flower petals floated down from an unknown place and sprinkled between heaven and earth. It was as if there was a sad song shaking the heaven and earth. In the end, a blazing radiance flickered. The divine light of Luoyang seemed to have been sucked dry as all of it rushed into the yellow mud platform. A sorrowful war song shook the heaven and earth. The 8 original sounds resonated at the same time. The 9 heavens 10 earths god-slaying and devil-slaying ancient formation actually started to crumble. At the same time, the demonic mark on Xiaochen's forehead became increasingly bright. There was blood flowing along the demonic mark. It seemed as if the ghost town was about to descend. Rumble, the sound of the city gate opening rang out. In the distant pitch-black space, the gate of the ghost town opened wide. Hundreds of celestial soldiers and Een soldiers appeared in the real world as if they were summoned. They gathered around the yellow mud platform. The ghost town did not truly descend. It actually summoned the living terracotta soldiers. Kill. Xianxia stood on the yellow mud platform. He waved the sword in his hand and pointed toward the sky. Hundreds of celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers raised their rusty bronze weapons and let out an earth-shaking roar. They formed a battle formation and charged toward the sky. It was like a torrent of steel. Even if there were countless experts in the sky, they still couldn't stop it. The moment the hundreds of ancient soldiers of the ghost town rushed up, blood immediately swirled in the sky as corpses kept falling down from the sky. It was simply like a crushing machine. Nobody could stop it. The ancient soldiers killed for the sake of killing. The sky was dyed red with blood. Hundreds of ancient soldiers combined into one and became invincible. Hu Ben, the divine son of Apollo Palace, Yi Xiao, and a certain golden immortal of the Chan sect all ran away without a trace. They didn't dare to confront the ancient soldiers head-on. The situation had changed so quickly that everyone couldn't believe their eyes. This was simply an invincible team that could kill gods and slay immortals. They were invincible. The sky-flipping seal pressed down like a mountain and enveloped the hundreds of ancient soldiers. However, something that made everyone dumbstruck happened. It didn't seem like a spirit treasure that could shake the heaven and earth. It was more like a pile of straw. The ancient soldiers raised their bronze weapons. They slashed toward the sky. The sky-flipping seal somersaulted and was swept away. It crashed into the distant mountains and shattered a mountain ridge. The fallen soul bell also rushed over and shook unceasingly. However, it was ineffective against the ancient soldiers. It was as if they didn't have souls and were not affected at all. They raised their weapons high up and nearly shattered the spirit treasure. The bell controller was startled and hastily retreated. The immortal binding rope wrapped around them and broke into pieces after the bronze battle spear slashed down. The magic treasures of the cultivators filled the sky, but countless immortal swords were shattered by the bronze ancient soldiers. They couldn't get close at all. The situation was completely reversed. Now, Xianxia was standing on the yellow mud platform with a sword in his hand. He didn't even need to make a move himself. The hundreds of living terracotta soldiers were invincible. No one could stop them. However, those who tried to stop them were all cut down. The ancient soldiers swept across the sky and were invincible. This seemed to be even more terrifying than the solar sect's solar nights that could shake the half-ancestral land. The Luoyang divine radiance was taken away by the yellow mud platform. The 9 heavens 10 earths god and demon extermination ancient formation collapsed. The heaven-connecting death bridge and the half-ancestral sacred tool broke through the sky. The stalemate was already broken. All the major sects were slaughtered by the ancient soldiers of the ghost town. They couldn't hold on any longer. The good situation was gone forever. Everyone started to flee in disarray. Kill for me, the demonic mark on Xiaoqian's forehead throbbed. He stood on the yellow mud platform with the sword in his hand and rushed to the forefront. He led the hundreds of ancient soldiers of the ghost town in pursuit. The great army completely collapsed. Countless corpses fell from the sky. Endless corpses and blood flowed like a river. This battle shook the world and left a heavy mark in the history of cultivation. It became a bloody battle that would change the expression of the practitioners of the later generations whenever it was mentioned. The immortal heavenly divine bell was indeed a holy artifact. It was smashed a few times in a row. The huge amount of spiritual power it provided was unimaginable. In the end, Xiaoqian had to use the dragon counter-step 7 steps, hand of heaven, and the battle sword to shatter it. The little critter whimpered unhappily. In the end, it ate these elixirs like jelly beans. It seemed to feel that the taste was pretty good. Only then did it reveal a smile. Pure and untainted by killing intent. But she also made a move. She forced back many experts. In a sense, she had saved those people. Otherwise, more than half of them would have been killed by the ancient soldiers of the ghost town. Xiaoqian didn't waste too much time. He directly arrived at the imperial palace. With the golden halberd in his hand, he was filled with killing intent. It was obvious that he was here to kill. In less than half an hour, the mountain-like magic treasure was completely devoured by the black iron engraved tiger and the golden halberd. What was left was a pile of scrap metal. and broken jade. The essence of spiritual power had long since disappeared. Yellow Mau Mau? The spiritual fluctuation of the black iron engraved tiger and the golden halberd resounded at the same time in the acupoint space. They seemed to be drooling over the mountain like magic treasure. I reckon this guy will shatter it 1 or 2 more times. Then it will completely awaken. That meant I'm not afraid. Zhao Lin Er actually died. She died suddenly in one night, the black iron engraved tiger said, that's right. Unless you slowly refine it. When it awakens, you will also be in complete control of it. However, do you have the time? Such a coincidental death? I don't believe it. The black iron engraved tiger and the golden halberd seemed to be looking forward to it very much. Their words were very agitated. The wrath of the emperor. Millions of corpses. Thousands of miles of blood. 2 corpses. 5 steps of blood. 2 corpses. 5 steps of blood. He was very worried about this little thing. Even after the fall of the half-ancestor, there were very few people in the world who could hurt it. But it was still a child. And the scariest thing in this world was not power. Instead, it was a complicated human heart. Xiaochen snorted heavily. Everyone looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. One of the guards was trembling with fear. He said, last night, a divine light descended from the sky. His Majesty was injured on the spot. He passed away. In the distance, Qingqing and Ke flew over. Above the 9 prefectures, 9 ancient lamps shone. The spiritual qi in the human world flourished. It seemed that the seal of the 9 states had been completely lifted. Kacha-kacha sounds were heard. Many of the flying swords shattered on the spot. The essence was swallowed. The useless parts turned into scrap metal and splashed out. As Xiaochen spoke, he disappeared into thin air. He was nowhere to be seen. He left so suddenly. Even though Qing and Ke possessed extreme speed, none of them could catch up to him. The ground was littered with golden fragments. It shone brilliantly. It was as if there were pearls rolling around. The black iron seal and the golden divine halberd roared in excitement. All of them rushed over. He began to devour the food in a frenzy. Boundless spiritual energy was being absorbed by them. A few hundred ancient weapons could sweep through the world. Against them, everyone below the half-martial ancestor level trembled. Of course. They even collected a large number of magic tools flying in the sky. They almost piled up into a small mountain in the lost paradise. Zhao Lin Er suddenly died. There was almost no second guess. Everyone agreed that she was killed by Xiaochen. Qingqing always had a smile on her face. But at this moment, she sighed. She said, many regions in the 4 corners belong to the human world. Now it is slowly returning. The real world is gradually returning. Master Taihao said. The reversal of illusion and reality. It is not that scary. The scariest thing is in the primordial heavenly realm. The golden divine halberd replied, this bell is called the immortal heavenly divine bell. Even a half-martial ancestor would find it hard to destroy it. It has always been sealed. Every time it is broken. Although spiritual energy is lost. But it is equivalent to breaking its seal. One day, it will completely awaken. Spiritual energy can be replenished. There was no opponent in the 9 prefectures. Xiaochen was invincible in the world. However, the imperial palace was white. Everyone was dressed in plain clothes. The sound of crying enveloped the entire imperial palace. The name of the demon star was comparable to the ancient giants. Although the powerful cultivators did not fear the monarchs of the earth. But under normal circumstances, they would not easily make a move to kill. After all, the influence was too great. One could clearly feel a huge amount of spiritual energy condensing. It was being devoured by the 2 ancient demonic treasures. The cracks on their bodies were slowly healing. It seemed to be using the power of the mountain to heal their injuries. After the battle, the demonic pattern in the center of his forehead was pulsating. A few drops of bright red blood dripped down. The pitch-black space was opened again. Hundreds of living terracotta soldiers waved their bronze weapons. They roared at the sky. Then they strode into the dark space. In the distance, the city gate rumbled as it was pushed open. The celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers returned to the ghost town. The ghost town, Dragon Island, and other shadows that descended on the human world all shook. Ku was very dissatisfied. It seemed to say that it was the one who seized them. It grabbed a sword from the lost paradise. It stabbed at the two demonic treasures. Ching, you have to take good care of it in the future. At the same time, he searched for the whereabouts of the half-martial ancestor disciples. Conquering everywhere. It could be said to look down on the world. Those who dared to fight all died in defeat. Although they were not unparalleled experts. But they were truly unparalleled in the world. Xiaochen wanted to face death alone. He didn't want to increase their sadness. Sure. But you have to help. In the ruined mountain outside Jinling City. Leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Blood dyed that valley red. Xiaochen did not find Su Ying's whereabouts after returning. He did not feel any sense of accomplishment after the battle. It was just heavy. Normal cultivators' magic treasures were just supplements in their eyes. It was no wonder. After all, their rank was too high. After the battle, everyone's expression changed when talking about Xiaochen. Although he was not unparalleled in battle. But no one in the world could resist him. No one dared to fight. No one in the world dared to compete with him. He could also be considered unparalleled in the world. For many practitioners, this was a dark era. One person swept across the world. He actually beat the world into silence. It was really a terrifying period of time. Xiaochen was worried. He deeply knew how terrifying that Golden Lion King was. In terms of potential, it did not seem to be any worse than Ku. Could it be that it will never be extinguished? But at this moment, he felt that he did not have enough time. He was unable to find all of those enemies. He wanted to sweep away all the hidden dangers for Ku and his friends. Because he knew he did not have much time left. This made Ku extremely envious once again. Ching could not help but laugh. He gave her a celestial mushroom. Then, he shook Ku, who was still in a daze, awake. He said, "Don't cause trouble in the future. Find a place to hide. Don't come out until you reach the half-ancestor realm." Ku made a lot of money from the war. After the lost paradise was opened, he collected the treasures of the defeated soldiers. Almost all the deserters were looted. Their bottles, spatial rings, and storage bracelets were all looted. He used the divine halberd to hack open the coffin. Xiaochen discovered a badly mutilated corpse of a woman inside. He frowned. He searched with his spiritual sense. He found that there was not even a trace of remnant spirit left. She was completely obliterated. This was the deduction of the golden halberd. Xiaochen thought for a bit. He took out the eternal heavenly divine clock sealed in the acupoint space. Then he looked at the two demonic treasures. He said, "Can you swallow its spiritual power?" Xiaochen thought for a bit. He said, Ching, go and look for Senior Taihao. I have something to tell him." Ching shook her head. She revealed a smile. She said, "Don't lie to me. I know you want to send me away. The upheaval is about to begin. I don't want to miss it." Actually, the two demonic treasures were already mentally prepared. They knew the war was not far away. The little beast cried out anxiously. It chased through space, but it had already lost Xiaochen's trace. Thousands of miles of blood. Countless corpses. Ching did not say anything. She just sighed softly. She did not like bloodshed. She did not want to see killing. But she knew there was no way to prevent this from happening. Because Xiaochen also wanted to live. It was the enemy who took the initiative to plot against him. Xiaochen asked. Looking at its charmingly naive appearance. Xiaochen and Ching both laughed. Besides, they could not get rid of people like Zhao Linair. It could not be said that it was not a kind of regret. Far away from the horrifying battlefield, they came to a plain. Cattle and sheep could be seen in the wind. A jade river so clear that the bottom could be seen float across the plain. The surrounding scenery was beautiful. The flowers and grass were fragrant. A sumptuous feast. Waha! Those false gods who were born from the human heart but regarded humans as ants would eventually disappear. Even if he would die with them. But he did not look back. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. He summoned them all. He threw them directly into the pile of magic tools. He was very quiet on this day. But now, Xiaoqian was killing everywhere. He was invincible. Countless half-ancestor disciples were killed or injured. Thousands of miles of blood. Then he broke into the palace alone. The world was peaceful. His murderous aura spread to the 9 heavens. His fierceness dominated the world. Xiaoqian led hundreds of ancient soldiers. He defeated the allied army. Countless corpses. It could be said to be a violent warrior. It shook the world. The half-ancestor disciples panicked. Although he was not the emperor. But he still fought for thousands of miles. Rivers of blood flowed. Xiaoqian did not say anything. The hand of heaven slammed down fiercely. The light soared to the heavens and the earth divine bell rang loudly. The sound spread for hundreds of miles. Xiaoqian naturally did not believe it. He strode towards the mausoleum. No one dared to block his way. Until now. Who in the world did not know Xiaoqian, the killing star? Even the half-ancestor disciples had to avoid him. Not to mention others. Hundreds of celestial soldiers and nether soldiers were won. They did not disperse. Their combat power was unparalleled. There were no casualties. Xiaoqian defeated all the strong enemies. It shook the world. His prestige was great. No one in the world could match him. Illusory half-ancestor, I am here to send you off. They chased for a day and a night. The casualties of the half-ancestor disciples were innumerable. Blood flowed like rivers. It was a great defeat. The allied army collapsed. They fled in all directions. Then the sound shook violently. Xiaoqian's hand of heaven kept falling. Finally, a crack appeared on the bell. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang. In one day. The news spread throughout the 9 provinces. The empress of a generation died. The world was peaceful. This was an era that belonged to one person, the spiritual power was absorbed. All of the golden shards became dim and lifeless. But then it burst out with a soaring divine light. All the fragments moved at the same time. They actually reassembled quickly. Then am I not helping it? Yeah, he killed many people. He was a true demon king. But he had no way out. He could only charge forward. He stepped on the enemy's corpses. Only then could he send off the half-ancestor. What else did he not understand now? The reversal of illusion and reality. The land of the 9 provinces and the 4 corners of the world. Many things were illusory. It was time to restore reality and destroy the illusion. The battle sword stabbed over. It really scared the 2 demon weapons. Shut up. Xiaoqian and the others rested here. Kiki was the happiest. Little things were very easy to satisfy. It seemed like there would never be any trouble. The cultivators who were lucky enough to escape cursed in their hearts. These days, even the seemingly harmless little beasts were heaven-defying, making the group of people naked and penniless. It is now in a seal. It is in a deep sleep. It only has a little instinct to protect itself. These magic treasures were mainly flying swords. There were also immortal chains, divine shields, treasure flags, and other magic treasures. But the proportion was much smaller than the flying swords. And it was at this time. Xiaoqian broke through another death tribulation. He advanced to the wood nirvana layer. The door to the treasure in his body opened. His potential was unleashed. After his cultivation increased, the first thing he did was to use the battle sword to split the shrine. All the shrines in the land of the 9 prefectures were destroyed by him in just a few days. They were completely eradicated. The little beast rubbed its big eyes. It completely woke up. Squeak, 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 it took out all the spoils of war like it was presenting a treasure. It piled up a mountain of magic treasures by the riverside. Little Kiki looked at the two demon weapons enviously while chewing on the candy. It wished it could take a few bites as well. I really don't have time. Otherwise, why would I want to destroy a spirit treasure? I want you guys to recover as soon as possible. The enemies could not be killed completely. This was his sigh. Even though he could sweep the world at this moment. But he was still powerless to kill all the enemies. How did Zhao Lin die? For a whole 3 months. The world was silent. Xiaochen beat up all the major sections. No one dared to go against him anymore. We knew it was nothing good. Me? Goodbye. Squeak, it didn't care about this. It was so excited that it rolled around in another pile of bottles and jars. The grass was filled with the happy squeaks of little beasts. The black iron seal and the golden halberd were cracked. It rushed into the pile of magic treasures. It immediately flashed with a burst of light. It started to crazily devour the spirit energy of the magic treasures. Be careful of the three-headed golden lion king. I still think it's a big problem. It is very likely that it has already come to the human realm. The black iron seal kept laughing. As it spoke, it melted dozens of flying swords. Qing was too smart. Xiaochen couldn't get her to leave. He could only tell the truth. It's too dangerous. I don't want anything to happen to you. He had to say. This was indeed an unimaginable spirit treasure. Every time it was broken, it became much stronger after being reassembled. The terrifying power it contained was also gradually released. Haha. Little thing, just eat your candies obediently. This is not a feast you can enjoy. Hu Ben, the divine prince of Apollo Palace, Yi Xiao, and the golden immortals of Chan School still had many real enemies. However, they were all hiding. This made him very worried. Above the 9 regions, the 9 lanterns shone in the sky. If other cultivators saw such a scene, they would definitely curse. This was truly a wastrel. So many treasures were destroyed just like that. It was such a waste. Xiaochen could clearly feel it. The upheaval was not far away. It seemed to be coming at any time. He heaved a sigh. There were still many things to do. However, there was nothing he could do. The black iron seal and the golden halberd had absorbed enough energy. The cracks on their bodies were about to heal. And it was at this moment. The immortal Emperor Divine Bell turned into golden water. It merged into the ground. It disappeared. Tonics. Give us all these scrap metals and broken jades. Xiaochen smiled. If he was short of money, he would specialize in selling magic treasures. He would definitely make a fortune. However, Ku wasn't so happy. She searched among the bottles and cans for a long time. She found that there weren't many real deity pills. Many of them were not as rich as the ordinary fruits in the lost paradise. Qing nodded. She didn't say anything. There was no need to say anything. Qing was also calling. However, how could she catch up? End of chapter 343. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.